to the yard. For the first time, they don't have a ton of information there because they've gone very passive with Searson playing down below a close angle as well.
There's nobody in ramp room for big. So 9Z is going to get in here and be like, it's free. No one's even checking.
And now they know. The answer is Searson goes below instead.
You take this ramp room and you're like, that's great, that's awesome, but what do we do from here? And this is the only flashbang left. Even if they go to the lower bomb site, there's no smoke for the window, there's no smoke for the doors, there's no smoke for Toxic. There's nothing. I think 9Z is going to be like, what are we supposed to do?
What an interesting setup as well from Big.
Are they just
give them that? Crimbo's got Max. That's at the hut. That was just a check to upstairs.
This is going to sound so stupid, but I think you have to save.
17 seconds. I think they're going to.
Nothing has happened in this round.
That's actually wild. We just got the first kill. What, at 25 seconds left? And even if you want to go downstairs, like you say, you're cut off. Even if you wrap around, you still have Crimbo there. You still have rifles that are at the ready. Tapson's even searching for the save outside.
Yeah, that's the logic from 9Z too. They get ramp room for free. They don't find anyone, but they have no utility, and they're just like, okay, if nobody's in ramp room, then certainly the defense is going to be so strong down in the lower bomb site, and we don't have the utility to deal with that. So what's the point? Problem though is so many players surviving with no utility, as we mentioned. There's $0 on 2 players, 150 on Buddha. You only have 2 players in this round who can get utility back. So again, it's going to be another very low nade round. And 9Z, they are flustered.
Yeah, another timeout.
A round like that, if you're big, if that round occurs, you're just grinning and you're like, okay, we have these guys so shook. Like they're beat already. we've got their number. They have no idea what to do. It is just going to be a surge of confidence into the big side.
The scary part is this is 9Z's pick.
Yeah.
I know Dust 2, they're very decent on as well.
So is Big.
Exactly. The Desk touched on that. You'd think you'd pick away from it and have a deeper map pool than that, but with the stand-in, they're trying to, like they said, they have demos, they have stuff they can rely on. They're trying to lean on that a little bit. And Big is capable, there's no question, especially performing as the way they are right now. 9Z really needs to get something going, no question about it.
Yeah. A second timeout taken from 9Z, 2 in a row. They just used timeout 3 and timeout 4. They've used all 4 timeouts, and we're going into round 10. This is a disaster.
I was trying to think if that was the 3rd or the 4th because I was blown away that it was this much this early. I think maybe something technical as well because they're speaking with the admins. It did start, okay, maybe this is part of the tactical because they are chatting.
Yeah,
I know it started as a tactical, but I thought maybe something came out otherwise. So.
Dude, this is wild. Your map pick, a qualification game, you've used 4 timeouts going into round number 10, and you're down 7 rounds. 9Z are lost.
Toward the ramp again. Crimbo's op gets deep this time at the box. Chance for a lineup smoke down though because they had to extinguish a Molotov that was thrown early. They're not ready for Tabson. He's got the off angle. He's able to get one before being dropped. Crimbo does the same. So 2-2 trades, but the secondary op, Searson, oh, they're close. They're lined up. He nearly gets both. He clips Buddha as he goes through NQ's to do so, and he makes no mistake on the repeat either. Buddha gone. It's all on DGT.
Yeah, Big is just reading them like a coloring book. This is unbelievable. 2 players positioned in ramp room on the initial defense. Searson in support. They've just been shut down entirely. Big is just dominating. I wish I had something positive to say for 9Z at the moment.
It's tough. Tech 9 round, the only thing they got, and that was due to the fact that they were still saving other weapons, trying to build up the economy as well, you could argue, because the shotgun rather than a rifle in that situation. DGT needs to die, really.
Yeah, he needs the money. You need the utility. And you need to start taking some weapons away from Big. If you want to get back into this game, that reset is the biggest thing you have going for you, but there's so much money on everyone from Big. He's going to try and find at least one here in ramp room, but Big realizes with the bomb down, he's going to come in this direction. All 3 players were here, and Sin doesn't miss a beat. Immediate headshot. 9-1. Searson's got 14.6K.
Too easy for Searson as well on this repeat. Just absolutely smokes them.
Searson just buys for his teammate because he doesn't want to max out his economy. And yeah, those faces say it all.
Twice we've seen 9Z on the stage, you and I, Jason, and twice it hasn't been going very well for them.
Yeah, maybe it's our fault.
That's kind of what I insinuated without meaning to. Buddha quick. Searson didn't, oh, he didn't know he heard it though. He heard it now. He's blinded. He gets caught out. NQZ gets the kill. That's going to allow 2 of them to wrap and saves his teammate in doing so. tabseN can't get a kill, but he does try to do some damage through the outside catwalk. Good turn from Crimbo, but now it's Tech9s again, and they've got a lead.
Yeah, stop buying AKs. Just buy Tech9s. That's all you need.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a huge kill to get. Crimbo pushing up because he knows he's going to get wrapped from behind, so he's trying to get himself into a position of safety. They must capitalize on this 9Z. 4 on 2. Minute and 12 seconds remaining. But Keto, this position is such an X factor. This could pull the round right back into Big's favor.
He walks forward. He sees the bomb as well.
Yeah, he missed it. The gun actually obscured his vision, but he's going to find it now. There's the feet. Easy kill.
Oh no, they know it now. He doesn't, he jumps down. Oh, he got there though. The Tech9 couldn't get the kill, and Keto didn't realize he stopped on the top of that roof, and now it's back to a 2-on-2, and Digit on a single digit DGT of 1 HP to try and work this with David, so it turns. They nearly got away with a Quillever round, but you're right, Keto had position. David.
Can Keto hear these footsteps? I think he can. That might have given it up. A lot of this is down to timing, especially with this low HP, but Sin is aware. I think Keto called it out. And as you mentioned, just 1 HP remaining in a 1v2. It looked oh so promising there for a moment. What a round from Keto to flank up on the silo. And what are you supposed to do here? 20 seconds left. Bomb is dropped outside, far away outside.
He's looking to try and get some utility off.
I think it's just the op and save.
Yeah, 1 HP though. They hear that. Oh yeah, he saw it. He saw it. Goes back for it. Keto obviously was ready to fire at that one. 10-1 in favor of Big.
That time, at least some problems introduced into the situation by 9Z, but handled fantastically by Big, by the defense. Searson gets blinded and caught on the wall. tabseN couldn't handle it, didn't realize how close they were. This is the saving grace. Even the drop down, a little bit fortunate, but he'll take it. Nice moves from Keto. Round 12.
Still looking for an opening outside. Hasn't had much success. 1 in 10. He's been trying to get so much map control. He's just not able to do anything with it when he gets there. A number of times he's been shut down. Searson again going to rotate his AWP back over to the turnpike position to try and spot anyone rotating into ramp, and that's where they are trying to go with the Molotov. He's ready. Molotov to him this time. I think he might even, oh, the flash changes. I thought he was just going to go forward. I could see him just going battle op in that situation.
All right, 5 on 4. Searson gonna have the deep angle, see if anyone swings in towards ramp room. They all avoid his gaze, but down low, you have Crimbo over towards control side. You've got tabseN on the flank. You've got Keto behind the bomb site. They're both just gonna challenge. They're not even gonna wait for 9Z to start pushing forward and spring any kind of a trap. They're just gonna heads up duel and win them both. 9Z is so flat right now.
About to get flattened in this round too. Good shot, DGT finally getting one going for a shot to Sin, but look at Crimbo's position. He switched over to the M4 as well.
He's got a kill. They should know he's down here still, and that's the main problem. They don't even have to contend with him because Keto's taking everyone out. There's the push from Crimbo. He got bored. 11-1, 10-round lead.
Yeah,
and remember,
9Z doesn't look composed at all. They've got no game plan.
They're done. I mean, the round where they just have to save basically in a 5-on-5, it turned into a 4-on-5 where they save in ramp room with no utility. Like, confidence over to Big, but that's also so demoralizing because you realize you have no idea what you're doing.
Yep, no openings to be found.
Well, they got Tech9s here.
Best chances they've had. A single round and a 2-on-2 in the previous that fell apart. It was actually a 4-on-2. Yeah, that's straight fair. Better phrase. It was a 4-on-2 that fell apart. Nade damage significant as they're already outside. tabseN's able to collect and add additional damage as well as a kill on top of it. Searson's even got one more, and he's going to go up to the AC to look above the smoke. That actually allows DGT a bit further. David, again, these Tech9s. That was just a clothesline. Crimbo firing. Max walked directly into it.
All right, a little bit of a play from DJT here, but nothing to find. And again, the bomb is dropped elsewhere, so even if he gets a kill, he's going to have to come back for it. 1 minute and 10 seconds, 1v4. No nades and a Galil. He doesn't even know where the best opportunity is. How could you? Gonna wander right into Searson with that AWP. Missed shot, but Searson gets away. And DJT's gonna let him fall into safety.
Shot from Searson to close it out. And yeah, this is just going through the motions, I think, at this point. Still got the flags there, but not a lot of emotion behind it for the fans right now.
20 kills total for 9Z across all 5 players. And we're 13 rounds in already. Here we go. Utility towards the upper bomb site. Not yet pulled the trigger. Gonna re-execute, but Keto on top of the silo gets the first. Traded off. Sin waiting behind the smoke at door. Primbo up top, gonna spray down one. Again, a good trade from 9Z, but they've got a long way to go, and they've got to deal with this guy.
Sin.
Flanked.
You're right. Sin already with the 1 kill. He's able to turn it back. NQZ sneaks in, does get the shot onto him. Searson, though, you're right, was right behind the whole time. No mistake at all. The P250 goes to the op. The switching of the weapon, though, costs too much time. And NQZ able to pull this back down to finally a one-on-one. 5 kills for him in this game, 2 in this round. Tabson's going to push through. Oh, he's going to push through off angle. NQZ wins it. Another round for 9Z.
Scrappy, and they needed it. Good trading, though, at least in this round. At least there's something positive to talk about. That's not necessarily mistakes from Big. That's good, solid trading from 9Z. But it's not nearly enough. Looking for a third in this final round of the first half.
It goes without saying, need a third in this half. Just happy to get one on the board. It's good to see they're still at least mentally invested to some extent.
Yeah, good. I mean, get happy when you can. There's been so few opportunities in this game for 9Z to get excited about anything, and Tapson, he's like, whatever, I'm gonna push again. I'm just gonna go for it one more time. This time, it's DJT for the quick headshot. This might be one of the few, maybe like the first time actually, that 9Z's had a man advantage.
Big miss of smoke. They're gonna double through it. Good find, DJT, Max, and Puda. Now they're going, and has to say, Big, maybe just letting off the brakes a little bit, pressing the gas too firmly, because a little bit zealous, I think, to push through with that much commitment in this round.
I think you're trying to take charge of like the mental. You're trying to take advantage of the mental state of 9Z, which you have to think is a lack of focus due to just getting battered over and over again. Maybe they're missing a detail. Maybe they just kind of slip their gaze away from watching for that push. So I think Big's trying to capitalize on that, and obviously doesn't work. Searson, a chance for a 1v3. If he pushes door, he's dead.
Oh, he lagged David. Doesn't matter. David's going to put him down. Third round, 2 in a row to close out the half for 9Z. A little bit of perhaps overcommitment from Big in the last round, but they have a heavy lead. We'll see if they can close out map 1. 9Z's choice after the half.
Why is he just like the player everyone wants to be? Like the flicky, stylish AWPer and the aggressive rifler? Like, what's going on?
Sabemos o que vocês sussurram. Eles perderam o protetor. É nossa hora de atacar. Mostre a eles que sabemos o que vocês sussurram. É nossa hora de atacar. Mostre a eles quem nós somos.
Vamos falar a verdade? Quando você pensa em refrigerante, você não pensa em Fizz. E o motivo é muito simples. Fizz contém menos marketing. E menos jogador de futebol fazendo merchan. Na verdade, a gente nem tem dinheiro pra isso. Menos jingle falando que pipoca com Fizz é um programão. Qualquer refrigerante com pipoca fica bom. Menos dancinha em redes sociais. Menos mascotinho 3D.
Com 50% menos açúcar.
E menos mensagens subliminares.
Beba Fizz.
Com 50% menos açúcar, Fizz contém menos marketing.
Ei, já sentiu que a vida até parece um game? Bora se divertir nesse desafio do shorts.
Mostra um momento que eu dou um game.
Tipo o seu talento pra mãe de planta. Ou de pet.
É só puxar um short com a hashtag não game. Se ligou, minha página? Ai, ai, ai.
Novo Citroën C3. Não siga caminhos, faça o seu.
Three at half. Big had everything they wanted as they started out on the CT side. Really just walked all over the map and took everything away. 9Z didn't even look like they had a clue where they were sometimes, but still managed to get two before we reached the break. And maybe, Jason, maybe there's a chance on the CT side.
Yeah, it took them about 12 rounds to figure out where they were exactly, and then they clawed back those last two, so they've got a 3-round gap of breathing space in this second half. But it's the CT side of Nuke. Let's see if they can come back. However, Big, a very strong tactical team. Curious to see what they'll come out with. 9Z has to play a near perfect half here to make this comeback happen. And this crowd has seen a lot of comebacks that fall at the very end. This would just be one more heartbreak to add onto the pile. Big challenging at range, trying to cross with no utility. They have forced NQZ into a shy position. Doesn't want to take that refight. Ooh, the leg was spotted. The leg was spotted, and the P250 is perfect from Searson.
Kiddo realizes there's a push. Oh no, the aim is everywhere. Max is gonna get that one. Barely took any damage despite that there was, what, 10 shots fired from that Glock? Sin, still at the door though, is able to shut down Squeaky, and it goes further than that. P250 Buddha gone. And it is still the two-man advantage now as a result of those two frags for Big. Just NQZ and DGT left in this one.
Look at the position he's in. Look at the task he's got. He's got to guess which side the attack is going to come from first, and he's got the first contact he makes has to be like a one-bullet headshot so that he can turn and adjust for the rest of the attack.
Oh, he got that.
Oh, he's got it.
He's going to turn. Needs to get the rest of the attack. He does. Doubled up, so he's giving his teammate a chance. DGT found Tabson pushing through, and that started it all. DGT is going to go to the same position up above. Bomb's going to be planted. It's on the far side of the silos, however, so he won't have vision of it. And he won't have vision of Crimbo retreating as well. He gets shot out from Squeaky. That's going to give them the information. He drops down immediately as a result, and Crimbo backs further away. They just want to play the time. Don't give him any chance at these headshots. Taps it. And he knows that there's got to be a peek from Hut. The second player has to have gone in there. Couldn't have gone back that far after the bomb plant. He goes for Crimbo, sees the shoulder, but he's baited, and he's getting pulled further and further, and you're absolutely right. Without a kit, he's too far removed. He might just go all the way through and back towards spawn on this one. The round over. It's going to be Big on 13-3. Good shots. Not enough. Crimbo even gets the final kill.
I love it. That's a great 2v1 from Big. They didn't even give him a chance. They just used mobility and movement and positioning to just outplay him. Boos from the crowd. 13-3, a 10-round lead. And that pistol round might be... That pistol round for Big might just be insurmountable now for 9Z.
Yeah, the pistol round was really the best hope 9Z had at a chance back into this CT side as well. You don't have that second round strength that you get for planting a bomb and being able to get into the Galils, which are very strong and viable. Instead, they've Got a 5-7, a Deagle, MP9,
They have
two
to.
of them, but the Scout has gotten better again lately in the current meta, but yeah, obviously they have to force into it. They just don't have the same hope. Ooh, they do have David can hit those shots. 2 on the Deagle, tried to line up a third, a little bit too slow, taps in. He gets the kill, and Searson adds a compliment on top of that.
Yeah, he was taking his time with that final shot with the Deagle. Good job from Sin. He's done great work in this position, obviously mostly on the CT side in the first half. Gets another kill as a player tries to rotate up vents, and Max, this is a save it. Can't win this 1v3, especially without a kit. Bring it forward into the next round, see what you can do. Throw up a prayer. I think 9Z is going to have to buy in the next round as well. I think this is just forced by every single round and hope you can get a win. Too far back to save. Searson's going to try and make sure that Scout cannot be brought forward. Ooh, there's the tag. That's not ideal. Tough situation, and he's got it at the end of the day.
I'm surprised he stayed with the Scout on that. Just go for a flying pistol. Jump down.
Or let him be out there. Don't even take the shot. Just chill. Searson was aware of the Scout. He heard the scope. Turns quickly. This was maybe a chance, maybe a hope in the round for 9Z with those 2 kills, but everyone else gets shut down entirely. 14-3, big 2 rounds away from taking the first map, from taking away 9Z's map pick. And 9Z have not bought into this round. They are going to stick with Deagles and P250s, no armor, so they're going to play for a 12-round comeback.
That's all they can do. Searson already inside of the site, wrapping around. He'll take David down.
It's so cool from Big, just back-to-back upper rushes. They're like, whatever, like we're just going to do like a full execute. We're going to do it fast pace. We're not going to give you any time to pick anyone off with these Deagles. No time to get tricky with the P250. We're just going to get into the bomb site and run you over because we know we can. And it's going to be 15-3.
Sin starting his work force forward with the MAC-10, trying to track down the remaining CTs. One of them is DGT. He finds Sin with a shot, but that gives Keto a chance to wrap in. Crimbo running and gunning. Tech 9 takes out Max. This one's done. We know that. Bomb already planted and about to explode, but we'll see if there's any chance 9Z can get a few kills on the board. Not going to happen. I think they're all coming down as well. It's not quite. Crimbo dies to the bomb instead of XQC, but taps out right there. He is. There he is.
There it is. Just to prove you wrong.
Of course, I can never be right.
All right, well, yeah, let's just start with this one. Let's go 1 by 1. Round 19.
If loving you is wrong, Jason, I don't want to be right.
Yeah, baby. Off in the hands of NQZ. M4's around it. No kits on the board is the biggest thing that 9Z is lacking. They've got plenty of utility. And a pick in towards the door. Burning in the Molotov as well. Got to back away from heavy utility. And 9Z really emphasized putting a stop to any fast upper play that they've encountered in the previous 2 rounds.
Sin in. Inside of the smoke as well. He's got an angle. Oh, he's missed it though with a flash coming through. He couldn't get that headshot. Buddha gets him get away because he was a bit, I think, timid in that situation.
Yeah.
He didn't want to walk out and catch a bullet.
Timid, and he's spent the last 18 rounds being put in his place by Big, so understandably a little bit shy to take that fight, a little bit scared. Max outside, and he's actually even worried about someone lurking in towards the big garage.
Check again from Max to see if anyone's there. Spots it this time. Not going to challenge it. Just repositions with the information. Problem is he gives up more map. And okay, DGT comes over to help support that. I was going to say they get closer to Secret without much challenge. They're scared to make mistakes, I think, right now, 9Z. They're backed off so much. They will cross over. Searson a bit slow to react on that one, but he knows one's over toward Big Garage now, at least. They don't want to get themselves caught in this situation, and Searson reads what Max was up to, and they go down a man.
I think a little bit of a defensive setup mistake from 9Z. They have the AWP at the back of ramp room that is just now starting to shift away, but they also had an M4 there with them. That's a lot of resources over on ramp room, especially when you have the deep angle of the AWP. Those are resources they could have used outside, could have used towards upper, but 2 quick kills. Add a third, Buddha on top of the hut, and David pounces.
Searson back out. They've made this close. Searson, no, he's pulled it back. Buddha falls right into it. Time's done. But man, oh man, he Definitely gave it a go, old Searson, at the end. He stays alive with the op, so no money, but has the gun, and that'll certainly be welcomed, considering they can somewhat force around it.
And that's absolutely fine, finding that second kill from Searson. They really wanted to take the op away, and they get punished. That's weapons taken away, so still no money able to be built up, which is not too significant, obviously, now that bigger at 15, but at least it gives you a little bit of comfort if you're 9Z that you can be able to rebuy and get full utility into the next round. And at this point, you take any comfort you can get. Buddha's got to drop down to the SMG, the MP9. Searson's going to take a quick peek towards the upper bomb site. Ooh, I like this. Eats a nade. Yikes. Eats a nade. What a transfer down.
Okay, 19 kills now for Searson.
That's called taking the bull by the horns. They've got the upper bomb site once again.
Got a shot at DGT, transfers. They pull it back somewhat, but Sin is there to cancel that out. And he's going to go right forward as well toward main entry. He gets two. Max and David both down to the headshots of the P250 and QZ. He's caught with a nade, trying to transfer his weapon, and Sin's going to close it all. Inside the smoke, he commits a multiple Sin and a multiple murder to close out this game, 16-4. In favor of Big.
What an unreal way to close it. Not too much to say about this one. This was all Big start to finish. 9Z was shook. They got lost in their own game plan. And there's not really a whole lot positive. They'll have to take a break, talk things over, get ready, because Just 2 is next, and Big is strong on that map. And we'll see how it goes when we come back from the break.
Maniac style.
Okay, it's AMD is also the wrong way. Warte.
Also.
Oh mein Gott, wo denn?
Ich hab erstmal durch.
Oh mein Gott, Mann, das ist so schlecht.
Das ist ja so schlecht.
Oh mein Gott. What's now?
Das ist my sense, Alter. Das ist my sense.
I just upped my sense as well, man. Do you have
one nade, I think they want to
yeah.
No, they don't want.
I smoke him off.
Bisschen schleichen, TT, komm.
Ah! One more. No.
Nice.
50 HP.
I don't know.
Vamos, caralho! Okay.
I don't mind. I play like
so
this.
Is it normally? Like, is it a normal game?
What the fuck?
Grandes times se formam com grandes líderes. Líderes que inspiram você a se superar e encontrar o momento perfeito para agir.
Estiloso por fora, poderoso por dentro. Lenovo Legion.
Driblou o goleiro.
Ele usou a força.
E o que é?
Realidade virtual de ponta, Flynn.
Parece até uma coisa do futuro, né?
A Flynn viajou para Londres do futuro. Viu alguma coisa que não devia ter visto. Agora o pessoal de lá tá tentando nos matar.
Nein, du hast mich geknallt. Mach links, links, rechts.
Nice. Oh, that's fucking lame. I don't trust you. It's normal at first. But then...
Yeah, I flex.
Oh my god, look what you do.
Okay.
It's like Call of Duty. What the fuck?
Hey, what is this, man?
Alter, das ist...
They play AWP, bro.
Oh.
They play AWP in this mode.
Yeah.
But it's okay, they're like 19 or something.
Well, that was a massive mediocre, to put it politely. Big with a vision to build a Great Wall of Germany on that CT side gives 9Z little to no wiggle room coming into that second half. 16-4 loss Facade. I don't know, that was just kind of uninspiring from 9Z.
It was a one-way traffic, let's say it like that, you know, and I don't think we expected this kind of a domination from Big, but it's just the T side looks so timid, so one-dimensional, so kind of super scared from 9Z, and it kind of reminded me of the very first round. Yes, they started CT on that round against, it was in the, I can't remember who they played. It was GamerLegion, yes, on Inferno. And it was super timid and just reminded me of the same thing. It's like every time they feel a little bit of pressure, they crumble completely.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising when you have the crowd cheering for you in this situation. You're kind of meant to be feeling the hype up on this very stage as well, representing some home nationalities too.
Yeah, of course, we spoke about it going into this series, and you can't play slow against a European team. You're just going to get out mid-round and they're going to make better decisions. And we wanted to see 9Z getting aggressive, going for contact plays, doing pops. And they lost a couple of them early, and they slowed the game down so much. And that's where it just fell apart, because you're not going to beat Big in those slow rounds. And they just lost so many of them that by the time they started to recover towards the end, it was already way too late.
Yeah, it was indeed. I mean, speaking of maybe some of the highlights for the side of Big Clan, you were kind of saying this was a must-win ground for 9Z if we have any hopes of going to a third as well. What was coming out so strongly from Big then, in your opinion?
I think, honestly, they just played simple, pretty default CS on the CD side of Nuke. You can do that. You can just play very standard, and they just rotated well. They're in right positions at the right time. Zerson seemed to be everywhere, so... and honestly made it look easy.
Yeah, very mobile CS from Sersson especially, and that's what you want from your open on a map like Nuke, to start ramp, start hot, start secret, start outside, and just you keep guessing where he's going to be. That's why you need to redirect your game as a team in a more fast-paced, more decisive manner, but nothing like that happened, and it was just a slaughter, like you said at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, even on the T side, Alan, you were getting pretty amped up the fact that Sersson was going throughout that hard position, just peeking and always getting picks from there. It just looked like there was no stopping them.
I mean, that last round was honestly ridiculous. I don't know what was going on. Big just on like a half buy with one AWP, just send it out A, and every mistake is just being made from 9Z, and it's just kind of the antithesis of that map as a whole. Is just almost everything was going wrong. And I think we have to look at Max and the coach and say they didn't bring the team together here. They didn't make any adaptations, any changes, and it was such a flat performance.
Well, Kazad, you were asking where Crimbo's been. He's here, baby. He has been showing up on you.
Well, yes, first map, I'm happy to see that, but he needs to continue on the second one as well. And you know, it's just good performance, but overall we can see the round number 3. This is something that we obviously have the POV only, but the thing is, what happened was 9Z tried to go for the fast hit early on. They got shut down, they lost 2 people. It was a 3v5. At that point, you have only one option to win the round. Group up, go together, try to get that opening kill, unless you have Nico or Zyvo or Simple or something like that, but they don't, so need to group up, get a one flash. What they try to do is pretty much like telephone the execute upper with the mollies and the flashes, send one guy. That's never gonna work, especially against a team that has a decent understanding of the CT positioning in a 5v3. And then we saw how that round ended. It was just a disaster, and at that point you can just clearly see where the half is going.
Well, Kazad, we're not all nasty up here. You did actually pick out one of the rounds that 9Z managed to convert, but it's kind of weird because the rounds that they did manage to get, it was just kind of weird Arsenal on this.
Yeah, round number 6, I think it was the one with the upper hit, executed half buy, where they tried to go and surprise Big. And this is something that Alan said, like, you need fast pace, you need to do something explosive. This is what they did, and it worked out pretty well. It was fairly good execute, but I wanted to point out Big and their setup there. Usually in my teams, we always had a rule as when starting on the CT side of Nuke, whenever you're facing the force buys, we start with 3 upper early on, we dump a bunch of nades, and then we send an APOIAR either ramp or outside, because if they do this, they're going to be shut down if you have 3 people there. If they go outside, you can stop them, you can rotate. If they go ramp, you can just drop off and rotate as well. So there is too many options, almost unlosable round. If you started like that, they didn't, and they got punished, but that was pretty much all that we saw from 9Z.
I think, honestly, from 9Z, it's so surprising that it's actually on the half buy is the only time they upped the pace, and they didn't learn their lesson to do it on the following gun round. So it's kind of weird like that was their best round in the first half.
I think,
and
yeah.
was barely bought into it.
I think you are spot on when you said it's on the coach and the IGL.
Yeah.
they need to spot these things. They need to be switched on and say, listen, we are explosive players are working against these guys. Let's just keep doing. Maybe we grind like 3 or 4, maybe 5 rounds, right? And then we can bring it back because we can on the CT side. Nothing like that happened, and disaster.
So what is this spelling coming into Dust 2? Because we know for Big, this is a very, very solid map. And I mean, maybe when we're looking at the stats for 9Z, might paint a nice picture, but against literally 0 European squads, only Spirit, and they lost to them.
Yes, I mean, coming into the Dust 2, obviously if they pick the CT side, that's going to be good for them. But I'm looking at Big there. Like, have they learned their lesson from Bad News Eagles, right? If I'm coach, if I'm GoB, if I'm Tabsen, like, I need to look at that game and just see, like, okay, how do we deal with this aggression? Usually how you want to do it is if you have problems against aggressive CT sides, you want to group up, you want to go for an early long push, long pop, B pop, something like that. You want to avoid default altogether because you're getting picked off by aggressive plays. So this is where I would go if I'm GoB, but let's see, I guess.
Yeah, we actually heard from GoB and Tabsen around that game yesterday against Greyhound, and they said they had watched that Bad News Eagles game back. They had made a lot of changes, especially to how Tabsen was calling. He admitted himself that he had a disastrous game leading up against Bad News Eagles. So, yeah, it is one of 9Z's better maps, but fundamentally, the errors they made on that map, it doesn't matter what map it is. You have to come in with the right game plan. It's the same story. If they're passive, if they're slow, if they string out these rounds, I'm sorry, but Big are going to smash them. They're just so much more of a comprehensive as a team.
And that's where I'm personally really nervous for 9Z, because we've had them up on this very stage time and time again. It's always that passive nature, Cassad, that just really comes through for 9Z. I feel like the nerves are shining
and that's even worse for like a defensive opener on Dust 2. That's the worst thing you can do. Like, because you need to get that ground early on short, on mid control. That opener needs to be aggressive in those areas. He cannot go long unless he has a spawn or B. That limits him to like underpass and, you know, middle or short or something like that. If he doesn't get aggressive there, he's not going to get anything. They're going to end up losing the same way they did the first map.
Alan, you were on the 9Z hype train. Have you changed your tracks, changed your course of direction?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That first game was just so dominant. They're making way too many mistakes. And I think for Max, individually and as a leader, the amount on his shoulders right now, he had a shocking first map there. And now he's got to rally the troops, call a better T-side, play well individually, carry the game. I mean, the list is just enormous, and I just don't feel like he can tick all the boxes.
Yeah, an endless list of tasks definitely coming into this one, and potentially an even taller task as it is Big's map pick coming into things. We know the hurt that they can deliver on Dust 2, and potentially a spot at the Legend stage is going to be on the line for them. Join us back with Sadakist and Moses after this break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Didn't know. Very, very confident. Maybe my favorite answer so far. Okay.
The most underrated challenger team.
Very many people are underrating them right now because, like,
chega de sentir esse vazio. Chegou o bisão, a embalagem gigante de bis. Mais bis na caixa, mais bis para dividir.
O destino só prende se você deixar. Faça o que for necessário. Não porque estava escrito. Nós vamos fazer o nosso destino.
PlayStation.
Tamo em guerra.
Terrorismo faz bem pros negócios.
Ninguém é 141 ou Los Vaqueiros, mas uma equipe. Tem que agir rapidamente. Isso precisa de violência e força. Isso é comigo.
Reserve o Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 digitalmente e jogue a campanha até uma semana antes.
PlayStation. I think they're really good. I mean, maybe not the last few results, but in general, I think they have a tough playstyle as well. We always call them boring, but it's because they always have guns, they're always saving.
In the start, they were a bit shaky, but they started to perform pretty good.
Yeah.
And yeah, if they keep performing like this.
I think it's hard to say, but I would say GamerLegion just because I think they're kind of an unknown to a lot of people. Don't think that people expected them to get through the RMR, but now they've done it, I think the expectations are still there, but people aren't really expecting much from them to get through, but I think they've got a lot of skill on their team at least.
Yeah, if they hit the day or Echo plays like he has done so far, then I think it's super scary as well, because it's really hard to like prep them or anything, because they're so new as well. So yeah, I would say that's a good choice. Yeah.
I think it might be us, to be honest.
Yeah?
I think
I kind of like this. Okay, go on.
Yeah, because I think everyone knows, like, Nation, for example, maybe probably some players said this, said Nation, because of home crowd buff and stuff, but I think people forgot about our form in the majors normally, and I hope we can prove them wrong again, and that's why I would pick us, because I think everyone else is like, for them, set in stone, and I don't think the teams which maybe probably some people count out are that strong.
I must say the same as Gob. Like, when I think about the teams, like for example Fnatic, you already know, like, oh, okay, they're a good upcoming team, but you wouldn't be so surprised, I would say. But yeah, I would say us as well, because the last months haven't been the great.
So you guys have been like picking up on this vibe that maybe like you're being being like undervalued almost, and so this is where now you're confident that you're going to come in and kind of.
That's good. People forgot about us a little bit. It's good. And, yeah. Let's hope that we can show it.
I like this. Okay, I like this. This is, out of all the ways this could have gone, very, very confident. Maybe my favorite answer so far.
Well, that's one way of putting it for Astralis. Jason! I like 9Z. I think they shoot real hard. I think they're going to create some waves. Are you still feeling that way now?
That's a really awkward time to air that segment, so thank you very much, ESL Production, for really throwing a giant bus at me. And Yanko, he was there with me.
That's fine.
My boy had my back.
Yanko's probably driving the bus.
Yeah, he probably is. Oh, yeah, it's, well, certainly the reasons that we consider them to be underrated previously were not on display there on Nuke. Not on display for a lot of this challenger stage as well. This team needs to snap back into shape to the level of expectations that at least Yanko and I had for him. I'd like to see them do something here on Dust 2, and certainly need to have a little bit more energy, a little bit more power behind him in this map.
And we're into the pistol. Max already pushing middle with the dualies, has DGT behind him for support. Again, big pick this. They lean on it given that they've played so many matches now with it, potentially with the stand-in. That's a lot of the reasoning behind it. But 9Z, no stranger to this map, so this is a chance still for them to get back into it. Not with shots like that from Tabson. Head removed from Max, who just can't get it going. He's the one that's trying to be aggressive. He's getting in positions where there is potential, but then he's just getting dropped. You can see the same fate. David will take out Tabson, who tries to switch guns, but that just sends a warning to Sin, who hits a headshot onto him as well. A lot of headshots coming out right now in these pistol rounds.
Sin's been great to just step into this team when they needed him and actually perform at a high level. Searson's got information on one player. He's controlling this for his team. He's telling them, everyone chill, everyone wait. I'm in a great position, and as they come through the smoke, Searson's got that easily.
He's in the bathroom between breaks, between maps, as one does. And the teams are expected to, that's their time. And I had to laugh. Searson was even waiting outside the bathroom for Sin, like, taking care of the child, getting back to the desk. And
I'll show you where to go, buddy.
Yeah, making sure he's comfortable and composed with the team.
He had a cool interview as well. He talked about, the pressure of playing in this environment and on the stage, and he was just like, I view the pressure as kind of a privilege to be here in this situation, which is a cool mindset to have coming into it. And I mean, he's stepping up for the team. Definitely in this series, putting together a pretty solid performance. Still waiting for 9Z to arrive in this qualification game.
And it is a qualification game. That's the key. It's not an elimination match. It's not like they're sitting there shaking and thinking, oh my God, if this is all we get done, we're going to be hugely disappointed. Yes, there'll be disappointment, but it's not like this was what their tournament life relied on. I know there's a lot of hypothetical in that because, yeah, okay, sure, if they win this, they get through, and they wouldn't have to play another game. But again, there's still a chance for them to recover.
Smoke saves his life, but also blocks off vision from NQZ to keep fighting. He gets a nice headshot, brought it into a 4-on-4. AK-47 going to be recovered. And Big is going to remain on catwalk. They want to challenge. Max might just, walk right into it. Little gap in the corner of that tag from the scout. That might make things a little bit nervous. Searson's going to back away.
Yeah, trying to hit that no-scope as he dropped back. Could use a bit of luck like that to get them into these rounds.
Buddha's shifting back towards B, and I almost wanted to say, you know what, you might as well stick around. You're at a man deficit, pistols and a scout. Just stay with your team and just see if they come in this direction. Big is re-executing on catwalk now. Molotov out of a position. The scout needs to land. David forced out into the open to the other side. Misses the initial salvo, misses the follow-up, and that is going to expose him to Sin, but he's got the no-scope onto the head.
Yeah, he was looking for fast flicks, almost spamming with the scout. No scope when he needed it, but unfortunately, too far gone was the round, and the plant was coming through. Big takes now their second round. So 9Z not yet on Dust 2. He'll get something going. That's not a bad shot.
Not at all, but the other ones with the scope being used were not the prettiest thing in the world. 2-0 for Big.
No, I think he's, again, they're almost kind of playing scared. He's rushing that shot because he thinks if he slows down to take his aim, they're just going to beat him with the hit, right? So
Buddha's picked up a UMP and armor.
All right, cool. Don't know if that was in line with the desires of the team.
No, but NQZ has a Zeus. Let's see if that comes to play. Good flash from Keto. Takes out one half of that crossfire towards lower dark as well, and the MAC-10 just going to work, starting to chew him up.
I think that would have been the perfect opportunity to utilize the Zeus. Okay, now he might still get a chance because he's got to pull them there, right? He needed Max almost to bait them into this position. He getting the single kill. If they do go hunting, oh no, he's switched back. Okay, now he's ready for it. Oh dear, Crimbo denies. I would love to get a Zeus on the major tally kill sheet before too long, but it's not going to be in this round. 3-0 now for Big.
A little scrappy in those rounds. Good to see 9Z taking the fight to him at the very least, not coming out on top. They're going to start picking up the AWPs. And NQZ just trying to pull him into that Zeus, but a nice quick shot. Yeah, we wanted it too. 3-0. Up in the hands of NQZ. Buddha, by virtue of buying the UMP and armor in the last round, has to go again to the MP9 with armor in this one. Tagged. And Searson was doing that to Greyhound and Sicko all day yesterday.
So Max, this is where he tried to go in the pistol round. He's got two teammates to work with it. That one will work out brilliantly. NQZ then confident that mid's covered, takes out Keto down below. DGT firing into taps, and the gun round's going much better as he switches over to the pistol. 6 HP, but just Searson remaining. Great setup from 9Z that time. They didn't fall back at all. They weren't scared. They went back to the tactics that Max wanted to work, as I mentioned, in that pistol round that unfortunately immediately got shut down.
Yeah, Buddha's in position in upper dark as well to be able to kind of push down the stairs when the round is over and grab an AK-47 upgrade away from this MP9. It's just Searson chilling. He's got a long time to do it as well, a minute. 9Z have to be a little bit careful about this, though. I think they have to realize, too, like, they need the economy to get established before they go on any kind of a crazy hunt. They might send one player because there's so much time, but got to be very careful. He's picked off. That's David. How many more bodies do they want to risk? How many more weapons do they want to risk to find this AWP?
Be lovely to get it out of his hands, though. What a weapon to take away. He's looking the right direction this time. Okay, I take it back. X-ray misleading. I thought he was actually inside cave. He's that long by the pit is DGT.
9Z's content to just let him have it. They know they want to build up the money. They want to keep 4 players alive. So Searson's going to get away with the AWP, but 9Z's going to have their first round of the board much earlier than Nuke. It was 0-6 before 9Z was able to get on the board on the first map. Now they get it in round 4. Can they build? This would be a great opportunity to get some things going your way and start feeling a little bit more comfortable into this map. Nicely done for Max. As you mentioned on Nuke, he had a really rough time of things. Really rough time getting comfortable in fights. So that's a nice opening kill to get some confidence beneath you. Fist bumps all around, and we're live into round number 5. Full buy again from Big. We're going to see if Searson can get another tag on the cross, but this time he peeks it a little bit late. Was looking for aggression that didn't come.
No. Back off after putting a bit of aggression into mid. Shooting nades across the map now. New meta. This one's for you, Max. Really bit of utility deployed at Catwalk. The Molotov you saw was by the T's though, because they want to get toward the stairs at the very least, and it's DGT that's going to reposition off this. Has to get back toward the ramp, so he's not caught out. Down below at CT, he's actually relevant and viable to deny this take. Again, Catwalk for Big. But not committed just yet. In fact, going back. And this could be on the fact that there's been no activity over toward B. They have left Crimbo there. He's not close enough to get a ton of information based on audio cues, but he hasn't seen anything going on in the tunnels either. No utility or anything deployed. That nade's well timed.
That's a good piece of defensive utility for Max as well to stall out any kind of mid to B at that point. So Big just coming back to Catwalk, perhaps to just reestablish some presence, maybe a little bit of utility to make the defense honest, but they still have that option of falling back. They have the timing on the mid smoke. 22 seconds. Keto's going to drop down in CT spawn, try and help reverse clear things, and he's spotted a player at box, but the time is an issue.
Max is in trouble. Max is in trouble. He still manages one. That'll help because Buddha falls inside the window. You're right, 10 seconds. He has so much to do in this 10 seconds, though, but the bomb's still outside. They didn't pick it up until now. There's no chance to plant. It's over. 90's going to win out the round just by surviving.
I think Searson just kind of lost himself and forgot that he had the bomb. He was still watching for the push of that smoke. Maybe he's not the usual bomb carrier with that AWP. Oftentimes, he's a little bit more passive in middle on those mid to B splits for Big, where he's watching to cut off the rotations. This time, he's just way too deep. He's paused. It hit the ground.
It's Max that actually got the shot on that first kill, and no one identified it.
Okay.
Yeah, look, bomb just dropped, and yep, they realized it.
All right, fair play. We're not going to criticize Searson for that one. I take it all back. But no one realized the bomb hit the deck, and time was a massive problem. 1 round lead for Big. They got plenty of weapons they were able to move forward with. Keto's got utility, even with a little bit of money. And a timeout taken from Big. Gabi's going to get involved. They had no pressure on Nuke. They didn't have to take a single one. This time, Gabi going to have an early conversation with the squad here on Dust 2. Hopefully that first map spanking really woke up 9Z.
I hope so, for their own sake and for everyone's sake watching, not just the fans in the arena, but you know, even Big fans. You want to see a challenge.
Second tag for Searson.
See some good Counter-Strike. You're absolutely right. He tags up DGT again. Max and Buddha with an early push once more from 9Z and toward the tunnels.
Big's out of money. If 9Z can find a win where they eliminate everyone, they're going to be sitting pretty. NQZ gives up the angle. This is awkward. He's shifting position. This is the perfect time for Keto. Here comes the utility. Oh, what a great shot. What a great peek out and a flick over. And a long defense that's very strong.
David behind the door, not checked. Tapson able to shut him down immediately though, but DJT still here. Went for anti-flash. They didn't look. I thought he was done. I thought he was looking the wrong way. He might have the wrong utility out this time though. Crimbo beats him to the punch and he will fall. It's Max that works back up Catwalk, however. They have not taken long. They have not gotten toward the site, and it's going to be a flank with Searson not looking. Doesn't even matter. NQZ hits that shot first. Bomb to be gathered by Crimbo. 43 seconds. He could get this back over toward B.
Yeah, he can go for this. He absolutely should go for this. No money in the bank. See what you can create. There's a gap, a huge gap in the defense as Crimbo moves down the mid-ramp. And he's got to take a risk somewhere. Okay, he calls it off, goes back towards middle. Here's these footsteps as well. Max is in trouble. Max is peeking towards the B bomb site, but look at Buddha. Buddha's waiting to see if he's going to push further out middle. Now he's got the information. And he should start hustling over to the B bomb site because Crimbo's making his play.
He is. He's not going to go back. He's not going to try and divide them with a secondary rotation toward A. He's going to take the fight directly. Information again. Crimbo knows he can't commit to that fight, though. He has to plant. 6 seconds. Gotta go, Buddha. Gotta go. He's let him slip away. This could actually work out. He's alone right now. Buddha goes down. Oh, my. Big could have stole that back. But 9Z just barely hold on.
I'll tell you what, that's a little bit of the hesitance and indecision that we've seen from 9Z that makes it really uncomfortable to feel confident that they're actually getting into this game. Buddha kind of stuck between two decisions. Not assertive on the initial play to come in and stop the plant. He was worried for a fake and a repeat, but then frozen out in the open still. He's worried that he's in a situation where he's going to leave his teammate in a 1v1. Thankfully, he wins it, doesn't have to worry, and a second timeout now for Big.
I think if he looks at time, though, he get him off the bomb, even if he loses that 1v1.
I think there was 8 seconds. I think there was time. I think there was time for the
It might have been
plant.
6 on the fight, you're right. So maybe he got back in. There was 8 when he got to the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he was thinking there was a chance on that. I would have pushed it. But then I'm not the server, am I?
No, you are not.
For obvious reason.
Second timeout for Big in the early going here on Dust 2. Yesterday against Greyhound, Big's T side, it was the T side of Greyhound that gave Big issues. Their own T side was just dominant. So let's see how many rounds 9Z can put on the board. Tech 9s. Light investment from Big with Deagles as well. Utility and armor. Searson saving up with a Glock for an AWP. And heavy presence towards the B bomb site, towards Upper Dark early for Big.
Incendiary.
It's late.
It is. They're through. Buddha. He waits for it, but not late enough because it cuts off 3. They get the first 2 with the rifles. Bomb is dropped. They're going to swing the smoke. Max will tuck himself into the closet a little bit further. That'll allow Buddha a bit more chance to wiggle and work as well. He gets taken down by Tabson. It doesn't matter. 4-3. Good hold 9Z. And that was all in the fact that they broke the economy, which is now back and intact for Big.
It's a party. 4-3.
A carnival of Counter-Strike.
All back in the hands of Searson. He's got 2 tags so far in the game on the cross. Let's see if he goes for a third. AK-47's around it. And we play on in round number 8.
David shot.
Oh, my Lord.
Got Kiddo down. Max. Damage in, couldn't get it, he falls off. DGT's there, tries to go anti-flash on that, that's a straight peek. Needed to be ready for the engagement instead, and NQZ, though, does at least get Searson, so Crimbo left to a 1-on-3. 9Z can still hold this round.
And this time it feels like there was a cool plan behind the aggression. You had 2 players fighting on catwalk, you had an AWP deep to help protect as well. That's a tough one to give up. Crimbo now in a 1v2. He had a 1v3 earlier just 2 rounds ago. Now a little bit easier, a minute to work with. He's got the bomb in hand as well. And 9Z players are going to coordinate, get close together, a crossfire in middle to be able to react and respond to each other's contact.
Opens it up, good find. David snuck back out. I was going to say he could run that to tunnels. David had to respond. So they cut off the bomb with a 2-on-1 and a crossfire, 2-trade situation. But now 5-3 Big. This is starting to be a bit of pressure on them now.
Yeah.
Change from the last map, certainly.
That's a great shift, though. It's a beautiful shift over towards catwalk for David to say, look, I'm going to come close to you, and I'll be able to respond and react based off what you see. And even though he loses the fight, he's there to pick up the pieces. Back to pistols, this time unarmored, although it looks like they're still talking about things. I think this is a little disorganization of not wanting to use a 3rd timeout this early in the game and coming up with a plan late in the freeze time. Not the biggest deal in the world, but as you mentioned, shows a little bit of pressure starting to build for Big.
Max. Big pistols. That's not ideal. 1 only with the rifle, and it's given away. There's no one to recover it. And now they have something a little stronger to work with. Not now. Buddha's taking that back. Headshot. Kiddo didn't have the head armor, couldn't withstand the damage. They could grab that again. Smoke down on the dead body as well. And 1 in the hands of Crimbo. He's able to reach it with the pillar still protecting, so doesn't even need the utility just to get the weapon. Ooh, that's deep. Buddha, ooh, bouncing. Flashed in. Couldn't work it. I knew he would go for the peek because he saw the smoke go past him. But the flash not successful, and Crimbo's going to add another to this. Another rifle as well that sits in the tunnel. has to be watched. But DGT needs to check middle first. They smoke it, they grab it, they run it. Kimbo's only on 9, he can be shut down. High HP close, inaccuracy, Dowie gets the kill in. DGT soften them up, that'll allow David back through, but Sin brings it to a one-on-one. This M4 is a huge problem. Back toward the bomb, 35 seconds. Worried, however, that NQZ is closer. He's on an AWP in this position.
Oh, he's gonna go through tunnels. This is risky though. That opens up an avenue if Sin was to work up the courage to move over to the A bomb site, but that's such an unlikely prospect that NQZ is willing to take the risk. I wonder, because Sin is taking his time to get into the bomb site and put the bomb planted.
Yeah, he's gonna look.
Yeah, he's looking towards halls now, but when he gets the bomb planted, is he gonna be aware of the possibility? There's timing here for NQZ.
He's got the call that he's low on HP, obviously, from his teammates, so Sin with 22 as NQZ on the pistol, and the pistol prevails through the edge, a headshot even, to make it now 6 for 9Z.
Yeah, but that's a very sketchy round. I think Big is gonna be pleased with the damage they've done in a round like that with the buy they had. And as you mentioned, that M4 was so costly to drop early on. That provided so much. DJT, that was a very shaky round. That should have very easily been a double kill for him, but a little bit nervous it seems. 9Z still up 3. Money's a problem though. They haven't been able to build anything up by virtue of 4 kills in that round, 4 kills in the previous round. Big have this economy at a breaking point.
Searson just waiting patiently. Don't be misled, that X-ray is not in behind the box, not through the door. Max is on the safe side of middle. Secondary op for him this time. And he's trying to see underneath if anyone wants to work out from suicide, but they're going for the boost instead for the peak. Catwalk pressure as well with the Xbox smoke, and they'll go.
It's double op setup as well. Max with one, NQZ with the other. He's got a deep angle on Catwalk. 2 players with rifles out towards long to control cave and pit.
Cat control for Keto. That's all it's all about. Forces a shot from the first off. DGT's there to support as well. He'll nade in, but they've gone too far away from that one to be significant.
DGT's moving a lot right now. A little bit worried for mid. Deploys a defensive smoke, but it misses his mark. There's a great opening for Big to work around this. And the problem with that miss smoke too is that might make 9Z feel like they have a proper defense to actually hold back this hit a little bit longer, but they are so wrong. No support for the 2B defenders, Buddha and Max. And they've got no utility. And the AWP is down.
Searson, Crimbo. Kills coming in and B site wide open. This will be a save from 9Z. 26 seconds left on the clock. So a 4th for Big. Get back into this game a little bit after conceding 5, actually all 6 rounds in a row. So,
ooh, this is huge.
In a while,
David, get it doubled. Oh, he needed that second kill. That would have been massive to take some guns away. Now, not the worst situation in the world for 9Z. Obviously, the loss is a little bit painful. You don't want to take any losses, obviously, but the fact that they're able to save 3 weapons, they can drop 2 M4s, or excuse me, save 2 weapons now. They can drop 2 M4s, so it's going to be another buy moving forward in the next round. And they've only lost the secondary op. They still have the other AWP in the hands of NQZ. Big get up to 4, close the gap to 2. Oh, there it is.
Searson open it up. He's been waiting for that opportunity for several rounds.
It's a painful round to take that loss early as well. And I wonder, Max or NQZ with the ops, I think they're going to be aggressive trying to look for the... Oh, Searson got another one. Did he tag David as well through the smoke? Oh, what the hell is happening?
He just absolutely annihilates Max. Max was trying to sneak in as well. That's the secondary op we've seen as he gets more aggressive. David's going to smoke that off. No way he wants to go for the op. No way he's going to push. He does. He just wants the op. They're going to hear that, but he gets it out of harm's way. Searson nearly had a chance to fire again above the smoke. He's looking for the damage, is he not? Oh my goodness.
He got 1 kill through this. I wonder if he actually saw Max. He kills Buddha on the cross. The second one is through smoke, and he tags David as well. What a disgusting round from Searson so far.
Yeah, massive ADR on this one. NQZ just waiting. Sliver gap flashed in, fires too soon. They're going to chase him to spawn. He's stuck against the firebox, can't escape. Oh, they saw the drop as well. Saw the drop, and Keto goes back out. DGT falls, and David, 7-7, op in his hands, but 46 seconds.
9Z really wanted to challenge mid this round, and they get punished for it in every sense. And they have no money.
None. And not only that, all 5 alive currently for Big, and they're building up the bank yet again. And we know how much harder it is for the CTs to work back in that situation. David does take down Keto. So that gives away his position. And they can justify the hunt right now, so they will. You've got a player at long already, Searson. He's not going to overcommit to the push, but he waits for the angle, and David walks straight to him. So 6-5 and no money for 9Z. This could be a tie game in the next round.
What a round. I want to see all those kills from Searson again. Show him to me one more time. Put him on loot. Here's the pick on the cross. That's a great shot on the Buddha. This one sees absolutely nothing. Grabs Max in the brain.
So where did the damage come on David there? Because he didn't actually hit it on any of those 2 shots.
There was another shot. There was another shot before he killed Max. There was a shot we didn't see in the replay.
I didn't think he shot at David, who crossed first though. So maybe
I think he just got killed spamming into the smoke. I think he just got tagged. It's just freakish. Searson has a kill and 2 tags on the cross so far in this game, and he had what 3 I think on yesterday on Sicko versus Greyhound.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was wrecking Sicko.
Yeah, he's nailing
like
this
2
cross
out of
shot.
3 rounds, he was absolutely smoked down to like mid HP every time he had to go defend B.
Yeah, put $1 in the kitty for each one of those. David's gonna move up.
Kitty or a piggy?
Either one works.
Porcelain pig. It's classic. So they'll set it long, Big. Let's see the execution coming through. There's no one actually there. They've gone for mid-aggression. They're actually all the way to T-spawn. They've already cleared the tunnels. They know it's A, but what's the play? I mean, they've just got the USPs and a single P250 to work with.
Yeah, your real play is the fact that you just kind of crunched upper dark and have all the information. You're hoping the engagement occurs there where you have the bodies, and now it's not really a whole lot to do. Lining up to maybe get some kills on an exit, but Big is not going to have to actually escape that far. So 6th round for Big. They tie things up with a free A bomb site. We saw this yesterday as well on Dust 2. Some early obstacles for Big that they eventually overcame. And they've done the same thing here. It was 6 rounds straight for 9Z's defense, and Big has responded by taking away the money and rattling off 3 straight of their own. Importantly as well, there's not going to be an AWP in the next round for 9Z. NQZ has had that pretty much whenever he's wanted in that during that stretch. They even switched into a double op setup with Max that wasn't very impactful, but now that option is taken away from him.
Wanting an exit kill desperately. All 10 players are going to stay alive. Not even any HP lost.
Yep.
Now there is from the bomb, but that's a rarity in Counter-Strike. That game, as we said. Building up more bank though on the T side is Big. 10K now for Sid. 88 for Searson. They've got a ton to work with on round 13. Speed running the take on the A side. Yeah, this is what happens when we don't have any kill highlights, guys, okay? So please, go kill.
Timeout used, first one for 9Z. At this point in the previous game on Nuke, 9Z had no timeouts remaining.
That's true.
So this is quite a luxury for them.
Guppy always looks so intimidating when he's like the.
He always looks worried. I feel bad watching this sometimes. I'm just like, Guppy looks.
What are you doing? Stop doing that. Change what you're doing and do it right, okay?
Like scared.
Or you're going on timeout. And by timeout, I mean the academy team, Jason, okay? Do you want to go to the academy team? Do you want?
I would love to.
All right, don't leave that bomb in mid next time then. You would love to, yeah.
I will demote you so
for you,
fast.
that would be as good as it gets in your career these
yeah,
days
probably.
as a player.
That'd be better than ever I could even expect at this point. Round 13, 3 rounds remaining in this opening half of Dust 2. This is Big's map pick and 9Z trying to stay alive in the series. And Big trying to qualify for the Legend stage off a victory here on Dust 2.
Kiddo, long, huge from him to take down 3. Cut out NQZ, re-peeking it as well, and Buddha and Max with rifles, but no chance in this one, removed from the A site already.
Well, that's flat, and that's a change of pace. Big take that a lot quicker, I think, than 9Z expected and what they've experienced so far in this game. A disgusting sequence from Keto. Triple kill, and the round is done. 9Z haven't even been able to fight, really, in the last 2 rounds, so this is a little bit of a bummer. They finally get guns back in their hands, and it's just demolished. No chance.
No, absolutely not. This is the Bigs turned this around. I mean, it looked so solid for a while, but the biggest aspect of that was the economy, and it's not a problem anymore. Big know they can be aggressive. They know they can afford to take these duels. Max will get one more, but he's locked inside of the cubby. The one saving grace is that Buddha's able to come out, but he can't save. He can only trade, and it's just he remaining, and they know where he is, so they want to get this gun down as well, and they will. 7-6. Big take back the lead, and they take all the rifles in doing so.
There's a few big fans in the crowd. Seen the flag a number of times, now his shirt. Look at this from Keto, perfect flashbang. 9Z trying to get aggressive, but just demolished by utility. Had to huddle up and try and be safe along the wall, and that's not the case. And look at Gabi, not looking worried now. He's hyped up at this point. Some powerful fist pumping. And Searson's gonna take that deep angle again. But the deep smoke makes him worried for aggression. Only pistols for 9Z. Double nade in towards the double doors doesn't do a whole lot of work.
Sin coming at from long. Max already back out toward Catwalk again. They concede long for now 2 straight rounds. And the play is to try and get information and get aggressive, but unfortunately they just don't have the arsenal and the weapons to do so. So clean take again for Big potentially. Now they're going to rotate back. The Deagles could see above the smokes. They're even going to send one over toward Goose, try and slide Max and DGT back into a better position. Elevator boost is still a potential opportunity for them as Max will be the one they boost up, but he goes down. Tabson back in the corner by Carr, could see above the smoke. That's why he positioned himself there to watch for that exact situation so that the bomb doesn't get caught off on the site. That Carr's fragile, but Tabson's strong enough to keep going with the M4, and the bomb will be planted on the site now by Sin. Swing it as well. Swing it, spray it. Not working out yet, but now he'll take down David. So 8-6 now for Big.
Quite a rebuttal, 5 in a row.
She's making a lot of friends out there, I will say that, you know?
But she's got another guy in his shirt. She's converting him slowly but surely,
Maybe
one by one.
Are we matchmaking in Brazil?
Yeah, perhaps.
You know? The shirt and the flag?
Yeah.
A children's book by Sadokist and Moses.
Third timeout used by Big. We talked about this yesterday, too. There was a timeout taken in round 14. Once again, Big is using a third timeout right at the end for just a single round left in the half, but Gabi obviously wanted to talk things over. Once that 9th round, they've at least got a lead going into the second half. One final chance for NZ. They've gone back into the double op setup. Max and NQZ. Let's see if they can get this crowd a little bit hyped up to head into halftime. Yeah, they have arrived to the stars.
23 by 84. No, 28 by 40. 84 by 23, I think is the coffin. I was trying to think of a shipping joke about, you know.
Okay.
But it's kind of, I need to remember the numbers first next time, so I'll go back to studying for that one. Searson, good opener again. That AWP continues to menace 9Z at mid. This time it's Catwalk.
And he's done that. He's done that little boost up and peek from behind the boxes towards Catwalk like 3 or 4 times throughout this half, and I think it's finally rewarded. That's the first time we've seen the kill from it. But
it's kind of become a default, right? Like you peek through middle, you need the boost from Suicide to do it. So if you've got a booster there and you don't see anyone, you might as well go, all right, let's just check Cat while we're here.
Yeah,
the timing is usually about there anyway, unless they get the boost from boxes out of CT. You're probably going to spot them at around the same time.
Team Molotov. Kito's confident it's not going to spread, but he's forced into a fight because of it. A fight that he wins, and the follow-up. Such precision.
Just Buddha and Max then to close out the half. Or try and get another at least for 9Z. 8-6 currently.
Oh my lord, Kito's just flexing on him at this point.
Haven't won a pistol yet in this series either. They're going to need one in the next. Kito is flexing, but Buddha goes aggressive. Crimbo's going to shut him down. 12th kill for him. Everybody's tightly grouped for kills. 12 the highest, 10 the lowest on Big. So everyone getting shots and contributions in this, all onto Max, AWP, and a 1-on-5. So we know the situation, or at least the score line of how this went. We may not know the situation of how, because he might get 1 kill as he finds Kito peeking, but that gives away exactly where he is. And there is a player waiting in mid. Searson with an angle, and he is the one with the kill.
9-6 is the half for Big. A good recovery. 6 straight rounds to close out the opening half. It's their map pick, and they can see the legend stage in sight. We'll see if they can get there.
Citroën C3. Não siga caminhos, faça o seu.
Tá todo mundo pedindo Mac. Até quem ainda não tem uma Maczice.
Rapaz, é a minha primeira vez. Como é isso?
Calma, garoto. Vem comigo. O Magnífico se posiciona no centro. Batatinhas pegam o molho na lateral, os nuggets fazem o meio de campo e a tortinha finaliza.
É magnífico, é fenomenal.
Eu sei.
Se botar um molhinho barbecue.
Aí é Maczice do Luva.
Sim, é Maczice do Luva. É o melhor do mundo, é magnífica. Peça no Mac Delivery.
Receba!
Come muito. Parapapapá.
Ô, mano, você não acha que a vida às vezes até parece um game?
Então cola no Shorts e vem se divertir com esse desafio.
Mostra o momento que dá um game.
Tipo aquele rolê de irmãos. Ou aquela trollada.
E bora postar um Shorts com a hashtag dá um game.
Estácio apresenta Expedição Enem Verso criado no Fortnite. Prepare-se para entrar em um novo multiverso do conhecimento. São 5 mundos e um grande desafio. Complete essa missão e concorra a bolsas de 100% na graduação Estácio.
In middle. I like what OG are doing here. See how Flame's got...
Novo Citroën C3. Não siga caminhos, faça o seu.
Tá todo mundo pedindo Mac. Até quem ainda não tem uma Maczice.
Rapaz, é a minha primeira vez. Como é isso?
Calma, garoto.
Well, we're looking on our B stream matchup, IHC and OG, and 2 OGs giving you the commentary on that one, Harry and Hugo. We bring you back to the A stream after halftime, 9-6 in favor of Big, which means they now lead again on map 2, having won the first and are closing in on a legend spot in Rio. They've won every pistol so far in this matchup as well, and if they win this one, they're going to be in a great position.
Well, let's see if they can do a mirror, a deja vu from yesterday. It was 6 in a row for 9Z, just like Greyhound had, and then 6 straight for Big, so they can actually just run this all the way back and take the map immediately. CT side pistol. All 5 players for 9Z in upper dark, and they're going to execute, but there's going to be 3 defenders here. Crimbo's just rotating over. This is going to be a staunch defense.
Staunch and stout. But Haas and Steamy with the flames going down to the back of the site. That forces Kiddo forward. He's taken out Crimbo. Manages one, but Bull's also it's Sin that needs to get back into the equation. He's good for it. That'll allow the aggro, and Searson and Tapson are able to walk in as a result, and Big are now 4 for 4.
Some great initial kills from Big. Hid the position of Sin. Nobody from 9Z even expected a third player to be inside the bomb site at the car. Both defenders had already showed themselves with a single kill. That allows Sin to grab one more and buys time for Big to rotate over. They converge at the point of attack, and everyone gets involved in the action. Beautiful pistol round from Big. Now 7 in a row. They're knocking on that Legend's door.
Knock, knock, knocking on the Legend's door. You know, it's great when we just sync up so well, Jason. Kiddo doubling up. Searson already with the scout as well. Not much to report in this round other than another on the board for Big, 11-6.
All right, here come the AKs. And an up. Glass cannon for NQZ.
Sarcastic thumbs up and smile, because this is looking pretty grim right now for 9-2.
So you got to put the mask on. You got to hide the pain as long as you can. If they go on to lose Dust 2, remember, they will not be eliminated. They'll have another chance, but also remember, as we've highlighted and as you all well know, there's some dangerous teams down there in those elimination games that'll be coming up tomorrow that you don't want to mess with.
DGT, smoke down, just tries to spray into it. It's a deeper smoke than he would have liked, but based on his perspective, it's perfect for the CT side. We threw it out.
9Z have to be very careful with their decisions on where they want to attack towards the end of this round. They've only got 2 flashbangs, so for instance, if they want to attack up Catwalk, 2 flashbangs to force the scout off of Long would be tough, and you're probably going to want to use one perhaps to clear Catwalk. Max just trying to bait out a shot with the barrel showing Crimbo's close up. He never expected it. Now going to get aggressive, and QZ's ready. But they've taken so much utility damage. The nades rain in, force everyone back, and force that to be a very painful piece of map to take.
Chance in this now. Keto falling down. They have the man advantage. MQC's low, but he's got the AWP, the 2 kills that have given them the chance in this, and he could easily find more. DGT. Gonna be the one man not in the equation yet. Rotating back over from underpass, the tunnels rather, as he's hoping to cut off rotation. Smoke down, this will allow the plant. They have 1A in full. Searson actually got by. DGT's got to be hearing this. He's got to at least be calling that they're going to be a save, as he's got him going both directions. So now they'll go on the hunt, and he turns back. Here's Sin. Can't get the shot off. He's actually come out way worse for wear against the MP9. So he actually wants his teammates maybe to get toward Cat and get him out of there. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's like he turned around. He's like, where are you guys at? I need some help. He's like, please, somebody show up. Absolutely battered. However, 9Z do take the round off a good shot down through the mid-smoke from NQZ. They never even used those 2 flashbangs they had on David. And 7th round on the board. Finally, 9Z put an end to the streak. Going back to the first half, it was 8 in a row for Big.
And that was after they themselves won 6 in a row.
Yeah, let's see what kind of a streak 9Z can put together here in the second half. They would love one. This crowd would love it. Only behind by 4. This is very doable, but that's a round against FAMAS, some SMGs as well. Now the powerful weapons come in for Big. Op in the hands of Searson. M4's on Tapson and Sin. Keto will have one as well. And Keto's been playing a very sharp game. He's had some very impressive rounds.
You see off angle at top mid behind barrels. He's going to transition himself into where the cubby instead to watch Cat, because his teammates are coming out from the stairs, so he timed that so that he would see any aggression against them.
Oh, they're out
have
mid,
a
though.
crossfire, but you're absolutely right. They already outmade, and this nade from Tapson, if it's timed right, could be devastating. Although I've mentioned it before it's thrown, so it probably won't do any damage at all.
They might get past it. Okay, gonna throw it with the smoke.
Yeah, see, he put that bit. I thought he was actually going to try and bounce it so it landed closer when they run into it, but he threw it deep. Max in, catches out. Sin, he's going to take the shot down and find Keto as well, opening up the site, and they'll double up with another round in succession because Big's immediately going out of the save.
There it is, Max. Start getting your mojo back. It's been a tough series. That's a great double kill. And very assertive, even with utility in his face, realizing we need to get into this bomb site before that smoke plumes. We can't get locked out at this point. Nice aggressive play. And 9Z have 8. Now it'll be another full buy in the next round for Big. Tapson will drop an M4 over. Sin can buy one of his own. However, 9Z looks like they want to try and take some guns away right at the end. They don't have a whole lot of money behind this to risk too much, so I'm very curious to see if they're going to progress through the second set of double doors.
Yeah, it wasn't a high flash to go through both. They just checked the close one. They hated to soften them up, but I don't think they'll peek now.
Yeah.
Crimbo's in a great spot to deny that even still, so. Either way, we now have a 3-round game. 9Z getting a bit of momentum in the second half. I will say they seem like the most well-equipped merchandise-wise of the teams at this event. So far, I know the hotel, they've got flags draping off their balconies from the rooms.
Nice.
They've got flags here.
I haven't noticed that. It's been raining. I haven't used the balcony.
Well, you got to have a room that's actually decent. You know,
okay.
They've got to like you enough to give you a view.
Yeah.
You're not going to see it looking out the back.
They gave you the suite, huh?
I'm always sweet.
Ooh, here's a chance. Sin's not going to extend too far. Flashbang in. Oh, it doesn't work the way he would have liked. He's lagged. Perfect for Buddha to follow it up. Do they want to press the advantage? No. Molotov comes in time. And Buddha realizes his teammate is dinked and he couldn't follow him up with any kind of aggression. content with the 5-on-4, but they've lost track in middle.
Yeah, they have. Tabson is going to completely punish them at this point because they're over toward the B tunnels. He's getting closer toward long. And the problem with this, with no one playing long, he may have to investigate that and take too long, not to overuse the word, but to get back time-wise over toward B, because that's where the attack's going down. He's on the move now, and they've managed to at least thwart that position. So they are stuck in the tunnels, which means he is perfectly positioned to take out Max, and that drops the bomb. He's just got a shooting gallery. Tabson for all three. Well done from Big to basically deny and hold them still long enough.
Yo, Tabson's going to show up in maybe the highlight reel with that triple kill there, but you got to give props over to the B defenders. Even though the first one goes down, the utility afterwards to make sure that 9Z can ever actually progress upon the kills they're getting inside the site. The double kill from Keto, keeping them at bay. The follow-up Molotovs and flashbangs and nades that never let them actually attack the B bomb site, just funnels them right back into Tabson's waiting arms. That's the fine utility work we know from Big. And a second timeout used from 9Z. They've got another buy here, but they're going to be really low on funds afterwards. And Big is in that dangerous territory where they're in striking distance of series victory.
They are now on the back of that win. Tabson comes in again. They need him to be at his best throughout this whole event for Big. Even in the Legend stage, and we were talking about it again today. Nice shot, NQZ. Returns the favor that was dealt to them so many times by Searson. Speaking of, he pushes up middle and gets caught out because they already lost the pick. He had nowhere to go but to be aggressive, and Max pays him with a brutal headshot.
Yeah, what a brilliant opening for such a critical round for 9Z. 5-on-3, a minute and a half. Looks like Big want to be concerned about middle for the moment. Sin's going to shift over towards the B bomb site. Tabson will take up position. They're going to spread. 1-1-1 setup.
Sin just hoping he can strike before they're ready. Catches out the nades. The pillar position for Buddha. Nothing to thwart that peak, and David now knows they've got to hold still. Flashes went through the skylights, but they can't attack on it if they don't have the close angle covered off first.
It feels like they want to attack here, but I don't think they have enough people. I don't think they have enough forces. And QZ going to try and pick off in the middle, but he just gets smoked off. He saw the player cross, though, so he feels safe.
I don't know if he saw, but he definitely heard.
He's calling two players at the B bomb site. He's calling everyone back to go A because he has the information. Oh, and now this position. He's taking a big risk that no one's going to peek behind him, but he can cut off rotations, and Big will have no idea.
Tabson just missed the chance to spot the man inside the smoke, but he's going to walk directly to NQZ, and now they realize why they've been figured out, why they've been found. But they have not found Crimbo, the only player on the
Only
east side.
two people here, though.
Two people, and they're going quickly, which means he has a chance to spray them both down. They spread out enough. That's key. I know it seems you don't want to bait your teammate, you want to trade, but if you're too close together, you also walk into the crosshairs. So by spreading that one out, they'll get the kill required, and it'll be a 9th round.
Yeah, that was worrying. One player was way back at long with no chance of trading that. One player was in CT spawn as well, so Crimbo could have put a real wrench in that round. Good job from NQZ and Max. I like, again, we saw the assertive play from Max in the mid to be split into the B bomb site. Now we see it from NQZ, who's like, yeah, this smoke plumes, and I don't see anything, but I already just spotted your legs jumping across middle. I know I have an opening to take, and that's the kind of confidence that we've wanted to see out of 9Z throughout this challenger stage. If that's gonna start building up, Big is gonna have to fight for this victory.
Max knows he's in a bit of trouble here. Can't get the shots, he's running out of ammo. Now he's getting them down, but he's got to switch guns. Fortunately for him, he gets a kill off, make that 2, but they actually lose quite a few men here.
Oh, no.
And this isn't off. This is NQZ's off. He goes to the pistol. He'll keep it together.
The pocket op, as they call the Glock.
Yeah, they do. I mean, the good news is they capitalize, but it was getting a little close for comfort economically. They always had that round in hand, I would say. It never looked threatening because of where they were positioned elsewhere. But this was a bit closer than
I don't know, yeah, if NQZ goes down, then all of a sudden it is threatening. Then all of a sudden they've got the bomb down, they've got an op, they've got an AK-47, and they've got a 2-on-2. That could have been dicey, but finally 9Z has given this crowd a reason to be on its feet. A reason to get loud here in Rio. And David gonna be aggressive, he spots one, blinded, almost gets it blind, and very narrowly gets behind the blue bin.
How did he get alive with that much HP? He knows the Molotov's coming, the incendiary, immediately smokes it out. They put a second one in that allows him to cross, because his was going to have a gap based on how it had to plume on top of the flames, and Tabson, desperate to try and do damage. David's gonna wait this. He wants them to think he's gone, but he isn't. Okay, now he's sneaking out. He's gonna go before that smoke does completely dissipate, and he loses his chance. Gray screen. Oh, not only does he get away, he gives them a nice parting gift as he he does so.
Yeah, Crimbo never expected that. Not in a million years was he going to be ready for that fight. Disgusting shot from David. Sin behind the smoke. MP9 in hand. 9Z starting to find some solid openings. Starting to have advantageous situations. And tabseN's going to bide his time and wait for his moment. He'll freeze here.
Shot out, David. Able to win that one as they try and take back territory after that opening kill on Crimbo. And David says, I'm not done there. I'll go back around. But it is an AWP.
It's okay. It's low information. It's low health and it's information gained.
Sin is the last line of defense, really. I know, yes, there's other men alive, but he'll give up to a multiple one-on-one situation, and they've spotted him. They're able to shoulder bait it, but that's when Kiddo comes out. Now it falls apart. Look at the HP. NQZ, MP9, and the bomb's flowing forward. Good kill. Holds his nerve up close, and they have cleared B from reverse side of top. searson, oh, he just missed the chance.
Don't you dare.
Out the, oh, he fires as well as he spots his feet, but inside the sight, he might be all right. The nade's gonna go deep. No, it's not, it caught him. Bomb was down though. So it's an AK switched over for searson to try and find exactly where DGT is, and he's holding the close position. He wants to go immediately on the attack, but this can be checked. If he swings in, shoulder peeks it, not considering the tunnels, doesn't even matter. DGT goes forward, he'll take the fight.
The barrel shows, and DJT holds his nerve. 9Z closing the gap. Just one round between the teams, and Big's out of money. You got to give credit over to David. What a round. The opening kill out towards long, catching the flank as well. And this was a dicey situation, but DJT comes in at the perfect moment to alleviate the pressure in middle.
If that nade was any sooner and that bomb doesn't go down, oh my.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was worried about when I saw it. I thought it was going to stop the plant. Massive win.
All right, game on.
A little bit of belief. For the first time, 9Z can actually believe they can win the map.
They certainly can against pistols. Sin has a deagle, the rest no investment at all. There's one smoke as well, I should mention, for Sin, so he's put a bit of money into this one. Into the pots. Oh, Max, careful timing on that one. Just tuck in behind the wall. Knew that they were likely to peek if he threw a Molotov, and they were close. They lose NQZ for it, but they'll recover his AWP after this round because the AKs immediately trade that back.
Oh, careful here, though. No reason to go out long. You don't need the control. Your team's on the other side of the map. They're investigating B, so DJT's going to hold his nerve. The bomb is alone on Catwalk, and it's going to start shuffling over surely. Now that his teammates have pushed out, he's... Oh, no, not an easy kill. I cannot believe Sin has gotten that.
That's stunning, because now they don't have as much control, or at least confidence in it. Watch the flank. Kiddo goes out. Oh, he did dink up DGT, but he got it. And we've got a tie.
Good awareness for DJT. Swinging back to cover his position. 12-12, we're all tied up. All back in the hands of searson. 4 in a row for 9Z. 6 of the last 7.
Future star of Counter-Strike. So tactical timeout from 9Z.
Interesting, they're giving Big some time to talk things over, a little bit of time to calm things down and breathe.
This was something that we talked about with Katie and Chad and I when we were at Pro League, and we had him on the desk during one of those segments where he decided to join us, and he said, I always think you call for yourself, so I don't mind calling a timeout in any situation because you don't want to overthink it. But he did say the time to do it is if they're struggling and out of timeouts on the CT side, that's when you don't want to give them a chance to talk because the economy is harder to deal with. It can be much more frantic, and you kind of just want to attack with momentum. So you are right. This does give Big an extra chance to chat things over.
And Big used 3 timeouts in the first half, so this is a huge benefit. They don't have to spend their final timeout until a little bit later. Play on, round 25. Long pick for NQZ.
The fadeaway smoke. He can fire and fall. It's exactly what he does. They can't Molotov on top of it, but they will put their own defensive smoke closer to the doors so he can't re-peek either.
4-player opening for Big at this A bomb site to take that long control and now back away. tabseN going to join up with searson on Catwalk.
Kane down below, just gets far enough to give Max a bit of a scare, puts him on 85 HP.
Split towards the A bomb site incoming. Utility being spent for mid-round long control. 1 minute on the clock. Searson missed a chance. He had the right idea, just off the mark. That defensive smoke, that might ruin things. That might cause 9Z to change. An audible to plan B.
Oh, big find from Sin. David just elevating himself above the smoke. He puts him on 1 HP, but it doesn't matter because it's 1 kill only, and it's in favor of Big.
We haven't seen a whole lot of catwalk attacks out of 9Z. This might be one of the first. Let's see if Searson has cooled off at all with that AWP in this position. Smoke wall lined up, Searson goes away from the flashbangs. Gotta pick and choose his battles.
He doesn't know Max is this close, and he's occupied. Hasn't heard him yet either. So much fire and noise beside him. He's got 2. He's got a lineup on this, but he's blind. He's so blind. Now he gets his vision back. Now it pays off. Searson got 1 in the meantime, but 9Z have access to the site. You're right. Oh, the 1 kill that Searson got, they put the bomb down below. tabseN can control this. They're in trouble. Good kill from NQZ because he has to fight back toward the doors. Drop strategy. Max is on his own, but he's tagged at 33. Max, number 33, all he has to work with, and he goes to the AWP, but time's gone. He just wants to save it.
What an old school way to lose a round. Bomb carrier killed, bomb falls down to the ramp. That's painful, because Max gave him everything they wanted. Max ran a very aggressive route, and even though he was blind, it was at a timing they never expected. And you mentioned it, not only the Molotovs and the flashbang onto Searson, the crowd noise as well, obscuring all footsteps in these situations.
Absolutely, yeah.
Heartbreaking and painful way to drop it, but I mean, with 4 kills, there's no money in the bank.
So still a chance for 9Z then economically right now to take control of this game. Shots out, DGT, 3 at long. So they're putting a lot of aggression. Missed Molotov didn't quite get through the door all the way. So DGT knows it and tries to re-peek behind it in case they wanted to get aggressive, in case they wanted to get closer as a result, and they did, but he couldn't see that. So a change of play entirely from Big to try and shut down this long position.
A little bit of a gap in that smoke. He can peer underneath DJT, but no one is aggressing to cross over, so he can also call that out. Nobody shifted over to the left side of doors. Crimbo's got the timing. Searson's got the scout. Oh, and he takes some damage, but he returns it in kind.
No,
tags DJT, yeah, and backing away now from the fight. But they've got to make a decision. That's an MP9 and a scout to defend the A bomb site.
tabseN and Buddha are pretty intertwined right now at middle, and David and Crimbo. Crimbo coming from Cat, if he wanted to, he could get all the way out and give Buddha a real scare. They've even brought Sin out of B on this. This is, Crimbo really wants this fight.
That's a dangerous peek for Searson. They almost were able to double peek it. Gonna move up long. Do they realize they're that close? Now they do. Smoke wall being set up. Keto just trying to spam through it along the wall. He comes right through.
DGT, good response though immediately. 25 HP for him. David,
no way.
He didn't hit it. tabseN turns to put him down. That's massive because now they're in trouble with time. They have to get the kill, so they push the smoke. It's DGT to do so. But Crimbo got the fight he was waiting for all along with the MP9. NQZ tagged as well. They might be out of time. They might be. Molotov's on top of the site. I don't think they can. Oh, it didn't spread.
Oh, my Lord.
NQZ might opens the catwalk, but they don't peek on it because they think they've done enough. They have not.
That's a colon clencher plant.
AWP back into position. DGT peeks, finds the first, goes down, but he's got the information. Doesn't matter. Sin hits the shot. It's 14 for Big.
How close can these last 2 rounds be? How close can these last 2 rounds get? Unreal. Still, if you're 9Z, no time to panic. You get the plant, you get the money, and once again, you killed 4 players, so money is still real tight for Big. They're not out of this just yet. 1 win in the next round, and Big can be reset, and 9Z's right back into it. That Molotov almost ruins the day, and NQZ just had to pray to God that nobody peeked.
And they were expecting the Molotov was on the site, so that why peek it if they think they can't plant? See what happens first, and then go for the repeek. It pays off, but just barely. Big 2 away from Legends. And money tight on either side again.
Both teams with 1 timeout remaining. Oh, are they calling a B rush? There's no way, right? There's no way in hell.
This is it.
Holy
When all
hell.
else fails, I mean, they haven't hit them with this yet. Molotov's down. It's going to do damage. They extinguish it, and already the pre-fire comes in. Searson with a shot. He's removed. He's removed, but Keto's still on the window, and they haven't cleared to closet. Bomb's going to get flung forward. They're committed now, and they might have just committed their fate in this series by doing so because they have nowhere else to go. Rotations come around, all on Buddha. 1 on 3, flashing himself out of the smoke. Back turn, but Sin, oh, that is so clever. He goes up and over. You want to find me? No chance. I'll play the same game, but Crimbo did not expect him to get through the doors as a result of that. He has to watch for a window behind him. This is such a tough position to be in. And it's not going to be a peak clean. It's going to be Sin instead. It's map and series point for Big.
Yeah, that one's brutal. That's a very bold call to make with the B rush. You can understand why. In a tense situation, in a pressure situation, trying to catch Big with an uppercut. But Big their defense has been great this entire half of having a third player here at the perfect moment. They've been phenomenal at making sure that this defense is shored up. The supportive players have played perfectly for Big at B. 3 chances to become legends for Big.
Flashes, smokes, Searson forced off the angle. That gets an entry at least into position for 9Z.
1 smoke to work with.
Tech 9 for David. Double scout. Double scout. They are just looking to do as much damage as possible and let it add up over time if they can be hectic in their take.
I don't even know what you're supposed to, I don't even know how you're supposed to actually move up long. That's the only utility they have. They have 4 players here.
This smoke, they have to get one of the, I was going to say scout in toward pit, but damage onto Searson. This is how they do it. If they can push Searson off the angle, they have a chance at it.
And Max just found Tapson in the middle of Catwalk. That's a peak that, well, he probably wants to have that one back. 5 on 4. Max, back away. You're in danger from Catwalk. And with that kill, it forces Searson off the angle. Not just the tag, but the fact that Catwalk's exposed. Another one for Max.
Oh my. That's how you get long, but they've got Crimbo still to contend with.
Prayers in the crowd.
DGT has the AK. Buddha with the Galil. I mentioned that because this M4 getting closer is going to be more and more of a problem. They're rotating off of it. They're not sure as to what's going on at middle because of all those kills from Max. So they have to concede a little bit of position, a little bit of ground, and down goes Crimbo. Sin, the next one in line, but they've already crossed it over. Bombs on the platform.
Look at Keto. Keto's an X factor. He can come in from long.
Molotov thrown up. Bombs already planted. Keto's caught. DJT goes back. And Sin's out of there. This one's not done yet. 15-13. 9Z fight back in the most unlikely way.
What a round from Max. From having a nightmare of a game on Nuke. To be fair, everyone on 9Z had a nightmare of a game. Max couldn't get anything going individually. What a pair of important frags to find to alleviate the pressure on long. He took all the defense away in a round where they had no flashbangs to force anyone off the angle. No smokes for any kind of a wall to cross. It's Max's 2-pick with the scout that allow them a fighting chance at the bomb site, and 9Z take advantage. And now it's Big with money issues. 15-13. I don't know if you take the timeout, but you certainly spend this round, you spend no money in this round if you're Big. You have this single M4, and you need to save for round 30.
Yeah, absolutely, because that's coming. 23 kills leads all fraggers for NQZ as well, who's the AWP player on 9Z. Oh, look at this push mid. Sin doesn't want this to go any further. He wants to get this done as fast as possible. NQZ doesn't have the op this time. He's still sitting back at T-spawn, but he can't do anything about it because, oh, I was going to say he doesn't have an angle. Max does. He's come alive. He's been aggressive throughout this game. He's been assertive in getting positions. He hasn't had the aim to match it. Now he does. Now it's coming into his favor, and another one for him as Tapson falls. NQZ, Searson, DGT, Crimbo, and this one's done as well. We're hitting round 30 hard.
Now maybe a timeout. Now maybe if you're Big. Money is still not pretty. 9Z, even with losses, kept it in a precarious position. And Big is scraping together whatever they can for this final round. 9Z, a real good shot at overtime. 4th timeout taken, Gabi involved in the conversation.
Legend spot on the line for Big. Map 3 trying to be forced out by 9Z. Mirage if needed.
A scout on Searson, 2 MP9s and 2 M4s in the loadout for Big for this final round. And it's underway. Legends for Big, or overtime for 9Z.
Crimbo trying to get aggressive, throws the incendiary, somehow gets the kill and gets away. David couldn't capitalize fast enough. They try and push from the tunnels to capitalize, but it doesn't pay off. David is aware. And just like that, 3 down already for the price of only 1 in return. It's 9Z in control of the round.
What a good job from 9Z to manage that. That could have been chaotic. That could have pulled so much attention away towards stairs. That crunch could have been deadly. However, it's Tapson here at the A bomb site. Tapson with the chance to ruin the dreams. He's going to peek this for sure. They're lined up. They're lined up, and Max again.
Wow, I was going to say easy 1 kill at least. It's all on Searson and the scout. This one's got overtime written all over it. 9Z going to force out as they do hit the shot onto Searson, put him down to 29. They'll finish the job, but David, his 3rd kill in the round.
Another comeback from the hometown team. This time it needs to be completed if 9Z want a chance at the legend stage. 15-15, we're in overtime, and we'll see you there after the break.
Primeiro dia? Quem está procurando? Estamos fazendo muitas séries e filmes novos. O Jack vai te mostrar tudo.
Quem é o primeiro? O Master Chief. Eu trouxe seu expresso. E eu vou deixar isso aqui. Quem é agora? Miranda Cockrell. Novinho.
Isso é meio especial, né?
Anderson Silva.
Pra tudo que você procura, tem Paramount Plus.
Tá todo mundo pedindo Mac. Até quem ainda não tem uma Maczice.
Rapaz, é a minha primeira vez. Como é isso?
Calma, garoto. Vem comigo. O Magnífico se posiciona no centro. Batatinhas pegam o molho na lateral, os nuggets fazem o meio de campo e a tortinha fina ali.
É magnífico, é fenomenal.
Eu sei.
Se botar um molhinho barbecue.
Aí é Maczice do Luva.
Sim, é Maczice do Luva. É o melhor do mundo, é magnífica. Peça no Mac Delivery.
Receba!
Come muito. Para pá, pá, pá.
Red Bull te dá asas.
Posso jogar?
Essa garotinha aí sempre foi atrás do que queria. Hoje, suas heroínas assistem ela jogando.
Agora é 4 contra 1.
Jogada sensacional!
Revelação da comunidade,
Quando uma heroína cresce, milhões nascem. Seu protagonismo inspira. Jogue. O amor pelo game cria novas heroínas. Isso é beleza.
Disarray to stop that plant initially. Not much money for anyone here. It's still up in the air. It's still on the wire, but Nexa opens up through the smoke.
Oh, that's a brutal flash. Oh, Techno 4K with the openers, holding W as he does best. Oh, but this time successes don't spawn more successes for IHC. They get derailed. 2 kills from Techno, had him all pumped, had him all spurred on. Now, a grim reminder, they are up against a squad of veterans, a team of talents, new and old. Cabal trying to make this hero play in towards red. Shut out. It's Annihilation left up alone. Now, he does have an MTB bomb site. Thing is, I don't know if he's going to believe that. There's no way you believe that B's just clear, right? Even as you're moving in now, you're thinking, my God, where are they? Are they long? Are they cave? Are they in these corners? Are they in the cubbies? They could be anywhere. Right. But he is going to get this info. He is going to get the spot. Dexter on the receiving end of that orb. And now the second...
Close quarters combat on Ancients on our B stream. Close action and score lines on A. It's 9Z. They forced out overtime against Big 15-15. and a chance to maybe extend this series and give themselves a fighting chance at a legend spot.
And they had to win 3 in a row to get here. They had to go on a little bit of a streak. Big had 3 chances to close this one out. Big have used all 4 of their timeouts in this game. 9Z have 1 remaining. It's been Max who has stepped up massively down the stretch in the second half for 9Z. Critical kills to get them here. Op shot, NQZ returns the favor from the first half. Tags Sin on the cross and softens him up for the rest of the round, but they've got to deal with an aggressive Searson. A very risky angle.
He's been aggressive in a number of occasions. We're seeing more and more oppers utilize this mid situation of the change of not being able to be seen as easily from spawn. Doesn't have much support this time though. No one even on catwalk to be able to help him out of this position. You could maybe expect a flash at best to be thrown by Keto, but he's already tagged as well, down to 30. Searson still manages 1, and they don't want to challenge it now. Low HP. He's locked in, extinguishes it, bomb down behind him though, they know it. He turned around, he saw it, so they'll see it on the radar if nothing else. And it is going to be Buddha wanting more on this, but 13 and Searson switching over to the AK. Meanwhile at long, 1 for 1, DGT goes down. This kill could confirm the round if they get a 2-man advantage.
There's so much smoke down that nobody can find Searson. He's buying so much time. Oh, wow. Missed the opportunity, missed the low HP player. It's Keto and Sin who were tagged earlier in the round. A 3-on-3.
That's a huge kill from Buddha.
Yeah, it's massive. What a big save. They've switched into a double up though on this T side. Buddha with low HP, but NQZ already has his out middle.
Push. A push into tunnels. Sin's gonna go 30 HP. Buddha's there. AWP can't hit it. Max is close, but not close enough. If he swings too wide, the second off is ready. That worked out perfectly. Hook, line, and sinker for Big on the baits. And it's NQZ caught out as Sin got back behind the car. 16 rounds now for Big.
Again, that B defense for Big is just holding strong. They haven't had a whole lot of issues at that bomb site. 9Z might want to go away from that. They found success out towards long. They found success in middle and catwalk as well. Big might just be considered closed down at this, or B might be considered closed down at this point. That's a nice mid-round push with the cover of Keto as well. 16-15. Oh, there it is. Cleans it up.
Yep, Sin this time does way more damage. Keto, though. That almost looked like a running op. He was so fast to get that shot off.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, we got a mid pick, and now we know Keto, just peeked up middle. Let's take the B bomb site. It's free. It's open. And Big will go for this retake because it's overtime. I thought that was Searson for a second. That really worried me. Okay, now they're definitely going 4-on-3. Bomb will be planted, but these retakes are tough. There's a smoke on Buddha, a Molotov on David. They have plenty of utility to block off choke points.
Max needs to swing. He knows the nade's close. He's gonna get the low HP of Searson and remove it. They'll be more cognizant of window, and Crimbo will watch that while he gets his teammates closer to him. No one going from tunnels. Molotov, therefore, is significant. It's gonna buy more time. This is gonna be extremely difficult.
It's got to be clinical.
Crimbo with the smoke to cover off the mouth of the tunnel, so now it doesn't even matter that no one's coming that direction. He just wants to make sure the T's aren't, but that tells Buddha, if they're smoking it, we don't have to. We just have to watch the front of the site. They forgot about window in doing so. Tapson comes through, Crimbo as well. Suddenly it's all on Buddha. He's low enough on the HP, but do they have the time? It's gonna be so tight. I'm not convinced they have it even with the kit. I think this is gonna go. Oh my Lord.
Can you believe it? Once again, the crowd gets silenced, taunting them. Oh, and the middle fingers in return. I love it. What a retake, and I think this time it's the chaos and the confusion that betrays 9Z. So loud and missed details. 17-15. 3 in a row to get here, and 9Z now just hits a wall.
Molotovs both directions at the long cave. CTs want the position more, it seems, though, because Crimbo's going to get in behind the door. Now he's jump spotting it as well. It's a risky one. He's making a lot of noise, so DGT trying to line that up, but eventually won't get the chance. Taps in, nade underneath. A bit deep, I think, to do any damage. Oh, I need to stop that.
Yep, classic. Searson with a chance. Quick cross from David. Back up to catwalk we go. Max spots one dropping. Molotov to cut off any kind of a rotation. Back, he's got a player out in the open. Max again with the impact. Max again giving his team the opportunity to move forward.
Man, second half of this game has been all Max, up to 26 kills now. Buddha gone, Keto, Sin converging on that one together through the doors. AWP get the final shot on it. Reverse side boost. Oh, Max. He's going to cut this off. They're looking toward the site itself. Good shot from Searson. Great reactions. Max couldn't get it done in time. That's going to allow him now to work up toward the bomb. It got planted, though. So there is still a chance in this, but my God, Keto is on the flank. A double off setup that is picking them apart. David's not ready for 2, not ready for Sin, and it's 17 now for Big.
Oh, what a play from Searson. What a route to run inside of that smoke. Almost like they were setting up a boost, but they obscured the vision.
I said 17, excuse me, 18. Still had to defuse the bomb on that one. But they'll sweep the first half of overtime, which is a ton of pressure.
And no way to protect that bomb planter. He's protected, he's planting on the side of the box as well. He probably could have planted default, but he's worried about the jump up, I'm assuming. But that well overexposed him to that peak exactly and put him in a position where his teammates couldn't cover. Meanwhile, a pick and middle from Keto in a timely fashion opens up the route to flank on Catwalk. That's a huge kill to get. Once again, 9Z have to rattle off 3 straight, and once again, this crowd is looking at a team that came all the way back and might just falter in overtime.
Big push from DGT. Oh, he's not going to get it done. They've tried that multiple occasions on their CT side when we were in regulation. Taps him with the first in potentially the last round. Keto's going to transfer, make sure that no one can come out from Catwalk and try and redeem or rectify that situation. And NQZ had smoke still obscuring his view of that, so did not get the information or a chance to fire at him. Double flash long. David, very close, not going to be affected by either of those. So no reaction in the utility deployed. If someone were caught and blinded, they might have thought maybe I needed to get a smoke out, maybe I need to protect my position. David doesn't have to. NQZ is well aware of Grimbo's spot. Smoke onto the corner, though he's not going to see through. David is going to get the advantage. But too many men to take him, and he gets dropped. Keto catches out Max.
Keto's been huge for Big in this game.
This kills everything. NQZ needs to stay alive. He misses the first shot. Somehow they don't capitalize. Somehow he still has a chance to fire, but taps in the trade, and it's all on to Buddha. He's got the AUG, but he's not ready for the position. Still manages somehow to snap and respond, and a 1-on-2 ensues, and he's on 46 HP. And what could be the last round in this series before Big move on to the legend stage. Missed the shot on the cross. Second one as well, a bit slow, and now they know exactly where he is and how to position themselves. This just got a lot harder for Buddha, and they get shut out in overtime. A good comeback, but not enough. It's going to be the legend stage for Big.
Yeah, that's a nice hard-fought win here on Dust 2. Nuke was a wash, but this one, Big had to battle for it. Sustain in overtime, prevents another comeback. And that is well done, a clean sweep once they get to OT. For 9Z, just way too late in the day to get started. Nuke, they had nothing. Dust 2, we saw some of the flashes, but they're gonna need that from the get-go moving forward because now they face elimination, and Big gets a chance to rest as they move on to the next stage at IEM Rio. More Counter-Strike coming up, don't go anywhere.
Follow die Side. Die können nicht liegen, die können nicht liegen, glaube ich. Schafft er nicht. Doch, was? Er hat im Offenen gelegt, okay. Im Offenen. 3, 2, 1, go.
Chega de sentir esse vazio. Chegou o bisão, a embalagem gigante de bis. Mais bis na caixa, mais bis pra dividir.
Foi numa viagem que eu conheci o maior amor da minha vida, que é o meu filho. Eu nunca vou esquecer do dia que eu abri a porta e tava ele chorando. Eu agarrei ele, falei, meu filho! Eu nunca mais desgarrei. Toda vez que eu viajo, eu volto outra. A Bahia me deu régua, compasso e um filho, rapaz, quer mais.
Sabemos o que vocês sussurram. Eles perderam o protetor. É nossa hora de atacar. Mostre a eles quem nós somos.
Underneath my teammate.
I think just because it's so unique, maybe an 8. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it looks really good. That's the thing. I'll give it. I think an 8 for me.
Yeah, I think the looks and how unique it is would be an 8 as well.
The background, yeah, I'll give it like a 6 out of 10.
You don't necessarily know who it is. Maybe your signature rating is a little lower.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think 7 maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. So 7 and
yeah.
8. Your Kinder.
Looks like kind of like the Viking runes or something.
That's what I was thinking, like
a little bit
Norse
like that. Yeah,
runes.
exactly.
I like that. That's a pretty cool design itself. I would give it 9 out of 10.
Oh, I like this one.
I like everything about it, but the Y, for me, the first letter looks. I don't know about that one.
And the background is meh, kind of like 6 out of 10.
Nice typeface and how the placing is. I think within the logo as well. I think it's nice.
Yeah, it
does look, yeah.
Like, but both for me, aesthetic and signature, like 8s. I think.
Okay, 8.
First major for Sin and a legend spot for Big. Sin, there's not many players that can go through, right? And okay, we come into this major, see Miles do it as well, go legend stage straight away. But you guys, prior to this tournament, were not looking in the best shape. You come into this, you had to fight crazy overtime game against Furia, the difficult game against B&E. How does this feel?
Man, it's the major, and also the crowd. We had 2 games with the crowd right now, and it was both overtime games against like Brazilian or Argentinian teams, and it's an amazing experience for sure.
And in terms of that, right, you talk about the overtimes, and they were some great games, but we look at Big, we put you on a higher pedestal. Do you think that the crowd had like a negative impact in some ways against you guys? You have to warm up into it. How do you view like your whole round experience as such?
No, so the crowd, it's like, we feel them all the time, we hear them all the time as well, but I wouldn't say it's a negative impact for us. Like for me at least, it's like it pushes me even more. It's a really great feeling to hear these Counter-Strike fans, even if they're against the other team. But for example, in this 15-15 scenario, and then you hear the crowd, and then you see these people like booing at you as well. That maybe that gives like a little minus to your game. But in the end, I love them and I love the crowd, and that's amazing. I don't have like bad feelings because they're against us, but just an amazing experience.
It definitely is an amazing experience. And the reason I want to say if it works in your favor or not in your eyes is because you individually, coming into this event when you were on Big, I hadn't seen great performance out of you. I look at this nuke, solid. Even at the end there, you pull out a P250, you just wrecked them all right on a round where you guys shouldn't have won it. Then here on Dust 2, you're looking solid. You feel like you got full confidence?
Yeah, especially because I had new positions in these games, and obviously we didn't have like months of practice coming into the major. But I know I can do a lot better, and I just strive to be even better every game. And I also get a lot of experience every game. I think personally, I play better with the crowd, and I really enjoy it out there. So yeah, just getting better game by game.
Well, let's see it going forward in the legend stage, mate. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Smiles all round for Sin, and thoroughly deserved at that. Big managed to net their spots at the Legends stage. A bit of a different face from 9Z coming into that second map. Did see them pulling out some more aggressive plays. Did see it going all the way to OT, Alan. But Big managed to outlast them. I think it's what we expected from them coming into the
Yeah, certainly the first half was very clean from Big. They just looked like they're playing good Counter-Strike. And going into the second, they win pistol, they win the second. You think it's going to be a clean game. And 9Z make it anything but. It was brutal the end of that game. The number of rounds that go into clutches and after plans and crazy situations. Big, it wasn't clean how they got that over the line, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They won the game, and they're in the Legend stage.
Much closer than we expected in that second map, and I think the first half will kind of what we said in the pre-game, like they changed a little bit on the Dust 2 on T side, their approach and everything else. But on the CT side, I saw lack of aggression again, especially in like until the point of the overtime when we saw double up and Keto going underpass and Searson going aggressive. But up to that point, it was just super default. What you want to do if you go in a good half like that, 9-6 on T side, and you win the pistol, you want to put some pressure very early on when it comes to that.
Yeah, so looking at this round, this was round 4, and this is kind of the juxtaposition with what we saw on Nuke, because 9Z were getting so much more aggressive. They played a more aggressive CT side on Dust 2 than their T side on Nuke. It was pretty crazy to see, and I think it's quite obvious that Max and the coach did have a conversation between those maps and saying, guys, we simply have to get in their faces. We can't sit back this much. And they took it to them. They had some good rounds on the CD side. I think they played it as best as they could. It's just Big are too good at executing and too good in those late rounds. So it couldn't quite get as many rounds as they wanted on that CD side.
And I'm really glad that we did get to see some more aggression, some more proactiveness coming out of 9Z, despite them not being able to close this one out. Of course, this is a 2-2 matchup now for the side of 9Z. They will have one more chance of redemption and potentially a spot on the Legend stage going forward, going into tomorrow's best of 3 series. But it was nice to see those adaptations coming out of 9Z, particularly after that Nuke, where we were literally screaming at the screen, saying, why are you not being more aggressive? Why are you being so passive in that situation?
Yeah, Nuke was their map pick too. You know, you would expect something prepared, but it was really passive. And but I was gonna go like into more of an individual performances of some of the players. So I think Searson definitely stepped up and delivered once again. We have the kind of matchup here between Tapson and Crimbo. We mentioned Crimbo in the pregame, like where the hell was he during these first 2 days, and he showed up today and delivered a solid performance for a youngster, from a guy who came into from academy team on the major in the game that needs to secure them the Legends. Was he delivered, and obviously Tapson was the second one, the IGL. We can always count on him to some degree, right? And then because he's a very seasoned and a very good player and a solid IGL right now.
Yeah, and definitely one of those big fragging in-game leaders when we're looking at, posting up the numbers as well. But it is also nice that I know we were framing things coming into this saying, Searson, he's been lights out. Great to see him adapting into this LAN environment where we know he's been a little bit uncomfortable previously. Kind of nice to be able to look across the kill distribution for this entire series. Everybody's stepping up when they needed to.
Yeah, he had a lot of backup here. Tabson also has had a really phenomenal tournament, but I think in this series, Crimbo and Keto especially. Keto on that T side, we're getting so many aggressive entries. He's a really kind of aggressive player. He loves to go for those fast moves. And this lineup does kind of make sense. You've got Keto, more of a passive, more of a lurking sort of presence. And Keto comes back into the lineup and he fulfills those roles, getting in first and getting a lot of kind of really funky fast kills and opening up that defense. So I think a good team effort, and Big kind of just makes sense when you watch them play like this.
Listen, whatever happens from now on, I think Big did well on this event. I don't think we can expect them to be top 8 or top 4 or something like that, but right now qualifying in a 3-1 fashion, beating Furia here in a massive comeback in a home team favorites kind of situation with in front of the massive crowd right here. So that shows a little bit of at least stability in their lineup, that they can rely on some other weapons rather than Tapson only. And overall they should be happy with their performance, and from what happens from now on is just a bonus.
Yeah, I love that you bring up that Furia game as well, because the fact that Big had to take down not only Furia in a comeback series but 9Z as well when the crowd is literally roaring against them too, and the fact that we saw Keto really getting up and getting giving some back to the crowd as well. We do have a few words from 9Z's coach ahead of their next matchup coming up tomorrow.
9Z may have fallen to Big here, but they put up one hell of a fight. And you're still in the major, still got a chance to do this, Zach. But if we look at how you guys were performing on that stage, now, Dust 2, we know the Big's always going to pick it, right? But Nuke, you guys tried to throw that in there, because I know Dust 2's normally a good map for you guys. Why was it starting off so badly for you?
I think they had a better game plan than we did on Nuke. Like, I think they prepared much better than we did. Like, they outplayed everything we did, and it looked like we were so easy to read, like it was very predictable, everything we did. So I think that's on my part. Like, we did a bad job on Nuke, and we didn't pick Dust 2 because we were expecting them to pick. Like, I know they feel like they are much better than us, so they're confident to pick their best map. So, but we put a very good fight. It's a very good map for us, but we need to improve on many points.
Talk to me about some of those many points, right? Because it looked like you were going to get blown out at one point on Dust 2. Then you make it come back, then we go to overtime. Everyone starts to believe again, okay, we can't make it happen. So what are the small details missing?
Especially on this game, we felt a lot of pressure, and that made us stop, like play very slowly when we had to play a little bit faster, because we are doubting ourselves, like, oh, should we go B? Like, yes, that's the time to go B. Definitely it is, because they had all the control from the map, and that happened on Nuke and Dust 2. Like, we played such slower moments that it wasn't supposed to be that slow. And I think that's because of pressure, and we didn't have like a clear mind, and I think made us our decision making very bad.
But your players at least are getting a lot of stage experience now, right? That crowd still loves you from start to finish. But do you think in some ways that, like, going through this situation, playing so many games, playing it in front of the stage, this is where the decision making's off a little bit? Because like it's just you and Furia now that are kind of flying the flag for the whole region.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they're feeling pretty good with the crowd. Like they having a nice time, a very good time. And now we'll see who we're gonna play. I hope not Furia.
Hopefully not Furia. We don't want that elimination. Zach, good luck going forward. Thank you very much, my brother.
Props to 9Z for giving us some words after that, but we do have Tabson joining us up here on the desk. First of all, man, huge congratulations. Another Legend stage for you.
Thank you very much.
Are you feeling good? Feeling good with the team?
Yes, feeling very good.
Good. Is it ever scary to go up against this home crowd, some of the teams that have the home crowd back in them? Because we saw it against Furia. You guys managed to make the comeback work. Were you feeling any nerve today?
To be honest, it's always really hard to play against the crowd, but this time I just enjoyed it, because the first time I was pretty nervous. Like, not nervous in that sense, but like kind of hyped up to play against the crowd, but now it was just getting used to it. Obviously, it's just playing great in front of the crowd. Doesn't matter if it's for you or against you. It's just a different feeling to play on LAN.
Yeah, I wanted to ask actually, Tabson, so obviously the news came out reasonably recently that you and Golby signed for 5 years now with Big, and obviously that's a big commitment to the German scene and developing talent. So just talk to us about that decision and where you see the German scene moving forward.
Yeah, for me personally, it's a really easy decision, because I love the people around me. Like, they support me like no one else does. And for me, it's really easy, because one of the main reason was just the owners of Big who support me from the beginning, where just say, you do your thing, we do our thing. Your thing is just play Counter-Strike. Our thing is we support you in the way where you can just be the best version for yourself, and that's how it is. And for the upcoming German talents, it's really hard. We have our academy team, which now we picked up 2 players from. The German scene is pretty rough, I would say. It's like we don't have so much talents. The work environment is not really there, but we tried our very best to pick them up and get them the best environment possibilities to reach their potential.
Yeah, first of all, congratulations, obviously another Legend stage. And I think you proved a lot of people wrong, including me. What I want to ask you is about the Dust 2. You said you're going to change your calling a little bit, change the pace, what happened. But about the CT side, you guys, instead of like putting a lot more pressure, you kind of fell back a little bit. What was happening there? You allowed them to come back into the game.
Yeah, 100%. Like, as you mentioned, like, it's really hard to play against the crowd. If they get rolling, they keep on getting rolling, they roll over us. And for us, it was like, hey, since they got first frag in the very beginning of the rounds, it was very hard to come back. We needed to gamble a little bit. We needed to take some risks. I needed to push out long, for example. He was just holding me, and we're just doing some mistakes. And in the end, we just said, hey, we keep on trying to do our stuff. Our Dust 2 is very good. We just need to hit also in the individual shots. In the end, which he did. Zerzon going up lower tunnels in overtime, and he just killed 1 or 2 people, and we made a good decision afterwards. But we just played in the end our game as CT as well.
Yeah, I have one more question. I think many people would like to hear this. Searson, obviously a lot of criticizing, about his LAN performances. Right now, he's your best player here. He's playing on another level. So, is there something that you guys changed in the pre-game or any kind of preparation that got him into a state where he can deliver the same numbers as he usually does online?
No, to be honest, no. We just played our game like we always do, also online. Like, we personally believed always that he's also a very good LAN player. His playstyle is fitted also to LAN. Most of the time, more teams, like the better teams, the top tier 1 teams, are more confident to play against him because they have like analysis and stuff like that, so they know exactly what he's doing all the time. But if he's hitting his shots, then it doesn't matter if you know what he's doing. He's still doing his stuff. But yeah, we are still I'm personally really proud that he's delivering the numbers what he did also online more often. But I know, for example, that he is really, really good as an APOIAR, and if he keeps doing it, then he can put up more numbers for sure.
Maybe he's joined the crowd like more than everyone else.
So yeah, coming into the RMRs, it sounded like a pretty late decision to go away from Faven and use Sin instead. And obviously he played that. Now he's playing here, and he's doing really respectably well, considering how late he came in, how inexperienced he is at this level. So just any comments on Sin and his ability to come up through the academy system and play on this sort of stage so young?
Yeah, 100%. Like as I said before, also in the army, I'm really impressed by his skill, by his mentality, by his also by his developing, and he's doing really well. Like his mindset is outstanding, I would say. Like he's trying to improve. He's playing a lot. He's getting criticism. He's taking the criticism, and he's trying to do the best what he can do. And he's fitting some positions he's never played before. He's trying to do the best what he can do, and I'm really proud that he's playing really well. And obviously, it's really hard to play on stage. First time probably for him, like after Philadelphia, such a stage.
Yeah.
But looking forward what he can do, like maybe 1 or 2, 3 months where he has more experience, and yeah, we will see what happens afterwards.
Yeah, definitely a huge achievement for him. 2 more questions just before we round this one out. Kido, he was getting hella fired up, actually giving it to the crowd as well. Not necessarily the player on the side of big. I expect to be doing that. We normally see Kido being a bit quiet. Could you tell me what kind of the mentality was like in that moment? Were you, hungry to be giving it back to them?
He was for sure. Like he felt it also the first game against Furia. He felt it really much. Like he was playing with the crowd a little bit. He was doing signs and stuff like that. But he enjoyed the moment for sure, and I'm really proud of him as well because he's playing really good Counter-Strike too. He's a really huge part why you're playing good. Like he's feeling the moment for sure.
I love that.
Yeah, 100%. And he's also giving us the energy which we needed. Like he's also, you see his body language. He's like really, he's confident in himself and ourselves, and it's really huge part why we are playing also so good and making some comebacks as well.
Yeah, I think that's what we were kind of just praising you for just before you joined us up here on the desk. It's kind of every single member of Big, particularly in that series, was stepping up. I just want to get one more thought from you. Kasab was saying, we feel like we might have underestimated you coming into this tournament, particularly coming in with Sin as a stand-in. Do you feel like maybe the crowd is underestimating you?
Yeah, not only the crowd, I would say everyone in the world is underestimating us. But we have nothing to lose. We are playing with the standing. We managed to qualify again for the Legend stage. Like basically, we had no expectations coming in here. For me personally, I have always expectations to just show like a good version of Big. But it was for sure an easier path, I would say, because people didn't have us on the radar.
Yeah, no, huge congratulations to yourself and the team, Sabs, and thank you so much for joining us up here, and thank you so much for your words. Of course, we do have plenty more Counter-Strike action coming your way. It's going to be Vitality taking on Greyhound. Yes, you heard that right. And elimination is on the line for one of these 2 squads. But before we do that, we're going to sit down with a couple of Brazilians to fill our break.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Well, hello. We're joined. Obviously, we've got Imperial, got Fallen and Fur, we've got Coldzera Taco from Double O Nation, got Yanko as well. We got the whole band back together. It's been both the coaches that you guys have all worked with, for better or for worse, both the teams. I guess I want to start first of all with how crazy and made of madness this whole IEM Rio.
Red Bull te dá asas.
Biopro é proteína, sabor e praticidade para sua rotina. Cada treino conta, cada suor conta, cada Biopro conta. Biopro, juntos nessa loucura.
primeiro dia? Quem está procurando? Estamos fazendo muitas séries e filmes novos. O Jack vai te mostrar tudo.
Quem é o primeiro? O Master Chief. Eu trouxe seu expresso. E eu vou deixar isso aqui. Quem é agora? Miranda Cockrell. Novinho.
Isso é meio especial, né?
Anderson Silva.
Pra tudo que você procura, tem Paramount Plus.
Different moment in our careers, you know. Me and Fer, we have been playing for so long, even with them. Even before playing with them, we were playing together. So this tournament is like a special moment for us because we just get to celebrate everything that we have accomplished together. And of course, we want to win the major, but everyone here wants to do the same. And we're learning more about respecting the things we have to go through. For example, on the first half of the year, because of the good results we're getting, we had to spend the full year, like the 6 months in Europe. And, you know, Brazilians are very tired of traveling the world all the days, you know. It's super complicated. Everyone's getting burnout. And even when we were talking about we played together before, Yanko was our coach, those were the moments where we just couldn't handle it anymore. So much burnout, you know. And so now for me and Fer, for these last months, we're trying to get the team at least mentally ready, because we have been ready for the game for so many years. And now we want to be mentally ready. So things are going a little bit different than it was before. In a way, we know that we have to focus on the tournament, but in the other way, we have to live our lives too. So we're trying to find the right balance that works for us at the moment.
Yeah, well, also, I mean, when you guys were all playing together, right, people talk about home advantage here for you guys. Well, it's a little bit of a home disadvantage because all of that. I mean, you go back to the first event in Sao Paulo, like you lost to Cloud9 when they weren't really a contender team at the time. In Belo Horizonte, you lose to Mouse, and I know that every time the talk was like, there's so much distraction, it's so hard for you guys to just focus on a game. So does that help you now, right? As you said, now you're aware that sometimes you just need to kind of take it easy, you know, the Counter-Strike, like you took care of that, but it's just about managing the emotions of it and being more just relaxed, if that's possible, to the first major in Brazil.
Well, I think inside the game we're kind of prepared. Like everyone knows how to play Counter-Strike, so we don't have like to practice, I don't know, 12 hours a day or something like that. I think this tournament would be like really special for us, as Fallen said. And I think the main thing right now is to prepare the mental, right? Like mentally prepared. And I think it's gonna be really hard because it's like in our home crowd and stuff. But I think we are prepared. Like we have a lot of talks, so I think the problem, not like the problem, but the real thing is outside the game. And I think we kind of focus on this more with our psychologists and stuff, and with our like managers and the organization. And I think like inside the game, everyone is prepared, but outside the game, we are being prepared right now. We came like yesterday and had like a small talk as well, and everyone could like realize that this is the moment for us. Like win or lose, like doesn't matter. Like to be honest, of course we want to win, but I think we have to accept that this moment is like it's for Brazil. Like everyone in Brazil, I think like they deserve that. Like not only the players, not only like the core and stuff, but the fans, like everyone that is in the scenario, like helping us. And I think this is like the real moment for us.
Yeah, would you guys? I mean, touching on that, like kind of, I guess, home field advantage kind of concepts. You guys have always like kind of struggled to capitalize on that in the past. Like, does it when you come here now and you have this crowd through the challenger stage, crowd through the legendary stage, do you feel like you're going to get like a little bit of a buff? Do you feel like you have a home field advantage here in Brazil?
I think it's just a different feeling, right? So in the past, when we came here the first time to play like in Ibirapuera, was kind of a little bit pressure. So we were the best team in the world. So we want to win a tournament in Brazil, and it was like a high pressure on us. So and this pressure like came on top, and we could not win. The second time when we came to Belo Horizonte, we were swapping the team, so we were playing with an international team. It was kind of different atmosphere for us, so we were trying to figure out the way how we should play. I think right now, this is a different moment, right? So the guys from Imperial, us from 00 Nation, everyone have like your way how to approach the things. I think we are being more prepared mentally for this event. We are not putting so many expectations. I think like the public is going to enjoy a lot the tournament. So this is for Brazil, like Fer said. I think like for this tournament, we we just need to be really mentally prepared and just do our things the way how we like to do, and just play the tournament, enjoy the tournament.
Could you guys have imagined when you joined the roster with Zeus and FNX and you guys brought them in, did you ever imagine or dream or think that the success of that team in 2016 to win those majors would be like the first step down a pathway to eventually get a major to Brazil? Did you guys ever imagine that?
Well, that's the same question as, have I ever imagined myself being a professional player in 2003? Those things you don't think about and you just do it. And that's just because we love what we do. And that's why Brazilian community is so big. It's because it's fueled by the passion, it's fueled by the same goals. And everyone can enjoy esports for different reasons in life. So at the time when we got together, I mean, we got 16-0 in the first match. If that wasn't discouraging.
Mano, tem horas que minha vida até parece um game. E aí, bora pro chat se divertir com esse desafio? Grave um momento que dá um game. Tipo você mandando bem com a galera. Ou no passinho. E posta aí, com a hashtag dá um game.
Primeiro dia? Quem está procurando? Estamos fazendo muitas séries e filmes novos. O Jack vai te mostrar tudo.
Quem é o primeiro? O Master Chief. Eu trouxe seu expresso. E eu vou deixar isso aqui. Quem é agora? Miranda Cockrell. Novinho.
Você é meio especial, né?
Anderson Silva.
Pra tudo que você procura, tem Paramount Plus.
The cities I have went in the world, this is the prettiest one. Like, this has something special. And if you guys have the chance to go a little bit tourism and check what it is, it's magical.
We hit the beach yesterday, man. It was gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable out there.
Great, a little bit humid, but great. But I like, you talked how a trait of the Brazilians is to never give up, always keep trying. I think obviously another one is that you are very passionate. So we talked about home field advantage, disadvantage, but a lot of teams, we've had a couple majors after COVID, but a lot of teams developed in that part, and now we have crowd in the challenger stage, right? And you have these teams that are full of good players, but young players who've never played on a stage in front of a crowd. So do you think, in that sense, like the crowd being very loud and passionate as they are, you think this is going to cause problems for some of these teams?
It really depends on how much they can hold their nerves, right? And I think it actually depends on how they start the match too. Because I mean, if one of those young guys go there and boom, 4 headshots and pistol round, they got it rolling. They're gonna start feeling themselves, and it's gonna be good for them. But if it gets the other way around, and they start feeling the pressure, and then the crowd is being very active, and they can see there's something different about playing CS right there, it can play a part. But it really depends how the game goes too. You can never discount the game factor too. You gotta be, everything is involved,
Yeah, but I think it's going to be good for them, like for the young players as well, because, of course, going to the playoffs, we know that's going to be hard, but, of course, they can go through. But playing Brazil, like, without the crowd and stuff, for them, it's going to be, like, a normal experience, right? Because you go, like, for a lot of tournaments and play, like,
same, right?
Yeah, like, normal stage, like, without crowd. But in Brazil, I think they deserve to have the crowd, like, cheering for them, like, So I think it's going to be, like, really special for them, and I think they deserve that.
All those teams that normally don't go out of the first stage,
yeah.
Like here, they're going to be playing finals. This is what a finals look like when people are. This is what it looks
over
like.
The years.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Before the RMR, before you gave that interview, you said even before the RMR, you were at a point where you almost just kind of wanted to back out of the team. You wanted to step down. What's it like now after qualifying? 3 guys had that crazy game against Complexity. I mean, you have to be happy you didn't make that decision. You didn't pull the trigger on that one.
Yeah, I mean, like, back in these days, I was having a problem, like personal problem, like with family and stuff. So it's gonna, like, on that time it was hard for me, like, to go to the server and just like play Counter-Strike, like just like, I don't know, stop thinking about like my life and my family and stuff. And I told the guys, like, guys, it's been really hard for me, and I don't think like it's worth for me, like, to play Counter-Strike right now, because I have to a little bit, like, stop a little bit and take care of the real things for me. And I told them that I wanted to leave the team and stop playing. And, like, for me, it was, like, really, really good, because their approach was, they didn't accept, like, in a good way. They came to me like, okay, so let's think, like, I don't know, a chance for you to keep playing. And then they came with a solution for me. And that's why we didn't went to Europe, like, a lot of, like, weeks and stuff. We could, like, stay more in Brazil, so I could stay with my family and stuff. So for me, it was really, like, healthy and nice for me. So that's why I told like my family, like these guys, they are humans, you know, like they know that's gonna be special for me as well. And I knew that I would like lose the major in Brazil. I wouldn't play. And for me, I think so that I will, I don't know, like in the future I will regret like I should have played, you know.
Look back.
But it was like really hard for me, and yeah, I'm really happy right now that I'm here in Brazil playing. I mean, like I'm from Rio, so for me it's like even more special.
Yeah.
And yeah, my team they helped me a lot, and like the talks we had, like with falling, like in private as well, helped me a lot to like think out of the box. And of course, I'm really happy right now, and my family as well. They will come to watch a major in Brazil, and so for me it's really special.
How deserving is that? His
Yeah.
family wouldn't be in the major.
We are all happy that you are here, Fer.
Thanks,
Deserve it, man.
Yeah.
A major in Rio without Fer wouldn't be a major in Rio.
Yeah, exactly. This is his city. He's from here.
Yeah.
So
my city.
Yeah. So to add on this topic, like, it's funny to see. Everyone is looking for results, right? Your whole life doesn't matter if it's yes or not. Everyone is looking for results, but we found results. Like me, Taco, Fenex, Gold. We changed players, found result. Changed another player, found results. But in the end, it's not only about the results. Once you found the results, then you need something else. So for example, he didn't want to be playing. He couldn't be playing anymore too much, and then the team could choose. Like, are we going for a change, looking for the result, or are we doing this because of the people that are doing this? You know. And for us, this project, we did it because we believe that the moment everyone in life was living it, it was less result driving and more about experience driving. You know, like we want to be together, we want to live through things together. So that, just like first said, we gotta find a way, and then we found a way, and results happen. Like we.
Ô, mano, você não acha que a vida às vezes até parece um game? Então cola no shorts e vem se divertir com esse desafio.
Mostra o momento que dá um game.
Tipo aquele rolê de irmãos. Ou aquela trollada. E bora postar um shorts com a hashtag dá um game.
Primeiro dia? Quem está procurando? Estamos fazendo muitas séries e filmes novos. O Jack vai te mostrar tudo.
Quem é o primeiro? O Master Chief. Eu trouxe seu expresso. E eu vou deixar isso aqui. Quem é agora? Miranda Cockrell. Novinho.
Você é meio especial, né?
Anderson Silva.
Pra tudo que você procura, tem Paramount Plus.
My friend there, who was living with me, after he left me because he joined another team, so like I was alone. So it was kind of hard for me like hold this last 6 months alone, and like just having you and Nico there. So like of course we are friends, but sometimes like of course I want my privacy, you know, I just want to be at home, and I was just alone there. So it was kind of hard to keep focusing every day, just waking up in a good mood, or waking up like thinking, oh my God, I cannot see my family, I cannot do this, I cannot do that. So like it was really hard. So I was not enjoying like some months to be there, you know. So like that's like was kind of frustrating me a little bit, and I was like dropping really hard. So my focus was not there, and this like was kind of a hard period for me, you know. So after that, like after COVID, I decided to move to 00 Nation and be with Taco again. And it's been really nice because right now, like, of course, we understand each other really well. The team is going really good as well. Like, we are growing, like, step by step. And that's the focus for our team. Like, the focus is not, like, just about winning anymore. It's about, like, as well, teaching the young kids as well, the way how to play, the way how to be a better human. And that's been really nice, really good experience here with them.
Well, I have one more, Jason. Yeah. It's because, you know, people may or may not know this. Like, I mean, you were the world's best player for 2 years, but you're a super selfless player. I mean, in both times I was on a team with you, like, you were always the first guy when there was like, oh, who's going to play this spot? No one wants it. You would always, like, move to that spot, even if it didn't make sense. Like, you were perhaps the best player on the team, right? So that's not a problem. So is that, like, why now, you know, it's not that difficult for you to take a step back and let, you know, as you like to say it, the kids shine, and kind of realizing you should just lead the way for them? Yeah, like, just people do not understand, like, the way how I think the things, right? So for me, when I joined then, like, I was not thinking, like, okay, I want to be the superstar. I want to just, okay, guys, put in the best position that I'm going to play. No, I just went there, finally just say, okay, you're going to play this, you're going to play this. You just play here. I said, okay, just things happens, you know, like, was not a thing like that I choose
to be. So when like we swap players, I said, okay, you can take my spot. I can get your spot. That's fine for me as well. And I just do a way how I can play your spot. And I never had these problems before. So I think that's why like when we went together with their core, like when he said, okay, you need to do these different roles. I said, okay, that's fine for me. Like for me, like it doesn't matter if I'm gonna do entry, second entry, trader, lurker, like AWP if you want. I don't care. Like you're gonna do a way like that I can play, and that's it. I'm gonna watch a lot of POVs, a lot of demos, and I'm gonna play like that.
What's it like? I mean, all this conversation around like not necessarily chasing results, but finding that next step in your life or your career. With you, Taco, your next step in your evolution has been like you're now becoming a leadership figure in the Brazilian scene. What's that like transition been like of you taking over like a team like Godsend, bringing in younger players, now Double O Nation, becoming a leader? This is your next step. Like, how's it been going?
I mean, like Fallen and even Cold said now, it's not something that I chose. It's just something that I needed to do. Not needed, but at the moment that I was, I needed to do something different that would make me feel alive in terms of playing Counter-Strike and feeling happy. And I mean, I had a very bad period in 2020. Yes, 2020 when I got kicked from IBR. And by that time, I didn't really want to play CS anymore, and I wanted to focus on other stuff in my life. I mean, that was also the period of COVID and the pandemic and everything. I had to stay in Los Angeles for 3 months, and I was by myself because I didn't want to leave the US. The US was, the borders they were all closed. So I couldn't leave the US if I wanted to keep playing Counter-Strike. So I spent almost 3 months in a very big house, a mansion, by myself.
The big house made it feel worse, I bet, yeah.
Yes, in the middle of everything, and that was a very bad period of my life and also my career. So
what's it like? Do you like are the younger players in the team like? Do you feel them like looking up to you and like looking to you for the answers and to be that leadership figure?
Yeah, sure. But after this time, I got some offers like from teams and NA teams and Brazilian teams as well, and none of them would make me feel alive again, like I told you guys, you know. Yeah. So when I got the offer from Godsend to build this project with young players and taking a leadership role, then I stopped to think, and that would make me feel alive
This
again.
is what I want to do.
That's what I want to do, and that's what I'm gonna be focusing, and that's where my energy will be. That's where my energy will be for the future, and that's how it was. So right now, I think I'm improving every day and every tournament that we play in terms of managing, not only managing the team inside the game and inside the server, doing the preparation for the games and stuff like that, but also organizing the team outside of the game and managing not egos, but I mean everyone is different, and it's very hard to control five players because they are all different. One can think this way, one other can think this way,
yeah.
And obviously I also have ADR and Chucky. They are our coach and analyst. They do a great job. They help me a lot as well. I used to say I like to say that I'm just 33.
Primeiro dia? Quem está procurando? Estamos fazendo muitas séries e filmes novos. O Jack vai te mostrar tudo.
Quem é o primeiro? O Master Chief. Eu trouxe seu expresso. E eu vou deixar isso aqui. Quem é agora? Miranda Cockrell. Novinho.
Isso é meio especial, né?
Anderson Silva.
Pra tudo que você procura, tem Paramount Plus.
Red Bull te dá asas.
Right all along.
The old man was right. It's actually insane because a lot of stuff that Fallen told me, or Fallen even when I got mad sometimes with things that he told me, now I understand them. Things that I even never understood. Or
You would say you're right, but you wouldn't believe him.
yeah. I mean, at the time I would just take it and think about it, and maybe I would feel that it was unfair, or man, Fallen man. What is he talking about? But nowadays, for real, that happens a lot. Nowadays I understand, and probably I told him. I don't remember if I told him already, but a lot of situations that I came through with the guys, especially in the beginning of Godsend and now with 00 Nation as well. A lot of stuff that happened.
Just repeat button. Right? You're just in a different view now.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now you're the fallen, and the kids are the new time.
Don't get me wrong. Like they know my flaws more than anyone else. You know, like as a leader, you get to know yourself better too. Like I made many mistakes, and they kind of know that too. Of course they do, and they're gonna pass through that too. Eventually, they're gonna see how many mistakes they did too. Like so, but you get. That's how you have to operate. Like you gotta do the best you can at the time. Because later on, 2 years later, it's easy. I would have done that differently. But at the time, you can only do what you think it's right at the time.
Yeah. That's pretty much it, I would say.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's a fun journey. If we go back to like actually looking a little bit more at the Counter-Strike stuff, when you guys go back, I mean, you were kind of known to be a team in 2016 that kind of reinvented the wheel and kind of showed the way the game at the time could be played to its most efficient and most effective. Did you, like, I guess, like one of the questions that I was asked when I joined Liquid as the coach was like, how do we become like a meta-defining team? Like, how do we kind of like, you never enter into like a strategy as an in-game leader, as a coach, thinking you want to create the next meta for the entire scene, but you guys managed to do it in 2016. Was this just something that you stumbled into that seemed to work for all you guys as individuals?
I think the best way I can describe is when we started playing together, I had an idea how the game should be played, and it was wrong. But it was good too. It was good and wrong.
I remember that.
But
wait, what was the wrong idea?
The wrong idea is that I wanted to control everything.
Wait. It's time for another Taco story. No, yeah, actually, we went for the first tournament in DreamHack Finals summer, I guess. No, winter. In Sweden, and we didn't have any practice to play that tournament. It was literally, we went outside, we built a team, and they were in IEM San Jose. Yeah. And they just lost the tournament, and they came back to California, and I was there with FNX, and they came to the gaming house, and we built a team. I mean, Fur was the one that actually called us in the day that they had the talk. After they lost the tournament, they had a talk, and they kicked.
It's always him.
It was all along.
Always me. But it's always me.
Fur was the one calling me, hey, Taco, what do you think about joining us, and FNX as well, do Zeus, etc. And then after that, they came to the house, the gaming house, and we were outside talking. And I remember Ricardo and Fallen, guys, we are building this team to be at least top 4 in the world. We have the best players in Brazil. By role, we have the best we can.
Ricardo speech.
I can hear Ricardo.
I'm imagining it.
So we are building this to be at least top 4. I'm not asking you guys to get top 4 in the next major. It's all right if you don't get it. But for the second one, I'm pretty sure you're going to reach your peak, and then you're going to be...
and the next major, just for people, the next one was the Columbus one.
Exactly,
Yeah,
that's Ricardo. And then we went outside and we went over this stuff, but we didn't practice. It was literally, Taco, you're going to play B, I do this, that's it, this is the strat we have, that's it. We didn't join the server together. And then we went to Sweden, and then we lost the first game 16-0, and I remember the vetoes. There was this shoe and another map. To be the map, I mean, it would be the last veto, and we had we could choose it, and I remember us, man, it's just dust shoe, you know? We are Brazilians, we have good aims, and we're gonna just go there, and we don't need strategy, it's dust shoe. You just run and kill them. We don't need that, we have great aims, let's just kill them, let's just shoot them. And 16-0, we'll get to that. And then 16-0 happened, and after and then after the 16-0, we went to the kebab store, and Fallen was there, and I was really sad because actually at the time I was asking them before the tournament. I was asking them, Fallen, how was it because it was my first tournament in Europe, you know, ever. And I was like, Fallen, how was it to play in Europe your first time? And he was like, man, I played against Navi and I destroyed everyone. I killed Markelov and man, I got this and I did that and played Fnatic and man. And then FNX, how was it for you? Man, I just won this and man, this clutch and I destroyed everyone, 30 bombs first game. Code, how was it? Man, my first game, I destroyed everyone. I played the ESL Cologne Major and I destroyed everyone. Fur, how was it? Great. Taco, how was it? 16-0. I was like, man, my first game, that's it. My first game in Europe, that's it. And then I remember we went to the hotel. We went back to the hotel and Fallen was with his laptop and he was like, guys, it doesn't matter. 16-0, 16-14, 16-10, 16-12. We don't care for that.
We're already losing, I said.
Yeah, they're all losses.
We bring you guys because that was already happening. Don't worry.
What can we...
Primeiro dia? Quem está procurando? Estamos fazendo muitas séries e filmes novos. O Jack vai te mostrar tudo.
Quem é o primeiro? O Master Chief. Eu trouxe seu expresso. E eu vou deixar isso aqui. Quem é agora? Miranda Cockrell. Novinho.
Você é meio especial, né?
Anderson Silva.
Pra tudo o que você procura, tem Paramount Plus.
Red Bull te dá asas.
Not Frankfurt, Germany.
Memory, man.
Yeah, Jesus, he's got all the details.
We went to a place in Germany. The name of the place was N Faculty.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yep.
Which one?
N Faculty.
N Faculty.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then we had a first.
I am bad on memory first. Memory the worst.
First, like, yeah, I definitely remember.
We had a boot camp there, and this boot camp was good, I would say. And then we put a lot of strategies, and Fallen came with those notepads and
all
a
the
lot of
things from the
strategies
before the tournament.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna throw this smoke and this flashbang, and you're gonna do this and that. And then we played the ESL Pro League in Burbank, in California, and we came with a lot of strategies. And I remember the first one that we had, we were playing against Navi, and Guardian was A ramp, that's true, and we had a sick catwalk strategy that we had in the boot camp.
That too.
And we threw a lot of smokes and flashbangs and molotovs and all the nades, and Guardian just went on the box, on the single box, on the top of the box of the A-bomb site and destroyed everyone. And that's our strategy, you know. Like, we were like, guys,
That's not it. It's gonna repeat. It's gonna repeat.
that's not it. And then we played this tournament. We got actually, it was not a bad result. We went out of the, we won the groups, I guess. We got second place.
This is Pro League Season 2, right? You said in Burbank? Pro League Season 2?
Yes, it was Season 2, actually. I mean, we lost in the quarterfinals. It was not terrible, but it was not good as well. But the team felt that we were playing differently from the first tournament that we played, because now we had strategies and we were playing very controlled CS, very management CS, and we were just like, man, we played like
1 week ago.
a week ago. With a lot of freedom and stuff like that. Now we add a lot of strategies and a lot of stuff. Now we cannot play. We are not feeling comfortable playing, and then that's how I think something clicked in Fallen's ideas and mine. I was like, yes, I think we should play more with more freedom.
Wrong.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
that's pretty much how we kind of learn how to play the CS that we played.
Yeah, because when you strategize, there's a chance you think you're doing the right thing just because you saw somewhere else or because of your understanding. But for all 5 players, maybe it's not their comfort zone. Maybe it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So instead of practicing things that I thought it was good before, we started developing the things that we thought it was good. At some point in our team, anyone could do any role. Just because the way we talk about things and get to the same conclusion together, if he had to hold A-apps and eventually for some reason he was going to go short this round, he will go A-apps and he's going to do as good as him. Just because everything was just so communicated, and by the time we realized what the A-apps guy should do, everyone was in the talk. No, so most of the times everyone could do everything.
Philosophically,
exactly. So at the time, this was just much better than what people were running.
But at the same time, I think like for our meta works, I think all the 5 players should understand how all the things are, how we do all the things. So we could not, like, for example, pick up a player who doesn't know how to do everything. So it was kind of like a season like who, I don't know, we just created and we just make it work. Like, was not a thing like we planned to do it, was just on base of the feeling. All these 5 players understood like really well the game, you know.
Also, I think it comes from these guys, especially these guys, they come from a very Brazilian CSGO school. Like Fallen, for example, he had the chance, and Fur as well. They had the chance to play against, not against, but with and against legendary players from Brazil.
Kogu.
FNX, Kogu, all these guys, and I think that we have the basics of the game, and that's something that I think in SK we had very clear, the basics of the game, you know. Everyone would respect every move. Everyone, I mean, communication was really good as well. That's also super important. And yes, that's the meta, right? I think the basics from the Brazilian Counter-Strike school
I think at the time we
was
didn't
very-
have much resources to like Shadow, you know, all those utilities that you can just watch games fast. So you had to run the demos, you had to watch the VODs.
Yeah.
I think we did that pretty well too. So we would understand how teams would play and which one are their strengths very fast, and then just copy some of them or upgrade some of them and integrate to our game very quickly. There would be boot camps where I would go and one practice against a team, and even Cole was very smart on that. He would say, oh, they're running this differently. So he would compare what they're doing to what we do, and then 2 words, okay, so now we do this then. So it was like a chess game. And we could pick up from the boot camps very fast because he was smart, and I was studying the game very hard, and the other guys are just playing their game at their best, you know.
That's why we are always one step ahead. Like, we just copy, but the same way we copy, we integrate. We just not fully copy it.
Yeah.
We
remember
copy
when
in your
you
style.
adapt it to your own
we adapt
style.
on
Guys,
your
don't
Do
style.
tell
you
the
remember when
secrets.
they're
Don't tell the
copying
secrets, guys.
Do you remember when we were watching people do our executions on cache?
Yeah.
And then they didn't know the details? So we'd create something, and then we would run the details.
Foi numa viagem que eu conheci o maior amor da minha vida, que é o meu filho. Eu nunca vou esquecer do dia que eu abri a porta e tava ele chorando. Eu agarrei ele e falei, meu filho! Eu nunca mais desgarrei. Toda vez que eu viajo, eu volto outra. A Bahia me deu régua, compasso e um filho, rapaz, quer mais.
Grandes times se formam com grandes líderes. Ok, vamos nessa. Preparem-se. Líderes que inspiram você a se superar e encontrar o momento perfeito para agir.
Estiloso por fora, poderoso por dentro. Lenovo Legion.
Driblou o goleiro.
Ele usou a força.
Presenciei uma coisa no futuro.
Devia ter um jeito mais fácil de matar uma garota. Resolva isso.
Você precisa confiar em mim. Esses filhos da p... não sabem com quem puxaram briga. Sem plano, informações e pegamos eles. É a única coisa em que eu sou bom, Flynn.
Realize that. And then when I started like playing like professionally and stuff, I had like the ear problem, and I played like many tournaments like just hearing like from 1 year, and that was like super bad, and I couldn't trust on the sound, right? So I was like, dude, let's suppose you're just like you're holding connector on Mirage, and you couldn't know if they're coming like from the ramp or could they come from like under window. So it was like super bad for me. And I was like, dude, I'm not gonna like wait for them.
Check this out. Just flash.
I'm not gonna wait for them. I will kill like them on the like A ramp, like T ramp. I don't care, you know. So I started like playing
couldn't trust
aggressive.
teammates. Couldn't trust sound.
I couldn't trust them.
You gotta find something else.
I was like, dude, I have to have a great aim, and that's it. Like understanding of the game, like the times and stuff, like the nades, like. So I just like start like not studying the game, like understanding during playing the game. I'm not a guy like that like to watch demos and stuff. So let's suppose I'm playing connector and they do something against me, and it's like something different. I was like, dude, okay, now I know how they're doing, and I just like adapting my game. And basically it was that. Like I couldn't trust like my teammates in the beginning, and then I couldn't trust like my ear, and then I was like,
very
dude,
special all the time.
I have to play aggressive.
I hate to have to do this. We're gonna have to close this out. It's been great talking to you guys. Really quick before we go, I want to kind of go down.
Closed out. You can just move a little bit towards the major.
I want to go
like 40, 45 minutes.
I want to go down the line. I want to get you guys' if you can think back to what your feeling and emotion was winning Columbus, first major you guys won. What that was like. If I can ask each of you guys, like, what was that feeling?
I think that's was a really special feeling. I think I never gonna have the same feeling that I had. So it was the first tournament that we really actually won, and we didn't expect it. So we were just playing.
It was the first one, right?
Yeah, it was the first one.
First one. Crazy.
and like we didn't expect this. Like all the things happened, it's so natural, and like the feeling about winning the tournament was kind of incredible. Like no words to say it.
Did you feel like this is a question for Jason specifically? Did you feel like after the Liquid game, there was no way you could lose the tournament, right? Like because no.
No, I think
because
like
those were too crazy.
Yeah, like Navi was kind of hard. Like they were like a rock in our shoes, right? So that was kind of hard because like I think we had like a bad result against Navi every time when we were playing against them. So it was super hard.
To them before winning against
doesn't matter if we won against Liquid or not. Like we knew like this final is gonna be hard. But if we win the first map, they're gonna tilt.
So that's
and that's
I
what
think
happened.
we felt
right?
that on Overpass. As you went to Overpass,
Oh, Overpass was obvious.
when we won that Mirage,
Yeah.
there was a Mirage A ramp flank that go our way. I don't remember exactly how it was, but there's a specific round 14-13 that went our way, and from that moment on, it was hard for them.
They broke.
Yeah.
You remember, Fur, what that was like, just the winning moment?
Yeah, the winning moment was like really. I mean, when we won, we didn't expect because we never won, right? We never win tournaments, and we didn't expect that. And then we came like to lift the trophy, and I was like kind of okay, like super happy and stuff. And then like everyone like lifting the trophy, and then I was like, dude, I wanna cry. I wanna cry. And then I left because I didn't want to cry like in front of people and stuff. And then I went to my computer, and then I started crying. And the guy on the camera guy, he was like just like como é que é desmontando? It was like removing the camera, like to pack the camera and stuff.
Okay.
Then he see me crying. Then he put the camera again. I was like, no, please, no.
I'm gonna get the moment.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. You know, like the things on my in my mind was like crossing like.
What a great professional. Now
Yeah,
we have a great video of her crying.
You see the time he was like disconnecting the cables, like
Never see that footage yet.
You're crying. Like then it was really nice for us.
Yeah, it's magical.
Winning Columbus was something else. And I remember the Code Zero jump shot. I got the last kill. Nice. There's also
imagine if he aces us.
there's also a highlight from my POV leaving the ladder room and going catwalk and killing the last one.
You didn't remember my hype, right? I was super hyped because I did something really sick.
They had no idea.
Zeus was like really hyped as well, and they were shut up. It's 10:15. I was okay. Like the hype was done, you know, in 2 seconds. I was done.
For us,
also
like, so
Code was
normal
like
because we didn't see it, right?
Yeah.
It was
Code
like,
said
okay, he killed 4.
No, Code
I
said
remember-
that. You guys have no idea what just happened, but let's just keep going.
Yeah, I was like, what did you do? Because I saw the crowd going nuts, and what did you do? And he just looked at me. You have no idea what I just did, but you're gonna see after the game. Let's play.
Yeah.
Let's play.
I remember being sat up in one of the booths where the talent green room was for the broadcast, and I have never heard an arena go from full steam ahead to just nothing after that round. That crowd got so quiet after the cheers. That crowd just was dead.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. We're gonna have to send you guys off. Thank you guys very much for your time. Congratulations, and regardless what happens this week at this event. This event wouldn't be happening without you guys. So congratulations on such incredible success throughout the careers.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Yanko, and thank you, everyone watching.
Guys.
We got another taco story.
Have a good memory
Success.
always.
Cheers, boys.
Oh wow, there's the first bomb frag. Higo gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no health on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Higo do it again?
of wisdom, loyalty, and unfaltering teamwork. A lesser-known fact, bees have not just 2, but 5 eyes. It's time we take a look at the 5 eyes of vitality. The bullseye, Zywar. Number 1 player in the world, 2 years on the trot, the Chosen One has pulled off plays that should be inconceivable. Matthew's 2020 vision when reading the game and commanding his opposition drives the sting in the Vitality hunt. But no major title to his name. Yet. Fellow Frenchman and Birdseye, Apex. Entry fragger turned in-game leader, the captain's overview of the entire swarm crafts crucial venom in Vitality's sting. Oh, and his thirst for a major title with an international squad. The all-seeing eye, Dupree, quite literally. This man has witnessed it all, as the only player to attend all 18 CSGO majors and take home trophies at 4, 3 of which consecutively. Next to him, the eagle eye, Magisk. Katowice 2019 major MVP, and alongside Dupree for 3 major titles. Emil has the brain and the aim to underscore his precision. Finally, the eye catcher, Spinks. 2022 has arguably been his breakout year, first with Ents, now with his new hive. This kid floats like a butterfly but stings like a bee, and making it to the semi-finals in Antwerp was just the tip of the honeycomb. With this new-look squad lifting their first trophy at EPL Season 16, the pressure is on to bid farewell to a history of major quarter-final finishes, and taste the sweet nectar of victory in Rio.
Well, there you have it, the Swiss round of 4. We are at the Intel Extreme Masters. It's a Rio Major 20 and 22. Still in the challenger stage, still looking to send some teams through. But ultimately, this is one of those matches that will set up a team to go home. And one team that has already forked your pick'ems all the way to death in Greyhound, or ironically, Vitality, finding themselves in the same situation. Again, welcome back. And joining me for the first time here would be Cassad and Mahone simultaneously. Usually there's a Yanko in the end. I think I prefer this more. Not sure that I do. Can't really go on the record saying that, but nonetheless, what's up, guys?
First time I would agree with you. I prefer it this way too.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
The thing is, like, we are looking at Vitality right now. I think they are the second team that kind of forked the pick'ems for many people.
You like that?
Yeah, I do. And they had, like, a bunch of them had Vitality in a trio. Now they're 1 and 2, fighting for their lives. Nobody expected that. You know, they have an easier opponent today, right? They need a confidence win right now. They need a quick and painless 2-0. Just swift.
Painless.
Yes.
But Mahone, surely there's a reason they've gotten to this point, right?
Yeah, they've looked a little bit sloppy. I want to call out especially their T side has not been looking very clean, and maybe some individuals haven't really stepped up as much. We've clearly seen Zywoo, that guy always steps up, but Spinks, Dupree, Magisk, where are these guys?
Yeah, a lot to be desired over there on the Vitality side, and for a project that had a lot of poise, a lot of promise, at least from a namesake value, we have seen the likes of Spinks, say for example, come out and show his value in multitude of ways. Cassad.
Yeah, definitely a piece they needed. You know, in that summer break, they brought a proper player for the role they needed. Right, he's acclimated just not yet enough as he should be for the event of this size. Obviously, we see the results. They played well in the Pro League. They won the Pro League. They're the champions there. But, you know, on Blast, they didn't do so well. Now they're struggling again. There is still chance. It's not too late to recover from this because, you know, they have like 2 playoff games today and tomorrow, and then maybe they can get into the next stage. But they need a comfortable win today so they can have like a much more confidence coming into the 2-2 game.
Yeah, because, you know, if you're the side of Vitality, surely there's someone somewhere out there talking about, oh, it's simply unacceptable to be at this position. Well, truth be told, this is not the championship caliber team that we were promised, Mahone.
It is not, and you know, they were HLTV #1 for a brief period of time. Quite honestly, for me, I didn't really think they were #1. I don't know if there was really anybody who actually thought that.
Are you calling them #2?
Yes, I'm.
Shame on you.
I don't know about that.
Depends on the day.
Yeah, depends on the day. But yeah, they've had a tough road. But also a lot of other teams have also had a tough road too. So, you know, but the thing is, for Vitality, a lot of people, like Cassad said, were expecting them. They would be that 3-0 team. They should go through this without a problem. But they've run into problems. Outsiders lost, as well as that, as well as this game here against Greyhound. They beat Cloud9 earlier in this tournament. There could be a potential struggle.
No, listen, this is a major, right? This is not a joke. This is not a clown tournament. Every team can play can play Counter-Strike here. And we saw that in Greyhound beating Cloud9 on Dust 2. You know, Cloud9 that has a potential to win the event if they play to their potential, right? So they beating them in a best of one. It's a massive surprise, but it did happen, and we can see that Vitality needs to be super careful when they come into this game and not to underestimate Greyhound or any other team for that matter.
Yeah, and not to take away from what happened here, which is specifically a 1917 on Inferno in the way of Greyhound. We saw Cloud9 last night. We saw that they aren't necessarily the ones that were also promised to be thrust up into that legend stage. So Mahone, I look at this and I think for Greyhound, not only do they have their work cut out for them, but the uphill battle might be on both sides of the hill.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle. I think the one thing that Greyhound kind of has for them in this matchup, though, is just that Vitality have been struggling a little bit on their T side, and something that they did against, what was the team that they played against last?
Vitality?
Vitality Outsiders.
Yeah. Vitality Outsiders, they lost to them in Overpass, I believe.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So one of the things that Vitality kind of struggle with is just kind of completing their moves where sometimes it's like they're trying to enter a site, but they don't have the right flashes, or they don't even use their flashes, or sometimes the timing and the trading and the spacing is a little bit off when they enter into the site. And for Greyhound, I feel like all they need to do is try to punish those. Maybe not try to be too active, but try to just see, okay, are Vitality actually polished enough to take it? Because if they're not, I think they're going to get punished.
I think you're 100% spot on when you say they are not using flashes. Sometimes they are missing something. They have a wrong buy. That the finisher of those rounds were a massive problem for a team like Vitality. And when you play against Jame and the company, the sharp, the fleet, and the company is super sharp, you're going to get, like you said, you're going to get punished. And they did. It's a best of one. It's a major. There is no forking around.
Yeah, I like what you did there. Yeah, I really do. I like that you've grabbed onto that one. That's some of my better work.
Yes.
Hey, nonetheless, we talk about forking around, and we're not doing any of that over here. In fact, what we are talking about is one man who has found his way to not be pushed around, to not be held down when it comes down to the majors. He's seen just about all of them, if not all of them, up to this point, and the fact that his back against the wall is not what we expected. Dupree, give us some words.
Vitality are facing elimination, but they're going up against the Greyhound today. I've got Dupree with me. And Dupree, the first thing I want to touch on, right, we keep talking about your 18 majors, right, making it all, but you've also never not made it to the legend stage. You're not a player that would ever feel pressure in my eyes, but are you feeling slightly more nervous this event?
I don't think it's the nerves, actually. I don't think it's like, I think it's more like the fear of failing, not from my side, but from the whole team side. I think we're, we have Savu performing. Yeah. The rest of us is not. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're standing here right now. I mean, I think we had a really good start to the tournament. And then we messed it up against GamerLegion and then against Outsiders yesterday. And now we're here facing elimination. I mean, it's part of it. But yeah, it's only one thing, and that's to look forward.
Now, Apex was telling me, he goes, okay, look, we're not losing to these teams. We're losing to ourselves at this point, right? But there is also got to come the element where, like what you just touched on, the individual's not shining other than what Zywo's been able to do. We just saw you guys playing so well. We saw these positive signs of Vitality. How can it change so much, mate?
It's hard. I mean, like going into the major and like, I don't know, not being on the same page, not feeling each other and like all these kind of things. Like it's just not synchronized right now. And I don't really know why the reason to it is. And we had a really good talk yesterday. Hopefully that's going to spark something into us tonight. And there's nothing we can do about the results that we've done lately. We're still in the tournament. It's still in our own hands. We're going to go up against some good opponents to even go to the legend stage, but that's kind of thing, like we have our backs against the wall. We've tried that multiple times, and there's only one thing right now, that is to just do better, and hopefully that's going to be enough for us to make it to legends. But yeah, we're just going to do everything we can to do better than we did the last couple of days.
That talk you just said about yesterday, was that a big inspiring Danny talk?
I mean, I think it was not only the coach. I think it was everyone in the team that felt like we needed to change something. Like at least we needed to like talk to each other and see like what is everyone feeling, because something was off. And I'm not saying we found like the recipe right now, but I hope that we found more percentages to do better.
Let's see if you do. Thank you very much.
Do better. for Dupree and company. So if we look at Vitality, again, we talk about them not being where they need to be in terms of this, the tournament itself. You know, the format, the flow, and the structure. Again, you have to look at it.
Listen, like this interview, and he said something like, we don't feel each other properly, we are not like in the best spot, and the reason for that is simply because when you don't have enough time to prepare for the event, right? There is a lot of loose ends that you carry from the previous tournaments and the mistakes that you need to fix, and all of that piles up, and you don't have enough time to prepare and get those sorted out. You come in a big event like this, and these things can happen.
So the good news here, I guess, for some viewers will be that there is not going to be an Ancient. There's not going to be an Overpass. Isn't that right, Mahone?
That is correct. For the vetoes, this could kind of go in a lot of different places, I think. We'll have to see what they actually decide to pick, but I feel like overall, Vitality should have the edge on almost every map here. They just have simply more experience. Going to be a pick coming out from Greyhound, I believe that's on Inferno. And what do you think about that, Kassad?
I don't like it. I don't like the Inferno pick because they're going to start in T side, and they have too many passive players in their team. If you want to play Inferno, if you want to play successful Inferno, you need aggressive players. You need aggressive players, Banana, who will run through the smokes, who will use the flashes, who will use the utility from the support players. You will need to take top middle, you will need to walk out holes. All these things you need to do, and you need aggressive players. They don't Mirage, which is also a bit of a surprising thing because Mahone, I remember that they were not so spectacularly good on the map like Mirage.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised about that too. Like this whole veto has kind of gone upside down to me. I was actually expecting them to maybe even pick a nuke or something like that, where Greyhound are definitely not so comfortable on that. So I don't know, whatever the plan Vitality have for that map in particular, it'll be interesting to see. Maybe they saw some exploits on their match against IHC or something like that.
But the thing is, like, why would you go for an anti-strat against a team like Greyhound? Yeah. You go for your strength, right? And you just
would think
demolish them. You get your second win. You're super confident coming into the 5th day, and you just smash whoever is there because you're the better team. If you are just punishing pick, if you're going for the punish pick, it's just a wrong approach.
Kassad, I'm going to put you on the spot, and I want to know what Greyhound have to do to win this game right out of the gate to put their foot down.
They have to win the first map to gain.
And the second one, yes.
They have to win the first map so they can actually start believing they can do it. I don't think they're in that state right now. There needs something to happen on the first map to kind of push them towards believing into that victory.
I think one thing that they could do towards Banana is try to punish Spinx and Apex. They've been struggling a little bit towards that Banana side, so we'll have to see. Maybe that's their plan.
Maybe it is, and only time will tell. But guess what, everybody? That time is now. Use the hashtag IEM. Let us know how you're watching this matchup featuring Greyhound.
Yeah, the key word being the last one, elimination. Thank you. I thoroughly enjoyed that desk segment. I am Machine. I'm joined by Sponge, and we are jumping straight into the action. Greyhound's pick, the advice of the desk is win the first map and probably the second, or at least over the course of the 3.
Traditional approach, it seems.
Okay. Keeping it simple, stupid, and so are Greyhound. They're not in any rush. It is a T attacking start, and good God, the odds are blown against them. Vitality, of course, on the ropes, and a hot favorite for Legend State.
On paper, understandably so. The desk has outlined this here. Vitality should be able to bully Greyhound around the server, but this team have already upset Cloud9. Let's see if they can do it again. Got Rushley and MC on the 1s to 0s.
Dream team on the buttons. Let's see what Sicko, Inns, and Liaz can do. Now, will there be a first move? Vexite just investigating and flashing up on short side. That will then facilitate the leap. Boots on the ground now. ZywOo distracted. Good strike out of Vexite's P250. Info. 2, he screams brackets. Spinx, 1 to be cleared out. Gets nothing done. Dupree, though, still lingers and regroups. Kit present. Bomb to be planted. An advantage for this Greyhound pistol start. They can't afford to be falling to this boost. You can see established now. Magisk will have a timer on this now. Dismantles. Sicko in pit. And 3 for the retake.
Key here is Magisk with the smoke and the kit here, but time already starting to tick, and I think they've called it off. Retake in towards that A site or the B bomb site, number disadvantage, never going to be easy, and Vitality not wanting to get stuck in early, allowing Greyhound to keep 4 players alive. This should be very, very easy pickings for the pistol. We can call this one done. Not what I was expecting by any means. I thought, you know, once you get to a stage environment, there's a bit more pressure and elimination game, you take a few more risks, just like Alistair chasing them away here, making sure they definitely are saving. He's spotted out at least 2 now. That'll be the death for him. A goose from Inns, and he falls as well. So actually giving over some extra cash. Not the end of the world, but a big pistol round for Greyhound to pick up here on their T-side campaign.
Yeah, fundamentals. I loved it from Vexite. Hits that necessary shot. It's the information that comes with his death as well. Lets Liaz charge down this left side player. Spinks falls, as did the round. Greyhound won, and a force in response.
Yeah, so the fact that they do have this kit right now is also a scary factor here. But Zywoo's scout, he has been the, I want to say heavy hitter, the only hitter for Vitality so far here in the Challenger stage. And not a swing and a miss just yet, but a scope all the way down, and nobody overstepping the mark just yet for Greyhound. Inns, patience being the virtue, takes his time, peers on forward, and they're establishing this map control as, and it doesn't do an awful lot. Now Mahone mentioned pressuring this B bomb site. Spinks in his previous team ends, in case you're uninitiated, this was not a map that they played. So always discussed as a bit of a pressure point, and if he gets off to a slower start, something that Zywoo might be called over to help plug. Very tiny gap there that Zywoo has scoped on through. Now, mid-control, not garnered just yet. This Famus on the top row. Dupree has been spotted. We'll need to drop on down. And they have a passive crossfire. Now, it's worked for them plenty of times before Vitality, this passive crossfire on the site. They don't have the full guns to do so. Top banana smoked off, rotation for Zywoo coming over. Vexite charging through, looking for the info. That's a bit of a money man play. And they need to head straight now in towards A. Sicko onto Dupree, it's just Magisk.
Yeah, Magisk and the cavalry coming fast through spawn. Inns looking to investigate. Zywoo ready and prepared for it. That's a hard shot to hit.
Disjointed.
Just a slither one. Inns now down. Magisk still has the sight. They're running out of time and options, especially when you hit shots like that. Magisk, a big one into Liaz, and Greyhound just crumble. It's only Alistair alone. 3 to find a 1v4 in front of him, and a horribly intimidating smoke. He wants to go and investigate, doesn't find it. Yeah, he's got the gap closing behind him as well. Apex Spinks are partnered up. Alistair opting for the deagle and taking the fight. That was an oddball move. Not interested in trying to get that bomb down, have them run him down. And so Vitality, yes, straight back.
It's a bad one to lose right there, and the word I used was disjointed. Look at all these kills, they're individual. Now, they sent Vexite into B for information, but were unable to strike together as a pack here. And you can see it was conceded by Alistair. As soon as he throws the Galil away onto the roof, he knows he's given up the round right there. So, rough one. That plant would have been great. He could have punched in the digits, or at least tried to, given them some extra cash to work with going into the force bind for round number 3. But well, this is not a good start for Greyhound by any means, but if you're a Vitality fan, this is exactly what you're looking for.
Which they haven't necessarily been getting an awful lot of as a Vitality fan as of late.
Yeah, we can recap some of those losses. Hasn't been looking fantastic. They lost to GamerLegion on Vertigo, and Outsiders on Overpass. Their only win came against Imperial, who have already been eliminated from the event. Full banana control here. Bomb all the way back towards T-Stairs. So you can see there's no clear intent from Greyhound just yet. They're hoping somebody gets a little bit over picky, and these Deagles might be able to strike. Nade towards top mid, well placed.
Whoa, big chunk of damage. Vexite trying his luck and toying with Dupree. Undaunted and unscathed. Gets himself away. Just peppering onto the apartment's presence, slowly conceding control when he sees fit. Good placement of the nade. Might be able to get an angle over the top. The nade finishes the job Zywoo started. And running out of options now for Greyhound, trying to break through this defense.
Yeah, I'll tell you this much. If it was Apex and Spinks in opposite positions here, I'm sure Apex would have pushed all the way down to T-Stairs by now. So this one here, it's hard to see them hit bangers entering the side. Another round that feels like it's going to fall apart, and without too much traction or damage.
Yeah, Magisk really kind of made a name for himself in this position. Years have passed, still a demon on it, and 2 from that pit hold. Vitality will find their second round. Greyhound's force falls flat.
And here's the thing, that round from Vitality, I know it's more of an anti-eco, traditional style round, playing somewhat passive across the map. That banana control, a little bit of a different flavor. But they can just play that type of Counter-Strike and they should win. They have all the experience. They have Zywoo, and then the pedigree of the players across the board is levels above what Greyhound have to offer here. And on a map like Inferno, it's difficult for them to get into the thicker things in the same way as like a Dust 2 when they upset that of Cloud9. So this is not going to be easy. It might be a blowout over 2 maps here, if we're going to be honest.
So would you frame a win condition for Greyhound is that ZywOo doesn't get company over the course of this best of 3?
Yeah, look, if the support isn't there and everybody else is still quite flat, this is just going to be a mop up here, short, a couple casualties, but still the mop and Bucket out to play. Yeah, if the support network isn't there and it is just ZywOo and they're able to isolate these B defenders like Mahone highlighted, if they're able to, if Magisk and Dupree on this A crossfire isn't going down, Love is in the air.
The whole crowd giving you a pat on the back for that one.
See everybody having fun here today. Now, no Brazilian representation. I think it's easy to be a fan of Vitality based off of the history of this team.
Yeah.
Right? Not the underdogs, but one of the best players in the world in the server right now and in fine form. That's entertainment right there.
Yeah, then you throw in, of course, that Astralis core that did legendary things that no other team has done in the history of Counter-Strike, and that, of course, combined with that generational talent that is ZywOo. It's an easy team to get behind. Of course, hasn't been easy for them. That interview Dupree gave ahead of this one, it was just riddled with doubt.
Yeah, it doesn't fill us with much confidence here, especially going up against a Greyhound, but it is showing they're respecting all of their opponents and understanding the issues are internal, right? So this is where they can focus. Hey, look, the resistance might not necessarily be on the other side of the server. We need to figure it out ourselves. Now, the first gun round, Alistair into the AWP. A Galil for Vexite, that's one of the concerning factors here. This young gun, he's very sharp. Would love to see an AK in his hands, but burn damage onto Apex. Trickled on down. Sicko does find the opening here. An overzealous Magisk in towards the boiler will be the first casualty of round number 5.
And no knee-jerk trade back. There was a little contact on Banana, but they will be able to advance now with that man advantage.
This is the perfect time to try and punish Banana and B, right? And really see what this setup has, because we know that Vitality love a bit of a gamble, love a bit of an over-rotation and a snack. We've seen a lot of this in the second half of the year. Apex has tucked himself towards Graveyard on, well, Grave HP, but this is great for ZywOo. The crossfire set up with Dupree, and there's the mop. Sicko with another good trade. They know where the AWP is now.
He's done a lot to keep Greyhound in this round. Puffing up their chest, Sicko. 2 must-hit frags found, and Spinks, don't forget, still isolated.
Now, if you have a look, they've got the smokes available for a B execute here. Spinks only with a flash to his name. And playing over towards CT tells me if they execute, he might even opt for the save in this situation. We've seen them be quite hesitant to go for rounds from the pistol.
He's having a look. He wants to see if there's anything free or uncontested he can find. Now, that might mark his absence of commitment. Smoked off, unloads his mag and starts to maneuver back. The bomb maneuvers through. Alistair finding that perfect premium plant spot. And now I think, yeah, as you highlighted, just going to be looking to see if they can catch anything of an overextension. Vexite not going to move out of new box, has no reason to, and so Greyhound, a lovely remedy, with 4 still standing, a conversion.
And around where Sicko gets 2 kills, right? This is an individual that we're expecting to see towards the top of the scoreboard. The New Zealand representation here in the server for Greyhound, stepping up in a big way. And a tidy round, not a chaotic one, not one where it's screamy. We're running up Banana, and it's 50-50 Jules. Fights that they win out and handle neatly.
That setup you were talking about in apps as well, I mean, that is a hard one to crack, no? AWP on the tight line, rifle wide.
How often do you see ZywOo miss?
Yeah, touche.
And that round could have been completely different if they were able to open up that exchange. So, well handled from Greyhound and keeping this one to a 1-round game.
Good to see some Vitality jerseys in the crowd. Definitely have the majority over that of Greyhound. But Greyhound already inspired many with their first win of the major. Both them and IHC managing to flip the script to a degree, but will they be able to push Vitality? We'll find out, of course, over the course of this best of 3. Good start, though. Keeping it up, keeping their neck above water against this Vitality defense. ZywOo throwing a rather calculated smoke. We'll have a slight slither in order to catch a very common spot to line up your smokes, your nades. Towards Banana, though, the first battle ensues. You can see cocked the flash for Apex's call when he feels hot water or hot lead out of the nades, leaves them on 10 HP. You might want to get out of there now. Yeah, that utility should facilitate a retreat. Vexite might have him locked in here. Spinks might have to bail him out. There's the opener. A big one from Vexite. Greyhound again with an opening frag.
Good understanding of the situation. Info play back to pre-calls mid-clear. The over-rotation available right now, but the bomb still on the deck. Plenty of time for this as Liaz and Sicko investigate boiler and halls. The other 3 poised towards the top of Banana. So choices plentiful for Greyhound right now. This time Spinks has opted to play in the site. So if they do finish B, he will be standing and fighting.
And I love this util up A. It will keep those feet planted, and it puts so much now riding onto Spinks. If he can find one for free, get away, reposition, keep that B site under Vitality rule. You might channel him into the stack. Bomb yet to be committed. It will have to start maneuvering now, about 40 seconds as it's picked up onto the back of Ins. Dupree on his own move, and Liaz looking the wrong way. Trade is there. Advantage held. Time sensitive.
Zywo's got a flash here. Might activate Spinks. Sicko needs to hit this shot, and he can't. They have to go B now.
Yeah, and that flash has been put through. Spinks aggressive through the smoke, kept level.
They know Zywo's here.
Not the perfect weapon for the job. He knows time on his side. The run boost across. Alistair does manage to beat the cross from Magis, but that's just a little bit of a slip up. You don't have the time for this. You'll get run down. Surely Zywo will stop this before it gets out of hand. One to the bottom. And Vitality handle business.
Questionable decisions in that one there, but some cool shades here. You mentioned some jerseys. Yeah, it's strange to see. You know, it's curious to see who the crowd is going to be supporting in different scenarios, right? I think the 0-0 Nation jersey is very similar to the Vitality jersey, so that's quite easy. Maybe just change the logo.
Yeah, we can just get a sticker on top.
Whack it on, and away we go. But that one there, Greyhounds did a good job to trade back and forth, but Vitality, they didn't seem too threatened by that situation.
You had legs, just didn't quite pull it across the line. So, a return with a slightly less than idyllic buy. It's Tech 9s, it's conservative.
2 nades here, likely to go towards that pit position. Magisk isn't there at the moment, currently up in towards the hall, so might miss the mark.
It's a pace now. Dupree calling for aid, and it's a nice supportive spray. The Flames take 2, Zywo a third, and blocked it off. Not bad, Vexite gets away with murder. Unable to retrieve it, but a casualty nonetheless.
Give him an upgrade, he might be able to find another kill, but surely that's all he'll have to his name. Into a Tech 9. This kid's sharp, but not the type of rounds looking to get much done. Spinks will finish him off and make this a 3-round game, 5-2. Pretty pedestrian stuff so far. You know, it hasn't been anything crazy just yet. Now we have closest to the screen here, Liaz, the most experienced member in this team, headed to a semi-final of a major.
Yeah, it just doesn't land on my ears. Naturally, Liaz, the most experienced member. I remember when he was the exciting young one. I mean, maybe I'm just aging myself, but yeah, wow. Sicko, Vexite, Alistair, and Ins alongside for the ride. Greyhound looking to post their 3rd attacking round. Don't forgetting the pistol was theirs as well. Protocols established. They actually want to contest that early deep banana smoke and cost them a great deal. Yeah, well, that's what happens. You're in the hurt locker. Smoke behind you, molly in front of you, and nades right on top of you. Ins a 7th death. And Spinks is catching these timings. That's lovely from him. Just strafes out into the action, posts his 2nd frag. And Vitality given this one on a silver platter now.
Risk had to be taken there, but as they regroup, going through the chicken pit, Alistair still poised mid with the AWP. They'd have to hope to get given a kill, and Vitality aren't the team who needs to overstep the mark on their CT defense on Inferno. So back towards B with a likely execute here. Smokes available. CT and coffins. There's even a Molotov for the triple box and flashes to boot.
You can see this is so established from Vitality. Apex and Spinks, they know what is needed of them. A slither gap, he calls for it. Yep, hits his crouch key. Spinks to drop the util, and they will just push through. Surging into the site, Alistair posts up. Spinks, he's already on for a 3rd and gets it done. Apex now just for the cherry on top, but loses his head. And now the round's up for debate. Sicko and Liaz partner up, bomb is down. Dupree considering a walk through the smoke. Zywo to facilitate. Flash pops, Liaz needed that one. Trade is there, Sicko can, but will he find the 1v2? So much time, they'll partner up. Turns the nades, takes the fight. Zywo, very quick on the draw there.
Yeah, the fact from Sicko to have the heads-up maneuver to try and weasel his way in towards that smoke, change the angle was anticipated. Going to get past Zywo here, who's having a decent start to the game. 7 kills, 3 deaths. You got Dupree at the top of the scoreboard, and maybe that flat face was for a reason. Now you're seeing the energy in the server. 12 kills for him.
18 majors, Chad. That's a whole lot. You don't have enough fingers to count the amount of majors this man has attended. Every single one.
Okay, back into this cycle. The washing machine. Guns into pistols, and if they can't continue to get plants, that will be the name of the game. Flash forward, fight coming. Spinks not isolated at all. They're just going to lock this one down. Alistair finds something, but Apex is still alive. The cavalry's on its way, and they're toast. Okay, hold up.
Well,
they're in.
It's toast, but there is a bit of butter. Ah, on top, what? That is creamy, cheeky, not another. Alistair has suddenly made a round out of this, 4 kills. And there's only one more to find. Dupree close on sight. Ins in support. Greyhound have been given a real gift here from the gifted Aussie. And Dupree perhaps overthinking this. He's heading back to A. He assumes they'll be trying to avoid him. And it's a red carpet run to get that bomb down. In still suspicious, understandably so, but Dupree has burrowed all the way to the other side of the map. And then still not planting.
Dupree's rotating back now. He's had time to go towards A, get into Graveyard, decide it won't be that finish, and rotate back through CT spawn to address this. This could still fall apart for Greyhound.
I don't even know who's overthinking more. 30 seconds, and it's just dead silent.
Look at all the nades he has as well to disrupt this. Dupree can win this round.
So many nades. You want to get that bomb down. A little bit of a hint in the form of a nade. Dupree heads back to A, and now Greyhound have it right in front of them.
The pendulum swinging back and forth, but here he comes. This incendiary could be perfectly placed.
They've opted to take the fight in unison. You can see from different elevations, they will take the fight as he rounds that corner. Trying to make it as impossible for the Dane to isolate these 1 versus 1 duels. A miracle round out of Alistair. Started with Tech 9s. Can they finish with the rifle? It's the ace for the Aussie. And he likes that very much. Daylight robbery, a 3rd round.
That's a happy little Vegemite right there. What a round out of him. Started with on toast. Whew. Ended burnt for vitality. Let's see this one again. So Spinks isolated. He jumps on in. This one's stylish. The hops with the headshot, and then the M4 comes out through the smoke. Takes a risk, gets the kill. That one is magic, and ZywOo, he hits the deck as well. The ace for Alistair here.
Oh man, that looks like it feels good. And this is where you got to try and hold on to your hats, folks, because it looks like Vitality are pissed.
Yeah, they didn't like that one very much. The Hive's been rumbled. A quick play down Banana does free up a big rotation point. ZywOo's AWP now trained over towards that half wall. Dupree and Magis just have to hold on while that rotation point comes back. You can see highlighted here that they have some fantastic defensive positions on that site. They're not playing forward in towards mid, so the trade potential difficult for Greyhound. And well, time's already ticked on down. We still have a minute on the clock, and stepping past the line of sight. Shot fires off. That is actually a bucket load of information right now for Inns to call with.
You can see the call's been made, yeah. Immediate pivot. Alistair's on the move. Apex. Ooh, a bit hectic on the spray. Partnered up with Spinks as well. So that B defenders have just parked the AWP and focusing their attentions here on this library side. Long flash, good one from Spinks, and the second to really secure the round. That extra firepower Spinks brings, it's apparent.
Might have to be the save call here. Still plenty of time on the clock, but have nothing to work with. Last round was a miracle. This one from a different world, as you can see them starting to back on off towards the second mid. Apex gets caught very off guard, but I think he was using himself as bait here. He will secure the fact that they are holding on to these 2 rifles, and that buy in the previous round meant that Greyhound had a little bit of extra cash to work with. So we should see them get into another buy coming forward, but here it is. This is the round starter and what was essentially the round closer because of the rotations that are freed up over towards this A site. Spinks and Apex both able to be up and protect the first letter of the alphabet, and that'll be it. 7-3 now.
Well, not a lot of fun for them to be having here in round 11. Might want to find a little bit of a leveling of the finances. 2 saved rifles. They did it on Tech 9s, but I don't know if you can really call upon Alistair to replicate.
No, they can buy here, right? There's enough money to get the drops out, and that's probably what they're having this second time out to discuss, exactly who's going to drop what utility we're going to have available here, and what poor Sicko is going to have to buy. So for him, it could be into a Mac 10 or something a little bit lighter here. Unless I'm missing something dropped on the ground right now. And he has a bad spawn. He's at back of the pack. So if, you know, he had a Mac 10, he might be able to operate quite swiftly up that banana, try and open things up. He has been dropped a gun from Alistair. So rifles across the board looking likely here. Yeah, so a Galil into his hand.
That works.
Yeah, and they've been able to get out a strong-looking buy off the back of that save, but they cannot lose Vexite in the opening stages of that banana challenge. And ZywOo again wanting to be tricky with it.
Well, Vexite's got his own tricks up his sleeve. Straight through, across, ahead of Apex. Perhaps they can combine. He's lost his jewel. It's a good trade back. Keeps him level in this tug of war that is banana control. Spinks currently isolated. He wants to puff up his chest, appear more than he is. And if you were to dare try and fight for this mid control, you can see the established Vitality hold, different elevations, different weaponry. You got the AWP rattling off shots on one side, Magisk up on the top rope as well, boosted onto quad.
Faking B right now, hoping for a mid-over rotation. You can see Alistair scoped up. If that barrel goes too far around the corner, there's info, and oh, that's more than enough. Dropping off, gets out of dodge in time. They've at least made the threat felt. But there's 2 players on either site right now, and time 45 seconds, so Greyhound will need to make a commitment here.
And it's coming through. Counter flash from ZywOo. Spinks to try and push on the back of that, gets nothing on his initial look. Sicko spotted, Liaz forward, ZywOo quick on the AWP, need another, both down.
Fast flank here from Magisk.
Very quick, Sicko doesn't really have the health for the head-to-head, caught on the reload, immediate pressure applied to this plant. The retake on, like Donkey Kong, dupreeh in tow. Magisk ahead though, extended, nicely isolated, ins. Just the right balance and concoction of forward and reserved, and look at this. This looks rather reserved from dupreeh. He's thinking it through, but not a wealth of cash to spare.
Might be another clutch next to his name falling by the wayside here. I'm not sure how he's meant to break back into this. It just looks like damage is on the agenda right now. He's got the marching orders from Apex, take as many down as you can, and they're going to navigate safely through the ruins position towards CT spawn, and Greyhound will grab their 4th. Some impact there from the in-game leader of Ins. Great stuff from him to get 2. That's going to get him up to 3 kills. But able to pierce that veil of top mid, right? That was the information. So they fake out B. The rotation from ZywOo comes through. They show a little bit of leg top mid, but it's the fact that they're able to trade efficiently as they enter into this B bomb site. So Greyhound did a good job in that round of keeping the defense quite split. They couldn't rotate ahead of the information. They had to respect what Greyhound was showing, and now they have to respect what is the bottom of the barrel for their cash. They force sport into this. They've got the FAMAS, they've got the MP9 alongside a couple of M4s and an AWP. But if Greyhound win this, Vitality are broken.
It's a big if. Let's see if they can manufacture some success. You've got to get through ZywOo if you want to get into B this round. Vexite's been having a tough time in these opening duels, especially at this half wall. Trying to use that smoke, but Spinks is perfectly poised to punish.
He should have them here.
Yeah, oh, he just averts his gaze. AWP shot hit, In's lucky and limping. Finish now, Spinks again on the multi-kill and through the wall. Sours the mood further. And that's the beauty of having an AWP like ZywOo. Yeah, floating around. Set him up, and ooh, Alistair feels like he's been set up.
It has to be the same again. Okay, that was very quick. Well, they're in. Got to do with Magisk now, and he's not going to be one to rumble. Apex has fallen playing for info as well.
Alistair, there's no way. He's not ready for Magisk, and so at least through his frag onto dupreeh and through Liaz's handiwork on that extension on B, he's got himself a one-on-one right now. Magisk is still on A, but it is up against none other than Mathieu Herbeau. Thinking it through. Shows presence B. Magisk will start to maneuver to lock the door behind him.
He's playing to contain, and this is really smart from Magisk here. A lot of players would just get on that flank. The fact that he threw that Molotov from the mouth of Banana tends to tell you, hey, I have a lot of wiggle room here. Liaz is quite overthinking this now. I'm not sure what he's meant to get away with here, and running knife out into a gunfight should fall. Magisk will pick him up, and the crowd likes what they see just there. So a round where Vitality we're on the brink of financial disaster. Pull it together with a nice little spring of the trap. That was tidy work over towards B. The flash forward, the setup of Spinks and ZywOo. It's nice if you're Apex to have those 2 individuals to flash forward. There's the fade. There's the flash. And here comes the fight. This was beautiful work right there. Combination, just locking Banana down. And yeah, Alistair, you're likely expecting Magisk to be towards Pid or Sight in one of those passive roles, but in that type of a round, they were just scrambling. Yeah. The round was already conceded. It was lucky that those kills were picked up and back down towards just some peppery pistols. This is direct, though, straight up the guts.
Yeah, it's a quick smoke, and so dupreeh Likely communicating a gap. ZywOo to try and address it. Good one on the spray through the smoke. ZywOo getting run on down, but absolutely no sweat on the brow as every shot connects. Just on the corner as well. Shattered. A quickie. Greyhound sent back to spawn. Vitality extend their lead. 9 in the bank already, and this is the opponent's pick.
Now the signs for concern for me, Vexite, who is at his first major.
Right.
He is a young buck. He's one for the future of Australian Counter-Strike. But he is the entry fragger, right? He is the man who needs to get in there first and open them up. And traditionally over towards Banana, he's been losing that fight. Maybe gets traded. Sure, you can give the thumbs up there. But if he can get that opening kill and then go down and be traded, it'll be whole different rounds here.
Safe to assume Vexite's seeing some things on these fights that he hasn't seen or felt before, and maybe like a double nade. Spray combines with the HE. Spinks and Apex making a very strong case for some redemption on their B holds. A very nice, delicate balance of aggression, utility, and synchronization. Dupree got him. As easy as that, it comes his way. The round disintegrates again for Greyhound.
Haven't had to do too much creative work here, Vitality, right? It's been quite standard in terms of the plays right here, and it's the little details for Greyhound, like that Molotov not being deep enough. That car molly that you throw, you want to make sure that it burns behind the car so players can't step out, right? That's the reason you throw that variation. There's lots of different ways to deal with that, but likely to see this one peter out for Greyhound now as fortifying this top mid defense. There's 3 players here. 2 towards the long side. Sicko isolates the killer to Dupree, but the trade is there, and the final 2 will fall. Double digits secured, and Vitality looking to run away with this one.
I mean, every time we look at that team cam, you know, there is no doubt in anyone's mind that the org is looking for a winning formula. The fact we've seen Spinks come through even when things were rocking and rolling, the fact that legendary names of Astralis were willing to put Legacy up for debate on a well, I don't think anyone can really disregard as a gamble. You didn't know if it was going to work. They are looking for that top spot, and well, it hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows. As you can see in the fact we're here at an elimination match at IEM Rio. Vitality on the ropes in the challenger stage.
Yeah, Kassab was painting this would be great for their confidence if they can pick up a victory here and then take that into tomorrow in the 2-2 matchup. Now Apex, this would be great for his confidence. Backs are going to be turned.
He's not a knifey boy.
He's definitely not a knifey boy, but you'll see how many he can get here. He's going to hang around. The round right now is cooked for Greyhound. You are boxed in.
Horrible sinking feeling in your stomach as he gets the kill. Oh, Liaz.
It's a bit of freedom.
Has actually solved the mystery. A blind stab in the dark, a quick dig down. Second mid. Stops Apex's hijinks. We'll see that one from his perspective. Look at this. Cracks his skull with a quick click. Okay, game on.
Well, Dupree's still quite forward in mid here. This flash over. Spinks spams. He doesn't even need to see his target. See it later. Ins. Trying to get back to banana control. Not on his watch.
Can Liaz do anything more? The answer a resounding no, Dupree. No hesitation. 2 kills, 2 seconds. In this final round of this defensive Vitality half, looking set for 11.
Has to throw his body to the line here, so the smoke to try and recover this bomb. But tag on through, and there comes the death. 11-4 is the score. Vitality with a commanding lead here. Greyhound, this is their map choice. This is an elimination game. They need to find themselves.
So this is AI Identity with Vitality. Are you ready?
Yeah.
So basically, have you seen some of this like AI-generated art that's been on the internet recently? It's
Yeah.
super.
Estácio apresenta Expedição Enem Verso criado no Fortnite. Prepare-se para entrar em novo multiverso do conhecimento. São 5 mundos e grande desafio. Complete essa missão e concorra a bolsas de 100% na graduação Estácio.
Nós estamos hoje aqui em parceria com Trident.
Lembra aquela caixona que eu recebi que eu não podia falar pra vocês o que era? Uma pinhata da Trident.
Chegou o meu momento.
Tava! Morangular.
Melanciamentos.
Batemos recorde aqui que eu sei, tá? 229 mil cliques.
Agora sim eu destravei.
Uma explosão de sabores lá dentro, eu fico alucinado.
Destravei total.
Grandes times se formam com grandes líderes. Líderes que inspiram você a se superar e encontrar o momento perfeito para agir.
Estiloso por fora, poderoso por dentro. Lenovo Legion. Novo Citroën C3. Não siga caminhos, faça o seu.
Tamo em guerra.
Terrorismo faz bem pros negócios.
Ninguém é 141 ou Los Vaqueiros, mas uma equipe.
Tem que agir rapidamente.
Isso precisa de violência e força. Isso é comigo.
Reserve o Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 digitalmente e jogue a campanha até uma semana antes.
PlayStation.
Art. Look at this.
Yes.
You see, it's evoking emotion in you.
Yeah, maybe.
Art is beautiful. Magis just realized it today. And that's the end of A Identity. Thank you so much, boys.
Good vibes for both sides. Vitality perhaps on a bit of a higher frequency. 11 already in the bank on the Greyhound pick. It's the first of this best of 3 in elimination series. Greyhound Gaming picking up 1 win. Vitality the same, but both condemned to those elimination games here on out. It's best of 3s. We wave goodbye to one of them at the end of this series. And Vitality already in the hot seat.
They actually have the supporting cast here today, Alex. So
Right.
concerning signs for Greyhound. Dupree, 17 kills to his name. You've got 14 for Spinks, 13 for Magisk, and well then we get to ZywOo at 12, and the odds have blown out even further here. Greyhound getting the pistol round in that first half, not able to convert. Could have set themselves up with a nice bed of rounds here, but have now found themselves in a whole world of hurt.
It's the ideal weapon for the job, Sicko. Dual Berettas spots out ZywOo, deletes ZywOo from the equation. A wide, wild swing with nothing to report, and it all falls flat upon arrival. Apex double dumping Util. Inns wants to try and take one away, but the flash does completely quash any aggression he was considering. Vitality saved in the same scenario on the first pistol. Do we see the CTs give it a go?
No
A
way,
shake of the
Jose.
stick. Doesn't need to. Locked in now. Inns might be trapped. He's in the fade. Can't go anywhere but forward. And so he will. Backs turned. Spinks tapped. Magis exposed and ahead. Deleted. If they can find Apex, it could crumble. And they have. Inns high impact now.
Has to sit
on the defuse. Dupree has to be held at bay. Need to hit this shot. Inns. It's a high pressure scenario. Runs him down and round goes Dupree's way.
Well, finally getting a clutch is Dupree. That was very close indeed. Picks it up and continues his great form here, up to 20 kills, head and shoulders above the server. And that Molotov actually worked against Vitality here. Inns just ahead of the Flames, gets himself a couple, but can't get the most important shot onto that of Dupree, and he'll pick that one up. Sitting pretty now, Vitality. The first half, walking up a hill now. Just rolling down the other side of this mountain. 4 more rounds required, and if they win this against the Greyhound force, they should come in quite quick succession. Next map is Mirage, and the third and decider, if we do need it, is Dust 2. So it's the most normie of map pools available in today's Counter-Strike landscape. And hedging their bets are Greyhound with a 4-man A lean, but Banana is where we're investigating.
Backside. Considering his options, he's got a lot to contend with, and he does want to stay ahead of that smoke grenade. He's already been chipped away. You can see just trying desperately to stop this from happening. Apex, caution to the wind. leaps through the CT smoke and may very well have just won the round.
Yeah, identified quite easily what that type of a setup was right there. The fact that they were just hoping to keep top banana redeployed with smokes. Vexite had another one available to his name, and then you could see how desperate he was. Like, no, if they get the info that we're not playing side, they will stroll on in, and Apex taking that big risk, pushing through the smoke, securing exactly that information. So, round done and dusted, save of these upgraded pistols. Is the new mission for Greyhound, and well, it's not that a hunt is available, but take a look at the radar in the top left. They are quite close to one another.
I mean, you definitely get a sense ZywOo in on that MAC-10. Considering his options. Not really attached to this SMG. He's happy to throw it into the mix. And Spinks the same. It looks like, yeah, Vitality, they want to punish the CTs here. They want to take that armor, take that sidearm away, force those rebuys. Bomb goes in, and so do they. Into a fall. Alistair holding his first, and yeah, we will see 2 extra frags sprinkled in for good measure. Spinks twisting the knife somewhat.
Yeah, and that right there is everything really coming to a close for Greyhound, right? You keep 4 alive, you get the double dip, you get another opportunity. And right now, well, that opportunity is somewhat squandered. It will have to be almost a full eco from the 3 who fell. The other 2, well, a Deagle and a 5-7 that have to get very fortunate positioning for this to net them much. There's a nade available for Sicko here. That could be well placed and soften them up slightly, but how are you meant to get excited about a round like this?
Yeah, and Dupree doesn't look like he's slowing down. Just walking up top mid early, partnered up with Apex, and they'll just start their crawl. Good find into the apartments. It's close quarters. Liaz puts one into their head. Spinks will be low on that, but unfortunately for the rest of the squad, there's no one in a position to really profit. Alistair alone with a USP on A. Hopeless in this one, round 18. Already a certainty. Magis just going through the motions, and yeah, ZywOo will do the same. Now, the map pool, we discussed it. We already outlined that in order to really have any sort of kind of viable, you know, not hyperbole hope for the Greyhound boys, that it would have to start here on Inferno.
Yeah.
At this stage, hope starts to dwindle. Mirage is next.
The biggest positive is they get to start on that CT side of Mirage, but there's also the desks were a little bit quizzical seeing Mirage pick, so interested to see them explore that thought a little bit more before we do get into map number 2, but shouldn't be too much longer before we get there. The guns will be coming out for Greyhound now, but this would be quite the comeback. We need 12 rounds here to get this done in regulation, and that would be 12 consecutive rounds. So it's not impossible, just extremely unlikely.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Dupree really did have his Weetabix this morning, I think...
He's been beating Australian teams at majors since I was playing. I just remembered. We played him back when it was still with Device, Zip. I think they were either called Question Mark or TSM back then. Maybe we were Vox at the time.
Right.
And we were playing them on train. It started well. We were 6-0 up. I had some great calls, and then I think we lost about 16-6. So it's quite a traditional fate here against Dupree.
But I bet you were loud as hell when you went 6-0 up.
For the first 6, mate, improvising strats, it was working well. But yeah, after that, not so much.
He's been at it a while, but yeah, I'm sure he gets like an extra elevation into his flow state when it's like, oh, I could be out in the challenger stage. When he wakes up and has that realization, and he's got, you know, world-class talent next to him of the next generation, he's probably like, I could probably pull my socks up a little higher. And he has done, at least here on Inferno 21. Spinks and Magisk just trailing that. Get to see the guns out now for Greyhound. Let's see how much of a wall they can erect. Again, they're hunting him down. Inz has actually just been set up with a nice opener. ZywOo committing while blind, and yeah, deep banana control established. The CTs with a lot of the map territory.
It's actually a big bit of info right there if Vitality have been watching the demos, which I'm sure they have been. Matt and Zonic, the coaching staff, and well, Apex combined, should be aware that Inz is more of the flex player. They like to start with Vexite and Sicko over towards B. Inz is there to help them set up. He's actually the one who's barreled forward here. So having an idea that it was this 3-man B lane, that was quite telling with the utility that came their way, but haven't been able to pounce off the back of it. Attempting now to flush out any rats in the system who have pushed on down towards this lower part of Banana. An exchange of flames will hold both at bay for now. There's currently 4 players over towards A, and I say that Sicko starting to rotate back, but Inz will find another through the boards. Magisk hits the deck, and the final 3 for Vitality will just have to slink up Banana together. The boost towards CT. There's one more incendiary in play over towards B. there's enough utility right now for Vitality to execute. If they trade efficiently, they can get into the site, they can get the bomb down, and they can set themselves up for a post plan.
Carpet bomb onto B. No pressure onto Sicko as of yet. Here comes the push. And he actually just gives the fight through. Good dink onto Dupree. Need a finish. Inns maintains his elevated position. Should be good for at least one here. Spinks though too fierce. Need Alistair to finish what his team has started. Quick one onto Dupree. And now it's Apex that falls to this orb. Alistair doesn't quite get the round done. Gives Spinks a chance to fill his lungs with a new set of oxygen as 3 CTs head in his way. This has to be Greyhounds, and Liaz confirms it. And so, yeah, it got a bit sketchy there. It looked like it was supposed to be a bit of just a little putt into the hole, but it got a bit awkward.
Yeah, In set them up there on the silver platter to convert that one, but it's always so scary when you see teams playing nobody in the site right there. With CT smoke and a coffin smoke, and you're locked out. You're hoping to find those timings, and Sicko couldn't, but Alistair could. On the fade, takes the fight. The bomb does go down, so another buy is well and truly available for Vitality here, maybe even 2 more. Now later today on the main stream, we do have Furia taking on none other than GamerLegion, and that right there is to lock one of the two in towards that legend stage. Furia, I think now are the Brazilian hope, and the crowd will be clearly barracking for them later this evening. 4 fast up second mid. This is smelling of something a little bit set, Alex, to punish that 3-man B start.
Yeah, Inns is already on his way back through Speedway. Alistair forward on the AWP without the support. Liaz up in towards the boiler room. Loud Apex hasn't been heard. They will silently mantle through. So 2 slinking into Liaz's position. Big find. Good trade. Alistair needs it. Can't. It Spinks again. So capable of finding that second in the sequence.
And they still have so much utility right now to execute on towards A. B is still an option here as well as they just continue. Creep on forward in towards the site. Spinks has so much space, more space than he could possibly hope for here. The molly comes forward, he jumps on down. This is his kill every day of the week. He might get all 4 until Vexite chimes in. And that's going to be it. It's just Sicko who has to save. That was destined to be done as soon as those first 2 kills come in. I wonder if Alistair's barrel got spotted there as well. Look, if you are going to play in that boiler setup, it's quite telling that there will be a player close haul. So they connected those dots very quickly, did Vitality. And Sicko's gotten here towards the tail end of the apartments quite quickly as well, but we'll have to get past this orb.
Yeah, Zai was looking the wrong side, but he never lets that flick go. 15-5. Vitality quickly remind us that this first map is just a formality at this point. An 11-4 half, very quickly wrapped on up and tied up.
At least this one didn't start with, there it is, that's the second kill, more than ready for Alistair there. You know, and at that point, he's in no man's land. If he starts to dip back and they come out of halls and he's stuck in the middle of the apartment position. So neither decision would have been a positive one, but here's the big red button that's been hit. Round 21, 15-5, the double orbs come out. Alistair does hit the opener, but so much damage done. Alistair and Inns quite low. They have to keep everybody alive and around like this if they want any opportunity to get us to have a conversation of a comeback. Another AWP strikes.
Both of them have filled the feed, done their job, given them the way in.
Well, they picked the right bomb site here again. Vitality looks like they wanted to head up middle. Only 2 players here. That's Alistair with his AWP and Liaz with the FAMAS in hand. Oh, actually, Zai heading back towards the B bomb site. Now, a couple of points of logic here. You might want to look for the heads-up AWP duel against Vexite, or when you know you're against orbs, it's quite easy to execute over, right? Those smokes we've discussed, that removes a couple of clean sight lines, and they still have 3 Molotovs available. They could really light this B bomb site up.
Just dry through. Now they know there was an AWP on B. Send Zaiwu in. Or don't even need an AWP for AWP. It's Magisk who prevails up against Vexite. A nice tag onto Spinks, but pressure applied to B as well, simultaneously. Sicko just well to post on the MP9. Zaiwu does escape with the bomb. Spinks trying to continue to find the gaps on this A-long side. 25. And the odds just seemingly 2 stacked against them.
Yeah, fair enough.
You only need 1.
And they are showing respect, right? They're not just going, all right, well, it's Zaiwu and Spinks. We can probably win this round, right? They're going, well, we need 1 more. Let's just get it done cleanly. That's fine. We can give them 6. It's not a close scoreline, not at all. So there you go, bit of a gimme here. Greyhound do stay alive for now, but this is one of those classic matter of time matchups, or at least maps. Mirage still might tell a bit of a different story. Unfortunately, the upgrades not plentiful here for Greyhound. Sicko did get himself an AK. Liaz retained the FAMAS. I'm sure he would have loved the Kalashnikov for himself. Be juggling some weapons across here, and understandably so, Greyhound with their last timeout to be expended. Kingfisher, the lad standing behind them. The final marching orders trying to head down this stretch. 9 more.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. He's just going, right, boys, so all you need to do is just do that again 9 times.
And you can count that on both your hands.
Thank God. Unless you're not a very good woodworker.
All right, well, what's the knockout blow from Vitality here? Feels like they could call whatever they'd like.
I'd be calling ZywOo go kill. You know, those
the
ones.
Classic run up banana with the AWP.
Yeah, go on. Give me one of them. He hasn't got the perfect spawn, and he's got Apex in front of him, so he's going to be charging in to throw that lovely smoke. He likes to leave a little gap on it and catch those CTs that play forward. Counter util good enough to at least delay it.
They won't be able to play for info here. His defensive smoke has negated any opportunity to try and play forward, right? They could stay towards sandbag, but they can be pop flash, they can be mollied, and it gets dangerous. So you can see a bit on their haunches here, Greyhound. And that has freed up space towards A. The Dupree with the bomb is investigating very aggressively. Look how far forward he is. That's a mouthful.
Yeah, might get a face fall. Oh no, just shy on the nade. Vexite confirms top banana still under their control. Retake smoke, likely to follow. Liaz seems aware of the possibilities. Spinks with an extinguish, so surely ringing the alarm bell now that A is under a lot of scrutiny. Vexite's rotated through. Ins as well, considering it on Speedway. And Vitality yet to commit. They have got limited resources, but you've still got ZywOo and Dupree with a full belt of utility. Whole squad gathered now. The congregation looking for action. They get it as well. Vexite got nothing done. Gets one before ZywOo's AWP finds him. Alistair trying to maintain control. One on the balcony, not expecting this. Does snap into Spinks. Apex slipped through. Looking for the AWP now and delivers the headshot. Vitality a single frag away from taking this first map. Sicko peek through. Nice from ZywOo. And business attended to, at least here on map 1.
This is the type of Vitality we all want to see. A commanding victory against a stark underdog here. Greyhound have been sat down in map number 1. Mirage up next, but first we've got a break, then the desk. Don't go anywhere.
Are we live? How did you know?
Primeiro dia? Quem está procurando? Estamos fazendo muitas séries e filmes novos. O Jack vai te mostrar tudo.
Quem é o primeiro? O Master Chief. Eu trouxe seu expresso. E eu vou deixar isso aqui. Quem é agora? Miranda Cockrell. Novinho.
Isso é meio especial, né?
Anderson Silva.
Pra tudo que você procura, tem Paramount Plus.
We Are Tribe, la nueva fragancia masculina de Benetton.
That's not... Is it... So, okay, one taunt.
It's towards Windows.
It is?
Yes.
Allez! Oh, it's so good though.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, I'm done. I can leave now, right? He will never find me. He's not gonna find me. Take coffee for me as well. 2 cappuccino, please. I think I'm gonna change model just to give that a chance.
Okay, I'll do that too.
Oh!
But this...
I think you're dead for sure, no peace. Oh, okay, I made a mistake!
Oh, I have no idea. Oh, I have no idea, it's insane.
No, that's not possible. No, that's not. Done. That's not.
No, but it's you, but I thought it was only one tap. I hit you once.
This one.
Oh yeah, it's over already.
Done. Shh.
It's fine, I have time.
Oh, you, Emil, I hate you, Emil. Stop it.
Uh-oh. But it's so hard sometimes.
Well, we are rocking and reoling around here, and by that I mean Vitality get off to the start that they want, a nice CT presence to really give them that sort of gumption to grab this one at the very end of the day. I welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters. That's hashtag IEM on your favorite social media platforms. Perhaps you want to get involved. Show us a few cool things, just like Vitality did here over Greyhound. To talk about those cool things, I've got 2 gentlemen here, and well, they're full of knowledge. They've got all the knowledge, big brains. Giga brains even. We're looking at Cassad, we're looking at Mahone. Mahone, why did it look like a walk in the park for Vitality?
Honestly, I kind of felt like there was that banana fight that I had talked about in the earlier, just before the game went live. And Greyhound, they went for it, and they actually got a couple openings, but it really felt like they kind of stumbled when they got that banana control. Sometimes there are times where they're trying to fake towards A and then come back towards B. Didn't quite work out. And then every time they went back towards A, Dupree was just owning them every time they tried to go towards that bracket position. So Greyhound didn't have many options here, and then when they had it, they didn't really make use of it.
Yeah, we said that they don't have like too many aggressive players on their lineup coming into the Inferno, which needs aggressive players. So I think like we saw Alistair, who is probably the most aggressive in the team, get some rounds going on, get some frags going on, but I think that was enough. It was a super comfortable win for Vitality, just what the doctor ordered, and you know I think they're going to carry that into the second map too.
Yeah, you've got to look at it and you think for Greyhound, you know, and Vitality, one of these teams is definitely not like the other, Mahone.
Yeah, Vitality is easily the clear favorite here, especially when you got ZywOo, Spinks, and then Magus and Dupree, 2 former major winners as well. Greyhound are just on a much lower level, and I think this was basically the expected result, and it's good to see that Vitality, this was a very clean win, and that's exactly what we wanted here.
Yes, that was a like a couple of mistakes here and there, didn't really cost them too much, and I saw one of the like a kind of critical mistake in the round on the CT side where Vitality got lost an opening pick, and they won the round after that just simply because the Greyhound is not super quality team. But you can see this like when I'm trying to explain here, just for the people watching there, we have three people in banana, so that's a usual 3-1-1 default, and I think Vitality knows that playing this kind of setup where one CT is at coils and one is in sandbags is super good when you're facing against a defensive-minded defaults, right? When you're playing against three people that are super aggressive, that are going to throw utility for you, either you're going to get 1-for-1, which is not that good for the CT side, or you're going to die like Apex died from multiple mollies and nades. If there was a better team on the T side, like let's say FaZe or Na'Vi, Vitality loses that round 9 out of 10 times.
It was exactly that round that I was talking about, where they got that banana control, and then they just kind of knew, okay, there's only one guy on the site, and then they just waited, tried to set up the fake towards A, and then by the time they actually hit B, the rotation was already there. So just Greyhound just not able to kind of capitalize on those mistakes that I was talking about earlier.
So the people that were looking for Dupree to have stats, where are they at now, guys?
I mean, yes, but you need to think like, who is he playing against at this moment?
True.
Is it super organized team? Is it somebody who can actually threaten them in any kind of aspect of the game? Yes, Dupree is here, and he needs to deliver this against everyone, right? So I'm not going to take that away from him, but I'm not just going to give them too much, of a credit. Yeah, they won the first map convincingly. That's fine. You need another one, and then you have a massive game tomorrow.
Yeah, massive games all the way through for either of the teams that go through and win this one. You think about the gravity of the situation that we have at hand, which again, I have to reiterate, is elimination. Vitality, barring some sort of craziness right here, should be able to move past Greyhound and knock them out now.
They look pretty comfortable here. Even Dupree there, he was willing to kind of stand his ground, hold his angles, and just understand that Greyhound, their utility usage just wasn't that good towards that brackets position. He's able to capitalize on every single angle and just understand that it's not going to be perfect. The utility's not going to be there. He was able to punish it. And I think more than just giving him credit for the stat line, I think this does well for his confidence as well as the confidence for the rest of the team, because it wasn't just him. The other people showed up too.
But how, this is what I don't understand. Like, you have one event to prepare for. You have all these tools available on internet, on YouTube, everywhere. You can work on your spacing, on your pathing, on your utility every single day, and you make a strong map like Inferno for yourself, and you don't make these type of mistakes. So this is what I don't really approve or understand, I just want people to work more on that. And I think that's a responsibility for a coach in the IGL, but mostly for a coach. So something to work on, I guess.
Taking it to the refinery almost.
It's one thing as well where it's one thing to kind of put it in theory, but it's also very difficult to put it in practice too. Trying to get players on the same page all the time at every single moment, especially when the pressure is on, it's a very difficult thing to do. But as Kasad mentioned, you got to have the discipline from your coach, IGL, to make sure that these things are always in place.
You want to compete at the major, that's what you have to do. Yeah. Otherwise, you just go back and play in your region and don't come here.
Yeah, the best of the best came here. And yes, that you heard it right there from Kasad. Don't come here if you can't play the game. What we are going to do is kind of look a little bit at Mirage. It's Vitality's pick, obviously in the driver's seat of this entire matchup as it is at hand. You have to take those things into consideration with Vitality and Greyhound, that being one aspect of the Intel Extreme Masters Rio. But again, there's a B stream. What's going on over there?
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Bring me the next shiny new thing. 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 I strike gold. Yeah, I strike lightning. I'll bring me the next. I'll bring me the next.
driblou o goleiro.
Ele usou a força.
Tamo em guerra.
Terrorismo faz bem pros negócios.
Ninguém é 141 ou Los Vaqueiros, mas uma equipe. Tem que agir rapidamente. Isso precisa de violência e força. Isso é comigo.
Reserve o Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 digitalmente e jogue a campanha até uma semana antes.
PlayStation.
Let's go, guys. Segundo mapa. Let's go there. Segundo mapa aqui, primeiro a Vitality conseguiu ganhar da Playground. Vamos ver se esse segundo mapa aqui a gente vai conseguir. Lembrando que meu redondo tá em jogo. Muito importante que o time da Vitality ganhe essa partida. Vambora, começando aqui. Vambora que tem jogo. Segundo mapa, Vitality contra Greyhound. Let's go, Azazel.
Vitality on their last lifeline as they find themselves in an elimination game up against Greyhound. It is map 2 and they are 1 to the good. Greyhound down in the dumps, 1 map away from elimination here at the IEM Rio Major. It's top 3 team Vitality, but they are truly on their last life. It's do or die from here on out. Greyhound standing in their way. They're heading into their map pick, and I'm joined by Chad Sponge Burchill, an Aussie himself, but an Aussie without too much hope for his domestic boys.
It's realistic, right? You're going up against a team like Vitality who have recently joined the conversation alongside the likes of FaZe and
Já está na tela,
Maybe even
segundo
Liquid if
mapa,
you want to be generous, as the top teams
Vitality
in the world
contra
coming into this event.
Greyhound,
See them down here
IEM
in this
Rio,
1-2 comment,
pique que dá Greyhound. Primeiro mapa foi da Vitality 16-6, mapa bem tranquilo. Vamos ver como é que vai se desenrolar esse segundo mapa aqui. Nesse mapa aqui a Greyhound tem vantagem sobre a Vitality pelas estatísticas. Tem 60% de vitória a Greyhound, enquanto a Vitality tem 50% de vitória. Ou seja, esses 10% pode fazer diferença no decorrer da partida. Apex ali já montou a janela, já vai tentando garantir espaço aqui para a Vitality no bomb site da A. O Cico pulando ali na caixa do Boltz, pegando informação. Já reposiciona ali o time, Zayu ali no L. O time tá bem parado ali, mas se C4 tá no palácio, vai ser entrada em A, 50 segundos no relógio. Vai correr a entradinha daqui a pouco. Já vem a granada, já localizou a primeira vítima. Zayu consegue eliminar ali o inimigo no L. Cico ali por parte da base. O plant vai ser plantado ali aberto. Magiscas já consegue eliminar o Vexite. O Liaz consegue eliminar o Apex ali pela janela. Dupri em cima da caixa. os 3 jogadores ali da Greyhound pela base. Já vai trocação agora insana. 3x1 pro Liais contra Zaire, Spinks e Magisk. Já leva o primeiro. Magisk consegue eliminar o Liais. Ponto para Vitality 1-0. Como tem jogo.
Which meant that the bomb could always go down open. The rotation points for Greyhound were either finding a timing to go all the way through T-spawn, you wouldn't have been there to deny that plant, or get through this death funnel where you see Vexite's head get absolutely blown off. So it was really well put together, that pistol round from Vitality. Simple stuff. They had their waypoints, the little checkpoints that they needed to get to before that A attack could be secured. And of course the Greyhound and M4 gifted for Vexite here. That's been dropped by Liaz. So a gift in the hands and some impact required, but nobody overstepping the mark in middle right now. It's Sicko and Alistair to defend on A. Vexite will be able to
Forçado aqui
chip
por
in.
parte da equipe da Greyhound.
The signal comes soon.
Yeah, and if Sicko does mantle up and have a glance at Palace, big frag to
Magisk já é eliminado ali, ficando com 8 de vida. Dupri já leva, o Cico já trade ali embaixo. Onde perigoso isso, Yaz humilhou o Zayu. Só sobrou 3x1. Round vem se encaminhando. A Greyhound, perfeito round. 1-1, tudo igual nesse segundo mapa.
And it's a powerful position on those force buys.
Yeah, that's a great round for them to put together here. Look, it's pretty flashy for Sicko to turn around and catch them both coming down the fireman's hole of the ladder. That looked ugly. And then this final kill into Apex, so he has to leap into the jaws of 3 and some upgrades to be scooped here. So, a little tech issue call, just a mic problem.
Forçadinha ali por parte da Greyhound, foi muito bem. Garantiram pontinho ali.
Greyhound won the pistol and then lost the force buy. So they're doing their best Vitality cosplay here in the early stages.
Just talking it out.
Segundo map. Yes, that's it.
Probably have their calendar reminder set for the
Let's
next game.
go.
Live from the arena, we will get to see Furia
1
taking
and
to the stage,
1.
Brazilian Hope. Now setting its sights on them. And up against GamerLegion, I mean, the discussion to be had, mate, that should be a bit of a
Pausa
banger,
técnica
though, in
aqui
terms of level
por parte
teams.
da Vitality, aparentemente. O jogo tá pausado. É um problema técnico ali, o suporte já está ali por perto para ajudar os jogadores. A Vitality ali da Greyhound também, parte da pausada.
And nobody really hitting the ground running. If you take a look at the spread of the frags, you had at the top end 30 kills for Shui, and at the low end 27 kills for the likes of Kiels and Acor. So you can see that it was everybody. It's not like there was, you know, a couple of stars and one individual was missing. It was as a team, they weren't able to find that form that has gotten them this far. But it's going to be a long fall if they're unable to convert today's matchup or tomorrow's, because they started this so strong. They found themselves in that 2-0 column. But Furia, indeed, they will have the crowd buff. They will definitely
Zayu ali, tá de boa, esperando o time adversário ali. Estão tentando arrumar o computador ali da Greyhound, que deu. Libera o Danone aí, ó. Torcedor da Imperial, infelizmente. Foi eliminada a Imperial ontem aí. Mas segue o baile. Não podemos desanimar, hoje tem Fúria, 6 horas da tarde. 18 horas, horário de Brasília. Joguinho da Fúria.
So focusing on what they can, and that's of course GamerLegion best of 3 coming through later on today.
And Furia are the heavy favorites. Don't get this wrong, right? We know that GamerLegion have had their surge of popularity based off the type of Counter-Strike they've been playing. A lot to be said about Shui, Acor, and Co. But Furia are the favorite going into that matchup, and I think the way that Furia play Counter-Strike.
Troca o mouse ali, ó. Troca o mouse. Galera da Fúria aí, torcida, camisinha da Fúria. Opa, camisinha não, camisa. E vamos voltando aí. Terceiro round contra Vitality e Greyhound. 1-1, tudo igual. No segundo mapa, primeiro mapa, Vitality ganhou de 16-6 no mapa da Inferno. Vamos lá, Dupri. A equipe da Vitality já tenta garantir um espaço aqui no meio com 4 jogadores, enquanto o quinto jogador já vem ali pelo rato, que é o Apex.
at any range.
Well placed. Just gonna hold them at bay for now. No damage done,
Vexite
but
tenta encontrar uma eliminação ali na smoke, não encontra nada. Até o momento. Smokezinho ali pra tentar passar. A equipe da Vitality faz muito barulho aqui na região do meio. O Vexite já consegue eliminar o Dupri. Já consegue eliminar também o Apex. O Zayu dá um balaço ali por cima do Alixtai. Vexite mata o Magisk. 4x2.
into tailspin. It is just the two of them, and yeah, best case scenario, Zayu's hitting a banger and getting a bomb down, but
O Lias tá bem posicionado aqui contra o Zayu. O Zayu vem limpando pixel por pixel. O Lias já fecha mais a mira aqui. A ego do Zayu é forte, tem que ter cuidado. Zayu preocupado com as costas ali, enquanto o Spinks tenta garantir alguma eliminação ali na parte da liga. Porém, Vexite já está ali na jungle. Quase que encontra o HS, só sobrou o Zayu ali no bombsite da B com a C4. Vamos ver, kill muito importante aqui pra ele. Garantiu o plant da C4, ele não viu. Aliás, conseguiu eliminar o Zayu. 2 Greyhound, 1 Vitality. Vitality tá de eco, seco. Forçou no próximo, sem dinheiro nesse round.
Yeah, this is the respite that they're looking for. Should be the easiest round of play for Greyhound so far across the two maps. A full eco. Not even a flash invested.
Partidinha dificílima aqui, até o momento. Vamos ver o que o time da Vitality vai querer aprontar esse round.
Classic French tactical timeout. That also in modern Counter-Strike, with how the details have been refined, we're constantly talking about baiting out this CT utility, forcing them to reinvest, not just running into that wall and being slaughtered here. If somebody does push,
A equipe aqui da Vitality parada na base, decidindo o que vão fazer enquanto o Spinks está lá na região do rato.
A kill, not too bad, and if you can get a plant, it's going to get the big thumbs up. As you can see here, they are just
Os jogadores estão bem na cautela, marcando o rush por enquanto. 5 Glocks secas ali no time da Vitality.
did manage to grab one round there. That is going to be a bit of a rough one as they move into map number 2. That is not an elimination game. That one is another 2-1 matchup. Winner of that will be qualifying into
3 jogadores dali da Vitality na região do meio, enquanto 2 na região do rato. Vai rolar um Ram Boost. Foi. Vexite já mata Spinks ali no rato, sobrou mais um, já pegou a informação da Apex. Sobe liga, Dupri já é eliminado. Magisk também é eliminado. Zayu consegue a eliminação em cima. Vexite já tira uma arma ali, uma M4. O Cico tá em choque, quase pina as 30 balas. Porém o Ins consegue eliminar o Zayu. E o Zayu ali conseguiu tirar uma arma, já colocou o inimigo ali. 3 Greyhound, 1 Vitality no segundo mapa. Vamos embora. Primeiro armado aqui da partida. Vamos ver no que vai acontecer esse round aqui agora. Ali ó, torcedor aí ó, alastrando. Muita granada na região do meio. Já pegou a informação do Pri. Infelizmente tomou. Aqui olha pro Vexite. 6 de vida, conseguiu a eliminação. Alixtar tá ali no rato. Spinks ali, conseguiu eliminar o jogador ali da Greyhound. Enquanto o Magisk aqui no palácio, ele vai tentar fazer o lurkerzinho. Tentando pegar os inimigos de costa. Já veio mais smoke lá da base, no palácio, enquanto o Zayu ali no meio, e os Spinks lá na região do rato. Os 3 jogadores estão bem divididos no mapa, o Spinks vai rodando aí, juntamente com o Zayu ali no meio. Os 3 jogadores da Greyhound estão bem posicionados, um jogador na liga, outro na jungle, outro na B, porém do palácio ficou livre agora, vai ser meio A isso aqui. O A tá livre. Se eles soubessem disso, eles conseguiriam entrar bem fácil nesse boom site aqui. Nossa, o Zai conseguiu a eliminação muito importante ali pra cima do Cico. Consegue, imagina se matar o Wins. E o Liaj já corre pra aguardar. 3 Greyhound, 2 Vitality. Vambora que tem jogo, família, acredita. Liaj já tentou, já correu ali pra aguardar. Liaj ali com sua M4A1S Print String. Uns 4 adesivos ali do Nico. Ó, a casinha bonita ali com 4 Titans, muito bom. Nossa, essa aqui foi garantiu o round, essa aqui o do Zayu ali. Ótima AWP ali pra pegar um rato. Aliás, nem se deu conta, nem se lembrou. Não quis pegar. 3 Greyhound, 2 Vitality. Lembrando que tá no segundo mapa. Primeiro mapa foi da Vitality, 16-6. Lá no mapa da Inferno. Deixa o like, se inscreva aqui no canal, é muito importante. Me ajuda aí. Conto com você, meu amigo. Vamos ver agora já. Começou aqui o 6º round da partida desse segundo mapa. Vamos ver como é que vai. Aprontando o time aqui da Vitality na região desse meio aqui. Tá forçando 3 lá pelo meio. 2 aqui pelo tapete. O Alistar já vai ganhando espaço. Já conseguiu tirar 90 de dano ali, aproximadamente, do Spinks. Deixando com 11 de vida. Deixou ele muito meado. Smokezinho a janela ali. Parte da equipe da Vitality. Backside na região do L ali, tentando dominar. A equipe aqui da Vitality tem um no rato, 2 no meio e 2 aqui na região da base TR. Aparentemente vai ser um meio A por parte da Vitality. Vamos ver como é que vai reagir aqui o time da Greyhound. Dupree tenta garantir espaço aqui na ligação. Vai aparecer L daqui a pouco. Um pezinho aqui na janela seria muito interessante agora. Vamos ver se vai rolar esse pezinho. Vai rolar esse pezinho pra não fazer barulho subindo. Backside já é eliminado ali pelo Spinks com 11 de vida, que tomou tiro de AWP ali do Alistar na B. Então acaba punindo o adversário, porém o Liaj já consegue essa eliminação. Ele vai de faca na mão. Já o Magisco consegue eliminar. O Dupree ganha muito espaço pro time. Alistar consegue matar. Dupree 3x2. O Wins pode dar muito trabalho aqui para a equipe da Vitality. Nossa, ele pinou tudo contra o Zayu e tirou 91 de vida. Só sobrou o Alistar. Meu Deus, ele matou o Apex no scope. Será que vai imaginar o cara da cabecinha? Não conseguiu. Quase que ele tirou esse round da cartola. Round muito importante aqui. Vitality conseguiu ganhar. Rola o casal aí, ó. Chama. Quase que o Liaj consegue garantir esse round aí. Matou no scope o Apex ali. Olha esse aqui, olha. Toma. Senhor, quase que garantiu esse round aí. Porém, Magisco muito bem posicionado. Conseguiu eliminar e garantir esse round ali. Já pegou a AWPzinha pro Zayu ali também. 3x3. Eco seco ali por parte da Greyhound. Já vai eliminando aqui o Zayu. Já conseguiu eliminar aqui. Enquanto o Dupree vem papando o Echo inteiro. Porém conseguiram tirar o escolete ali do Zayu. Já conseguiu tirar uma arma também. 4 Vitality, 3 Greyhound. Rapaziada, deixa o like, se inscreva aqui no canal. Me ajuda bastante, vamos que vamos. Transmissão ao vivaço aí pra vocês sem delay nenhum. 4 Vitality, 3 Greyhound. Agora é a 4.300, 3.900. O Cico ali já comprou. A galera aqui da Greyhound já pediu um pause técnico. O primeiro da partida, tem mais 3 ainda. Vambora, Vitality, acredita, meu redondo tá em jogo nesse jogo aqui da Vitality.
think there will be the 4th team eliminated here in the Challenger stage. We lost Imperial and 00 Nation. IHC fell to OG earlier in the day, and well, Greyhound
Começando aqui o 8º round da partida. Vambora, acredita, Brasil. Vamos ver o que a equipe da Vitality vai tentar aprontar. Essa HE já machucou muito o Vexite ali do Zayu. Com essa HE perfeitinha na ligação, já tirou 74 de dano ali por parte do Vexite. O Liar já pegou a informação do Pixel. Pulinho roubado, já tirou 40 de dano ali também no Spinks. Acredita, Brasil. Acredita, chat, vambora. Dupuri ali tentando marcar na região da ligação. Já vem a Smoke pra tentar garantir um espaço maior ali. A equipe da Vitality já dominaram essa região da liga, muito importante já. Smokezinha pra possível informação, porém não encontrar nenhum jogador ali. Da equipe da Greyhound já vem a Flashbang para auxiliar, já garantiu mais espaço, Magisk e o Zayu. Talvez vai rolar o pezinho aqui no L, isso mesmo. O Zayu vai subir. Tem 2 jogadores aqui da Greyhound na B. Magisk já consegue garantir kill pra cima do Vexite. Aliás, mata o Magisk, Apex já trade a kill. Olha o Dupiri, ó, cortando a rotação. Ó. Já escutou que o jogador ali já está correndo para guardar, então ele só vai marcar ali, tentando passar, porque eles vão guardar mais um. Já escutou o da base, não era esse, ele sabe disso, pelo menos imagina. O Wins conseguiu eliminar ali o Dupri. 3x2, bomba plantada. Salve Playbox, de boa, meu mano, seja bem-vindo. Já deixa o likezão aí pra nos ajudar. Live tá pegando fogo, meu mano, tá pegando fogo. 5 Vitality, 3 Greyhound. Vamos, acredita, Brasil, que tem jogo e é eco deles. Ou será que eles vão forçar? Poderia até forçar porque tem uma W ali pro All-Stars e um M4A1 na parte ali do Inks. De boa, aí sim, agora que eu vi 142, então, vambora. Já chegamos aí quase nos 300 hoje. Deu 250 e pouco, quase 300 aí. Vambora que hoje tem jogo. O da Furia vai pegar preço, tá? Lembrando que 6 horas da tarde vai ter jogo da Furia. Olha aqui o muito importante ali do Magisk, pegando ali da B. Do Prim muito ligeiro também na rotação, cortando ali os adversários na ligação. Vambora, Brasil, acredita. Primeiro mapa foi da Vitality, jogo tranquilo, 16-6 ali. E agora estamos no 9º round dessa partida aqui entre Vitality e Greyhound, valendo a vaga nos Legends aqui do Major. All-Star já pega informação, o Wins avança, Rato consegue a eliminação ali pra cima do Apex, já ganha muito espaço. Ele já vai garantir a kill ali por cima do Apex e já garantiu também a M4 ali pro seu time, né, pro Lias. Já lutou a equipe da Greyhound, decidiu não forçar, decidiu fazer um pistol aí, juntamente com o restante das armas que sobraram no round passado, que é o Alistar e o Lias. Alistar e o Wins guardaram, então conseguiram aí 2 arminhas muito interessantes. Provavelmente o Vexite vai pedir uma flashbang ali pro seu time, provavelmente o Cico tem uma flashbang. Tá mirando na região da liga, conseguiu pegar um Spinks. O grupo ali tentando na região do L. Magisk, pode ser que vai tomar de lado. Tomou de lado, Cico muito bem posicionado. Matou o Magisk ali. Tart vai ganhar? Dano, eu tô esperando, meu redondo tá em jogo. Acredita. Vexite que já ganhou muita informação. Olha o round proibido aí. Eco por parte da Vitality, né? E os 2 jogadores aí conseguiram já fazer um bom round. Ele pegou a informação ali do Wins ali coladinho. O Liar já veio mais pertinho para dar o suporte também. O Zé tá em choque ali com as costas. O Vexite já vai tentando comunicar ali. Olha lá, ó. Agora ele vai virar ou vai matar ou não? Agora ele não vira, né? O timing desse CS. Nossa, fala dele. Vamos, Zayu. Não deu tempo. Beleza, Zayu. Caramba. Vambora. Entrega, Nilba. Entrega. O cara acha que tá na Disney, né, mano? Vambora, Lins, ó. Que é muito importante já, ó. Conseguiu uma eliminação ali por cima do Apex, já dropou a sua M4 e ficou com a AK do inimigo ali. Vambora. Nem tudo está perdido. A equipe da Vitality tinha dinheiro. O rushzinho rápido ali por parte do Dupri já garantiu a kill pra cima do Cico, já tirou 60 do Alistar ali na caixa de fogo, ele tá de Alp. Tá smocado, ele tá bem pacífico ali por enquanto. Vem Molotov, vem Flashbang. Ele tá muito cego. Já garantiu a kill pra cima do Magiska, o Zayu consegue a kill por cima do Lias. Porém o Izzy já pega a C4 ali no Spinks e já pega a informação também. O Zayu está smocado e a C4 tá dropada na base TR. Apex garantiu muita informação aqui. Já comunicou aqui pro time aqui. C4 tá lá. Esse C4 do B tá livre ali. Porém a C4 tá na base, né? Por parte da Greyhound. 2x3. Vexite ali tá na parte da ligação. Será que vai imaginar a equipe da Vitality? Vamos ver. Só marcando ali. Provavelmente os 3 jogadores vão ali na base TR. Vexite já foi smokado, porém ele passou. Será que ele marota? Se ele aparecer agora, ele consegue a kill pra cima do Apex. Muito bom. Já pegaram a C4 aqui. Os 2 jogadores, Zayu e Dupri, contra Ins e Vexite. Porém, os 2 jogadores estão aqui no bomb site da... Um vai baitando pro outro, velho. Zayu consegue a kill ali pra cima do Vexite e Zayu de novo. Garantiu a kill. Vamos, Brasil, acredita porque tem jogo. Tá só começando. 6 Vitality, 4 Greyhound. Eu não entendi porque o Vexite deu a cara, ele tava com 100 de vida. E o Inks com 6 de vida não deu a cara. É primeiro pro Inks ter dado a cara, tá ligado? Se a Furia ganha, meu redondo tá de boa, senão meu redondo tá na mão da Cloud9. Putz, eu preciso de todos, vai. Eu preciso da Fúria e da Cloud9. Magias que já garantiu as 2 eliminações ali na caverna. Está cuidando pra ver se não tem nenhum jogador ali. Dupri já garantiu a kill pra cima do Ins. Forçadinho aqui. Na verdade até 2400. Pra garantir o armado no próximo. Vexite consegue eliminar o Dupri. Spinks já garantiu a kill pra cima dele. Que é outra. Já vai, Bolts? Então toma, mais uma. Spinks elimina o Liais. 7, Vitality, 4, Greyhound. Vambora. Tu tá de boa ainda, Playbox. Seu redondo tá de boa ainda, cara. Mano, eu tenho que dar tudo certo, velho. Queria saber quanto é que tá o jogo da... Quanto tá o jogo da Outsiders contra a Fnatic, tá ligado? Queria saber muito. Mas vamos lá. 12º round aqui por parte da Vitality contra Greyhound. Dupri já consegue matar o Vexite ali na liga cego. Já deixa ele smoke ali também. Zayu cego, mata o Ins. Dupri já garantiu a kill ali na ligação em cima do Alistars. Spinks mata o Liais, só sobrou o Cico, já pegou a informação, o Dupri vai ficando ali de cuidado. E o Zayu passa e consegue a eliminação por cima do Cico. O Zayu muito forte nessa partida juntamente com o seu time e Dupri também tá jogando muito. Vambora, Brasil. Acredita, 4 horas da tarde, lembrando que daqui 2 horas começa o jogo da Fúria, valendo a vaga nos Legends. Olha aqui o cego ali. Nossa senhora, o Zayu também matou cego, flick shot. Senhor. Kit chato do Zayu ali, ó. Karambit, Emerald. E olha lá, a faca não tá afiada aí, ó. Vamos lá, galera aqui da Vitality já vai empurrando aqui pro bomb site da 5 jogadores aqui. 4 na caverna, 1 no palácio. Já vai sendo o Ezek que sabe que os jogadores aqui da Greyhound estão de eco. Já escutou queimando ali a região da areia. Já vem a perfeita flashbang, porém o Magisk consegue dar cover ele pro Dupri. Apex mata ali o Alistar, que tava na caixa de fogo. Só sobrou o Liais. O jogador consegue matar o Vexite, mata o Dupri, o Liais, mata o Spinks. Apex consegue eliminar E o Magisk acaba com o round. Tiraram 3 armas. E o jogo tá assim caminhando. Eu vi uns 30 minutos atrás, a Outsiders estava ganhando de 7-0. Caraca, vambora. Segundo pausa técnico aqui da Greyhound. 9 Vitality, 4 Greyhound. Acredita. Bora tentar fazer 11-4. Será que dá? A galera que dá Vexite. A galera da Greyhound, aliás, tem dinheiro. Vexite tá com 6 mil. Ele vai comprar uma WPzinha. A galera que tá, da torcida tá animadaço ali contra o time da Vitality. Zayo, torcendo pro Zayo bastante. Vambora. 14º round na tela. Você é louco, acho que eu poderia ser narrador de partida de CS, né, velho? Só treinar um pouco mais. Já tá no segundo mapa e Outsiders tá ganhando de 4-1. God, Outsiders ganhou o primeiro. Apex aqui, gastando suas granadas na ligação. Vexite ali também correu pra jungle já. É muito importante esse espaço que a equipe da Vitality tá conseguindo garantir. Na ligação, no L, tá avançando. Não sei, eu acho que eles ganharam a primeira. Vexite já matou a Apex. Ali, na região da jungle, já vai rotacionando ali. A equipe da Vitality vem parada agora. O Cico já cola na caverna pra tentar garantir essa informação. Sabe que tem um cara na caverna porque acabou de dar o tiro. Mas diz que vai voltando aí. O palácio, não tem ninguém. Porém, já o Alistar já tá cravado ali, ó. Já vai garantindo muita informação pro time aqui do Greyhound. Os Liais e o Wins já vai se posicionando aqui pro bomb site da B, porque vai ser ali 3 jogadores no tapete, um jogador no rato. Primeiro mapa. AT acho que é Outsider, tá, sei lá, 16-1, carai. Vambora. Liais aqui vai ter que brilhar. Smokezinha no time, 20 segundos no relógio, cuidado pra não me emberrizar. Wins muito bem posicionado, esse pixel é chato de ver. Zayu com a bangzinha perfeitinha pro time entrar. O Cico vem de costa, já mata ele. Meu Deus. Quase que o Zayu consegue matar. 9 segundos. O Dupree não tem tempo pra plantar a bomba e matar os 4 jogadores. 9, Vitality, 5, Greyhound. Cuidado, calma. 4-4 no segundo mapa. Beleza, muito bom. Tapa. Último round da primeira metade aqui. Do segundo mapa, entre Vitality e Greyhound. Primeiro mapa, Vitality ganhou de 16-6 na Inferno. Alistar já vai tentando ganhar espaço aí. Vexite já toma 50 de dano. Apex aqui na região da B já toma essa HE e o time da Vitality vai avançando. O Wins já toma dano, ele não esperava que o Apex fosse rushar loucão assim. O Liais consegue eliminar o Dupree. Apex consegue garantir essas 2 kills. Bomb site da B. Bomba plantada. Já vem jogador aqui. O Alistar já tá costa, já consegue punir o Zayu, enquanto o Vexite mata o Magisk ali, o lurkerzinho safado no meio. 2x3, o jogador da Vitality aí tá preocupado com o tapete. Eu já pegou a informação que tava ali. O jogador do bomb. Apex é eliminado pelo Cico. O Spinks mata ali, sabe que caiu do bomb. Não sabe, não escutou aparentemente. Agora sim escutou. Alistar consegue errar o tiro, porém Vexite vem e trade aqui o 9, Vitality, 6, Greyhound. Vambora que tem jogo. Deixa eu ver aqui. Gaules TV. Ué, todo mundo tá transmitindo o bagulho aqui? Vamos ver a comunicação.
I flash it, stop! Good plan, Emil. Nice, guys. What up?
Carai. Que da hora. Comunicação ali. O cara pediu Goralp, que é Alp. Aí o Zayu, yes. Vambora. Eu queria ver quanto é que tá o jogo aqui do Outsiders versus Fnatic, muito bom. Beleza, Outsiders ganhou o primeiro mapa 5. Fnatic. Vamos ver esse aqui, ó.
Mantled by the two Outsiders players. And now it's just on Roy.
O Roy já vai tentando garantir espaço aqui. A smoke foi muito ruim. Nossa, esse jogador aqui, não vou nem tentar falar o nome dele. Já garantiu aqui o Simão Fleet, já garantiu o spray bom. Enquanto o jogador Norber, sei lá, já garantiu aqui o pra cima do jogador da Fnatic. Primeiro pause-up técnico aqui da equipe da Fnatic. Nossa, 16-1, mano. Que espanco no primeiro mapa. A overpassinha, mano. Que isso?
And as soon as, you know, in the last couple where they found out that's a problem, trying to go for mid when the CTs are there. Okay, let's wait until.
Quem que são os jogadores da Fnatic? Deixa eu ver. Eu conheço algum? Não, acho que eu não conheço nem da Outsiders nem da Fnatic, sei lá. Deixa eu ver.
And right here, so careful about this approach. I mean, you don't often see someone coming in from that side on a little bit of a shoulder to take the opera out. That's not easy to do. So well handled on a mechanical level from Kicker.
5-5, 11º round da partida. Mirei de andamento e, se for preciso, inferno ao último mapa. Já voltamos aí com Vitality, tá bom?
Instantly, so falls away, and Fame is not going to waste a moment getting down through the
Fame vem tentando garantir espaço aqui na região do rato, vai pegar o Creams de lado, já tomou a varada cego. Já garantiu aqui pra cima do Roche também.
Ooh. Wow, this kid is gifted. That was
5x3.
beautiful. He just believed. Like,
Vambora,
right by the bench,
acredita.
I'm just going to go forward with this one peek. He's going to be just about here. And just believed in the spray the whole time. Oh my god, he's about to kill everybody inside of connector.
O Fame já garantiu a terceira kill no round. Enquanto o Fleet consegue matar o Mezi. Sobrou e matou o Fame ali. Fleet vai subir. Será que vai matar? Não, não conseguiu achar o Mezi porque ele tava agachado. Agora pegou a informação que ele tá L ainda. Tá preocupado com o cara do tapete 4x1. A equipe aqui da Outsiders vai tentando eliminar esse último jogador para tentar não deixar guardar. Já pegou a informação que o Jamie tava ali, ele fez barulho para chamar a atenção dos outros jogadores, enquanto o Kickert já elimina ali. O jogador esse que tá rezando, né? Só agradece. Vamos lá, começou aqui o jogador aqui da Vitality. Zayu aqui, vambora. Zayu de beretas e colete aqui na região da B. Apex tá de flashbang na mão. Já consegue a primeira eliminação, já consegue a segunda eliminação. A terceira eliminação por parte do Zayu ali. Muito bom, já ali Star já trada, já mata o segundo. 3x2. 3x1 agora porque o Drupi matou o Cico ali também. Já spotou ali, porém Spinks consegue eliminar 3 capos Zayu. É o homem.
And ends the round off of the akimbo pistols.
Yeah, it looked a bit awkward there on the timing, right? We saw on the cam Apex adjusting his HUD.
Perfeito pistol por parte da Vitality, já conseguiu garantir as 3 kills ali, matou o Backside na cagada ali. Porém já conseguiu matar o Wins também ali. Bom que a Beretas tem muita bala e o cara matou pulando o Zayu ali. Já tomou um tá ligado. Vambora, 10, Vitality, 6, Greyhound. Eco seco por parte da Greyhound. Isso aí, toma espanco e fica brincando na base, isso aí, velho. Mas diz que já consegue eliminar ali o Wins. Já toma um tá ligado também pra ficar esperto ali do palácio. Já vai eliminando aqui o Lias. Vexite aqui na caverna, porém o Zayu já vem dando cover aqui pro Magista que tá na cabecinha. Já vem limpando, já pegou a informação do cara. Caverna não sabe o que tem. Matou. Echo é tão gostoso de matar, né, velho? Que isso. Vambora. Parece que o Zayu tá jogando DM ali, velho. Ele tá tipo, ah, pô, aqui já foi, tá ligado? Aqui, velho. Pô, não deu nem graça, tá ligado? Olha a torcida do brasileirinho aí, ó. 11 Vitality, 6 Greyhound. Vamos pra 18º round aqui. Na partida. Do Pri quase acerta o pulo do L. Molotov errado ali na ligação. Jogadores aqui da Greyhound ficam marcando aqui o avanço no meio. O Apex já tenta encurtar essa distância com a única MP9 no round. Enquanto aqui os jogadores da Greyhound vão tentar um execzinho pela A. 2 jogadores, 3 jogadores no palácio agora. Enquanto o Alistar já toma 33 de dano, já capotou com essa HE quase. Já pegou a informação que o cara tá ali na esquerda, já pega a informação que o cara tá ali também avançando. Perfeita HE no palácio, já pega primeira kill. Já falou, comunicou. Ó, entrou aqui A. O Zayu muito bem posicionado aqui, vai garantindo só espaço, só a mira. Os caras não avançar muito. Vexite vem parando aqui, vem a flashbang, garantiu aqui pra cima do Zayu. Ele volta a tentar garantir espaço aqui, o Wins. Os jogadores aqui da Vitality vão tentar vindo pela base aqui. Já garantiu aqui pra cima do Apex. O Cico já garantiu ali. Vexite contra 4 jogadores. Já spotou ali o primeiro na cabecinha. Não quer atirar. Nossa senhora. Perfeito bait, só ficou o cano da Alp. Vambora, Vitality. 12 Vitality. 6 Greyhound. E não estão com muito dinheiro, não. Não estão com muito dinheiro, não. Provavelmente vão comprar pistola pra ter armado no full no próximo.
6-round gap is not going to be easy to draw back, and another timeout. So the plan was good. It does put them in the position to get a half buy going, but the chuckles of Zayu, I think, really remind us of how easy this has been.
Terceiro, pausa técnica aqui pra Greyhound, 12 Vitality, 6 Greyhound. Partida muito boa aqui pra Vitality até o momento. E a galera aqui da Greyhound vai forçar sem granada praticamente aqui. Vai ter muita pouca granada pra esse round aqui. Vai ser na atenção, vai ser mais na bala por parte aqui da Greyhound. Vambora, 19º round na tela.
In order to just try and take this space, well, they are at least going to be heading into mid. It's not going to be such a walk in the park for Vitality. Spinks with his protocol.
Spinks já motovou ali na região da carroça. Nenhum jogador.
Safe for now, no damage inflicted.
But what do you do with 2 smokes, a flash and a decoy and a minute 35 left on the clock? Sure, you've got ins across the tap.
Uma Galil ali por parte do Lias, o restante com 4 granadas. Porém, só estão com 5 granadas ali, uma decoy por parte do Cico. Muita pouca granada nesse round vai ser na bala. Enquanto ali a equipe da Vitality está guardando seus HE, Molotov, Smokes também. O Pri acabou de usar a sua agora. Ali na liga, ó, caralho, chama, chama. HEzinha, será que foi sucesso? Não, só tirou 1 de vida ali. Wins. Vexite garante que o pra cima do Dupri. Spinks ele tentando encontrar uma brecha na smoke, agora fez o fade a granada. Talvez o Spinks não imagine que o jogador estivesse ali em cima, já conseguiu a eliminação ali, o Alistar.
Yeah, Zywoo's got nothing to report. Cursory glance from Magisk. He might take another one, and that's what he's been waiting for. Nice to get
Alistar
away.
já tenta garantir aqui por cima do Magisk ali na base, porém Magisk consegue eliminar ele.
But they are committing into A now and have pulled Vitality.
Agora a galera da Greyhound vai tentando entrar nesse bomb site da Magisk, já consegue levar o wins. Vão tentar forçar nessa do Zayu aqui para tentar garantir espaço. Conseguiram plantar a bomba, espaço aberto. Quase que o Apex alinha. 7 Greyhound, 12 Vitality, 13, 12, 13. Calma lá, tem jogo. 12
This is a great kill
Vitality.
from Alistar, but he goes so far forward and takes a fight that maybe he didn't need to. If they were always planning on returning to this A site, having the window and jungle control is a power position to have to help out your teammates. Zayu was investigating middle, and then you get an open runway to be able to turn his attention. Regardless, we're back into it, round 20.
Hello guys.
You've got the nades now.
How are
it's
you?
Not going to be so awkward, despite managing to make it work. More options available to them. Can't afford an early casualty.
Not a kit available here for Vitality, so that's at least something to keep in mind. They'll come back to haunt them here.
Yeah,
I'm sure Vitality will just go for another save if they lose the site, right? They've been by the book.
It's been a very apparent
Armado aqui por parte da equipe da Vitality, porém não tem muita granada. Uma AWP aqui no Zayu R4, M4. Não tem muita granada, agora a equipe da Greyhound conseguiu reverter essa situação.
Territory to be taken. First nades are out of the gates. You can see window smoked as we see connector as well. Oh,
Vexite conseguiu, antes da granada cair, já conseguiu a eliminação ali por cima do Sphinx.
Trying his luck on the walkthrough. This is a lot of space if you can get through it. Magisk, spots out by ins, but that information goes both ways, and they can come behind.
Vexite garantiu muito espaço, já garantiu 3 eliminações Vexite. 5x2. Vitality já corre para guardar 12 Vitality, 8 Greyhound, 4 rounds de diferença. Calma lá. Próximo round vai ser um pistolete por parte da Vitality. Não vão querer forçar, acredito eu. O Apex vai guardar a arma se conseguir. E tem dinheiro aí, talvez vá rolar um forçadinho aí. Vamos ver o que vai acontecer.
They have faith, and he has faith in himself to be able to try and pull off maneuvers exactly like that. So, a nice round here. They do throw it back to a
Bomba vai sendo explodida aqui, 12 Vitality, 8 Greyhound. Seja bem-vindo aí todo mundo que tá entrando. Não esqueça de deixar o like aqui na live, se inscrever no canal. Me ajuda bastante. Acredita, Brasil, talvez Vitality peça uma pausa agora para dar uma refrescada no time adversário, dar uma comunicada.
And this would be deciding what the best option going forward, because the flow-on effects, if they decide to shove all in right now, could be felt, and Greyhound get up to double digits. They win that next gun round. Okay, we have a one-round game. Loss bonus still starting to build here for the CT side, only 2,400 going into the next, but this is it from Vexite again. A tidy one onto Zayu, top ticket, playing the smoke. Being cheeky with that, you can come out either side, you create yourself 2 avenues of attack right there. You see it work to absolute perfection, as we do still have bums in seats here, enjoying the counter-strike. I'm sure they're actually just getting the front row position for the Furia game.
That's coming up soon.
All right, well, is this the fire starter for Greyhound? Vexite's 3-piece feed, is that enough to get the boys going here? With their approach, it's hard to be mega fired up, and they're actually going to boost over this.
Greyhound, gonna be caught out by it. Alistar's gotten away with that. Would have loved some lethality with the 2 rifles in play. Your first connection, it's just not quite enough.
They are going back towards A, and that is a stack right now. This is very interesting indeed right here. This position, this boost, you don't see this very often, if at all. So, curious to see how Apex is going to utilize this and what the execute is going to look like. As U2 is being lined up here, Liaz still over towards B apartments. Vexite has highlighted tap in mid. That's part of their default, the way they scale across to get this mid control.
It's a bit of a flex from Apex as well, isn't it? Using Zayu as a footstool.
Well, the key here is if Apex goes down, guess who gets to pick up that M4?
Right, yeah, it's a vending machine. Oh, you can see, yeah, he gets like just the tips of the head on ramp crawl. And well, they are coming his way, so let's see how well he can utilize it. Contingency plan in place. You can see a perfect line of sight for that Tetris jump up, and it's passive, but it's Avant-Garde, first down. Into the site now. Should be patient about this. They've got 38 seconds. They have a distinct weapon advantage. And Dupree's doing a lot through that smoke. No tracers. Down goes Apex's rifle. ZywOo falls into his hands and immediately meets Alistair's AWP as well.
Very low HP here on Liaz In's Alistair. Magis just wants to save, so that won't be discovered. But Vexite might be able to cut him off with a pass here. As Magis is trying to make the way away to hold on to this rifle. He gets found, and Vexite will convert for the 21st. But that's a standard round. You're happy with that, you put it in your back pocket and you say, good work. Vitality on the other side go, hey, it was 2 saved rifles, we took a risk, we took a chance. It didn't pan out, but let's give this one another crack now as ZywOo will equip himself with the big green again. And the question mark, do Vitality start taking a few more, when I say risks, I mean initiative. Do they start taking the fight in the direction of Greyhound here, isolating these extremity players, or maybe even barreling up the guts?
You'd rather do it now than if it does, the gap does close, right? I mean, in terms of calculated risks.
This is looking very standard again. Spinks connector, ZywOo window, Dupree shore, Apex and Magis locking down their bomb sites as the anchors.
Spinks wants them. He knows there's one back there, courtesy of that sound cue.
But you see the simple nature of that little chess game. We molly this position. If there's a player there, he has to extinguish or step wide. That understanding, everybody has it. So whittling through some utility that Greyhound would love to use for a later round execute. But still 3 smokes, plenty of mollies. And a whole bunch of other goodies to their name as the window redeploy. And now Vexite on the crawl again and able to look for fights. This time bench, name of the game. Towards window, gives up his position.
Wow. Balls on him, gets the smoke down. Despite knowing that those smokes are fading, he's actually going for a window boost hunt. Apex, the sound heard, but knife out. And big one from Vexite. Into the enemy back line and taps the head of Magisk. That is not a duel that favored him, but he makes it look easy. With Magis down and into it in shots like that, Greyhound could be on for a flawless T round. That gets a little scary. The first crack in the Vitality machine starting to be visible.
And ZywOo's locked. Liaz still over towards B apartment. Backside over towards the market position. ZywOo is going to have to fight his way out of this if he would like to retain the AWP. And we've already seen him get a couple of exit kills from this position, but the barrel spotted shot here, of course, he flicks into that. But now they know where he lies. The cavalry's coming. Inns and Vexite on the hot pursuit to finish this one off.
You just want him to have nothing. Take it all away.
They can throw more bodies at this. They have a lot of cash.
And they've got all the time in the world. That bomb's still ticking. ZywOo knows his days potentially numbered, but he's so damn quick. He refuses to give up this weapon without a fight. Dumps the util and hides in plain sight. Into the smoke. Someone's going to spray you. He's hiding. He's trying all the tricks and down to Inns. A valiant hunt, and they know what it means. That means an awful lot, considering that we're starting to see the scales level up. You take away any advantage you could have in the face of defeat.
It's crazy there, the timing as well, that Vexite gets into that window position. You could see that there was no consideration for that whatsoever. And Apex was close window. Surprising he didn't hear the jump. Maybe he did and not expecting it, but look at that. I think because his teammate was pushing up short to glance on down, it was that perfect timing I was illustrating that caught them off guard. So just a tiny gap, and it caused a big issue. A half bite from Vitality here, a scout, the highlight of this in the hands of Apex, a signature weapon for him. But these Deagles, they do pack a punch. And this would be a punch straight to the gut of Greyhound if they don't convert a round like this. The hard work has been done to set them up. Being very diligent. That molly, with the intent to clear out any jumps down towards the underpass, has done its job. And you can see Greyhound playing this one by the book, sitting back in this default stance. But the B gamble stack is in play, and this boost onto the box, especially with ZywOo roosted on top, could be very scary if that's the finish.
And if you do have your finger on the economic pulse, if you're aware of what Vitality are likely equipped with, you can start adapting a bit more of an investigative strategy. You know, send out those feelers, see what resistance happens when, and then make that educated commitment. Flash towards Magisk, and he doesn't fire a shot, doesn't stumble, miss
Couple of miss smokes here, and that's an easy one to throw as well. So some oopsies.
Here we go. He has his chance and lets it go.
At this point, Vitality should give this a go, right? They definitely should rotate back in time because Greyhound have been quite late on this. If they're late into the site, they still have to clear everything. Default, triple box, ticket, connector's a problem, jungle, sandwich. Vitality will be here in time, and if they deny the plant, they can still win this round. Sicko's low, and he's the one with the bomb on the back.
He has to choose his plant spot wisely. Uncontestable by ZywOo.
They've given him the opportunity. I thought Vitality would really try and get stuck into this. And damage isn't going to do a lot. There's plenty of cash in the coffers. They're just going to get peeled apart. Vexite continuing to put on a show here. I know it's eco bashes, but still, it's sharp. It's headshots. 25 and counting.
Yeah, I mean, 25 frags against Vitality is always 25 frags against Vitality. And that's something he can definitely put in his pocket. It would feel a whole lot better if it was a component in the victory, though.
Looking for more here. Has spotted Spinks. It's ZywOo seeing if he can find anything on the way out the door. Bomb about to go off. Shot whistles past. Liaz noted to his presence, but it's a one-round game, and now we've got a little bit of spice. This one's on. It's hard to deny that now.
Yeah, I'm sure Zonic might want to be having a team talk shortly just to try and screw their heads on tight.
Here's those shots again, so you can see the tap, tap, tap away from Vexite here. Gets it done eventually. A second, a whole lot tidier onto Apex there, but you smack bang in the middle of that call, Alex. Another timeout called from Vitality. Their second now exhausted, and giving the opportunity for Kingfisher, a baby face right there, to chime in. It's quite a stark contrast when you consider Zonic on one side of the server and the big fish on the other.
I think Zonic looks like he could be Kingfisher's dad.
Actually,
probably not far off.
Could be the case.
But either way, both given the same task and the same set of time.
Double AWPs is the change-up for Vitality here, moving into the next gun round. And considering the slower pace at which Greyhound have been approaching some of these rounds, it might be the way to make the incision into this default spread.
Yeah, certainly would have been a nice reminder if Kingfisher did just say, hey, they might try and throw a double AWP at you. Keep that awareness. Don't be doing anything too dry. Lots of smokes. My God, I'm
making a B split.
I missed one in the window, but 4 total expended towards early fight on mid.
Curious as what they're expecting the reaction to be with something like this. You would hope that the defense would rejig and try and back up the B defense, but they've tasked ZywOo with locking down that side of the map. They're not going to worry about sending too many bodies to help this man out. Absolute superstar in himself will flash himself forward. Take a inquisitive glance towards the B absent, not see a whole lot. So Greyhound were expecting an overreaction based off that fake, but nobody's pushed. Nobody's taken a risk. This is a very, very passive default.
The opening 45, 50 seconds, no contact whatsoever.
One of the keys as well is there's not a whole lot of utility to block Greyhound when they do decide on a site finish.
Could get uncomfortable if they do take too long on this mid walk.
The split into an AWP up short, Alex. There's a shooting gallery for ZywOo made available here.
Yeah, it's the Vitality gift. You can just park him on the site. And 5 charging into him. 1 bullet. 1 kill. Another opportunity gone away. Rotates on its way. And only 25 seconds. Catching Spinks on the rotate through. Cut down on market. ZywOo still lives on. You have to get him off this site. You have to kill him now. Everyone around ZywOo is falling, but that's the bomb carrier. He's doing everything for Vitality on his own. ZywOo is the problem. And he's causing all of them for Greyhound Gaming. Completely shattered. Everyone arriving on the scene, just a distraction as ZywOo picks apart Greyhound Gaming.
Oh, finally put a stall out to this. That was 5 consecutive rounds, and then ZywOo just dancing around the site gracefully. Didn't feel under pressure whatsoever. And this is the fact when you have a player like that in the server and you can entrust him, right? You see there a bit of a huff, a bit of a puff. He knows that there was an opportunity, but he steps up to the task and delivers yet again. I'm curious to see if Greyhound want to go with that same approach. Last time out burned here. That was very passive. They were expecting such an overreaction from Vitality there, and they gave them nothing. Everybody just sat still after that fake. It wasn't threatening. There were no bodies put behind it. There was no information gained from Greyhound. That bluff, it was called.
But now you are operating with the information, or are you? Actually, did Dupree's secondary AWP even get a look at? Perhaps not, but either way, ZywOo single-handedly on B is a little suspicious.
Dupree did get a kill in that round with the AWP, so it is noted.
It's been seen.
But in that case, set piece execute means Vitality might understand exactly that. Hey, they note this. Make sure our setups are either strong sites or retakes as they move immediately into an A play. But look who's here.
You gotta get through ZywOo. An immediate frag. Charging straight into the beast. Into his jaws. He jumps down two. A third taken a little too spicy. Seco does deliver the frag, but everyone else is gone. Ins up against the world, up against Vitality, looking to extend to 14 now. And that's how the best AWPers feel. You're playing against them and it feels like no matter where you go, that AWP is there. Look at Shiro, look at ZywOo. They can have a whole half where every time you're making your commitment, they are there and they are a problem.
He's been a massive problem now. 5-0 in terms of opening duels. He's got 8 multi-kills. Just having a classic ZywOo game here today and getting Vitality into that next round of play. A 2-2 matchup. Nobody thought they were going to be here, but Ins, okay. This 1-on-4, maybe it needs a little bit more respect. His position is on lock right now. Magisk is going to catch him off guard. I think Ins jumping around the corner. Did he catch a glance? Did he clear a sound? Yeah, he did. And a good finish from Magisk. They will secure this, save that AWP. Now, there's plenty of money available for Greyhound. If they win this, here we go again. Let's just bask in the glory of ZywOo here. No CT smoke. They weren't expecting that at all. And the fact that he's one round B, the next round A, okay, well, I guess he's going to be mid now. Where are we meant to go? How are we meant to call around this guy?
Is there a C we can try? ZywOo seems to be on the first 2 letters at the same time. I'm interested to see what, yeah, oh, you nailed it. He's actually been sent to mid this time.
We would have thunk it.
Yeah, let's see what happens. They are 3 mid, but he is smoked off, so that will buy some time. Spinks surveying the Savannah up top as well. The 3-man mid hold. Dupree's already got one spotted out. They've isolated Ins. No one can help him. You'd love a flash. He gets nothing, and he's surely condemned. 1, 2 out of the AKs, or rather M4s, now retreating, seizing the advantage and maintaining it.
Oh.
1 to the toes.
Wasn't even a leg shot there.
Just taking a couple of ligaments out of the knee. Tough for Sicko now. Oh, Magic is so proactive.
Big shot.
Sphinx is down and out. Quickly found.
They've given themselves something to work with here. Lia's still alive. Normally, the B defender on the defaults. It's Alistair from the Palace position, now trained towards connector. Takes a fight. Lias opens the door on this one. They know where ZywOo was. Alistair has to hit this shot onto Apex if they want any opportunity. He's spotted him out now.
Yeah, but he's committed still to the Palace position, so Apex still has info. If he has to go around the world, ZywOo will be waiting. And this is the perfect position to be in. He's responsible for B, but he can also contribute should any action happen through that mid-avenue or on that deep cross to Apex position CT. So the setup's strong for the 2v2, and with 30 seconds left, they might make noise. You can see that ZywOo's ear pressed to the wall. It works tenfold to get that information and to have that teammate as close as can be. Awkward timing now, and ZywOo's staring at you. It might be another one where ZywOo is the main problem for Greyhound Gaming. Just finishing this with individual brilliance, hunting him down. 10 seconds and he's just hiding in the smoke. He knows his win conditions all the time, running him around. Now, Alistair gets it, but not to be. ZywOo, his best play, his best course of action is shanking you with a karambit.
Yeah, pulling out the knife there, really showing you just how to get this one done. 3 consecutive now, make it 4, and this one is all over Red Rover. Greyhound 1 round away from being eliminated here, and just how desperate it is with the time on the clock. About to say goodbye to our 4th team here at IEM Rio, and Vitality will be keeping themselves alive. Out window aggression from ZywOo now. He wants to finish this one right here, right now, but Ins wants to keep it alive. The double from him sits down Spinks and ZywOo, the heavy hitters for Vitality. They have to sit and watch.
Unless Dupree can recover. 1, bang. Ins still present in mid. Dupree aware he's got a lot on his plate, and the molly will kind of lock him in there. Using that smoke sound cue is heard. Magisk has caught Sicko elsewhere. Magisk has just completely flipped the script. They tried to walk out A. Vitality now 2 frags away. Ins continues to be resilient.
Might have to do it all here.
3 kills to keep Greyhound in it, to keep them in the Rio de Janeiro major.
They overthought it last time in this 2-on-2 situation. This time they don't even have the bomb on the back just yet. Alistair now, I think that penny has dropped. They need to pick that package up and get a move. And Ins sending the feelers out towards the B bomb site here. And this was their graveyard in the previous. He has a lot more leg room this time round. And if Alistair follows through and they just jump on in, they can get the bomb down. Remember, cash isn't good for Vitality here, so Another round of play, likely, and again, overthinking things. Boys, just get stuck in. You're taking so much time, you're giving so many opportunities for Vitality to reposition. They'll be hearing echoes of this over towards the other side of the map.
Fearing ZywOo in every corner. You know, they can almost visualize where he is and how he's going to ruin their day.
Yeah, you can see that, like the type of clears from Alistair as well in that scenario. They can go and identify this AWP for ZywOo. Now, that was the change. ZywOo deciding to barrel at them in middle, and time again, we've seen Greyhound get that space. But Vitality by the book once more. They understand it's just one more round needed. And a big round for the in-game leader of Insip. 3 in total, and that was the only 3 required. And that was just as the cash has been exhausted from Greyhound, and rightfully so, with it potentially being their last round of play. So they hold on, but they will need 3 more of those if they want to take us to overtime here today.
They did post 5 consecutive T rounds. There is evidence they've proven to themselves they are capable of attaining what is set out before them. First in the tally, inscribed. 3 more required in back-to-back fashion to wipe the slate clean and take it into overtime. Vitality, a couple of options before them as to when and how they plan to find this final round.
Surprisingly, no timeout. When they're in a similar situation before, they took a timeout, discussed their options here with the cash. They've understood the financial situation here, and they've actually quite heavily invested. There's slight residual cash, sure, but if they lose this round, it might just be another partial ins. Flash it forward. This time, Magisk will find that opener, and that might be the first nail in the coffin here. Vitality to secure the opening kill of round 28. And with how slow Greyhound have been in a lot of these scenarios, there's a horrible feeling in your gut.
Yeah, just a boulder in your stomach. That sinking feeling. You've still got 80 seconds, but your entire major hopes and dreams hanging in the balance of a 4 versus 5 disadvantage. Alistair begging someone to peek, and they do. Apex, an inquisitive knee posted into the scope, and ZywOo with the counter doesn't actually find lethality. Alistair cannot believe he's still part of this game.
They need to spring to action now. They need to take some space, and they tried. Magisk is there again.
Can't believe he posted the opener like that, just straight. Raw dogs him down mid. Awkward now for Greyhound. Smoke implies a commitment to short. Still presence in ladder room. They're not looking. They're not looking. Knives are out. Dupree sending Greyhound home. Packing their bags for them. Will Alistair have anything to say? Can he remain stubborn? I mean, the bomb's not with him. The crowd is willing Vitality to finish this now. Everything is held.
He doesn't have time for this.
He doesn't have time. And what's he supposed to do? He has to give it his best. He's a competitor. He doesn't want to just let it go. But 15 seconds, the whole squad staring at him, and it's locked in. Vitality, a lifeline.
Keeping themselves alive here. Look, it's a tidy win. The desk conversation was about this confidence, getting this victory here today as the heavy favorite, as one of the individual teams coming into this tournament as a contender for that title. Greyhounds, they're sent home. They put up a bit of a fight here, but too little, too late, as Greyhound will survive to find another day. The 2-2 column awaits tomorrow. Their legend stage is in their hands.
We'll be hearing from the victors.
Watching from CT spawn, actually. Oh,
no one.
They gave it up.
Fame was, but past tense. And now Roy, he's going to sight. The plant's gone down. Mezzi's in the smoke. Flit catches Roy, though. And that's the crucial kill, because now they can just fixate forward, try and press in. Norbert, point blank, bests Mezzi. Nikodos falls right after, and that is just Norbert tearing through 2. Fasher's up next. Little bits of health left. He's got the clutch attempt going. Fame, nope, it's Jane instead to hit the shot, and with it, Outsiders to 12.
That was a fierce one. He was both defusing and aiming at the same time while Norbert was covering something else. Norbert with the key ones, though. Mezzi on the phase. Smoke could have had CT control, put a lot of pressure on Dame to hit his or even fall back. That could have been the end of it. Very narrow margins on that round. It gives Outsiders a lead in the 4th quarter. There's a chance that now Fnatic, with not much money to spend, could lose because of this round. And once again, there's a legend spot on the line. So, starting to ramp up here. We're still not quite at that point. But you never know when the snowball is at its most critical point. Fnatic will need to strike at every opportunity they can. And that one they got close in. Palace sneak out. It's a fake, and they've actually pulled all the CTs. No bomb spotted, and everybody rotated out, and no T's even committed.
Damn.
What are you doing, Outsiders?
Yeah, getting a little antsy. Fasher's also slid forward. Ooh, this is an interesting one.
This would be one hell of a round to win.
Oh, what? He took him with him.
What a shot.
Flip from beyond the grave, finds the kill off the nade. Crim's up next down into the stairs. We've got a player top middle. James got Crim's dead though. Mezzi tippity taps with the tech, and he's gonna try to go and grab that M4 already on the bomb site, already diffusing. And unfortunately for Mezzi, he just can't press in fast enough. He knows he needs to concede. A very cool round from Fnatic to at least sell that hook, line, and sinker with nothing but utility.
Yeah, that was, you know, the #1 guy doesn't move there as like your CT player, or you're just your main site anchor, just doesn't have to leave. No bomb on radar. That's kind of like a fundamental mistake, especially on a round where it's like just an anti-eco. But they have good protocols in place. They had good guns, and it got a little scary with the Fasher Deagle kill, but that's just about it. 3 players up at the end of the round.
Fame's looking to come back at it. Fame versus Roy. It's been a really good kind of head-to-head duel between these two. Both sides, both halves. Roy's caught him a couple of times with this AK, but for now, Fame's going to keep this one tucked in. It is 3 straight from Outsiders, of course, with these last 2 retake round wins. Round loss bonus stacking up for Fnatic, but they don't want loss. They want round wins. Going to leave Roy on an island top middle and look to fixate towards B, which is fine, right? We saw them win a round already when they were able to press into Fame and kill Norbert as he got stuck behind bench. And in this case, it's even understaffed. James going to start running in, but by the time he gets there, Fasher's already down on site. Still, James, critical timing, but Roy slides up middle. Flit can't do in mid what James just did from Market, and so with that, it looks like Outsiders concede. They get caught in the wrong positions at the wrong time, and Fnatic keep this game tight.
Man, considering how awkward it was, it's like lucky that they even caught Fasher in that spot, but kind of Fnatic snuck through into that crossfire, got into the site, and made that really tough. For Outsiders, saving 3 is pretty big. Winning a round and killing everybody right here would make a world of difference for Fnatic, but at least they get their economy back on their feet. They keep it to 12. They only had to save 1 round, and they have this op still on Nikadas as well. So maybe there's a little left to show here on Mirage.
A couple key round wins from Fnatic at that B site now. We'll have to see if there's any kind of Outsiders adaptation. They will, of course, take a pause, maybe look to smooth things out. Also, economy at a very critical point here for the counter-terrorists. So they'll be crunching numbers as they talk this one through. Oh, excuse me, there was an M4 on the ground. It's all good, it's all good. But it's not all good, actually, because again, that B site, I think, is now a question mark, you know? They fooled them twice, not to mention that, like, overbite on the utility fake. So, yeah, I feel like Fnatic, they're sensing some sort of a weakness on that other side of the map.
Yeah, they've got a strong attack. But how many times do they want to try and paste it? Early mid-attack here. Into some prying eyes from the CT side. Fame opens up early. Oh, Flick comes out mid. Jane gets it with the molly.
Wow. As Flit nearly gets caught in the fire of his own.
I don't know if Kickert's spotted right there. It looks like he jump spotted, but now he's just worried about Palace. Fasher has snuck out the Tetris. It's not the most compromising position. People do this sometimes.
Yep.
And right there, exchange glances. So now James on full attention. Some nade protocols come out. That one will sting.
Yeah, Fasher dropped to 73 off it.
Oh my god.
Yo, Jamin Nikidaz nearly locking horns there. Op shot not far away. Fasher gets pelted by another piece of utility though, so now he's sub 50 HP. Kicker looking for the impact off top ticket. Fasher gonna keep on going. Didn't clear the corner. Norbert gets away at least a little longer. Sets up Kicker, who gets traded by Mezzi. It's man advantage and a fast flank, but I think he stepped. He overstepped, and now Mezzi's ready. Mezzi finishes off what was left of Flit, and a 2v2 is where we're left. Nikidaz still worried about that jungle side, but it's all in from Ticket as far as outsiders are concerned. And a missed shot from James welcomes Nikidaz to peak, and both the outsiders pull back.
Okay, now we have to look at utility. There's absolutely none here for Fnatic. Of course, we can see it littered on the ground, but it's just not within reach. So, on the A site, trying to get a bomb down means you've got to cover one option or take a fight, and James, he'll be the first one. Whoa, Mezzi! Cleans his clock. Fame now, excuse me, in the 1-on-2. In CT, half HP, done so well.
Timing, he finds him with a bomb out. Now Nikidaz needs to plant, there's 8 seconds. Fame, you don't need to fight this, but he does, damn it. He takes it on his own terms, 27, 8, and 9.
Jesus.
All in that round to give outsiders 14. There's 7 seconds, Nikidaz needs to plant, and Fame just wants a piece of that.
Yeah, he does. Okay, there is a world where Nikidaz kills him on a wallbang, and that's his only chance. So Fame at least kind of screws with his head by peeking there. I know it doesn't make sense from a fundamental perspective. It's not 100% round win if he tucks. So,
yeah.
I mean, he's just a confident kid. He played it well. Nikidaz did get a little rocked. He didn't hit that shot, and there was a chance for it.
Man's got that killer instinct.
He does, he does.
Bloodlust.
Man, the 1v2 clutch. Fame, he's never been in the Legend stage. It's in the name. He's going to be known for this.
Assaulting on both sides of that bottom mid dude. Oh, this one.
He still gets the kill.
Yeah, props to Fasher. That right there from Mizzy, though, just turned his attention at the wrong time. Nikidaz knows. Damn it. While Norbert celebrates, and outsiders get themselves that much closer to legendary status here in Rio de Janeiro. Nikidaz up front. He's got a player to lead the charge. Got James back on the ticket. Opdual being primed. No Palace play. Flash comes at them, allows for James to double back, and he would have seen that contact, so CT start to scramble back over. The utility floods forward. Fasher looks to take maybe to the top of stairs.
There's no big lurk on this round. All out committal from Tetris. No counter nades to hit them while they're grouped up, and the cross comes now.
Norbert.
They've been scaling well.
He slides in. Nobody covers that. Norbert gets away with the robbery, denies the bomb, and now things get real weird, but Mezzi slides through into jungle, catches the kill on Fame. Big scalp to take. Flit trying to get edgy, goes right up over that smoke, but there's another player to his right. He loses track of that. Nikidaz robs the kill, keeps the man advantage. Norbert's gonna look to press through yet again, but that flash, fantastic. And it forces them away for now.
Do they know that both players are here? Yes, Norbert was there and James just spotted. Now they can potentially plant on the opposite side of triple like they did before. James gets hit a little bit. It won't matter, however.
Nikidaz just laying down the lead, making sure outsiders have to keep it back. God, dude, what a clash inside that site.
That's ridiculous. So this round, Fnatic, I mean, they've been going for these really long lurks through B-apps, slow crawls up into connector. This time there's one player in mid. But it's mostly about the pack and how they're able to get across the site safely. I feel like Norbert shouldn't have been smoking himself out of CT and more doing the aggressive lurk smoke towards triple, but I'm not exactly sure why he did that. Maybe because when he got that bomb down, he thought, okay, the round's won. It's going to be very hard for them to plant. But I think they still needed to press the advantage a little bit more. But either way for Fnatic, I mean, this half has been so competitive back and forth. Both halves, honestly.
Yeah, this is the kind of classic that we expected, I think, between the likes of Outsiders and Fnatic.
Yeah, this is the hard-to-call game that had the desk split on the predictions.
An anomaly of a blowout on Overpass. Unfortunately, kind of set the tone for Fnatic to have to bounce back from, but they're hanging on for dear life with Mezzi and Roy at the top of the scoreboard. You know, Crims is having a very rough game, but give him a chance to pop in. You only need 3 more, Fnatic.
Oh, that is spotted. Oh, Jesus. Oh, now James can post up after Nikolas takes his shot.
He's ready.
Yeah. Oh, a second scope.
Yeah, man, he wants to see him in the. He wants to look him in the eyes.
But I don't think he. I don't know if you would have heard the first one, but.
Meanwhile, 2 players also up catwalk. They're gonna have to be careful here, Roy. He could get caught in connector.
You know, yeah, Fnatic. Oh my God.
Yep. Look at this. Norbert goes killer instinct.
Oh, but they instantly forget about the thought that someone could come off of Cat, and there's Crims.
Snatches flip back, so man advantage evaporates. Remember, only 2 guns, so these USPs, yeah, they'll be pushed away quite quickly. The other one's over on the B site. We've already got Fasher down on A, and the weapons are still here on the right side of the map. Fame! Oh, God. There is still the chance that Crims presses through the murder hole. Norbert just saw that bomb sitting on the side of triple. Fasher's back on default. Fame, with that procured AWP, sits back and waits. Woo! And Fasher, that's the cover that they need.
Damn.
Both kills into CT, denies any more success for the Outsiders, and we've got a game tied up at 14.
Wow. Okay, what a shot. Nicely done there from Fasher, man. All he did was stand still. Stand still and aim. Just remember your training. That saves the round.
Don't think, just shoot.
Yeah. I remember once I did, I posted my human benchmark reaction time test on Twitter, and everybody responded with theirs, and Semphis was the fastest of anybody, any pro player at all. He had something like an average of 110. He said my reaction time is like unbelievably fast. And then he said, if nobody could move in Counter-Strike, I'd be the best player in the game.
If only it was that simple.
Well, he could have been Fasher in that moment for sure.
What you're telling me is that if Semphis is back in the olden days, he's like the Wicked of the West, you know?
The Wicked Witch?
No, I was, you know,
Wait,
like
what's
a Western bro.
Western.
You know, dual trolls.
Oh, I see. It's the Clint Eastwood. Yeah, exactly.
I can see Semphis bulking.
That's definitely in his lineage somewhere.
Tumbleweeds go rolling by.
We had Cowboys in Canada, or?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think some of them think they still are.
True. Well, round 29, kicker it under balcony, and it's actually very fast into this attack. James is rotating in. Feels like something like this could actually work here for Fnatic. It doesn't feel like Outsiders are in tune with the attack that could be coming in. Well, rides on this one. Money is very low here for Outsiders, an absolute opportunity as they sit and wait. It's been oftentimes Nikolas sitting on the ramp, they explode. James throws a good flash, gets posted back up on it. They re-smoke CT spawn, deny his vision, then take the site and cross. Is that what's going to happen again? That's the question.
Got Flit ahead of the smokes, though. James ready. Waiting. Peeks in.
Oh my God, just dry.
Just clips Nikolas' hips. And so, all of a sudden, Fnatic looking stunned for a second. They're able to get one player out towards Tetris. We saw this same push around the side of the smoke from Norbert a round ago. And this time it's James op hunting. Kicker waiting. Crims sees it. Can't get away with the kill. Both players exchanging damage. Then that activates James. Mezzi trades. That op gets picked right back up. Fasher looking to finish off Kicker. He will find it up above, but the trade train back and forth to the prevail of Outsiders. And Mezzi, a massive ask of him in this 1v3. He just doesn't even have the time. He can't press outwards. 5 seconds to spare, and it's the ticket peak that does it. Outsiders secure 15.
Yeah, they lock in OT 1 round away from Legends here. Outsiders, the team, one of the most persistent in the world, one of the most resilient in the world. We talk about Brazilian teams and the Brazilian resilience. That's something that's been a talking point. It's not always true with them, however, but with Outsiders, it feels like they epitomize it in every sense of the word. And right here, the further proof of it, looking to win their 2-1 game. But of the 2 teams that could have won that last round, it would have been worse for Outsiders to lose. They had almost no money left over. Fnatic still have some savings. 2 pistols, but a good amount of utility, 3 AKs. They can still play a long round if they'd like to. They're really light on Molotovs. That did catch up with them last round, leaving Kickert under balcony. Crims' struggle today clearly had an impact on the outcome of that round, unfortunately. That was a little bit rough. But one thing we know about Fnatic is it seems like they are trying some kind of lurk almost every single time they exec. This time it gets called out because fool me thrice. And if that's not going to be something that can help them in the future, what other looks do they have? We also don't see Fnatic ever going back into a default after they commit to something,
right,
even if they lose their first kill, and James found Nikados right away.
Hard-headed in that regard. And this is just as hard. We've got 2 pistols for Fnatic. Fame ready to rock in middle as he has been all CT side. Ooh, insta-kill on Crims, who just cannot catch a break.
That's a nice bait.
Roy, he'll find the trade frag. Norbert locked into the bench. This time gets a chance to strike down Mezzi. We've got a player still up in apps. Fasher takes it into his own damn hands with just the Galil. A poke from Roy down Cat. And James, holding his nerve, stops the bomb, pushes Roy into the clutch. Outsiders, just 1 kill away. But he's fighting tooth and nail with 2 kills already to his name. He comes in quietly, sliding around the backside. They could line up, and Roy gets damage on both, but goes down nonetheless. And Outsiders, in their most classic fashion, a 16-14 win to lock them in within that legend stage. This is without Yakinder. A huge star departure, and yet they've replaced them. And who steps up? Who's at the top of that list by leaps and bounds? It's 33 kills for Fame. As for him, this is his first Legends run.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I?
Tamo em guerra.
Terrorismo faz bem pros negócios.
Ninguém é um 4-1 ou Los Vaqueiros, mas uma equipe. Tem que agir rapidamente. Isso precisa de violência e força. Isso é comigo.
Reserve o Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 digitalmente e jogue a campanha até 1 semana antes.
PlayStation.
The Dragon Isles have awakened and beckon the dragon flights home. You balance upon the cusp of destiny. All that matters is this moment.
Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves around. Inside of our reality. Satellites sing instrument. Send out a signal, please remember me.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone at home, it's time to wish the outsiders congratulations because they've made it to the legend stage of this Intel Extreme Masters Rio Major 2022. The second and final major of the year. Fnatic down but not out. They moved to 2-2 in our Swiss format. Outsiders did it in 2 maps. It did not require 3, and on Mirage it was 16-14, much closer than the 16-1 on Overpass. Now, when we come to the desk, you're going to see that we have not just one special guest in the form of one of our sideline interviewers, Heku. We also have James, the legend of pain himself, and we're going to try to interview James, who I know has competent English, but we've got Heku just in case he wants to do things in a different language. So firstly, James, congratulations. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, I'm very happy. It's amazing.
I don't think that needs a translation.
Okay, no, it absolutely does not. Yes, and so, James, do you think this best of 3 against Fnatic played out how you thought it would?
Все пошло ли по плану? Ты ожидал именно вот что так пойдет, вот именно таким образом?
Я не ожидал. Я на оверпассе всегда рассчитываю на тяжелую игру, и мы давно не выигрывали с таким разгромным счетом. Я думаю, все это знают. Обычно у нас допы на допах, поэтому я очень рад, что так все легко закончилось.
Yeah, Jamie is actually saying that he didn't expect this result. When it comes to overpass, you know, they usually have OTs on OTs on OTs, and here that was so one-sided that it was so shocking even to them.
Can you ask James why he thinks overpass was so one-sided? If he has any idea right now, if he doesn't, it's fine.
Почему было так в одну сторону?
На самом деле мы играли против них Праг, и там все то же самое было. Просто, наверное, им нечего пикать, как и нам не особо что-то было пикать, и мы пикнули такие неудобные или, на наш взгляд, на которых карты мы чувствуем себя уверенно.
Well, he said that they actually pracked against them, and they did the same thing that they did in the pracs. And when it comes to the maps, they were just trying to pick the most uncomfortable maps for each other.
Okay, discomfort, that was something that Cater talked about, and clearly they weren't prepared. Yanko and Hawker, any questions that you guys would like to ask to James?
Well, yeah, for me were you surprised at all by them picking overpass? Because, I mean, you guys have played it 2 times, had good wins, you're confident on it. Did that surprise you at all, their pick?
На самом деле, мы знали на 100%, что они пикнут оверпас, просто им нечего пикать, как я уже говорил. То есть на других картах они себя намного неувереннее бы чувствовали. Они выбрали быть уверенным на своей карте, чем играть неудобную им.
Yeah, he said they were 100% sure that they will pick overpass, and the reason for that is because they probably don't feel comfortable on any other map.
Yeah, I would ask, in terms of how outsiders play as a team, what do you think is the one thing you guys do compared to other teams that should be more taken by other teams? Because you play very differently to most other teams in the world.
Ваш стиль очень отличается от всех остальных команд. Как ты думаешь, что...
E a HC foi eliminada? Foi eliminada por qual time? Eu tava gravando, velho. 1 hora de gravação, meu amigo. Foi eliminada por qual time? Cloud9 já jogou? Cloud9 eliminou a IHC, é isso? Vambora, vambora. Bater um Counter-Strike agora? CSzinho de cria. Vambora? Pela OG, beleza, mano. Cara, então calma lá. Existe o mundo. A Furia tem que ganhar da GamerLegion. Vamos ver, vamos ver. Acompanhe comigo. Acompanhe comigo, vamos ver. Calma aí. Vamos ver aqui, ó. Vou compartilhar a telinha com vocês, ó. acompanhe comigo. Isso aqui já foi. Certo? Tudo certo aqui. Aqui. Tudo certo. Esses dois passaram. Big ganhou. Aqui não ocorreu ainda. Aqui já atualizou. Aqui também não ocorreu ainda. Aqui ganhou. Ganhou. Atualizado. Os jogos que a gente tem ainda hoje. É esse aqui. Os jogos que a gente tem hoje ainda. É Furia contra GamerLegion e Cloud9 contra EG. No 2-1. Aqui a Fúria tem que ganhar. Tá? Valendo o redondo. 6 horas da tarde, junto com a Fúria. Os dois ao mesmo horário. Tá ligado? Então, a Fúria tem que ganhar. Aqui a Cloud9 tem que ganhar. Certo? E daí amanhã é a última fase. Certo? Aqui é a última fase amanhã. GamerLegion contra Cloud9. Beleza? Cloud9 tem que ganhar. Aqui tanto faz, eu não coloquei nenhum dos dois. Aqui tanto faz, vai um dos dois. Vamos ver. Cloud9, Vitality 2, 3, 4, 5. Existe um mundo, Brasil. Porém, aqui hoje tem que ganhar Fúria. O jogo que eu mais estou preocupado é esses dois aqui. Fúria contra GamerLegion. Tá ligado? O que eu mais estou preocupado é esse aqui. GamerLegion. Aqui. Porque, pô, os dois são difíceis. Top 17, top 20 do mundo, tá ligado? Duríssimo. Esse jogo aqui, velho, sei lá. Aqui eu tô mais tranquilo. Aqui eu tô mais tranquilo em relação a Cloud9. Beleza? Aqui eu tô mais tranquilo em relação a Cloud9. Mas, ó, Fúria vai ser dificílimo. Se Fúria ganhar, amanhã tem isso aqui também. E aqui é duríssimo. Aqui é duríssimo também. Eu tenho que torcer, cara, 3 jogos. Os 3 eu tenho que ganhar. Eu ganhei de 3 hoje. Eu ganhei de 3 hoje. Por exemplo, aqui, ó. Esses aqui. Aqui tanto faz. A Big ganhou da GamerLegion. Nossa, aqui tá errado. Acho que de hoje foram todos esses jogos. O que eu passei aqui. Esse aqui tanto faz. Esse aqui não foi ainda. Um eu passei. Um eu acertei. Aqui não foi. 2 eu acertei. 3 eu acertei. Os 3 que eu precisava, eu acertei. Porém, agora eu preciso mais 3. Porque aqui, ó. Fúria preciso ganhar da GamerLegion 1. Cloud9 precisa ganhar da EG 2. E amanhã a Cloud9 precisa ganhar da GamerLegion de novo. 3. Aqui esses dois tanto faz o resultado, não estão no meu redondo. E aqui tanto faz porque eu coloquei os dois. Mas eu preciso depender desses jogos aqui, ó. Fúria e Cloud9. Os dois, tá ligado? Os dois. Fúria e Cloud9. Os dois que eu mais tô preocupado. Tá ligado? Pra passar Cloud9, Vitality, Fúria, Outsiders e a Mouse Sports. Os 5 que eu coloquei. Tá ligado? No caso aqui, ó. Não, pra mim não é GG ainda, porque tem que ganhar a Cloud9 tem que ganhar da GamerLegion também. Tá ligado? Mas ó, meus palpites tá esse aqui. Aqui eu errei feio, aqui nem se fala, 3-0, horrível. Esse aqui, ó. Esse acertei. 1, 2, 3, 4 acertei. Ué, 1 eu acertei, 2 eu acertei, 3 eu acertei, 4 eu acertei. Eu preciso acertar Fúria ou Cloud9 ganhando. Furia ou Cloud9? Vamos ver aqui na tela de novo. Furia ou Cloud9? Furia ou Cloud9 aqui. Eu preciso um dos dois, na verdade, né? Eu preciso um dos dois. Tá, então respira. Eu preciso um dos dois. Nem tudo tá perdido. Tu tá bem de boa. Aqui eu tô mais arriscado, mas eu preciso um ou outro. Cara, não é possível. Ó, Fúria. Se a Fúria ganha... Suponhamos que a Cloud9 perca. Cloud9 já tá fora. Tá, eu preciso dos dois. Suponhamos que a GamerLegion ganhe da Fúria. E aqui a Cloud9 ganha. Aqui tanto faz os resultados. Aqui, cara. Aqui. Tanto faz os resultados. Tanto faz porque eu coloquei os dois, beleza? E aqui tanto faz também. Então, ó. Fúria e Vitality. Os dois passando. Aqui, todos esses passam. Vitality, Fúria, 2. Outsiders, Mouse. Ué, 4. Só tem 4 aqui. 1, 2, 3, 4. Aqui eu rodo. A EG tá 2, 2. Sim. Aqui tanto faz. Mas ó, aqui eu perco igual. 1, 2, 3, 4. Aqui eu rodo igual. Então, aqui tem que ser ao contrário. A Fúria tem que ganhar. A Cloud9 tem que ganhar. Para que a Cloud9 ganhe aqui. Daí aqui tanto faz os jogos e aqui tanto faz os jogos. Para que aqui dê 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tem que ganhar. Tem mais 2 jogos hoje. Fúria contra GamerLegion e Cloud9 contra Evil Genesis. Os 2 jogos de hoje ainda. OG já foi. OG já jogou. Já eliminou a IHC. E amanhã vai ser esses jogos aqui, se ganhar aqui, né? Se aqui ganhar. Sim. O G tá 2-2. Mas aqui pra mim não faz diferença. Porque eu coloquei os dois no redondo. Tá ligado? Aqui eu coloquei os dois, então... Eu vou colocar como Vitality passando porque é mais forte, tá ligado? Aqui tanto faz pra mim, aqui tanto faz. Aqui Cloud9 tem que ganhar. Tá ligado? Então... Pra que o 5 passe certinho. Eu tô numa zica, velho. Esse redondo aqui. Ó, 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, tá ligado? Eu tô numa zica terrível, mas bora lá pro comp, porque senão, né? Já vai começar daqui a pouco a partidinha. E eu não comecei aqui. Nem aqueci ainda. Vambora. Ô Bernardo, pra mim, Vitality, tu não colocou a EG? Não colocou a EG passando? Qual que tu colocou como 3-0 e 0-3? Quais times tu colocou? Carai. 3-0 Fnatic, mano. É, tinha mais chance que a GamerLegion. Eu tô comendo, tá? 3-0 é descarte, tá ligado? Tô comendo, tá? Por isso que eu tô jogando desse jeito, ó.
So that we may be free.
Dois jogos. Carai, tirei 90 do outro. Olha lá dele. Olha, limpei a B, mano. Fiz os caras rodar tudo. É outro. Nossa, velho. Vocês do chat vão precisar empurrar muito hoje. Por causa do jogo, tá ligado? Da Furia e da Cloud9. Nossa, mano. Tapete, meu irmão.
Pobre, mano.
Onde chegou você lá? Que a bala. Quebrou o mercado.
Tapete.
Tapete. Tá tapete sim, confia. Tá jogando muito CS ainda, Bernardo?
Let's go.
Aqui, ó. Minha mira é igual todinha, abriu, tomou. Não, tava viajando. Voltou quando de viagem? Não lembro o que você falou. Boa. Quer outra? Nossa, pixel chato, velho. O time tá inteiro parado, que agonia, cara. Hoje? Ó louco, aí sim. Voltou de manhã cedo? Ou de tarde, sei lá. Meu Deus, é um beitando o outro, cara. 30. Velho. De manhã, aí. 3 horas da manhã, velho. Que loucura de horário. Olha, era esse cara que só tava me matando no aquecimento quando tava strafando. Agora o cara tá uma lenda sagrada, né? O famoso 0/todos. Quer outra? Quer outra? Ah, pô, tem que respeitar, velho. Tem que respeitar. Nossa, mano, olhei tanto pro player jogando que o cara entra no servidor e age como se fosse um pro, jogando contra a pro, velho. Você viu? No bomb, eu abri e dei, tá ligado? A bala, obviamente. Ah, 3 horas da tarde. Né, todo esquisito. Olha lá, ó. Aqui, ó. Atirei, bobo. O cara gastou toda a habilidade no aquecimento. O cara foi humilhado no aquecimento, velho. O cara tava me matando, tudo bem. Mas, pô, eu só tava no DIA, tá ligado? Nesse trefezinho. Tá ligado? Ó. É um líquido brilhante, holográfico, sei lá o que é isso. Essa mira aqui tá a mais também, né? Dois mercados lá. Garantiu o plant, né, velho? F Imperial. Vambora, acredita, Brasil, acredita, tem jogo. É nóis. O cara tá 0/, todos ainda, Brasil. F total, né, velho? Olha lá, ó. Pergunta pra ele se ele tá cego.
Pega uma casa dele.
Olha lá aí, fala do 0/, todos. Repica de novo. N Amolo. B é nossa?
Mercado tem.
Já tinha passado, safado. Tinha outro no mercado. Valeu, valeu. Eu acho que o jeito é jogar de AK mesmo, pelo rato, tá ligado? Deu bom. Dropar ali pro mano. Fala do 0/6 aí, ó. Já tá 1-7. Ih, mensagem retratada. Aí é complicado. Vamos lá, meia hora. Meia hora começa o joguinho da Fúria. Vamos.
Smoke shield. Flashbang in. I'm gonna fix this bomb now. Bomb has been planted.
Caralho, tomei. Nossa senhora, tomei um pique da penga. Matou o Shiro do Paraguai. Não deixa nada, nossa. Beleza. Entrega, Nilby. Jogou demais. Fala dele. Melhor que tá mesmo. Ó o Goloid, ó. O único sem Prime lá do outro lado. Ó o Goloid como vai. O único sem Prime. Que delícia. Ai, papai. Nossa, mano. 3 casinhas, ó. Uma delícia, mano. Que isso. Aqui, ó. Essa aqui aprendi com o Shiro do Paraguai, velho. Nossa, mano. Um spray que nem o Bolt, tá ligado? No Day lá. Deu certo. Nossa, tentei dar spray do Bolts, velho. No Day no A, velho. Todo torto. Cabecinha. Aí você tá na Disney, né, irmão? Valeu, valeu, valeu. Mas ó, kill do bomb o cara não tava esperando, tá ligado? Fazer o que? Eu ganhei smoke. E uma flashzinha pra dar o suporte, ó. 13/6, ó. Não aqueci, primeira do dia. Peguei respawn. Ó o Goloid.
Jungle, miado.
Banguei CT. Nossa, passou dando tiro de scout, baitou, jogou muito. Mas ó, o Rodzeira tá de alp. Abalo. Olha ali, ó. Esse cara aqui já passou do Uriel, velho. O Uriel aqui tem Prime, tá? Tem Prime. Tá jogando fino também, o meninão aqui. Ih, só a mensagem retratada aqui, a bala. Não morre, mano, que isso? Olha que me matou. O time joga muito parado, velho. Um beitando o outro, cara. Pô, é impossível de ganhar, velho. Aqui acabou, velho. Porque o pacificador não tá pacificando. Pô, ele tá muito pacífico, velho. Já tá muito pacífico. Ah lá, o maluco vem de faca na mão, sei lá o que tava de... Mas ó, o Rodzeira tá na B aparentemente, ó. Só forçar mais pra esse meio, ó. E na entrega, Nilby. L. Última da B de Alp, velho. L de Alp. 1v1 situation. Blue and green. Oh my godness. Fer sem colete, Rodzeira com Alp. Rodzeira é o nome da fera. Não entendi porque deu risada. É o Fer da Piracicaba, então. Do Paraguai, da, sei lá, Venezuela. Nem limpou o pixel. O Goloid Passacal. Goloid Passacal.
Go, go, go!
Confia que o Goloid Passacal. Ah, cadê o cover? Eu tirei 40, velho. Cadê o cover? Já acabou, velho. O pacificador tá pacífico demais. O nome dele já diz tudo, pô. Olha. Movimentação do Freeza. Lisa. Janela. Tá embaixo de ti, laranja. Roxo. Meu Deus. Meu Deus, cara. Meu Deus, cara. Ah, aqui acabou, velho. Meu Deus. Cê é louco, velho. É rinha de prata aqui agora. Eu sou o gaulês, mano. Que isso. Ah, mano. Muito feio. Pô, horroroso. Feio é apelido.
Let's get in and get out, okay? No time for bloody dilly-dallying about.
como pescar um safado aqui no meio.
Smoking.
Rodzera. Nem eu que sou prata fiz isso. Caralho. Que abalo. Aqui acabou, velho. Olha, eu já teria sido que nem o Fer ou o Felbo, já teria comido essa smoke, tá ligado? Eu já penso diferente, tá ligado? Eu já penso uma rataria. Toma, tá com delay? Tá caçando rato. Esse aí tá caçando rato. Eu queria ir na desse Rodzera que tá jogando, tá ligado? Junto com esse. O Space tá na. O Rodzera aparentemente tá na B. Queria testar nesse Rodzera aqui. Cara, ó, vou varar o Alper safado aqui da B. Ó, o time vem junto aí, ó. No 1,38 você pega, vem aqui, ó. Não vale. Nossa, seria bom demais.
Eita!
Só granada boa. Forest. Sai do tapete, pô. Isso, planta. Beleza. Bora, Uriel. Beleza. 2 tapetes. Mais um. Caiu o van, o último. Acredita, Brasil. O Goloid tá mais perdido que tudo. Dropa aí, dropa aí. Valeu. Nossa, mano, eu queria muito varar aquele Rodzera, mano. Ele estaria na van, tá ligado? Cravado ali, ó. Pô, 1,38, o cara chega... Nossa senhora. Já era pra se clipar isso aí. Pena que o cara não apareceu. Trade. Então vamos lá. Eu apareci antes, ó. Nossa senhora, eu apareci.
Caralho, mano.
Tá maluco? Ai, vamos lá, Shiro. Jungle de off.
There. I'm throwing smoke. I'm throwing flashbang. Flashbang. Blending. Bomb has been planted.
Caverna. Ah, aqui acabou. Humilhado. Top 10 de humildade. GG, já acabou.
Let's have it, lads.
Caverna. Palácio. Entrou caverna. Tetris.
O cara é humilde até demais, pô. Não dá. Space já comprou quantas contas, diz ele.
Let's make this right as rain.
Forçar aqui mesmo. Ainda bem que não tá valendo patente, porque senão já era isso aqui. B. B, filho, pode vir.
Grenade out.
Meu Deus! Que é isso, velho? Ah, o cara tá caindo. Dá o esse pro menino logo que tá querendo. Que bagulho feio, mano, meu amigo. Já nem quero mais jogar isso aqui. Oxe, o primeiro ser humano com delay mental.
Deploying flashbang.
Ah, o cara tá brincando com a minha cara, né?
Deploying decoy.
Tem jungle.
Palácio.
Já vai, Boltz. Toma esse no scope aí, então. Aí, ó, tô falando, o cara é pacífico até demais, velho. Nossa senhora. Se eu tomar uma bala dessa, eu quito na partida. Não preciso nem tomar uma bala dessa, né? Na verdade, já tô querendo quitar mesmo. Porque esse aqui... Tô mais preocupado com o jogo da Fúria, com o meu redondo, do que com qualquer outra coisa. A partida... Olha lá, ó.
Tetos.
Cara de lado. Deixa eu me matar. Abre e mata ele, passa. Isso, C4A. Mais um caverna e meio. Olha lá, o cara tomou 2 tiros e morreu, velho. Com 100 de vida, mano. O cara não comprou colete, velho. Que jeito, mano. cara é gordo também. Parece o Zayu. A gente vai perder esse round, tá? Saiu do Paraguai. Da Guatemala, tá ligado? Vamos lá, puxei XM, deu bom no round passado. O cara tomou só uma. Ó, continuou 8/20, mas pelo menos tá melhor que o Riel, tá ligado?
Time to earn our stories. Incendiary out. Flashbang. Incendiary.
Tem meio.
Smoke. Deploying flashbang. Flashbang. Laying down smoke.
Vambora, 10 minutos pra Fúria. Já vou colocando aqui a partidinha. Daqui a pouquinho. Fúria em campo. Dois x1. É o Space. Tá lá no sombra invertido. O Joaco tá muito lagado. O pacificador mata. 13 contra o time da... Deixa eu ver um time que eu poderia colocar. 13 contra 13, time feminino, contra 8, o time masculino. Vambora. Time masculino não desiste aí diante das dificuldades. O time feminino não possui mais pausa tática, porque já gastou essa pausa. Então, estão com um a menos aí. Vamos lá. Meio. Toma tapa na cara. Eu também. As brochales. Aí Loki já leva o Uriel. O Uriel sempre morre. O cara tá a 2/20. 3x3, Space já leva o Joaco ali na janela. Passou L. E o cara não comunica. Ele tem microfone. Ele tem microfone, mas não comunica. Natus Vigis. Os brochales. 3x2. A equipe aqui do time masculino vai bangando, não sabe o que faz da vida. Essa bang toda torta aí. Pacificador tá muito pacífico. Matou o Space ali nas costas. Só sobrou. Beleza, leva um Ilock. Só sobrou o melhor ali do time feminino. Está na sombra. Ele ganha. E ele consegue defusar. O time masculino acredita. 13, time feminino. 9, time masculino. Vambora. Vamos lá. Agora, eu vou tentar fazer o seguinte. Vou pegar uma arma aqui, ó, pros os cara tiltar. Eu queria fazer uma P90, mas daí eu vou ficar sem flash, tá ligado? Eu vou comprar uma arminha mais baratinha que tem a bala, tá ligado? Ó. Vou avançar nesse meio aqui. Vou dizer nas costas. Tem A. Tem B também. time masculino já elimina o primeiro jogador. O time feminino. Tem mais jogadores pra B aparentemente. Jogador aqui, o time aliado do time masculino vai tentar encontrar alguma eliminação aqui no bomb site da A. Tudo muito tranquilo. Ah, véi, meu Deus, cara. Bangou o Gasparzinho, então. Coitado. Ó, vai ter um perto do Joaca aqui, ó. Nossa, vou tentar de mandar esse aqui, ó.
Jungle, outro.
Liga. Guarda, tem tempo. Salve, Sombrio, beleza, meu mano? Seja bem-vindo. Errou? Pô, aqui acabou, velho. Eu quero mais ir pro jogo da Fúria do que jogar isso aqui, tá ligado? De verdade mesmo, sem caô. Vamos lá, 3.200, minha grana sempre tá muito curta. Eu vou tentar ir de 12 aqui pra tentar garantir uma eliminação. Uriel, cara, deixa eu pegar a Alp dele, que daí eu posso tentar fazer alguma coisa. Olha, ele vai morrer, tá ligado? Vamos ver pra onde vai ser.
Tem caverna.
Tem caverna, ótimo. Vai ser pra 3 Alp, rapaziada. É pra pedir pra dar merda. Só que C4 tá lá na B, velho.
Cabecinha, mano. Jungle.
Tapete, C4B. Um tiro de 12 não mata o cara, velho. Tirou 81 no primeiro tiro, mano. Ah, velho, é brincadeira, mano. É brincadeira. Uriel está em choque. Se mata nessa molo, cara. 3/22. Uriel não está tendo uma partida muito boa, não. Está no seu dia ruim. Confia que é o dia que tá ruim mesmo. Confia. Vambora. Partidinha da Fúria começando daqui a pouquinho. 3 minutos, é o último round. Vai dar bem certinho. Tempinho. Vambora, acredita, Brasil, sonha.
Decoy.
Tem B.
Caiu, banco.
C4 base TR, pô.
Tem mais.
Beleza. Vambora, garantir espaço aqui pro nosso time. Tá maluco, tio? Tá maluco? Você tá maluco? Picha. Dá risada, faz meme. Vambora, Brasil, acredita. Esse mesmo. Esse Ariel mesmo.
Let's go.
Já bangou a Casperzinho, não encontrou nenhum inimigo por ali. Já pega, visualiza o rato, nada aqui também.
Incendiary out. Flashbang. Grenade out.
Os jogadores não sabem o que fazem aqui do time masculino.
Smoke out.
Vai ser o Ezequiel esse aqui. Viu? Sabia. Aqui acabou. É A, tá? Vai vir Costa Mercado, velho. O verde tá vivo, vai vir, ele é rato, tá ligado? Ele gosta de jogar meio costa assim, ó. Vai vir rato, vai pegar na faca, ó. O pacificador tá bem pacífico. Aí, ó. Viu, viu? Eu falei, mano. Ah, velho, eu tô falando, cara. Pô, o cara mata 40, mas olha o que o cara faz também, né? Rapariga. Ó, esse cara tá na esquerda dele, eu acho. Colado nessa mureta aí, ó. No mercadinho aí, ó. Costa. Morreu na faca. Não, não, não. Tapete. Já localizada a presa. É o verde que tá lá, ó. Já dá pra dar desconnect. Vamos ver se a gente vai ganhar o itemzinho. Não ganhamos nada. E hoje já comunicando aqui, vamos lá. Trocar a transmissão aqui. Mudar esse título da live também. Vambora. Agora é Fúria em campo. Daqui a alguns minutinhos. Tô louco pra lançar o vídeo dos 700 inscritos, rapaziada. Tô louco. Se inscreva aí embaixo, velho. Vambora. Vambora que tem jogo. Já vou fechar o Counter Strike aqui. Cara, que jogo, mano. Que jogo. E começou! Calma aí, eu tenho que mudar aqui o título. Eu tenho que mudar aqui também. Calma aí, rapaziada. 2x2, Furia, já vou transmitir. Preciso mudar primeiro esse título. Vamos, Fúria, 1-0. Comemora, Brasil. Já transmito pra vocês, 1 minutinho, tô mudando o título certinho. Vou mudar aqui também a imagem. Agora é outro jogo. Vambora.
Two opening kills, Yuri and Keserato. Disrupt.
Vambora.
No, mantling up, hoping to catch R off guard, already squandered.
Light investment here. There's practically an eco. Don't let that 5.7 and P250 fool you. There's nothing else behind it.
1-0 Fúria. Cacerato no X1 garantiu aí a eliminação.
Fires off his AK. 1 of 2 in play. No sense of urgency yet. They're walking into it though. It's safe. It's not. Stress. Yuri will find the final blows. Another multi.
Yuri levando 3. Vambora. Classificador ser mundial que nem o Palmeiras, igualzinho. Vamos, Brasil. Opera, se der, opera. Ah, humilde. Foi o Yuri que levou ainda. Carambolas. Fiscal de eco, não. Você nunca vai entender. Você nunca vai entender, diz a plaquinha.
What's left of it is Furia. That's the conversation here.
Yeah, and that's some insight, into this fandom. You will never understand. It's somewhat of their motto. They use it as a unifying banner as to explain why there's a very special feeling in this room. And it's unique to the Brazilian Counter-Strike fans. Charging now, aggression up the ramp. Shui to support. Flash needs to be released. And Art was already relieved of his life. Now, problems in the flame. Shui can't get his crosser in the right place. And it's going to go from bad to worse here because Safe flashed on through. Hunting swinging, leads another. Kios stands his ground firmly. Still alive, somehow. He's made a round out of this. The double.
He's got the bomb here.
You're right. Does he just go for the plant? It's not going to be easy to contest, but he's not particularly supported. Caesarato is going for a late mid-pinch, and Drop has lost the bomb. Awkward now, and they're expecting him. Kios finally silenced. After the pair of frags, Isaac in a very tight situation given Caesarato's trajectory. Now he knows the bomb's on site. He's been allowed to slink away. Caesarato doing the same.
Game of hide and seek right now.
Very much.
Caesarato's really taking his time to clear this out. No rush indeed. 35 seconds left on the clock, and Art, he's just parked the bus over towards Sandbag. So poor Isaac hoping they make the next move.
It will eventually come down to Art. Isaac aware. Caesarato dead. On for the clutch. Pressure on Art, needs to get that bomb down, and the fight. It's a big one. Wins it out. Isaac holds his nerve. Clutch is up for GamerLegion.
Nice one there, all things considered. It's all Chaos really as the impact, and we'll get to catch that one again. Pushes through the smoke, takes this fight, spins on a dime. Safe felt lost in that situation. A great flank from Caesarado, but they took so long to activate. The bomb was down as soon as Drop fell, and well, Isaac, he fells too. And Shui getting very fired up. You're against the crowd here today, and for such a young team, GamerLegion as an org, never at a major before, but straight into mid. Chaos again, down the guts. Acor here needs to mop it up, traded out, 2 from Safe.
Hyper aggressive. You can kind of understand the call when we just saw the visuals of the in-game leader of GamerLegion just sending aggression into the mix. Fighting fire with fire against Furia.
Well, the mid-round now, and everybody's just happy to sit on their haunches and hope the fight comes their way.
Vambora, acredita, Brasil. Empurra.
Yeah, a bit of a role reversal. Look at the angle that Yuri's working with, though. It could be a problem. The info's been relayed, a tap fired, and that is Safe. Posting his 5th frag. Yuri good for it as well.
Isaac again, this time a 1-on-3. A little bit more of a dicey situation. And one considering the cash is at
3x1 Brasil. Vambora.
Fuse kit just around the corner there. Sure, he'd love to get his mitts on that, but so many unanswered questions here for Isaac.
Well, the utility heard. And the futility fell. 3 up against him. He's going to try and nade the plant. It is safe, and he is susceptible. Okay, 1 more of those to make it a 1-on-1. Can't contest the same way. Yuri bodyguarding, and that's easy.
Vambora, Cacerato. Acredita, Brasil. Bora.
No sweat on the brow and right back to their winning ways.
Eita, fala isso não.
The clutch falls against them in the previous, but in the fashion GamerLegion won that round.
Furia.
A bit of a precarious situation. A bit of a tech timeout called here from the Furia side of things.
Vambora, Cacerato.
This one sorted ASAP.
Lart, safe ali na broderagem. No drop, aliás. Era o drop.
Such a contrast from our last match here. Vitality taking on none other than Greyhound on the stage. And now Furia, it's kind of a whole different environment.
I mean, how can you not love GamerLegion? The fact that you're in such a big game.
Essa luva é muito da hora, mano.
And Shui gives them a two-man mid-push out of the gates in the first gunny. I mean, it's a ballsy call, right? That's not something that's coming out of most IGL's mouths early.
No, you can understand it as well, though, right? You need to be a bit proactive when you don't have all the goodies, right? And wanting to stay in the fight. We've discussed their aggression. Mahone with Peacemaker highlighting
Solta o cachorro do Arte.
We were casting that game. Bad News Eagles qualify for the Legends stage by toppling GamerLegion.
É, então. Brasileiro, né, pai? No Rio de Janeiro, não é nada mais.
I know we've had 3 days of this now. But it's remarkable scenes. In all my years, the group stage. Once upon a time, this was the major qualifier, and now today, with the 2014 major, there's several thousand people in an arena on a Wednesday, taking it all in.
Yeah, it is almost, hard to believe how far we've come. I mean, Chad, you were playing the same level of the tournament, same stage of this tournament, like a hotel room.
Yeah, like second floor.
A ballroom, kind of vibe with a couple of tables.
The audience was the other players.
Yeah, that's right. They did have chairs out for us, though.
That was kind.
Quite the contrast as to where we find ourselves now, 2022.
Olha a visão dos caras ali da
For one side, GamerLegion, that's a horde against you. The other, that is your support. That is your fans. Those are the individuals entrusting you with the victory.
É jogador da Furia aí, velho.
And I thought I kind of learned a nice lesson from NQZ as well when he was performing against the crowd, and of course,
Cacerato MVP, mano. Imagina o Cacerato deitando 40 na final do Major. Eu acredito, velho. É sério.
You use it to drive you into a higher level of flow state. I'm against more than 5 players.
Vocês acreditam?
The world's against me, and it can lead you
tem clutch do
to truly
Cacerato.
pop off. It is a very delicate balance you have to walk, though. If you do make yourself an enemy of the crowd, then when those oopsies and doopsies start happening, it will haunt you even further. It looks like we have sorted out our tech issues, ready to rock and roll with another round of counter.
Vambora, Brasil! Em cima da Cloud9.
In terms of the breakdown, we heard from the desk, in terms of where this is going to go. Do you think we see Ancient?
It's curious. I think here it's unfortunate for GamerLegion that they are so green, right? This is a difficult task for them to take down a team in back-to-back majors who have made it to that playoff stage. Furia are not only the best Brazilian team, they're an accomplished team in World Counter-Strike. GamerLegion are on the rise in the last couple of months.
Right.
Sure, there's a couple of names that we are
do
familiar
time da
with,
GamerLegion.
this team is still very new to this environment. If they continue...
Eita, o que deu?
Yeah, but they're playing from the site with no power whatsoever.
3-0 Cloud9, vambora. Trocou aqui sem querer.
Tweets come out yesterday after they lost to Bad News Eagles in a 2-0 fashion, and so we had an off day. Well, you can't have one of those back-to-back, especially in an environment like this. Now, not a whole lot to boast in this, a Flash and a Zeus. So as we trundle across the map here, it's just about Furia finding the path of least resistance. This time around, they will be using a few Molotovs onto the site. Anders had a chance to sit down. Yeah, well, we had Art in the green room for a moment, didn't we? Sitting down with Anders, having a bit of a chit-chat. You saw that breakdown. It's great to get to pick the minds of any of these players.
Yeah, I mean, they're presented the same problem, and these minds come up with different solutions.
Boa, penalty.
Nice nade. There goes the flash. And scooped up by A-Corp.
Yeah, Kiyo's forced to watch as this one will likely be wrapped up quickly.
Flanks on flanks on flanks. Mid pressure, A pressure, and the bomb was being planted B. So the entire map was furious there. Now make that 4-1.
Just think every time Art just glances off of his monitor, as you do. You know, normally you're just looking at your living room posters or your bedroom wall. Every time his eyes just dart away from the radar, he's reminded of exactly where he is and what's at stake.
And if they win this series, they get to do it all again starting on Saturday.
Yeah.
That Legends stage. and all the support will be here for them. Now over towards A ramp. Shui aggressive, flashes, flames, and the fight. He's going to get found. Art onto him, and in they go.
Big opener and a response out of A-Core. Already though, that commitment of the util from Yuri implies a commitment and save. Yeah, he follows in. Hard fight, wins it out, looking the wrong way is Imi. A-Core's doing everything though to keep this defense alive. Triple kill from the Dane. Backups arrive. Caesarato has just timed this perfect gap. You can see Isaac's just averted his gaze, distracted by the bloodshed.
Olha o Cacerato cortando a rotação.
Caesarato, the turret, beheads. Options now. You can see the bomb charging.
Cheeky.
And holding a lovely off.
Que rataria.
Checking that. It could come down to the one-on-one. And it's
Ai.
again. 2 denials. 2. So early into the piece. He keeps GamerLegion in it. Both of the rounds they boast are off the back of that kid.
Yeah, big impact here for Kios. Now, this is a name that has been floating around for some time. Remember back in Berlin, Simon Gaiman speaking Russian. Now he's in an international team doing it in English. And this here, right place, right time. I thought Caesarato made the play of the round right there, but Kios shows up. Him and A-Core combined, but once again, they're down to this weird buy situation. 2 MP9s alongside of these rifles. Furia can just crack in again. And this pace, unrelenting.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Ime trying his luck. If he can catch them through the smoke, he's got something. A lot done with that. Should be dead. Isn't. Smokes are up to obscure his retreat. And makes a lot out of that MP9. Dream scenario for Imi. The contrary for Furia.
Still can execute here, but they're stalled out by utility for now. Some defensive pieces deployed, and one doesn't look like it was intended to land right there. Regardless, 3-on-4 situation, and well, there's 3 on the other side of this. About to take the fight on the fade.
Okay, Serato. Oh, we can get them both. They both stand still. And Furia make Rio stand up.
Again, these MP9s alongside. It started so much better this time. They took the fight, they took the aggression, they get the kills, and then caught in transition on the fade.
How is he so consistently so good?
Look at the 2 of them though. 12 for Caesarato, 9 for Yuri. It's been Caesarato all tournament long. He is the best player from this part of the world. There is no doubt about that in my mind. And now that he has Yuri along for the ride, these 2, this is the heart and soul of Furia. I know Art's playstyle is the one that gets everybody excited, but these 2 are legit superstar level players, both showing up when the team needs them. Remember, this is a progression match. You get these 2 under the belt, you make your way into that next stage of play, you do it all again, you continue to live this fever dream that we've got out there.
I mean, I know I'm stating the obvious to say the whole of Brazil's behind them, but what I'm referencing is, of course, the teams that haven't managed to make it. I'm sure there was a bit of a team talk. If not, there is a room somewhere with a lot of very anxious Counter-Strike players from Brazil trying to will Furia into the Legend stage.
It's so wild that all those kills come in simultaneously. You can just see how it pulls the legs out under all of them. It feels like you have enough players, and then as soon as you lose that first, it all just tumbles apart. And back down to just these pistols. Isaac with the saved MP9 short. That's one of the worst weapons you'd be saving in a scenario like that, and continuing to move as a pack, hoping to outmaneuver Furia. If you do get the opportunity to crash into them, yeah, then your individuals can step up and take those type of fights. But now you've been outmaneuvered, you're outpositioned, and you're outgunned.
Might be out of time. Nades will be landing, forcing Imi out of this hidey hole. He's still living for now. Not the same can be said for Kios. You need a hero play, and well, Shui finds his first frag. That's a nice start. Cost him a heavy price though, and that MP9 is damage. Furia can play it safe. Keep those healthy men at the front. Drop Caesarato. Set up for success. Flash lands. Shui blind. And they're not in any rush. You see the frags are coming to them right now, and it does seem to be taking it in turns. This time it's dropped with a 3K. Frags definitely coming their way on this T side.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit too easy right now. A hefty lead, and one of the biggest dramas is the lack of consecutive rounds here for GamerLegion. Throughout they've won have been great. They've come down to
precise, up and over, deleted. Oh, and it's fallen apart. Already Furia sinking their fangs into the neck of GamerLegion. Kios unwilling to quit. Keeps it interesting. A 2-on-2, Cesarato forward, Yuri in tow, the two top performers for Furia in tandem. And he's got the angle, he's got them both! Up to 14, running, sprinting for Furia. 24 frags between the two of them.
Needs to be a timeout right now from GamerLegion. Just take your breath. How quick is this gone? These rounds, they're in B, they're out mid. We've got a minute 35 on the clock. The first fights are happening. This is getting away from them quickly.
When you're watching that round transpire, it's fun to think about what do GamerLegion's comms sound like when all that's happening? Because you've got people at B screaming for help. You've got people at mid saying, I can't see anything. Oh, I'm dead. And it's over. The round's already concluded. I love this from Kios. He managed to show once again some resilience. His second frag, follow up onto drop, gave them a chance for a 2v2 retake, but Cesarato just out-positioned.
We need to discuss the flow and effects of how some of these rounds have gone, though, because over towards A, it's been consistent for Furia. Strolling up, taking the round fights, walking into the site, executing, winning. Now, when you have to deal with that, if it comes fast, you need to start 3 players A. One supported member throwing the ramp, smoke, whichever variation you want. You can do scaffold, you can do deep ramp, flashes need to be there, Molotovs to slow, and now they're going B and mid, quick, which means you're going to play a 1-1, 1 mid, 1 B, as we saw in the previous, and there's Kios again. He's looking sharp, still hitting shots. Isaac's turn.
Okay, that might be enough to tame the beast temporarily. I say that as drop is forward of this position. Not enough lethality. Isaac just the body shot. Smoke would imply some degree of a commitment. Pre-pop pops the head of Acor. Imposing. But all of these kind of coin toss moments seem to be coming up Furia.
And now, if they want, they can really take the pace out of this. They've done all the hard work. It didn't go fantastically for them earlier. We did see that retake onto the site from Isaac. But this is against pistols. So as they sit and wait, GamerLegion scratch their head. To take a look here with the 5-7 on. Good weapon for the job, but they have to walk in his direction here, and a shot fired, a flash followed. That'll draw Shui across as well. It will be the finish back over towards the B bomb site.
Textbook.
Playing games with them now. They start the round so early, they shell shock you, they force the rotations, and now they cut you apart.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about pace changes. I think if Furia truly master the art of keeping that pace dynamic, they're going to be incredibly difficult to read.
A stage environment is very good for playstyles like this because if and it's even more so if the crowd's on your side and you're winning, because they're making noise, and that's ambient noise. Sure, you know, it's the rumble that you're worried about, but it's coming so quick, and then it's running away from GamerLegion. Like, how are you meant to stall this out? They're just fighting you round after round. You don't get a moment of rest. Yeah, and then when they give you the rest, you don't want the rest.
And when those fights are happening so quickly, you know, that ambient noise is already hitting these peaks. You're already feeling rushed. And this game could just slip away from you. You might blink, you miss it. Suddenly, well, Furia have won the T-half. In 10 rounds of play, Furia already boasting 8 attacking rounds here on their pick.
Maybe this is a difference maker. The Acor AWP is out now. A long time between drinks. I don't think we've seen that yet from Acor.
Certainly been feeling himself in this jersey, in that role. You always talk about how much of a mental game Counter-Strike is. We use phrases like mental fortitude, resilience. Well, that's going to be a requirement for GamerLegion. They have to make a half out of this, otherwise it's just going to be vertigo. A very quick second half. Isaac thinks better of the fight. Well-placed Molotov will delay.
See if they go for this boost now. Oh, it's actually looking to be on that left-hand side. More softening up utility and a smoke to deny this position. So they think better of it. That isolates the angles here and gives GamerLegion one less place to look. And as they slink on back, they will grab that bomb. Matt playing the fate of the smoke.
Lovely.
Nice little one-way on the sandbag. Beautiful work there. Art's found the gap, though. Of course Art's found the gap.
Imir's looking to patch it up. He's just going to walk into that crosshair. Ooh, did find some damage. Great headshot. Art's there, but he's not alone. Shui forced into the fight. Gets away. Got a lot on his plate as he crosses back through. Supported by Acor. damage. Need more out of the AWP. Still can't find lethality as they are limping. 15 seconds, Furia, just the two of them. Great placement of that incendiary. What? Oh, I thought he actually might have got away with that. The spread, the readjustment, the bomb is down. A 2-on-2 now. And Yuri, relentless on the AK. Get away, and the advantage, it swaps hands. Isaac's had a clutch. Has he got any more in him? Just staying together at the hip. He's got to find us both. Oh, he went for the transfer. 9 HP, Chad. He nearly had it.
That was close. That was very, very close. Another good attempt there. Had the kit, had everything he needed to pull that one off.
The margin for error on that, if Drop is just fluffed his lines, if he misses one more click, that could have been a clutch from Isaac.
And it's the kiosk push, which is very desperate there. Right, they have the number advantage. They could have all pushed together or all waited and initiated a little bit later. Kios has found impact in these rounds, so he's feeling himself. He has 9 kills, understandable in an environment like this. Second timeout call for GamerLegion. Conversation can't be a healthy one. It's just going to be a partial investment here. Trying to lay the groundwork for the remainder of this half, but you have a whole lot of work to do, not only on the scoreboard, but just breaking down some of the bank balances here of Furia. This was the chance, so there comes the kill on Yuri. The transfer not far off.
He started that transfer perfectly. Just his perception of
5 HP.
When that adjustment had to be made was bang on the money. The smallest factors, biggest difference, and so keeping it conservative. 5-7's definitely getting a bit more vogue, and so is some aggression, as you can see Kios throwing himself into the meat grinder, and combines with Isaac for at least the one. Unfortunately, everybody's dropping. An exceptional from Acor. 2 on the pistol. Again, these rounds, they fly by. Now, typically, though we've seen this before, it's Furia that stabilize. They have the advantage financially, equipment, health.
The key's the push from Immer here. He knows that it will not be the A play. He's already down towards the 4th room. Acor's actually freed up a little here, but is going around the world. So I think they're expecting Fury to hit the brakes again. But again, another bit of a change in the pace. Art leering forward with Yuri, and they've investigated the entire site. They know they can get the bomb down and even fortify in more aggressive positions here if they so choose. And look at all the utility. This one here feels unlosable for Furia.
Yeah, I think you just had to see a bit more proactivity given the advantages that your opponent had. You want to catch them by surprise. Unfortunately now, I mean, with all this utility, this round reeks of futility for GamerLegion.
2 AKs.
Yeah, nice to find the weapons. You want to use Imi first, see if he can break down the door a little bit. Keep that trade potential in Acor. Low HP, even lower now, and that is Art. 3 in the round. He's contributing heavily, keeping everything real tied up. And the frag distribution, it's about 5, separating top from bottom from Furia. No outliers, no absentees. Everyone in a must-win game online.
This is what it looks like when the game plan is working perfectly. Right, where have they been stalled out? A couple of rounds that are clutches late? Yeah, that's it, right? In terms of the way that they are playing this T side, GamerLegion are the ones chasing the tail of Furia, who are running away with this. And now back towards A. Drops flashes over the top. Well placed, and Ime has to drop back.
This is a duel that determines a whole lot. Ime gets in, gets away. And oh, caught out, not expecting Yuri just to dry swing off the crane. And that advantage now will be leveled out. And if you're defending air, you're feeling the heat right now, not only from the Molotov, but from the speed by which that started. Isaac, I like it. He's opted for a forward position, so should they try and return, which actions indicate, will at least be able to delay. Now, he has a similar thought process and opts for a new line.
Wonder if they caught the trajectory of that. Regardless, you would be expecting a player close behind a smoke this deep. Keels is the closest support network here.
Oh, Isaac's not so sure. He knows the value of his life as well. He's got to pick his moment. Incendiary from the headshot box. Clear indicator for Furia that they can crawl on up. And that's the duel that Isaac had to win. Oh, he takes both of the fangs. Defangs Furia. And a third as well, locking it down. Only drop alone, but a solid hold. Not an easy site to hold. Oh, and drop. Hold on. Got himself a nice frag, a nice upgrade.
Watch him throw this away. Oh, is he going to hold on to it here? All right. Well, he might just throw it over the fence, not let them play with their big toy. But looking to save here, and that will be... Okay, yeah, well, he was removing it from play. I was thinking to myself, I was like, yeah, it's probably more beneficial for them. You don't really need the AWP at the moment. You're just running with rifles and stripping them limb from limb. So, understandably so, he denies them that. And, oh, GamerLegion, if they can eke together 5, get that pistol round, there's always a chance for them to get back into this. Now, they played Vitality on this very map. They lost both pistol rounds. They did the lion's share of their good work in the gun rounds, and a lot of that was some good T rounds. So there is still an opportunity here, but again, it's a round on the board. Can they finally get something consecutive?
Yeah, it's been severely lacking.
Well, this is literally the last chance to do so, because we've moved into the final after a round loss, then mission impossible.
And Shui cruising for a bruising. Aggressive. There is still someone lingering towards despawn, and it's drop ready. Kept level. Isaac trades a clear reveal though, and surely Shui's gonna be encountering one, if not more. Gets the AK out in time. Yuri to react, calls upon the help of Safe, and they do dispatch of him. Now falls into a 3v3. Presence ramp. Acor floating short. CT smoke is established, but with gaps. Acor might be putting his head in the vice if he flirts with it.
So many question marks right now for GamerLegion. Mid's been open for quite the time. I think he may just had a bit of a look, and now he's pedaling back to back up Acor.
Plus, if Keisarato's alive, you know the man likes a slow walk mid.
Yeah, look at this. They're clearing out absolutely everything. They have no idea exactly where these final Furia players could be. Looks like it will be the A finish. So that is going to be on Safe and Yuri to walk in. And, well, they can come in and out. They have plenty of utility. Can smoke left and right, but instead they just want to look for these fights. Really could set up a full execute here.
Well, Safe's been spotted out. Acor calls for aid. Keisarato activates. That's the difference, though, is Safe. Oh, traded.
Back to B.
Why not? Especially with all that utility on Keisarato. Yuri's got a red carpet run now to a safe plant, and this is the frag. Keisarato's just so good for it. He was always going to hit that.
Ah, it's so naughty as well. They take the space, and then they execute every single time. They're just playing the rotations.
Drilled into them. You could see there's just... Keisarato has such a clear perception of when to activate. And now, yeah, he makes the retake. Well, interesting. Imi looking for the bomb, not so default. Hidden in the smoke, and actually a bad plant. A bad plant for Yuri. He might go wide. Holy moly!
Both players there with some accuracy.
Oh, I'd like to see that one again if we have the facilities. Yuri.
Imagine the AK on both of them. Let's see who gets it first, huh?
God, it was just a rapid speed test. I mean, Imi does well to make it into the 1v1, but Yuri... Wow! That's a wrist breaker. Slap. Both hit the dink. You're bang on, yeah.
And that's in that situation, you're not expecting him to be so deep, right? Because the smoke, you could have just sat it. Just sat it behind the toolbox, though. Would have had the defuse every day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, the mind games of that. You do sometimes see pros for themselves deliberately. It's just the depth of the game. Quick timeout. Looks like we're going to be getting this one resolved. It is, or rather, we're heading into the final round of Furia's attack on our first map.
One more day of play coming up tomorrow once we come to the conclusion. We have EG versus Cloud9. That's an elimination match going on right now. Two North American hopefuls, huh? And Furia taking on GamerLegion here, which is a progression match. Neither team will be eliminated if they do falter here. They will have to play again tomorrow for an opportunity to join the likes of FaZe, Liquid, Na'Vi. The list can go on in that legend stage.
Thought he had a magic wand for a second. It makes more sense it's a drumstick. He's not a die-hard Harry Potter fan.
How many different jerseys do you think the Brazil? Do you think there are actually? I am just a devout fan for Furia.
Oh no, I think they come in with 4 shirts on.
And then they just peel them off depending on who's playing.
Yeah.
It's quite the strategy. Have have seen some Brazilian legends out here in the crowd, getting some love and giving some. Kogu yesterday in the thick of things, right in the cheering section.
A legend of Brazil.
Without a doubt. Right, there are some names. We're going back an awful long time to think about some of the forefathers, right? We talk about the Furs, the Fallen, the Tacos, the Cold Zeras. Legendary players that came before them that inspired the likes of Fallen and Co. And Kogu is definitely one of those.
Yeah, I mean, I loved it. Even, you know, we saw yesterday Shiro and Fallen and just the mutual respect they had for one another. And the Shiro saying, you know, I used to watch your 1.6 frag movies when I was, you know, not even considering the idea of being a professional Counter-Strike player. So there is this lovely depth, like a rich wealth of history that Counter-Strike has that just gives it this extra little bit of magic. The fact that this group stage has got a raucous crowd, the fact that these players, you know, can feel like superheroes for a week, maybe two, it's all because of that. The reason we've got so many bums in seats for day 3 of the Challenger stage. And it's been a long time coming as well. You know, we said we were coming to Rio. 2 years later, we find ourselves here, and Furia do too, in a position to secure the top 16 of the major. We've been there before. Can't say the same for GamerLegion.
Precisely. For a lot of these fresh faces in the server, their very first major, so quite the way to experience things. I think if you were going to pick one, it would probably be this one. I feel like this, especially for the Challenger stage, with this many people, will be unique to Brazil.
Look at the names we've lost, you know, the likes of IHC. The opportunity to play in front of a crowd like this and to feel that, I mean, there is a very short list of human beings that have experienced Arena Counter-Strike and participating in it as a player. Like, that's a very unique club to be a part of. And now, yeah, you're at the major. You want to make it, you want to really feel that magic of the major, and you certainly do from day one here at IEM Rio.
Do you think he's hot?
I probably would be too. And maybe he's not got anything else underneath.
Okay, well, there you go. Keep it on then, mate.
Anyone that's just joined us wondering why the podcast has begun, we are just awaiting a tech issue to be resolved on stage. Maybe going to change out a computer, but enough time for you to perhaps grab a drink.
Looks like he's getting back in now.
Yeah, I can see some... he's entering in that Russian player's name, you know, the...
Steam Guard.
Steam Guard, that's
the guy. And team speak first, and then after that, you get into the game and away you go. So make sure the comms are on point.
Lemania, an icon from the Portuguese broadcast, and very friendly. I think I first met him in Stockholm when we were doing the major there. And I was just wondering, like, this guy was walking around, all the players seemed to know him. Like, every player was walking up and shaking his hand, and I was like, what am I missing? What do I not know? Well, Lemania, yeah, a legend clearly in European shores as well. But here he is on home soil, part of the broadcast delivering the Portuguese and the live arena experience.
That's the crazy thing with the Goles side of things, right? He has this arsenal of individuals that he just sends out into the world doing live interviews.
From my understanding, like, Lemania was just someone that joined the fan cams of Gaules. So he would just show up, and he was always there, and he was always energetic. And it got to the point where Gaules, you know, got him on the broadcast, and he's now got, you know, a giant separate fandom.
Yeah, he's got his own legion of fans.
Yeah, precisely, by virtue of just this kind of community and family feel that their broadcast has.
You see GamerLegion is taking this in as well.
Yeah, take a couple of mental snapshots. I think you should.
It's funny that there's Gary. Now, unfortunately, he can't be on the stage with them.
Nothing but love from the fans there.
It's also a great opportunity now that we have...
I'm sorry, I just
Astralis fan.
A single Astralis fan. He's come all the way.
Oh dear.
He bought his tickets ahead of time.
Yeah, well, fun fact, I tweeted it out the other day, but back when we did Road to Rio for the first RMR online, when we got thrown into this whole pandemic madness, Astralis was still the legendary Astralis.
God damn.
And they came first against G2 in the final. And that was the G2 that had Amanek, Jax, Kenny, Hunter, Nexa. And now Nexa is the only one of that lot here.
Bloody hell.
And Dupree and Magisk are the only one of that lot here.
Oh, Chad, you're spitting bars right now.
It's really showing you how long this has been in the making.
Yeah, well, we said, yeah, it took us 2 years to get here. Look at that snapshot of how quickly our Counter-Strike world can change. And so can the powers. And the powers that be decree we play. Last round of this half, first map, best of 3, winner through to the Legends stage. It's been a great haul on this T side. GamerLegion would love to just sweeten the pot a little with the last.
4 doesn't feel like enough, but it's the best they can boast right now. Again, another one of these rounds with MP9s with the boost in the box. A different look from Kios here.
Could be functional. Timing is everything. Can drop pre-aim. Okay. Not much of a reaction chance. That's better. Shuey, surely. Ooh, good damage onto Arc. Gets him down to 30 on a quick flick, but yeah, Furia got a bit of a silver platter for the 12th now. They do typically find this slow crawl through mid, but it's not just Keserato this time. He's got a full pack with him, so they're opting to sweep through ramp as a unit.
So Hiroka in the building here as well today. Can see Exist right there.
Yeah, Legend teams will start getting in.
Yeah, saw Sprout hanging about.
Yeah, Nipper in.
Hey, well, Acor and IEM have searched over towards A and they've called the sector clear. And now as they rotate back through, the flash, the fight, and the frag for drop.
That's different. Isaac and Imi making a round out of this. Back out, Isaac. Hold the advantage. Furia letting this one go just a little bit. Art cannot take his foot off the accelerator, though. The nade, oops. Not ideal. And neither that. 4, okay, it will have to do. It's all they can work with. GamerLegion certainly not out of the woods yet. Furia in pole position to start and take the first map of our best of 3. We'll have to wait and see.
The people of Brazil, they are really sentimental. So they really like to show support and that stuff, and that's
Destrave as sensações Slap Hard com o novo Trident Check Sensors. Agora com casquinha crocante e recheio líquido.
O destino sorprende se você deixar. Faça o que for necessário. Não porque estava escrito. Nós vamos fazer o nosso destino.
PlayStation. E o que é?
Realidade virtual de ponta, Flynn.
Parece até uma coisa do futuro, né?
A Flynn viajou para Londres do futuro. Viu alguma coisa que não devia ter visto. Agora o pessoal de lá tá tentando nos matar.
Lobby. Vem comigo, drop.
Tá, eu jogo
Tá fechado pro beco, tá fechado. Vem comigo. Só perto do beco, velho. Joga aí, troca tiro.
Comigo, vou abrir. Vamos, rapaz.
Training, filho. Linda troca.
Boa, P. Bora.
Caralho, meu cu fechou no...
Well, IEM Rio is on form today, and so are Furia. In a beautiful symbiosis, Brazil seems to be online here at LAN.
Not too many wins for them to celebrate so far, but looks like the tides are changing. 11-4, the scores on the door. And this one, you won't say it's been a bore. Furia, though, have been throwing GamerLegion around the server. They could not string together consecutive CT-sided rounds, and now they're the ones on the attack. You can see the buy here from Furia, a couple of HEs in the mix. This is very telling.
Yeah, a bit unique, a little off the beaten path. Caserata could do a chunk of damage with that. He's cycled to the smoke, so won't have immediate HE fragmentation. He's just going to have to give it up and track a very exposed A-core.
Interesting he's stuck around there. I don't think they saw him. This molly here is going to land over towards the window position. Nade forward, a lick of damage.
He's stubborn, isn't he, Caserata?
Nice
Great smoke.
Here.
Oh, that might cancel your plans, or you just have to... Oh! Hit a shot like that! Straight out of the gate! Imet, damage, running down. Isaac's got himself the bomb and the frag necessary. Still the site held. And okay, drive by, holding the gun sideways is Art. Forces Kios out of the round. They'd love to get the bomb down. And Isaac obliges problems now. Oh, what is that? Another big Glock headshot. Advantage GamerLegion. And it's finished with style as well. Isaac, pinpoint perfect. And 5 frags between the two of them.
Oh, looked rough there. Running through that smoke towards the top of the stairs. You're thinking this ain't going to go very well at all. But dismantling that first individual at Caserata. Overstaying his welcome here at Woods. That was the biggest drama right there. Shui puts his body on the line, so does Kios, but none of that matters as the Glock's on the site. It's in a round, lighting this one up, and again, getting fired up, but they need to get consecutive rounds together here.
Oh, for sure. This cannot be anything short of a runaway now from GamerLegion. They have to get under Furia's skin, silence the crowd, and keep all those guns flowing around. Actually, they went for 3 SMGs, hoping to farm up some extra funds.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. Right now, just to note the early exchange, Furia did throw a flash forward to facilitate an out push into ladder. Now, he isn't creeping and crawling in that direction, but GamerLegion don't know that. They have to be aware as they haven't played anybody up top to cover off that position. So as they waltz in towards B, could just completely execute it, and you can see very tidy stuff. Double mollied the back pillar, but not the end of the world. They're in, and this one is secured. 11-6, you're going to see how quickly, if the first gun round falls apart for Furia, how this scoreline can get awfully close.
Yeah, well, there is a certain set of laws that we must abide by as humans. There's gravity, Zonic's law, and he, of course, wrote that an 11-4 scoreline is the most deceptive in all of Counter-Strike.
Well, we've also got Murphy's Law, Coleslaw.
Coleslaw, of course. Some guy had a razor at one point. I think his name was Hockham.
Wow.
Or...
All right, well, there it is. Unicorn round. Nobody dies. All 10 players staying alive, and this is where it gets curious. What you mentioned about those SMGs, now they come into play because they're going up against rifles on the other side, and those rifles have quite smartly equipped head armor. Everybody bar drop with the head armor in the play, and that might actually come back to be a boon for Furia.
Yeah, well, how much can they really get done, especially with the MAC-10? Like, I kind of can see how UMP has validity up against these rifles, but it is their rifles now that are trying to pave the way. Not clearing his corners, Isaac caught out, and the Caserata just happy to stand and bang, and now it's traded out equally. The advantage is up for debate given the HP. We might want to see some juggled rifles, but you can see the knee-jerk reaction is 2 from Furia to re-clear.
They can take their time now. They're not in a rush. Yuri up the top using the one-way smoke. GamerLegion to be careful. You can just wait this out. You have so much time on the clock. But similar to Furia, a fast opener where they take the fight as a unit, clearing out the right-hand side of forklift room. Potentially bad information as Shui's the one who's been given that AK. He's taken the fight. The bullets through and the crowd prays for Furia to convert this first gun round.
It certainly would make things a whole lot less tense for the locals. Shui gets his test. Woof! Passes with flying colors. His 6th frag, but it could translate into a 7th round. This is interesting. Ime has gone, despite the commitment into the site, into the B site. It's a problem! When Art does that too on the MP9, and there is not that 3rd component. God, he's only worth 1 there, Chad. How has he stolen 2?
They were seesawing as well. Acor maybe with a slight overextension there on low HP. Might have given this one up. Now Paul Ime has to do it all on his own. Only towards the sandbag position. 19 seconds on the clock. How are you meant to win this?
They've got a real solid preference here, Furia. They love this short wrap. And ooh, fumbled his lines a little bit there on the SMG. Art's already done his damage though, and so it's safe. To keep things safe and secure.
That's a sinking feeling immediately here for GamerLegion. Did a great job in these exchanges.
Wrong? Yeah, you had a 3v3.
There's too many unknowns again, right? They had no idea where all these individuals were because they had to be so diligent. You see the molly towards the sandbag position, the smoke there as well. It's Acor on low HP and overstepping the mic the line just slightly. And they can buy again. A couple of omissions. Art thrust forward, and he will get the control here.
This is a very forward position from Art. Seems like there's a clear initial intent from GamerLegion to deny this early B info. Obviously smoked off for now, that will change. Art burrowed in, Isaac parked as well.
Frees them up to play 3 towards A here. Quesarado mid, drop can actually go back up Yuri and safe. As I say, his name is creeping for info, using the underside of this one-way.
Does enable angles like that, just the little boots to betray you, Acor, if you do touch that key. But upon the fade, they just wait it out, as you should, with 60 seconds, all to play for. 5 alive.
Hard to execute into A here for GamerLegion. A smoke, a flash, a HE, that's the best they have. How are you going to clear safe?
Yeah, they're going to have to use their bullets. He's very patient on this one, and oh, nearly had Drop punished. He still doesn't choose to engage. Drop gets the first blood. No one's looking at him. And the frags just keep coming. Furia in the feed, one after another. 4 in quick succession. And what little remaining hope that GamerLegion were holding, clinging onto, it's starting to evaporate. You know you're in trouble when your mind starts looking at the second map.
And they have to. We need to start turning our attention here to Inferno. An opportunity for GamerLegion to try and draw this into a 1-1 scoreline. It's a positive sign that they put up a little bit of a fight here, as we're on board with Isaac looking for the save. Ancient is the 3rd and decider if we do need to get there. But Art is on the hunt and might start running into action. Will does, and I think Isaac will just stay alive here. So gets to retain this AK. That would have been miserable for him, taking $100 and nothing else into the next round of play.
Oh, a very OG Brazilian fan there, rocking the LG jersey.
But this was going to be difficult for GamerLegion no matter what. I think another one of the interesting factors here was Chewy at the front of the pack with the bomb on his back. As soon as they spot him, they know it has to be that A finish. GamerLegion will just follow into this round with the AK. It's all they can do considering where the finances are at. Isaac has been good in the clutch. Didn't get an opportunity to even have a look in the previous, and now he needs to be the opener. So the tasks continue to chop and change as this B aggression, it's been consistent for Furia. They've always wanted to at least take the fight or at least have a look for the fight.
I guess it does kind of condition your opponent to have to be there on the default. You can't go for any overly whimsical plays because you know if you leave that open, someone from Furia will be investigating.
Slight smokes on the faces there as they're just kind of a play around, waiting out for the fade of these smokes. They're not in a rush.
Yeah, valuable time on the stage to be had here for GamerLegion. sure these players have got a lot more to be done in their careers, and so this is a very valuable chapter. They're playing in Rio, up against a home favorite, and getting naded, sprayed. And that was one, or rather the only, rifle. Isaac, only 33 points of health, doesn't have the opportunity to provide the trade. His drop is just handing out headshots. Up to 14. 3 in a row now for this defense. And you have to give Drop a bit of a shout out as he closes that one out. He's actually managed to tie up with Yuri, who was off to such a flying start. I didn't think anyone would catch him.
Everybody just handing out the damage here for Furia. There hasn't been a single player that's faltered, nobody lacking behind, everybody contributing where they need to. So it's been a great team effort here for map number 1. Now this is the side effect of Isaac with the save into a UMP. Again, a little bit light on with the utility. You have a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes. You don't have enough to really fight back. They need to find the frags and Shui on the entries. That's one that you turn to. He's already up.
Des discussed his T-side openings and struggling to put it together.
I don't think he has a single opening this game.
Man, I'm sure Art has a few on the CT openings as well, but yeah, everyone putting their weight for the Furia. Boy, Safes. It's Safe's turn in the sunlight. Double kill. Make it a triple. IEM combining with Isaac to suddenly make a round out of this. Ready for the flank, ready for the flank. Oh, just pulled out his nade. Trade, not ready. Short, wrapping. Serato, the silent but deadly, has 15. Is posted.
So many bodies just thrown into these type of fights, and it's just a wave after wave after wave that are coming in direction of GamerLegion here. And they can smell the blood in the water now. One more round required here.
Oh, kicking himself about him. I think he even considered the flank and just had that momentary, okay, it's something else. Brain starts thinking about something else, and frag comes through.
It's just been a compromised T-half the entire time.
Yeah, and look at this one. This is how you defend your honor.
You just have to throw your bodies on the line here and hope that the trades land favorably for you. This is only the 3rd timeout call for GamerLegion. It's hard to get a real grasp on when to use these in a match like this. Nothing feels like it's going right. Being all in towards A here. When in doubt, just try the full A ramp control. They're actually spreading. Expecting it to be a bit more direct here, but...
Wow, that's forward, isn't it? Highly aggressive from Art, and Isaac will punish.
Nice little angle there through the lamp. Didn't see a whole lot there as they flash forward on A, and speaking of A, the fight is coming towards the tippy top of that ramp. Cleared it out, and they might want to keep pushing here. There's a window of opportunity to have several members on the flank quite fast.
Yeah, Serato will be alone on B. That's a lovely angle from him. One. Now the speed into that B take might be forced. Serato concerned about mid, responsible for B. Yuri and Safe do have to get over there, and a lovely spot. Serato's brought down to just a scrap of health. Should be just a formality to put him down at this point, but Safe has come and bailed him out. Serato's still alive, and they're going to go looking for him. He's still caught one. Gets A-Core out of it. Oh, Shui, stylish, just efficient on the limited bullets. Swapping between them, gets it done. Now Yuri in the clutch to close it efficiently. On the advance. I think he may catch a glimpse of, the head just through the box, and now gets one. Oh, Isaac extends play, and everyone like watching a firework display, not knowing how that one was going to end.
Losing the R's there. The flanks on flanks on flanks. Furia continue to play outside of the box counter-strike here, and GamerLegion just trying to be ready for it. The fact that Case already gets anything done there after being found out towards the tall box, great from him, but Shui that dink and then into the M4. That's a wild little sequence from him.
Never seen anything quite like that.
Okay, well, another crack at it, and they win this one. They've broken the economy here of Furia. Back to B with the fight. Isaac forward, wins the first. Caserado grabs 2, but the second for Isaac. He's going to run on in. He's going to take this space.
He has to, and he has to hold on to it. See how far he can dig before he gets found out. This is fast drop, aware, damage, but only Yuri.
What a stunner of a performance here for Isaac. 22 kills and counting. Came out with 17, so these two are the ones stepping up.
Yeah, he's undaunted. So is Yuri. Into the 1 versus 3, and burning down. IEM to close. And so GamerLegion, at least for proving to themselves, rounds to be had here on the T side.
It's touch and go, and it's going to continue to be so here. They have to stay flawless if they want to take this one to overtime. And some of these banana peel rounds that are coming up next is what you could slip over. You don't want to be losing to a partial investment with a 5-7. They're the worst ways to go. And the low HP there are the 2 defenders, or the 2 remaining Ts on that side. It was very rough. Yuri could have very well won that round. And this would be the first timeout for Furia. That really tells you the state of the nation. Things have been going quite swimmingly. You wouldn't risk anything like this. You have so many rounds to play with. As far as the loss, okay, never mind. I forget who I'm dealing with. I've just seen an M4 get bought and dropped to drop. So that's Art with a generous donation. And there will be investments around this.
And every time he's pressed in interviews about these kind of financial decisions, he always says, it's fine, next round I just go over Mac 10 and we win anyway.
Yeah, it's wild what he's confident in here, Art. Now, look, the investments aren't hefty. It's actually quite light. Yuri with a 5-7, Caserado with a P250 and a couple of flashes. But if Drop can win the fights towards B early, there's a couple of grunts that could find themselves on the floor to be scooped up. But this time it's towards A.
And that's going to get your Feckles up. You see a smoke, a one-way drop. You thought they were on an eco. What could be behind it and the boost, as well as Art, is the answer. Nades, trying to make space. Art, the element of surprise, if he gets this right. They are pre-aiming him, and oof, good damage, yeah, and that should be lethality. Acorn in there, lucky to be alive at this point. 8 points of health between the two. But yeah, potency lost. Drop will try and maintain. And no harm, no foul.
Okay, well, they will try and hold on to this, and it's GamerLegion getting up to 9 rounds now. Biggest concern for them is just making sure you don't give away another rifle. At this point, you have to buy round after round after round, so the serious nature of this has sunk in. Just a moment to take our breath here. It doesn't, it's really hard to see where GamerLegion are meant to navigate the next 6 rounds of play to take us to that OT.
I don't know if Furia would forgive themselves if they let another multi-round comeback occur.
Yeah, very true.
You know, they've already, we discussed it, Drop discussed it, something they're just trying to forget about was a slip up. Was that on day 1?
Yeah, against Big. That was a rough one to watch. They had that banger of the first half, 12-3 CT side. They grabbed the pistol, got themselves up to a 13-3 scoreline. At one junction, they were 14-7. And ended up losing 19-16 to Big, who have locked themselves in for the Legends stage. So the Germans getting it done with Sin in the server. They've been to watch from home. But regardless, they've taken care of business regarding the Challenger stage.
Something Furia are looking to do over the course of the next 2 or 3 maps. 1 round is all that separates them from getting that first leg across the line. Shui trying to call a good T side, trying to play every round out. Just treat each round in a vacuum, not let the influence of your opponent's haul obscure your vision and execution. You got Shui walking on into Caserato's domain. The man's a turret, and he's proactive.
He wants to continue this fight. It starts to be a bit worrisome now that he's been pressured out of position here. More U2 over, but it seems to be more of a fake. Trying to force these rotations right now of Furia. They've thrown out their own defensive utility. Smoke will plume towards the top of the stairs there, so that has bought them about 20 seconds worth of time.
Trying to nade that boost spot, and it does find Isaac.
Looks like it'll be a B finish here. 3 Molotovs, they can litter the site. Smoke as well, and flashes are good.
Just clearing any of that boost hijinks. Nothing's slipped through. Drop confirms it. And we'll tuck in. And now, oh, perfect from Caso. Just speculative bullets in every single one, catching IEM on the mantle. Running out of time here. Looks like we're running out of time. Only the one. Shui onto Caso. Trying to get in with 15 seconds. It's just going to be hectic. Kios trying as hard as he can, but it's not enough. It is not enough. Acor down. Furia. One leg in the legend stage. Looking to hop, skip, and a jump into our second map and to that top 16. The crowd loves it.
This is absolutely metal down here. It's heating up. Furia fans are excited everywhere. I love this. Let's go.
Oh, there's not a specifically reason. I mean, it was just something that makes me feel comfortable and protected by Jesus. So it's just something that makes me more confident and comfortable in the game.
Primeiro dia? Quem está procurando? Estamos fazendo muitas séries e filmes novos. O Jack vai te mostrar tudo.
Venha primeiro. O Master Chief. Eu trouxe seu expresso. E eu vou deixar isso aqui. Quem é agora? Miranda Cockrell. Novinho. Isso é meio especial, né? Anderson Silva.
Pra tudo que você procura, tem Paramount Plus.
See the consistent aggression, Art with a third, and he's hungry for more. Oh, it's a collateral Zephyr and Leaf taken in one shot. Art is nuts.
results are in. It looks like Yuri and Caserado lead the way. We also take a look at what has Furia done here to GamerLegion on the first map of this game. Welcome back, everybody. The Intel Extreme Masters is in Rio, and it's a big one. The biggest of ones. It's the major. We're in the challenger stage, and we're still looking to send some teams on into that legend status. But first and foremost, we've got to get through here, and we got to see if Furia can continue the role they're on. 69 kind of speaks for itself. Joining me here is Mahone and Peacemaker. We're ready to make some sense of it all. Peacemaker, right out the gate. Furia in control.
Well, couldn't be happier for Furia, right? I think they needed a victory like this on Vertigo. Used to be a comfortable map for them, and I think they're very, very dominant. Like, especially, I mean, their T side surprised me a lot. You know, it feels like they have been talking a lot after their first game against Big, right, where they struggled a lot on the T side. And yeah, also to some extent, I think I have to kind of criticize GamerLegion. You know, I think they had a way too passive game style against a team that, I mean, is very famous for being, you know, very aggressive, very fast-paced on Furia. I don't know, what do you think, Mahone?
Yeah, Furia were just able to kind of get all the map control they really wanted, I feel like, in that half. They were able to get A ramp control pretty easily, sometimes B lobby, and even when their initial pushes wouldn't work out, they'd set up contingencies. In case Serrato, he'd be towards that middle area, so even if it breaks down into a 2v2 situation, there's an option for them to go back towards B, and then that's already when the B player's already rotated out. So Caserado just gets so much information to basically be able to seal those rounds, and that's really what made the difference here.
Yeah, and trust me, we're going to deep dive into what Caserado has to offer over here on the side for Furia, but round 19, I think, should speak some volumes, gentlemen.
Yeah, the round 19, like it was pretty much like a good example of something that I think was missing from GamerLegion, right? We see right there like a good setup from Furia. At the beginning, they used utility properly. Now they have this guy on sandbags saving his smoke. Someone is baiting for him on the bomb site, and then yeah, he's basically just gonna get free kills out of this. And I mean, you know, these type of setups, also using utility properly, that's kind of what I felt that was missing from GamerLegion, you know? Like they're playing against a team that plays fast, and when you play against Furia on Vertigo, on the ramp, you need to either put your AWP down there to punish those fast plays, or you need to use utility properly in order to prevent them from, you know, going and playing the fast pace that they like to do. And unfortunately, we saw none of that from GamerLegion.
Yeah, and that is kind of the reality that sets in, you know, and that only hits right after the fact, after the damage is done, Mahone.
I think something that Furia actually did reasonably well here was they weren't overly aggressive. They were aggressive, but they were not overly aggressive, because we saw in that last game that GamerLegion had against BNE. BNE was overly aggressive, and I'm sure if GamerLegion looked back at that demo, they'd be like, okay, we need to use more utility to make sure that we don't fall into that. I wouldn't be surprised if they used too much utility at the start of the rounds, so that by the time they get to that sandbag position or ramp or B lobby or whatever, they don't have enough utility to be able to pull it off.
Stop the presses. It's happened. She said yes. Twitch chat, she has said yes. The proposal at the major, it's gone well. It's gone better than, I guess, G2 on their way here. Nonetheless, still too soon for that. Congratulations to that couple out there, and that's quite a commitment. Speaking of commitments, we have a commitment to that of Caserado and what he's brought to the table here. Now, we weren't joking when we said he is going to be a force to be reckoned with in the server, and he did just that, Peacemaker.
Oh yeah, 100%. Not only him, but Yuri as well. But I think Caserado, towards the beginning of the game, again, like you can see, like he was very, very impactful. We didn't see much out of Art in this game, but I mean, it wasn't needed, right? Like Caserado was just very, very impactful, getting a lot of entries, closing out rounds for them, getting very important kills, and yeah, together with his teammates. I think it was a team effort, but Caserado was shining a bit more.
I feel like Caserado is the person that you should watch if you're a player who wants to get better at playing T-side mid and Vertigo. He's the player to watch because he always finds these great timings to be able to kind of cut off rotations, and he knows exactly when to be aggressive and when not to be. And here you can see that even in these late round situations, even when he's coming up towards ramp, he's not afraid to take the fight because he knows he has teammates with him. So just overall, Caserado is such a complete player for Furia. And I mean, when he's in this form and you have Yuri coming in and stepping up as well, this is such a difficult team to play against.
Which is exactly what I wanted to bring us to, because obviously Caserado wasn't alone. Yuri definitely having that impact. The numbers speak for themselves, and we could kind of run that against Isaac on the other side, who was in some way comparable statistically speaking, but the impact is still felt. The control of the game is still there for Furia, and that much is at least obvious.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a good sign for GamerLegion on having Isaac performing like that, because, you know, like he wasn't being that impactful the last couple matches, at least I believe. I think Huey, Acor was playing way better than him, so it is a good sign coming into Inferno. You know, their map pick that this guy showed up, and now we also need to expect Acor to, you know, play a little bit better as an APOIAR. I think on Vertigo he was pretty quiet, right? It's a map that, you know, there's not much you can do as an APOIAR, but on Inferno he should be able to find more peaks and be more impactful for his team.
Yeah, and let's do Inferno with Mahone. Break it down.
The one thing about Inferno, though, is that the T side of opping, obviously they're going to be starting on the T side. It's going to be rough for Acor to get back into it. And something that was really successful for GamerLegion in their last game against 9Z on Inferno was being able to kind of play with the rotations where Shui was able to get into Arch side or get into Banana and get all these entries and just basically be able to kind of manipulate the rotations in such a way that would make it so much easier for them. I don't know if Furia is going to give them that type of space, especially towards that Banana position. I feel like if you're Furia, you want to take that away from GamerLegion.
When you're 1-0 up in the series, Luis, you have to have some sort of poise and confidence about you, right? That kind of carries over into Inferno. Is that something we can see from Furia?
Yeah, I think so. Like, especially like coming in Inferno, knowing the way Furia likes to play. As Mahone said, like, I think they will be super aggressive on Banana. Furia actually has been a team that, when they played Inferno back in the days and they tried to play defensively, like, that didn't go well for them at all. So that's where I think, you know, players like Shui, players like Acor might be able to find a couple kills because they will be controlling that Banana area a lot on the city side. They don't know how to play passive, and they should follow that because ever since they started playing more aggressive towards Banana and going for those peaks in the aggressive style, it has been going well for them.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we've got now, which is just Inferno here for Furia. They do have that opportunity to kind of lock it in for the Legend stage right now. Thank you once again, gentlemen. We don't have much time to spare, so in doing so, we'll go to a quick break. We'll come back. Inferno next. The pick of GamerLegion, and if we need it, Ancient thereafter.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Eu vou achar todo mundo.
What are we watching, Harry?
Isso, tô sem som, mano. Eu não consigo. Achei um. O cara esqueceu uma opção de PC, viado.
Estiloso por fora e poderoso por dentro. Lenovo Legion.
Driblou o goleiro.
Ele usou a força.
E o que é? Parece até uma coisa do futuro, né?
A Flame viu alguma coisa que não devia ter visto. Agora o pessoal de lá tá tentando nos matar.
Não, fica aí, ó, fica longe aí. Ô, mano, me achou, velho.
Ah, não, mano. Ele tá atirando em tudo, velho.
E come em tudo, pô. Tá trolando. Eu vou achar o Yuri. Você tá tudo aí, meu parceiro?
Quanto tempo tem?
Ah, ele perde HP, pô.
Acabou a bala, é isso mesmo?
Aperta mouse 2 aí. Mouse 2 é... Knife. Aperta mouse 2, 3.
Tá bom, musiquinha de elevador aí?
E? Pô, na moral, mano, o cara é morto aí, tio. Mano, não é possível.
Olha ele perdido.
Eu não escutei porque vocês ficam falando.
Tá perto, hein, Yuri? Vou dar uma dica, Yuri. Você subir em cima do KS.
Mentira.
Ai, meu Deus.
Ai, como assim? Você tava em cima dele.
Ah, nossa,
tinha um segundo! Tinha um segundo!
Muito bobo, cara.
Tinha um segundo!
Pô, tava muito bom,
Cara
mano.
bobo, velho.
Caralho, velho.
Oh, I mean, I just started playing because of them. Oh, I mean, I just started playing because of them. I mean, I just saw Fall and Fur and this guy's playing, and I was like, okay, I really want to play this game, and it would be insane if I could play in front of a crowd and against them.
Halfway there to getting into the Legends stage, Furia, Brazil's hope, the only one remaining, up against GamerLegion, a very promising rising stars. However, this is, you know, a completely unstepped ground for them to be not only the enemy of those against them in the server, but also certainly not the fan favorite here in Rio de Janeiro. You heard from Drop, you know a lot of the boys in Furia kind of following in the footsteps of that first generation. That, I mean, that story was always so poetic and romantic, isn't it? Committing to the move, leaving your friends and family, moving to America so you can compete. And that was how Brazil put themselves on the map. Yeah. Now they're definitely on the map. There's a major here in Brazil.
Yeah, the story's a fun one. It's one that hopefully keeps running itself, and I think to have Fury in that next stage can mean even more so in that regard. Now, I will let everybody know we will not be getting this one underway anytime soon by the looks of things, so stay patient and I'll update you as see what's going on in the server.
Stay hydrated as well, actually. Haven't been doing my regular reminders. I haven't been a good boy myself as of late, but yeah, let's get those 2 liters in. Even gamers need hydration. And prepare yourselves for what could be the last map before Furia are locked on in.
We also have the B stream currently.
Yeah, what's the status with EG?
Spoiler alert, so if you do not wish to hear the results of that matchup, mute the stream in 3, 2, 1. Map number 1 was Dust 2. It was picked by Cloud9, and they won it 16-5. A lot of the squad in good form. Shiro towards the top, Hobbit as well, but everybody contributing. And, well, here you can see. Sorry, I said mute the stream. I guess I should have said
close your eyes.
Turn the whole stream off, and now you can't hear me. They're on to map number 2 of Overpass. And the score is 4-3, as you can all see. So, yeah, a lot going on still. The last 2 best of 3s of the day, and then tomorrow, well, it's do or die in both of these matches. The one on your screen just there, EG vs Cloud9, is an elimination match. We'll be losing one of those 2 come the end of that series. Here, we'll be promoting one of the 2 to the Legend stage, and the other will have an opportunity to try again tomorrow. Now, if you aren't too familiar with the teams already in that Legend stage, let me list them off for you, because we are still waiting for the bums in seats to get this one underway. FaZe, NIP, Sprout, Spirit, Na'Vi, Ent, Heroic, Liquid, who have already been joined by the likes of Mouse, Bad News Eagles, Big, and Outsiders.
Pretty stacked. Pretty stacked, and running out of seats at that table.
We see what's missing from all of those teams I just listed.
Brazil.
Precisely. And one way to make sure that stays the case is Furia's victory here today. 9Z obviously have the representation of Zach and NQZ. However, for them, it is still going to be an uphill battle. We do not have the matchups available for tomorrow just yet. That will be coming to us once we get to the conclusion of the day.
Does look like we've got all bums in seats, so you can perhaps do the same as this second map of the series. Can't be too far out. Players to watch for this one, Chad. You got any names that particularly leap off the page when considering the stakes and the map?
APOIAR had a brilliant performance to put G2 in the bin. Absolutely smashed them in that third map against G2 over in the RMRs. But here we are, staring down the barrel of Inferno. You know what that means. About to get this one underway. GamerLegion on the attack, Furia on the defense, and this one is going to be fiery. Furia, not the best track record on Inferno in recent times. Pro League was not kind to them.
Okay, maybe there's something that GamerLegion can dig their teeth into and expose. The crowd counts us in. And we're off. Furia on the defense. It's GamerLegion to bring the attack to them. Map 2. And Shui's going to be given the call and throwing the nades. A lot of T-side utility. The odds blowing out in favor of Furia now.
Now here's the aggression. You heard from Peacemaker there saying aggression seems to be name of the game for Furia on a map like this. It's almost name of the game for Furia always, as Safe does take a couple of pot shots down middle. Able to do so because of this forward setup here. Can they rumble Yuri and Caserado? That's the question for Ime.
Yeah, he's not going to have fun if he rounds that corner. Face full of lead. 30 bullets of doom. He's had some patience and a missed shot out of Safe. Just wards them off. And
still a nuisance though, isn't he?
Certainly. Sound cues are heard. Ime does step into the line of fire. Gets away with his life. Caserado doesn't quite finish his first meal. And they're up testing Yuri. What does anyone dare? Oh, another quick one out of Yuri. He's good at these lateral adjustments. Gets... Oh, he's waited too long. He had the back turn. APOIAR just started feeling his breath on the back of his neck, and now Caserato's blind and maybe dead. Trying to run him down is Ime. Knife in hand, and Ime 2. As GamerLegion have kicked down the door of this A site. I wonder how much of that falls to overcooking the pooch with that APOIAR frag.
Yeah, look, Art, I think he was hoping to try and get a knife in that situation, expecting APOIAR just to back on up into it. So that moment of indecision is the difference between what could have been a freebie and a chance to write this round. GamerLegion, well, they'll take it with open arms, with open hands. They'll be smiling here from here with this one. And you can see APOIAR creeps through the smoke and, oh, actually it shows a bit of shoulder, but that just turn, I guess. Wow, yeah, it's crazy that he even bothers with the clear because he's already so far forward that you would expect that the player in trash should have already killed you. And yeah, the crowd, you see that a bit of an oopsie face right there, an oopsie daisy.
Yeah, well, you know, we talk all about how GamerLegion could be swallowed by the crowd. There's also Art maybe wants to put on a show. He just had that moment hesitation of, they'd like it if I knifed it. Bang, suddenly they're out a pistol.
You don't get too many opportunities with a crowd like this to go for knives as well. So I think he saw that one and the eyes got a little bit too big as opposed to the stomach.
Wow, it seems like GamerLegion have got a recipe that they like in terms of these T-side post-pistol buys. They love the SMGs in play, lots of nades in play as well.
It gives you a nice mix between the rifles at range and the SMGs to go along with this Yuto, and especially on a map like this, Inferno. Nades towards top banana, you're immediately seeing the rewards of that, helping to soften up anybody who was looking for a fight, and then the flames follow. Extinguished there. Chewy, he's got a very good idea, but into drop, he falls.
Yeah, and Kios was right behind him. Thinks better of the full commitment after hearing the extinguish as well. Well aware that Art is on this right-hand side of his screen. APOIAR in support for the potential re-aggress. Art wants to get out, a dodge, and does so.
This is very dangerous now, Alex, on this force buy here for Furia. The fact that they've been able to pick up another SMG. Look how many smokes they still have remaining. We have 1 minute and 10 left on the clock.
Oh, that's gross. Yeah, there's 2 here. Drop and Art, both equipped with the ability to rot. 20 seconds off of the clock. There goes one of them.
You can't brave through this. You just have to milk from GamerLegion. This is the reaction that you're hoping for. But at any point, will the likes of Safe be freed up to take that smoke over? This would be starting to subside with about the 40-second mark on the clock, so they can redeploy again and hope to channel them elsewhere.
Yeah, it's only hinging on Ime, who's just occasionally throwing glances towards the brackets.
There's that smoke. They're going to have to go B. No other option. Art's actually started to rotate away here. thinks better of it. Informed decision, here they come.
Oh, unloads that SMG, tries to draw the fire, delay them further. 20 seconds, a great flash drop, goes unchecked. He's still up there. Finally, the frag comes through. Drops another. Serato got on the deagle, and it's falling apart for GamerLegion. No time, no teammates, and ACOR, no bullets. They love a plant, they won't allow it, and everything is taken from them. Outstanding from Furia, a second round force. GamerLegion just made to look a little foolish there.
Yeah, and the desk had the conversation about Shui going up top banana and finding these opening kills, or their opening death, and the fact that they get away from the sandbag position. You have to punish Art in that scenario. You cannot allow him to just sit in no man's land and get away with a play like that. So GamerLegion falter early here, and this is do or die. Those type of mistakes, they're going to cost you now.
Yeah, got to try and live in the present. You force buy back in, focus on what you can control, and that is...
This is Swift.
Quick one up mid. Safe, look at the movement. He can get all the info. The whole squad's there. Only one. Safe throws 3 people, or 2.5, into the past tense. Nice one from Serato, making sure things do not spiral. ACOR trying to flip the script, but it's only one. At least he gets a gun. And as you highlighted, he did have a career high performance on this very map on the road to Rio. Might have to do it again if he wants any hope of seeing Ancient.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tough one here for GamerLegion. The key here, as far as strategy goes, and maybe something to down the line, is the fact that they've exploited that gap on the arch side here quite early. Furia do love setting up over towards B with the 3-man. It's very standard.
But what is a better counter to 4-man rushing mid off a smoke than having the perfect sightline for it?
Precisely. So a good little reaction from the A defense to deal with that type of maneuver, and down to just the pistols here for GamerLegion. It is the Glocks, the starter pistol, and out the gates they go. He might farm.
No PP Bisons here, a little too much at stake. And they're cooked. Medium rare.
Tidy, tuck them in. All right, well, GamerLegion, they made that one quick, not the standard. Sprawl across the map and delay as quick as you like. Straight into things and straight back into things. GamerLegion have equipped ACOR with the AWP, but as highlighted by the desk as well, there was some worries about the lack of utility and finishes.
Yeah, just seeing that was a perfect embodiment of what was likely going on here. ACOR's got a T-side AWP out, and him and Shui have an extended dialogue.
He's got the spawn. He's looking for a fight towards Banana here quite quickly as ACOR.
He's going for the aggressive maneuver. Furia.
Needs an extinguish.
Flame, yeah, ACOR has lost his vision, and there's nades coming for him as well. He's going to lose a lot of his functional health.
He's hanging around, though. He's very stubborn about this is ACOR. Thinks he can operate in the weeds. Kio's that buffer of a bodyguard. And they do get this top banana control, even though it's unknowing. Both Art and Drop on a reconnaissance mission to find some leftover utility here, but as the smoke fades... Oh, Art's coming back.
Yeah, he just wanted to go and have a quick glance, and he confirms that there is still presence top banana under the T control, and a very quick smoke out of Shui.
Gap.
Yeah, should have him. Oh, caught a glimpse of him, but nothing found on Akios. And Shui pushes through. He doesn't have the health for this, certainly not anymore. Sends 2 more to the Shadow Realm. Bomb is lost. Round is... Woo! Okay. In trouble. And he caught it in everything. What is going on? Even the nade bouncing off his nose.
I think if you catch that in dodgeball, the other guy's out. So ACOR, safe pair of hands right there. And well, speaking of safe, it's going to be a save. ACOR and Imet back towards T-spawn, where this round started. Feels desperate, though, that type of an approach, right? They found the gap in the smoke. They also had a gap in their smoke towards CT, which facilitated that push back through, and Art up close and personal. Perfect weapon for the job. That's a quick flick out of ACOR, sure, and there's the catch.
Yeah, it really cancelled any plans he had for sticking around, as that one went straight down the waistband of his gaming trousers.
Okay, well, this one done. Furia 4-1 in the scoreline department. And I hate to say it, before the round even came through, Art already had 9.9K or something of the likes, and sitting with 12 before the purchases are coming in. So much money to work with here.
Can you educate me, just when there was still like 50 seconds left, what was the reasoning in your mind why Shui and co committed on that. You know,
play ahead of the rotations.
Right.
There's not a whole lot of
that killer instinct.
The map.
Just go.
And you can isolate. If they were able to execute efficiently there and trade efficiently, they were going to have a 2-on-4 or 2-on-5 type scenario, right? So they thought that they, with that gap in the smoke, had an opportunity to force their way in. Trying to be reactive with the play that fell in front of them. So these two saved guns are going to be the point men up towards the boiler room. He does have Caserado aggressive and have to wait out this incendiary. Head spotted, bullets about connect. Yuri says good night.
Perfect pre-aim for that. Exact maneuver, hip spotted, shot, hit. Safe, takes down Shui. Yuri puts his name in the mix as well for a second time, finds his fifth. I think Furia are destined for that as well. Their fifth round is coming all too easy. GamerLegion are disappearing, and not in the magical way.
In the last 3 rounds of play, only 1 kill. And it's getting louder in here.
Yeah, sounds like hail outside.
Well, the timeout has been called, and it's a good sign that they have made it this easy and this early.
A lot of fun being had. Safe in the server as well. Handled his first.
Yeah, just taking a look, like Shui's already invested here, but because of the saved guns for Acor and Imet, they couldn't actually operate with a full buy. So Shui's played ahead of the team here, and as the in-game leader, he set them in a rough position. They will have to invest around him, which means Galil's for the aforementioned, AK's for the remaining. Oh, make it a deagle for Acor.
Yeah, and a full set of nades can always feel a bit sour knowing how much you put into that if you do concede an early death.
Let's see if they can get the banana control this time, because Furia are not starting with the 3 players over towards B. It's normally Caserado greeting Art and Drop. Those two are happy to hold on their lonesome here, and Art is just literally already done enough to secure this banana control confidently.
Art is so ready and willing to just abandon his post at times. Like, if he thinks you're going to respect it, he will disrespect you.
But this is going to be the problem. If GamerLegion watched the demo, we're expecting there only to be 2 players starting towards A. That shot comes through, and then you think you have a gap. Well, you're going to walk into the stack.
Yeah. Limited options now. Now Shui, he was the one to start this investment. Needs to post something on the AK.
That's
Gets
the bomb.
Nothing done. Yeah, losing the explosives in the open as well. Hopes dwindle, as do the numbers of GamerLegion. Oh, you don't have much counterplay for that. Quick headshot. Imid just rounding the corner and getting hot lead to the head. Nice one back. It's a good one.
If they had the bomb.
If being the operative word, and you can see the diligence there. That smoke from Safe leads him to charge through.
And they could just lock this down. They know where Kios was. He has to return to pick this up. 33 seconds remaining on the clock here, and all 4 members within touching distance. Kios would have to do something absolutely remarkable. A 180 flick around onto the 2 of these. And now heading towards Halls. He's going to walk into the AWP as safe.
Number 3, Uno, Dos, and that's Trace.
Oh, they're enjoying this, and they should be. Thought this would be a shakier start here out of Furia to kick things off, especially with the pistol going against them, but they bounce back with the 4 spike. A sloppy start top banana, and it's continued round after round. You can see the mistakes. They're glaring.
And that's where you can't help but think about the idea that you've got 4 timeouts. And when you are new to the scene, especially at this level, it's easy to kind of forget that they even exist, a resource that can be tapped into, even if it is just for a breather, as opposed to a full strategy meeting. I think Furia just want to bring the fight. They're happy to run with this momentum. You can also frame it as a way to take the wind out of Furia's sails.
Well, this is where it's going to snowball, though. They're going to keep bringing the fight to you, because right now you are folding. You are capitulating right in front of our very eyes. Where is the resistance? There's not a whole lot of kills to go around, and they're just surging forward. The Eeks are out. Everybody wants to pat the stats, and oh, in the flank, not ready for it. The fight's just coming, and it's not going to stop.
Someone throw in the towel. Buy these boys 30 seconds.
He wants to knife it. He wants to knife it.
He was so mad he missed the first. Oh, they flashed for him. He wants it so bad. Oh, trying to humiliate.
They're torturing them right now.
Truly playing with their food. They're like killer whales. GamerLegion are an innocent little seal on an iceberg, getting played with right now.
This is rough. This is rough. If they're doing that to you, knowing what is on the line of this matchup right here, right now. The Legend stage hangs in the balance of this victory for Furia, and they're trying to knife you.
And you're equally matched. You're in the same point of the competition. 2 wins, 1 loss, and you're getting charged down by knives. They're laughing at you.
Right back, something has to change. It needs to change right here, right now. It's already gotten out of control. How about seeing if you can follow that or turn it in your favor? Acor's AWP is out, finally a full gun round with all the bells and whistles. The util is there. Should be able to play an actual round of Counter-Strike. A dink back, Kios.
Oh, it's a lot of early damage from one man.
A lot unconfirmed, however. I do enjoy this from Kios. The confidence, at least he's showing some.
He needs someone to. I think he's aware of that. His actions speaking volumes. He's ahead of the pack, slipping through. He knows he's got a gap here.
This is huge.
This is massive from Kios.
This is huge.
They have no idea, and they're setting up the boost.
They're getting the bomb, they're coming back, starting to rotate. Everybody else from GamerLegion making their way. Kios takes down one, the other on the boost. He's going to spot him momentarily.
Surely he works it out. He's dropped off. Oh, and another. Kios single-handedly has given GamerLegion what should be their second round. How does he worm his way? Finally, a punishment for that rotate.
You mentioned it. They keep leaving their post, right? All these broad assumptions from Furia. So a nice one here. Kios gives them something to work with. It will be the second round, but remember how Vertigo went. Consecutive rounds didn't exist.
True. Well, better now than never. In their interest to keep it clean.
Look at all the money as well, and they're saving.
I was thinking about that. Is he? I mean, hunting is completely irrelevant.
You need the guns more than they need to save.
Yeah. And yet, Kios just got that bloodlust, I think, after having such an impactful round. He is having a little wander.
That should get you fired up, though. The confidence in that player to go for that type of a maneuver, because he was on an island, absolutely on his own right there. So Kios should be getting the big thumbs up here. That is a heroic play.
And it's off of his own read of the game, right? You don't make that decision because of a flight path outlined. You put together the maths in front of you and solved it.
Double AWPs, that could be one way to answer this. You won't be leaving the post so open. Art will be able to get his big green out to play.
Yeah, not easy to replicate, certainly not in that way. Acor has an opportunity on that T-side AWP again, but it is one of those very easy to feel relatively irrelevant on the attacking side of Inferno with that big green, especially once you get to the close quarters of Apps. Isaac in, and Safe is posted here. He doesn't have a partner just yet. I say that as Yuri slides across. They do have this 2-man setup, and they're going to 2-man peek. And what is that? Ime with 2. Should have been 1. Safe goes down, and now perhaps another round. GamerLegion cannot fumble this. Queserato in a position to perhaps do so. Oh, good catch. 1 from him. Kept him humble on the graveyard. And it's Kios again.
More impact from him. He was a highlight in the few rounds they were able to pick up. Map numero uno. And Kios, the fact that he takes down Art and Banana as well. Fine with the AWP. He's not going to shy away from that. As drop, maybe damage. See if they can remove a few of these rifles from play.
Oh, he's got the full, like, dossier package if they want to go for the pit save.
Acor's here with the AWP, though, so takes this. Oh, okay. Felt like Acor should have been ready for that. Now he's going to be scampering elsewhere. Drop has given up his position. Round is all but confirmed, and they don't have to hunt him again. That's part of the conversation here. Just chip away at this cash. Furia still yet to win the half. It's not too little too late just yet for GamerLegion. It's just starting to feel that way when Art pulls out the knife and tries to run you down top Banana. But Kios, since then, I think he took that personally.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think it was, yeah, a motivating factor. He followed up with a round of heroics of his own.
Pero con muito orgulho.
Timeout called. Furia, an opportunity to have a bit of a discussion here, and Art will not try his life back into the double AWPs, but that was Furia playing a little bit more traditional of their CT side setup. Through over towards B, Queserato as that supportive element to help them get control and then rotate back around. And while that was all happening, the 2-man setup in towards apartments got rumbled, and that is a big factor right there for GamerLegion to be able to eat themselves into the third.
Subscribe here.
Timeout has subsided. What was the discussion that has been had? Or is the difference in approach right now from Furia? Maybe they were getting a step or two ahead of themselves here. GamerLegion, they're not any slouches. Taking down Vitality at this event. G2 at the RMR.
There's the 3B. An aggression from GamerLegion. Kios, undeterred by the flame. 2 Molotovs. He runs through them both for an opening. Takes down Art. Knowledge that Sata was present as well.
Where's the reaction?
You don't see anything.
Nothing moved. They're coming back towards B. They're calling the bluff right now as that nade, heat-seeking, follows ACOR towards the base of Banana. Oh, on the fade, on the fade, on the fade.
Might favor Imet. Oh, but the nade. Yuri, all too aware. Just tucks away, maintains, plays for his life. Much more valuable at this point.
Right now, Furia are kind of tempting them to come towards B. We'll give you Banana control. We're assuming you're going to take this slow and steady as Imet will be selling some of this top mid control here. Smoke, a flash, forces safe off the line. This is all on drop.
This looks good. GamerLegion trying to close that gap further. Hot under the collar is dropped. Sent down 6 feet under, and only Sata with the ability to voice immediate concern. 3 on the cross, a blind spray, significant damage dealt. He gets away for now. Unconfirmed damage though. And what does look, rather manageable, or at least worth contesting when you've got some cash in the coffers. Sata 10k. Furia keeping it very conservative.
Yeah, they just don't know that ACOR and Shui are so low here. Isaac below half HP as well. If they did, they would test their luck with Safe's utility belt here. And Ascendry towards Emo, HE towards Newbox, vice versa. Yes. An opportunity could have presented itself here, but you're right. Being very conservative. Went from being cutthroat to now, well, crossing the T's and dotting the I's.
There will be a moment, a break point though in this half where they will start perhaps going a little bit more hard in the paint.
Kios has been the difference maker in Banana though, hasn't he? The fact that he is willing to put his body on the line. If you read the interview with Ash, the coach of GamerLegion, about this squad, one of the keys of them getting to this point is the fact that they aren't playing for stats. They're playing to be a team. This is what I'm extrapolating, and they're willing to put their bodies on the line as he gives everybody at home a bit of a fist bump.
Incredibly lovable guy is Kios. But they're making a half out of this now. Don't forget, prior to the last 3 rounds, the only one they had to boast was the pistol. 7-1, the score read.
I want to back this up with stats as well. Kios is the only one to find opening kills so far, as ACOR has a chance and gets a second.
Oh, they won't get many more of those. Nades, flames, bullets, ACOR down. It's Drop who manages to pull it across. Good awareness, proactivity as well, just to take the fight, knowing he's exposed, he's heard the shots.
But again, Sata's name in the feed, and they're not trying to punish this gap that could present itself over towards A. They're staying in Banana, stubbornly here. Emma will need to join the rest of his squadron. They do need him to go for this B finish, as Kios is trying to sell something as CT Smoke plumes. Actually, staying quite stalwart towards the top of middle here. The bomb has been picked up now. Sata has floated back towards Speedway, so Safe next up to the plate.
Shuts it down. GamerLegion dwindling resources now. Sata just continuing to be flexible. Now as the util from Kios is felt, it forces the rotate. This is actually quite nice in the grand scheme. It's a 2-on-2. It's a fair fight on A right now. If Kios can live, Imet can work his magic. Isaac's been sharp, especially on Vertigo. These two, oh, and Kios are coming through mid as well. This is going to be an interesting break of the setup. A-site's suspiciously clear. No info short. Safe still there. Safe is shutting them all down. And he gets himself a plant. And, there's something to be celebrated in that. Considering all 5 of the CTs still alive, but Furia, they've got Safe in the server. 4 kills from him on the defense, top of the table. And heading towards that half victory now. 8, the magic number.
Yeah, good for Safe to be stepping up here with the AWP on a map like Inferno. He has a tall task being the duo with Yuri while Sata is off rotating around the map here. So the fact he can hit a couple of nice shots like this, ringing true, he enjoys this. Remember, a bit of an older lad. I know that he's one of the newer faces in the team, but Safe is of, well,
a different pedigree.
Status. Yeah, look, he's not out of control. It's nothing crazy, but as far as he's not a young gun, what we're talking about here.
Well, he's nothing like GamerLegion.
That's for sure.
Yeah, certainly some young guns here. 3 early B, Safe to look through mid. Acor was posted chicken pit, but doesn't actually get to give them the fight. Art manufactures a little bit of an info gap. Calls it clear. They're very aggressive in pursuing this deep banana control. They will nade you, molly you, send you back to that T ramp and save. He's repositioned, previously on short side, now posted up on the long angle, has Caesarato tucked in with him. Great counter position from Caesarato, not with the flash and frag combo. Shui gives him a way in.
Finally.
Yeah, a bit distinct absence of Shui's name in that feed. That's his second frag.
Look at the over-rotation here. Furia immediately rotate everybody around and save. He's found Isaac, an equalizer.
Acor knows there's someone just on the edge of his screen waiting for this angle and fight to be given to him. Yuri far too well drilled. He knows what could be awaiting on that touch of the key. In their reposition top. Apps very spread out. Kios continuing to keep those B defenders' feet planted. It's safe and drop that have been tasked with B. Action on A though. Can they convert the round? The Shui started. He's lost the bomb. And the rest will fall into place for Furia. We're looking at 9 here, folks. Very little to work with. Acor. Kios. Impossible from Art. Quick dispatch of the last 2. Up and over, and it might be over for GamerLegion if they can't post another.
Oh, it's starting to get hard now. Even when an opening kill comes their way and through Shui top mid, it's still not enough to get this one done. Here it is one more time from Art. He uses this box to absolute perfection for multiple kills here. The in-game lead out for Furia, making sure this one is a non-issue. And they can feel it now. Not far from that finish line, converting here on Inferno will lock them in for the next stage of play, and a timeout called, the second here for GamerLegion. It's one of the type of rounds that GamerLegion have been able to post of
individuals?
Yeah, it came from Kios making plays, making moves.
Yeah, and it might have to be the same case again. 9-6, you can function with that.
They're going in banana here.
There's some aggression, some pace. Typically, the util's been a problem, and it still is. 3 members, the walking wounded now. Losing fingertips.
Swatted them away before they even got control here, so low and ready to go.
Yuri, he's just so aware of that timing.
He's done it multiple times to point him.
He just knows. Silent or otherwise. Oh, and he's just heard Shui. A single sound cue is all you need. The protocol's perfect from Furia. Yuri just wants to get this done. He wants that legend stage. He wants it now. The crowd wills it. Furia demands it.
You reflect on this, the type of rounds, Alex, that Furia have been winning, the most that they have lost in the rounds that they have won is 2 players.
Yeah, I was just looking at the deaths.
So dominant.
This is going to be a half where 4 players may have less than 5 deaths.
Throughout the round for evil geniuses.
Yeah, let that sink in.
The attack came on heavy, fast.
Just a distinct absence of the bread and butter of Counter-Strike. No kills. No counter. Kios, okay, he's countered by safe. Still, he's got Art's number, hasn't he? Another one in the head-to-head. Is Caesarato just all too comfortable in the apartments? Yuri going looking for that same frag. He might find it. He might find it. Isaac knife out. Yuri, a beast. Says no.
You're not meant to have all this space on the CT side. Boiler and Hordes consistently, round after round. It's been an absolute luxury.
It's wide open, though. Furia's signature move. Abandoned his post temporarily. And, okay, Acor does a lot with that, and forward, pushing forward. Shui, presence of mind on that, doesn't want to let off the gas. A 2 versus 4 from these 2. Oh, the angle. Shui, eyes like a hawk, just about spots one. Will find an upgrade, but didn't find the frag he was hoping for. Big play on the reposition. Yuri was not pre-aiming that. GamerLegion can end potentially with a 5th. That's if Caesarato doesn't have any more disputes to voice. He's coming. Time very sensitive. No answers. No idea where he's going to be. Oh my goodness! He actually hit the. I can't believe that one. That is something out of the feels like a certainty. We'll be right back.
When Seja leaves Spain to join us, he already know that he wouldn't be able to play as much as he wanted with Alp. So the most part of the time he's playing with AK and trading for us and doing entries.
Chega de sentir esse vazio. Chegou o bisão, a embalagem gigante de bis. Mais bis na caixa, mais bis para dividir.
Estácio apresenta Expedição Enem Verso criado no Fortnite. Prepare-se para entrar em um novo multiverso do conhecimento. São 5 mundos e um grande desafio. Complete essa missão e concorra a bolsas de 100% na graduação Estácio.
They are, of course, here going to try and go for this. Cirque with a good angle here. Takes Inters down. It's one of the last chances they'll have to pull this back. Oh, wow. Weird shot missed here from Shiro. Opponent looks to the side. And I don't know, it might have only led them to death faster because there was still Breeze tucked on the right side. Probably would have forgot about him.
Exile burning up. They can keep 2 alive, then maybe they buy around this one in the follow-up. But EG, rock solid defense off of Automatic's push. You know, sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and I think Automatic embodies that here in round 21.
So things start to look a little bit better. And even though C9 saved this time, they can't get a full buy. They've done well to get these last 2 tries. And so this game starts to become a little bit more
Furia, full focus on the task at hand. 5 rounds, all they need, and the Brazilian dreams will be carried over to the top 16. GamerLegion, on the other hand, got to have one hell of a defense. Some of the plays Fury were throwing at that first half, Chad, it felt like they already felt like they'd won.
Yeah, that confidence out of control.
It's crazy. I mean, considering what's at stake, considering what this means to all of the players in the server, I can't believe that they started playing like that. I mean, look at the odds. Everyone, including Furia and GamerLegion, feel like this one might be done. But as the adage goes, a pistol can go a long way. GamerLegion are on the defense, and 3 of them lie in wait with nades. This could be fun. Shui trying to buck the trend without bullets. Thinks better of an immediate release. Wants a commitment before we see Kioz and him try and combine for a lethal dosage of HE. In the air. Solid force, good damage. Shui combines onto the head of drop. Yuri limping. Escapes through the smoke. Actually providing cover at this point now. Benefiting the, CTs. A smoke with a very exploitable gap. And you can see, gaps starting to be looked into. Quick on this. Up the apartment. There is a pit player. Might have saw something on the jump. Yeah, Isaac confirms. Still action on A. Got to stay nimble.
So it's gotten one here. They're coming in. Art's gone down as well. This is looking good for GamerLegion.
Just what the doctor ordered. Oof, a moment's respite. A clean pistol with a clean finish. Kios, you saw that pop off. You've got to try everything you can. Celebrate the wins. Move on from the losses. Optimize.
That round right there, I'm just trying to think what Furia thought was going to happen. Was the intention to always fake B and drop back towards A because there was no rotation? That three-man set up on towards the B bomb site from GamerLegion, even with the whiff smoke, didn't feel like it was overly tested. But they still want to keep this one going. It's going to be a force buy out from Furia. Some Tech 9s, some Mac 10s, some light smattering of util, mainly bolstered by smokes, and it's not fast as maybe leaving something in spawn is poor Art. He's just hanging around to grab whatever goodies remain. Banana, Caserado charging forward with the Mac 10.
Oh, it's working. It shouldn't, but it's working. Straight up, even trades, fight mid, Acor prevails. A necessity for the CTs.
Some confidence here. We saw that from Kios in that first half. It was needed to get to a couple of rounds on the board, and now again, Acor just standing tall, looking for the fight, even though they know what they're up against here of the force buy.
Yeah, greater Counter-Strike minds than mine have often observed that you can't let Furia dictate the pace. You have to sometimes bring the fight to them, otherwise you end up playing their game, and it is a very violent one at that. 3 left, all grouped. Advantage for the GamerLegion squad. They'd love to avoid casualties on this exec. And it's quick out of Kios as well. They combine. Leaves Art alone, and this Tech 9 not going to get him far as Kios wise to go wide for a 6th.
Yeah, and this is the case, right? In the first half, GamerLegion, they won the pistol. They couldn't find the conversion. It was a spree of rounds for Furia that followed. This time round, they've been able to buy themselves that buffer. Right? The pistol round, it's a difficult round. The second round follow-up, just as hard. But now, a chance. A chance to kick those feet up and convert what should be your 7th. But this is a similar conversation to as Vertigo went. You see at top right-hand side of your screen right now, a 16-9 scoreline. Just the lack of consistency from GamerLegion. They definitely had their moments. B again.
Okay, but heavy damage. Already problems for Furia in the hopes of getting that bomb down. Running into Shui, should be a farm fest and is extra $1,200. He might even extend it to 18 if he can get that SMG there in time. Perfect hunt and finish. Kios will steal it. And Kios is farming up frags now. He's actually the server's frag leader.
Okay.
Which I find very impressive considering what we were talking about in terms of the absence of deaths and frags in general.
He's 10 ahead of anybody else in the side of his team here. Shui and Acor with 7 apiece, Isaac with 5 apiece. Isaac and Imi, sorry.
Yeah, no surprise Art's got the most deaths by a large margin. It is part and parcel of his maneuvers and approach.
It is going to be a timeout call from Furia here just to discuss this, because we're going to see how quick this lead, again, as discussed on Vertigo, can shrink. It felt like for a moment that we're going to draw this one back into level pegging, but Furia then found that extra gear. This timeout probably to have that same type of a conversation. I have AK-47s, Acor into the AWP. It's not hanging on to any of that residual dregs of SMGs. The MP9 will be left on the floor. So away we go, and this is where the business end of this really kicks in. It's going to be a standard 2-3 spread, and the 2 towards top of B.
Caserado looks like a man on a mission right now. No immediate incendiary, so up there it is. Just in time, forces them forward, but they have access. And that's deliberate. Look what they rain down Hellfire with the HEs.
More to come.
Ouch. Oh, running out of points of health. 4 of them committed a forward of that half wall, and I mean that's surely a massive win for GamerLegion. They've dealt with the first hand.
Not a bad one back there. Kios softened up, but they have no idea if that would have hit or not. I think it's just a fade away. Leave a little bit of distraction top Banana as they walk up mid.
Love the confidence out of Kios, giving him information. Oh! Get the double! Both down. First CT ult for him, and it connects in a very big way.
Stays proactive as well, ready to flash for his teammates back into action. Fury being stalled out. That damage in Banana seems like it's enough, and now, the moment, they're getting a little bit too big for them here. Save, yeah, it's educated. The best decision, considering the circumstances that have unfolded here. But flat. This is almost the exact same script as Vertigo, isn't it?
It is. But 11-4 on the half.
it hasn't felt like too many tussles in this game, right? The clutches, not a whole lot. Exciting moments have been teams locking the other out. I think the Kios play was probably one of the most exciting, you could say, for GamerLegion. That A-Core double would be second on that list if we were starting to rate them.
Yeah, I think for me as well, just the audacity of the A-Core moment, followed by the trying to knife
Oh, that's right.
Banana.
Yep. He went for one at trash as well on the pistol round. So, yeah, okay. Now they do retain their AK-47s. That's enough money for Drop and Safe to purchase in with some Galils. We'll have to see what they're operating with here. See how quick this mood sours if the score gets ever level. Here's the double again. This is always so satisfying for an AWPer. I'll take that.
And then just as you're running back to bomb site, you press your microphone to your lips and you say, mid-clear?
Feels nice, doesn't it? As this investment, it is hefty. Mac 10 Deagle. This time, I don't want to try their luck in Banana. A-Core using that. Ah, okay. Hold on. A couple of key details here. You can see the flashes being left on the balcony above the door in second mid. This was something we originally saw NIP with Device flirting with. You can drop all the flashbangs. It's just going to be a constant barrage. Imet and Isaac are going to have a tough go of things here.
It's going to be Drop first out. He's got that movement of the Mac 10. AK's to kind of finish what the flashes start. Isaac, completely blind. We'll have to address this once they're on the floor. Good catch. Imet, solid. Isaac, turret, 2 down. And the flashes have stopped. Art will not. Pulls back 1. Extend for another, and yeah, just not ready for the angle. Shui. Big one back from Safe. Keisarata was the one to linger at B, and so yeah, this will slow down and potentially peter out. It is Keisarata though. I am never foolish enough to write him out. Info on the orb. Could have forced the fight. Whips the Molotov. And that's just the effect this pressure has on him.
Yeah, I think you saw that little tut of the tongue there as well. They didn't get all the flashes off. I'm not sure what happened. Did it fall off the roof? But it seemed a little bit silly. The strategy was understood, and you're right, the flashes just stopped. The tap got turned off. Could have been very effective to at least deal with Isaac. I think would have been able to walk away with those kills regardless, in case Roddick with another save. So protecting his KD right now and carrying forward at least a threat into the next round. But again, another round for GamerLegion, and so far it's so good on this CT haul. We'll make it 5 consecutive, and the casualties, well, they don't really exist. They've been able to get off to a flyer of a start. Similar scenes now with their cash as where we saw Furia in the first half, just an absolute bag of it.
Yeah, very impressive. Stoic from GamerLegion. You're in the pits, down a map. 4 rounds to boast at the end of the half. But coming into this defensive side and looking strong, looking like this could be the first half of the game. They really don't seem to be letting the outside influences affect them.
It's partial investment here again. Safe's left enough for the AWP.
Keisarata's been trying his luck and stopped by nades. Will he get cut down straight to size? It's Kios again. Finds his 18th frag with the frag.
Now they're straight back towards A. They know it was a 3-man B start, but they're not quick enough here. A-Core's rotated in time.
Well-placed incendiary as well. That's just bang on the money.
Oh, beautiful.
Chef's kiss.
Absolutely beautiful. Great understanding. Look at this.
Oh, I love it. A-Core, he's been let off the leash. They got the memo on the half. Just go. Balls to the wall and pins Furia to it too. Drop is gone. Safe, the only one recovered the AKs. Only 2 of them here. Be a hard fumble and not going to happen. A-Core will rack up a second. And this gap, this what felt like a gaping chasm on the half, will become just a single round. Safe would love to inject a bit of extra cash into the funds. Don't forget, Keisarata has saved AK. He's got $50 to spare, and it's not going to be allowed. Cancelled by Kios. The lunch warden cancels playtime.
Kios is doing great. I think this is a remarkable performance from him, 19 in total. And the keys were the rounds that he assisted them getting on the T side, right? That's given them at least something to work with here. And now everybody gets to activate. But this was handled. And that incendiary from A-Core was brilliant. And then the reaggress, well, that was something else. So they're not afraid. They're now enjoying the moment that's in front of them.
And the more that moves like Kios is, more moves like that from A-Core are rewarded, the more that GamerLegion believe that that is the remedy. Going proactive, playing, I can't believe it's coming out of my mouth sincerely, their own game. Does seem to be working.
Yeah, well, sometimes you've got to do it, and maybe losing their own game is Furia, who have taken, I believe, their third time out here. So they've gone quite swiftly into those. A MAC-10 for Caserado, not for long. Art will take that off his hands. And Caserado's been a beast throughout. It's not that he's missing right now, but he does only have 9 kills to the name.
Acor still with an aggressive flare. Missed shot. Well-placed nade. Just shy of drop, actually. But Furia, yeah, I'm really uncertain as to where they're going to find the fix. Find the gap. Aggressive CTs. Look at this. Kios is not taking any chances. He will just charge you down. Oh. Goes down. Both down. Problems. They surely just punish this. Twist the knife and charge it. So it could already be over. Round 22 may have a very short summary.
So you just give this one up. There's a lot of questions that have to be answered here.
Jimenez having a look, mate, but this could be the end of it. That's the perfect warning sign. Little bit of a barrel betrayal into the Orb collection. And Furia distance themselves once more from their opponent.
Okay, they hold on to this lead. They will not allow GamerLegion to tie things up here. And it's the mind games with this banana control. It's been Barrage utility that's held Furia at bay. And this time around, GamerLegion held on to those nades to allow them to come up to the half wall. It was between Art, who was the most forward with that MAC-10 in hand, and the rest of the pack that were trailing. And they didn't get what they were looking for. So a flub in that regard. And there's the issues, right? That's the margin, that's the details. Because so far, so good. We were just singing the praises of Kios. How quickly it can all fall apart.
And that's why you can sometimes see these T sides looking so stubborn on the opening moves up banana. Sometimes it looks like they're just banging their head against the wall, but all it takes is one brick.
Save's having a great game. 20 kills for him. Have to give props where it's due. 14 for Art, 12 for Yuri, 10 for Caserado, and here it is.
And you mentioned Yuri, you know, this is a big game for all members of Furia, of course, but we heard in the interview as well, this is the first time his parents and family have actually got to see him do what he's dedicated his life to live. Got to be a special feeling, and certainly wouldn't want to be conceding a crazy comeback on second map with them in the crowd. Get them home, get them fed, and celebrate.
Another timeout call, this time from GamerLegion. You can see, getting tense now down the home stretch. Started to exhaust a bit of that cash. There's still 4 buys available, make it 5 with drops into round number 24, but round number 23 is where we need to focus. So what will the change be? We just discussed the mind games and the banana control. Furia, well within their rights to sit back and wait out the initial set of incendiaries and then take their time and risk that gauntlet. Still going to be the 2-man B start with Kios and Shui. He met Isaac and Acor over towards A one more time. And again, they're not going to brave banana. They don't have to. They have taken so much damage. Acor aggressive with the AWP once more. Oh, but it's safe. Look how quick that was.
Who does that? Safe does, and he gets away with it. What a quick duel to be taken on that T side. Orb, he does what Acor could, and on that first up, Kios though, nearly 2. The lone wolf takes a bite out of the Panther.
Careful now, drop.
Oh, yeah, geez, that could have been the end of the in-game leader. Hold your horses. It all hangs in the balance now.
Ime's coming. Shui's back a sight.
They're hedging. Acor's even in a position to get there quick. It's the right guess. Back in the right horse. Shui. Crossfire established at range. Smoke will deny Ime. Full magazine unloaded and some damage inflicted. When do you strike from Nubox? Shui. He knows he's going to be cleared. He's got to strike at the right time. Oh! Just off it. Yuri spins on a dime. Finds the head. And that could be it. Acor, Ime. Considering their options, they are low. How much of that is unconfirmed? He's making some assumptions, some educated guesses. Trying to bait the fight, trying to get a duel, trying to level it into a 2-on-2. Furia do not budge, and then they do on the cue. Strike in unison, and Acor just doesn't have the weapon for the job. Never mind the time. He'd love to take a couple with him. CT or. They're leaving. He doesn't have the time for anything particularly cheeky.
Gonna go
Takes
down here.
one out of the door and hopes, crosses his fingers and toes, and goes down with the ship. Big for Furia, 2 in a row in response from what was a big run out of the gates on the second half. Can't believe Safe's going for that fight.
So early in the round as well. And we heard earlier in the day, we got Peacemaker on the desk talking about since Henny vacated this team, it's been difficult to fit the same role of an AWPer, looking for those type of fights. Now would be a coming out party for Safe to start doing that more and more. 21 kills in total.
He's definitely getting into the swing of things. That is the last timeout of GamerLegion. One last chance to compose themselves. Sorry, let me correct myself. Try and compose themselves while the puppet master behind Furia can control thousands with just a wave of his hand.
Changing the guard for Brazilian Counter-Strike here, an opportunity on home soil for Furia to really make their mark. Have not always been the favored Brazilian squad, especially with teams like Imperial and 00 Nation around, but this type of Counter-Strike now and next week, if they can convert right here against some of the biggest names that the Counter-Strike world has to offer, these individuals in your server here will become the new heroes for that next generation.
No doubt, still standing in their way. 3 rounds. 6 required from GamerLegion to take it to a third. Serato being set up by the squad. Kios has been great, but is he ready for that? He leaps through, perfect execution. Hung, drawn, and quartered in the public square.
They're in again.
Serato's got the sight. It's his oyster. We'll walk on in, confirm his suspicions. No one's home. The natives are just a little early.
Quite telling as well.
Singing the 7 Nation Army up against the 5 Nation Army that is GamerLegion. Drop, careful now, a lot of health lost. Isaac and Acor, it's familiar scenes for them.
They have to save right now. They have to save. This isn't the type of round they've been going for. They want to give it a crack, sure, but this is the shove. This is everything into the center of the table.
You really put it all on the line for this. Acor, a flash high. Isaac, no immediate friction, but he is being re-cleared. His barrel may stick out. Yuri posted on that AWP and hits it into the shoulder blade. You've got to get out. Acor trying. Brazilians hunting. And they take it all away from them. Sent straight back to spawn. Square one. Nothing brought through. Furia favored now and 2 rounds away from the top 16, from the Legends stage. Home in Brazil.
Look at this, just the onslaught of trading up Banana here and trying to get out. They overstayed their welcome, and they weren't going to let them leave without paying the toll. Art, you can see he knows what that means, getting fired up now. Has to be the buyback. GamerLegion again, all in. MP9s, 1 M4, 1 AWP, and not a lot of hope.
Furia have managed to get the wind back in their wings. Soaring now, 3 in a row. Convincing stuff. B has been a bit of a break point. Not the same pace this time. Kios, Acor will have a chance to establish a bit of a deeper Banana setup. The chance, however, disregarded. When you've got the AWP in play, it does free Kios up to maneuver away. It just puts a lot of pressure on Acor, who wants to maneuver up on that half wall. He can't fumble his lines here. Headshot angle adopted. A chance, perhaps, to knock the beret off of Serato on his jiggle. And now they know. The Zoom banger is posted up. Information. A laundry list of possibilities as to where the rest reside. Art is trying to work it out. Kios through the smoke upon the fade. An opening casualty for GamerLegion. Furia in absolutely no hurry. There is still a quite potent crossfire to be broken. They can just walk on in, but site needs to be cleared. Art working on pit. Shui, Isaac, both good for the frag. That's info. 3 on A, they scream. Acor's got your rotate wrap, and that's another big frag. As this falls apart. Furia at the finish line, falter. GamerLegion hold their nerve. It's 3 out of Isaac. They were coming his way, and he did exactly what was demanded of him.
Considering how that one started, not too shabby right there from GamerLegion. You look at the guns that they brought into that round, you think there's absolutely no hope, but now you consider where they're at. You can see here in the highlight reel just isolating all of these fights.
Well played.
And they've actually put Furia in a bit of a humbling position as well. They are going to take their 4th and final timeout. We're not even near round 30, and everybody exhausting these 30-second breathers.
I almost see this as GamerLegion earning themselves one more. You know, they forced it out of Furia. If Furia kept one of their winning ways, they wouldn't have seen this. But a little extra reward for their hard work. 30 seconds, coach on the mic. Maybe outline like just those last few bits and bobs, those trends, and of course your opponent's options. Not too much of a sacrifice coming into this round. Art just having to rock it with the SMG. You can see, though there is celebrations, there is also just a little bit of doubt in the face of the crowd.
Yeah, it's not anticipation, is it? It's almost a bit of nerve here. Feeling it for the players on the server right now. Art with the MAC-10, held at bay for now.
Oh, Safe tries his luck again, fires off the shot. At least it's heard, but he lost a lot of health. Kios the same, though. An equal blood price paid on either side of the map. Acor knows what drop's likely up to. Posted up on the corner. Drop well drilled. We'll wait for Util. Molly will stop Acor from posting. Imi gets out just in time. More damage inflicted. Furia establishing control. Acor really is considering his options here. He would probably need a nade before he does it dry. Is he really? Oh, he flirts with it. Not going to overcook it.
Good information right here. They know that AWP is still towards short side, and he's stepping back forward for more info. Imi can't rotate. It's the 2 players on B, Shui and Kios. It's all on them.
And that smoke, bit avant-garde. Reply from Shui, will be disrespected. His Art straight through. Calls the troops through as well. And what's going on here? Kios stands for the first. Shui unwilling to reveal himself just yet, unchecked. Spotted one just before the plume over the fountain. And it just got harder. It just got harder for GamerLegion. That bomb is ticking. Bodies are dropping.
They have to save. They have to save. It's a horrible decision, but you have to do it. You've got to concede 15, and you got to concede it now. But they know, and they can send out that search party. Furia, they've confirmed 15. Back towards B again. They crack in. Front side smoke. Kios takes a risk. Had to take it. They're 1 for 1, but they're in the open door of that B bomb site, and Furia just 1 round away. This team in back-to-back majors have made it to the stage, to that champion stage. I can't imagine how this feels, just getting to the legends in front of this crowd. That's the difference here, I'm sure, towards the top of that list.
Yeah, in front of friends, family, and the community that have supported you through thick and thin, even taking down some of the old guard that inspired you to get here on your path to that top 16. An overtime affair against OG, and here in the best of 3, 1 round separates Furia from the Legend stage. GamerLegion, this has been a hard-fought game. To find the resilience to put up a solid wall of defense in what could be and should be our last half. Will this be the last round? Acor equipped with his signature weapon to try and tip the scales back in GamerLegion's favor. Imer trying to give us his best Yuri impression. Goes forward on the flame, drop posted. Oh, executes Yuri. It works on both sides, and I love that proactivity through the smoke with so much at stake. Isaac going looking, and he knows. Isaac gone. A dink exchange. The nade could be good, and is. Acor calculates the trajectory. Pythagoras proud. Drop out on this balcony. That's a big position, a powerful position. And he pulls Furia into the winning round. It's just the B defenders. Furia touch tab, they know. A lot of room to stretch your legs and establish what should be the last round here. GamerLegion to be condemned to that 2-2 best of 3 for progression or elimination. But this game right here, this is Furia's. It's their home. And it should be their Legend stage spot. Secure. One more frag away, and from behind, safe, top of the tables, wants to finish it for Furia. Can he finish it with style? He will! Brazil has a presence in the Legend stage. Rio demanded it, Furia insisted and resisted the potential footfalls of the Challenger stage. A passing of the torch, perhaps.
Getting it done in style here. Everybody stepping up. Caserado.
What a performance from him.
He's been waving the flag throughout, but today, everybody stepped up on the Furia side of the server. Magnificent work to secure a 2-0. The resistance, it was futile.
Mission complete, at least for now. Days off to reflect and prepare. More, though, demanded of GamerLegion. They'll have one more shot. But for now, we'll hear from the successful legends that is Furia.
We will grab a player as soon as possible. Absolutely crazy scenes here in Rio. As I'm going to try and grab them over. Oh, come on over here, man. Come join me. Well, an impressive fight, a 2-0 here. You've made it to Legends in probably the most important event of your career. Would you agree?
Yeah, look at this. This is the best event of my career for sure.
How does it feel, right, not only to just represent your country, but to be the last one left? Because you had yourselves, you had 90, but you are the full Brazilian team here. Did you feel added pressure in a game like this, considering we're in Rio?
We need to do it for the show. Like the public, everybody's cheering for us. We need to do it. We have to do it.
Now, GamerLegion, they've been taking down some of the best teams.
Vocês viram a mensagenzinha ali? Basicamente, pra quem não entendeu, tá falando que tipo o jogo foi histórico, que a Fúria fez 3-1, que foi um bagulho histórico, e foi o primeiro time brasileiro a passar do Major lá pra fase dos Legends, tá ligado? Big tá classificada? Big, deixa eu ver aqui, acho que Big sim. Deixa eu ver. Deixa eu ver aqui. Como é que é o site? Calma aí. Deixa eu ver. Já coloco pra tela de novo. Deixa eu salvar esse site aqui. Perfeito. Deixa eu abaixar aqui agora, trocar de tela aqui novamente. Vamos lá. Olha, um abraçozinho firmeza. Vamos para simulações. Simulações, cadê aqui? Que já foi tudo. Amanhã, Cloud9 contra GamerLegion. Meu redondo está aqui. Salve, rapaziada, ó. Quem tá classificado atualmente: Furia, Outsiders, Big, Eternals, Bad News Eagles e Mouse Sports. 5 já estão passados. Amanhã terá outra fase. Amanhã é a última fase para ver quem vai para os Legends, certo? Aqui eu coloquei o meu redondo na Cloud9. E aqui a GamerLegion, para mim, o meu redondo tá nesse aqui. Tá valendo isso aqui, os 5 pontos, né? Eu tenho que acertar 5. Cara, a Cloud9 ganhou, deu um espanco ali. Posso até abrir aqui. Mas a Cloud9 deu um espanco. Ganhou de 2-0 aqui, ó. Ganhou de 2-0. Ganhou de 2-0. Então eu acredito... Não, eu não vou zicar, não vou falar nada. Mas, ó, o meu tá nisso aqui. O meu resultado importa nisso aqui. Eu preciso da Cloud9 ou Vitality. Então, o tudo tá garantido. Por quê? Aqui, ó. Eu preciso desse jogo aqui. Aqui tanto faz, eu não coloquei nenhum passando, então aqui tanto faz, pode ser qualquer um dos dois. Aqui eu coloquei os dois, então necessariamente não importa pra mim, porque aqui é dos dois. Mas eu vou colocar aqui a Vitality tá muito forte nesse campeonato. Então a Vitality tá bem garantida, eu diria. Bom, aqui não importa, eu só preciso desse jogo aqui. Esse jogo aqui de amanhã vai ser duríssimo, mas ó, esse aqui não importa, esse aqui não importa. Pra mim precisa ser desse. Então aqui ficou os resultados, se passar, né, se ocorrer isso aqui. Então ó, Cloud9, Vitality, Furia, Outsiders e Mouse Sports. Esses 5 eu coloquei ali embaixo do redondo. Vai dar bom, mano? Cara, aqui eu fiz os Picking Challengers ontem. Aqui pra mim tanto faz, aqui não fazia diferença. Aqui eu precisava ganhar, e eu ganhei. Aqui eu precisava ganhar, eu ganhei. Aqui precisava ganhar, eu ganhei. Aqui precisava ganhar, eu ganhei. Aqui precisava ganhar, eu ganhei. Tá? Tranquilo, 5 jogos que eu precisava ganhar, eu ganhei. Então, é duro. Se eu perder por causa disso aqui, no 6º e último jogo, vai ser muito troll. Cloud9 passa, eu preciso disso. Porque senão não valeu de nada ter apostado nisso, acertado todos e aqui é ocorrer. Deixa eu ver. Posso pesquisar aqui, ó, partidas Draft 5 aqui. Vamos ver, ó. Próximas partidas, 13 de novembro. Não foi colocado aqui as partidas, porém vai ser um jogo das 11 horas, outro das 2h30, 6 horas da tarde. Provavelmente vai ser nesses 3 horários. Vamos ver aqui. 3 jogos. Os 3 últimos do dia que decide. Se não passar é desbande, então. Porra, é troll. Aqui, tô... Esses dois aqui eu diria que eu tô bem tranquilo aqui com a Vitality passando. Pra mim não faz diferença quem passa, tá ligado? Mas eu acho que seria da hora um OG ganhando, tá ligado? Não quero zicar vocês que estão precisando da Vitality aqui. Mas, pô... Aqui acredito que tá bem de boa pra Vitality. Mas seria da hora se ganhasse aqui a OG. Seria bom se a 9Z passasse. A OG aqui. E a Cloud9, né? Ficaria assim, ó. Imagina a Vitality tá fora. Isso é louco. O campeonato estaria bem tranquilo pra nave, eu acredito. Mas, ó. Suponhamos que for isso aqui. Acho que vai dar bom, mano. Pra vocês, aqui, ó. Se tá dependendo da Vitality, pô, eu acho que vai dar bom. Pode ficar tranquilo. Agora, o meu maior medo, na verdade, de todos esses jogos era realmente da Furia contra esse time aqui, a GamerLegion, né? Sim, velho, 3-0, cara. Meu Deus, mano. Como isso é possível, velho? Não, vou até abrir o CS aqui, porque tá uma loucura. Não, isso aqui, 0-3. Se falar que isso aí não é uma mentira, tá zoando, pô. O que surpreendeu não foi a Bad News Eagle, foi o 0-3, cara. Foi 0-3. Aqui, ó, vou colocar a tela aqui dentro do jogo pra dar uma acompanhadinha aqui. Aqui. Vamos lá, aqui, ó. Abre a telinha. Cara, eu coloquei esse time do 3-0, mano. Meu Deus, cara. O que eu tava na cabeça quando eu fiz isso aqui, ó. Mas, ó. Fúria garantido. Fúria garantido. Mouse Sports garantido. E aqui, Outsiders garantida. E aqui vai ser a Vitality contra o G. Pra mim, tanto faz. Desde que um vai passar. Então tá garantido. 4. Sobrou o da Cloud9 aqui. Também colocou o Greyhound? É. Nos ferramos. Aqui também. Mas GamerLegion 3-0, cara. Nossa senhora, mano. Aqui eu deveria ter posto uma... Eu colocaria uma Big. E no 0-3... Nossa, mano. Eu acho que eu colocaria, sei lá, Não colocaria Imperial. Eu acho que eu deixaria aqui 0-3 mesmo, mas GamerLegion 3-0. Mas de boa, se colocasse qualquer outro, eu não ia colocar, eu acho, Mouse Sports, eu não ia arriscar no 3-0. Não ia arriscar. Muito menos Bad News Eagle, velho. Mas ó, pô, eu preciso da Cloud9, o resto tá de boa, né? O resto já passei. Cloud9 é o jogo. 3-0 é muito difícil acertar, então. Cara, eu queria ver do ano passado, talvez. 2013 aqui, ó. Cadê? Antwerp aqui, ó, acho que foi. Aqui, ó. 3-0 errei. Errei no 3-0 Outsiders. Errei aqui no 0-3 também, ó. Aqui ganhou da Imperial, né? Mas a Imperial passou. Ence, tranquilo. Fase das desafiantes, tá, rapaziada? Tá vendo que das fases desafiantes no ano passado tava muito mais fácil que desse ano, velho? Cara, olha, na fase da desafiante tinha G2, cara. G2, mano, lógico que passa, né, velho? Vitality, cara. Vitality, pô, tá jogando muito bem. Tá ligado? Ence também tava, mano, muito bom. Copenhague, acho que foi a Copenhague. Copenhague acho que já era lenda, né? Copenhague aqui. Mas ó, tava muito de boa. Garanti esses dois aqui. Caraca, parando pra pensar. Eu caguei pra caramba aqui no ano passado também, né? Eu precisava acertar 5, acertei os 5, assim, ó. Pô. Tá maluco, velho. Mas ó, lenda. Lenda. Eu arrisquei muito nesse da nave, cara. Parando pra pensar, velho. Aqui, coloquei no 0-3. Os dois mais difíceis acerto, cara. Meu Deus, mano. Mano, aqui que eu tava na cabeça colocar a nave no 3-0, velho. Porque eu não coloco aqui embaixo, cara. Maluco. Nossa senhora, velho. O cara é muito lunático, né, mano? Não dá, velho. Não dá. Mas ó. Aqui embaixo acertei 4. E aqui eu acerto os dois mais difíceis. Platinou. Eu errei na fase dos campeões, velho. Coloquei a nave aqui. Isso aqui foi um pecado, velho. Isso aqui foi um pecado, cara. Quase que eu diamantei, ó. Moeda douradinha. Que pecado, a maioria. Se for parar pra ver. A maioria dos players tem a moeda dourada aqui desse Major, tá ligado? Vamos ver aqui. Estocolmo, eu acho que eu fiz também. Aqui. Vamos ver, Estocolmo. Aqui eu coloquei a mouse 3-0. Aqui eu coloquei 3-0. Aqui, nesse campeonato, eu achei bem tranquilo também. Sharks era o pior do campeonato. Perdeu de 0-3. Carai, a gente era muito louco. Palpite correto. Mas se pá, esse ano eu também coloco nave de 3-0, vou ver. Mano, se fosse você, não perdia tempo, se inscrevia aqui nesse canal, porque, pô, meu redondo tá... Vamos indo. Ano passado eu fiz o vídeo de redondo, ó. Diamantei o Stockholm aqui, ó. Eita, o cara... Monivaldo apareceu. Mas, ó, diamantei o Stockholm. Aqui, ó. Palpite, tudo bem tranquilo, ó. Não coloquei a Big, a Heroic muito tranquilo colocar. A FaZe muito tranquila, a Ence muito tranquila também. A Astralis não tava em decadência ainda, tava bom. A Sharks também, bem tranquilo esse aqui. Na minha opinião foi bem tranquilo esse aqui. Fase das lendas, cara, não tem nem o que falar, né? Mais tranquilo ainda. EG tava horrível, não tinha chance de ganhar nenhum. Não tinha chance mesmo, assim, ó. Muito tranquilo de acertar o palpite. G2 passando, claro. Tá inscrito já, valeu, meu mano. Tamo junto. É, então, tô ligado. Mas ó, coloquei aqui 0-3, muito fácil acertar. G2, NiP, do Device, Vitality, nave e a Gambit. Gambit tava top 1, top 2 junto com a nave ali, tranquilo. Fase dos campeões, acertei tudo. Aqui eu fui pensando, Heroic Virtus Pro e Heroic tava muito bem no campeonato. G2 e NiP, a NiP tava bem, mas a G2 não tinha como bater. G2 e Heroic tava muito bem, G2 tava muito bem, mas não tinha como bater na G2. Aqui mesma coisa, Vitality tava meio em decadência, tipo, não é que tava em decadência, mas a nave tava muito forte nessa época. Então aqui não tinha como errar. O meu maior medo era aqui, na Gambit, por acaso tirar esse aqui da nave, né? Se perdeu aqui, acabou os dois e já era. Só como eu platinei. Ué, não diamantou não? Não diamantou não? Mas ó, aqui tranquilo. Entre nave G2, pô. Aqui acho que não tinha o Monese ainda, né? É, aqui era o Amanek, como é que é o irmão dele aí, pá. Que era de boa também, velho, nave. Mas desse campeonato, cara, como assim, mano? O Bad News Eagles tava 0-3 e do nada tá 3-0, cara. Diamante já tá. Do nada tá 3-0, velho. Nenhum time BR se classificando, só a Fúria agora, no caso. Nossa, mano, isso aqui tá uma doideira, velho. Mas amanhã, joguinho aí da Cloud9. Em breve vamos ver como é que vai ser. Amanhã os resultados, vão ver se já postaram aqui os jogos das partidas. No 0-0 decepcionou. Pois é, aqui eu pensei no seguinte. Ou eu colocava a Imperial, ou eu colocava a 0-0. A 0-0 é melhor que a Imperial, na minha opinião. O time é melhor que a Imperial, tá ligado? Na minha opinião. Então eu decidi colocar a 0-0 aqui. Não coloquei a Imperial porque achei muito arriscado diante de todos esses times. Por exemplo, claramente a Fúria é o melhor time brasileiro. Atualmente, né? Então eu não ia trocar a Imperial pela Fúria. Senão já teria ripado. Vai transmitir amanhã? Amanhã eu tenho aula o dia inteiro, mano. Isso que é complicado, velho. Adoraria. Tem aula de manhã e de tarde, cara. Na quinta-feira, o último dia, seria bom de transmitir, né? Mas vamos ver. Quem sabe aí eu vou faltar a aula. Vamos ver, né? Vamos ver. Mas eu queria. Ó. Isso aqui, esses dois de cima foram bem troll, na minha opinião. Aqui faltou pensar um pouco, mas eu não colocaria Bad News Eagles, muito menos Mouse Sports. Tá ligado? Não colocaria. Aqui no outro Major. Cadê? Acho que foi Stockholm aqui, ó. Aqui eu coloquei 3-0. Só por colocar. Tá ligado? Só por colocar. Sei lá. Pensei, esse time aqui não vai ganhar. Tipo. Cara, era um time que tinha chance de ganhar 3-0. Porém, eu tava bem seguro aqui de baixo. Juntamente com esse aqui. Esse aqui eu tinha, mano, 100% certeza. Ainda mais no Antwerp aqui, ó. Cadê? 0-3, era Antwerp? Não, era Stockholm mesmo. Ainda mais no Stockholm ali. Cadê aqui, ó? Stockholm Lendas. Ainda mais esse aqui. Esse aqui eu tinha 100%. Não colocar 0-0 nem na Imperial. Bom pra você, velho. Bom pra você. Lúcido, eu diria. Mas ó. Colocou... Big passou. Biggs... você tá de boaça, velho. Caraca, colocou qual mais? Você colocou a Big, 9Z. 9Z disputa amanhã contra a Fnatic. Então um dos dois passa. Não sei se colocou a Fnatic, 9Z, qual mais? Caralho, você colocou... Você não colocou a 00 e colocou a 9Z, mano? Foi lúcido em não colocar a 00, mas entre 00 e 9Z... Que abalo, velho. Espero que dê certo pra você, né? Mas, pô, pensamento, sei lá. Na minha cabeça não faz o menor sentido. Vitality ou a Cloud9? Ah, não, tá. Você já passou, mano. Cara, você tem, deixa eu ver, 50% de chance de passar. Não, você tem, deixa eu ver, quantos por cento? Você tem 2 jogos, tu precisa acertar um, 50%. Pra mim é 50 também. Ou ganha ou não ganha. Um é desses dois, tá ligado? Eu preciso acertar Cloud9 passando. Eu tenho trauma do taco e do Fer, não aposto de jeito nenhum. Coitado, velho. Coitado. Ah, velho, vai dar saudade os dois, velho. Se pá, o último Major da equipe da Imperial. Vai deixar saudade. Vai deixar saudade. Mas ó, aqui passei. Passei. Eu vou colocar ou a G passando ou o Vitality. Aqui eu passei também. 1 Vitality, 2 Furia, 3 Mouse Sports, 4 Outsiders e o quinto é a Cloud9. Cloud9. Ai, cara. Pior que eu tava em choque. Eu tava com muito medo da Fúria perder pra esse timinho aqui, velho. Só que agora eu tô com medo da Cloud9 perder pra esse aqui. Só que a Cloud9 deu um espanco na EG. Mas acho que esse time também daria espanco na EG. Daí eu fico mais em choque ainda em pensar nisso, tá ligado? Nossa, mano, que abalo. Eu quero saber. Nossa, e daí dá. Pior que se eu erro aqui. Se eu tipo tiro 4 times. Pô, eu já fico. Nossa, eu fico muito abalado. Porque eu. Nossa, eu não consigo diamantar. Tá ligado? Não consigo diamantar. Grafite da Imperial, olha, até os grafites ficaram horríveis nisso aqui. Cê é louco, o fundo todo... Nossa senhora, todo branco atrás, né? Porém o da nave que deu um contraste legal dentro do jogo. Major Rio é obrigatório diamantar. Pô, não fala isso, velho, vou ficar em choque, velho. Cloud9. É você, amigo. Você. Vamos ver aqui os horários. Vocês já postaram alguma coisa de horários, ó. É basicamente isso, ó. Bom, até agora, Mouse Sports eu acertei, Outsiders eu acertei, Big eu acertei, Furia eu acertei. E amanhã, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 até agora. E o quinto amanhã, eu espero. Eu ia comprar medalha, só comprei porque é no Rio e o Major. Eu comprei pra deixar mais destacar no perfil, tá ligado? Eu gosto disso e tal. E dá pra pegar as lembranças depois também, né? Abrir, ganhar uma Alp Desert Hydra, mudar minha vida e acabou. Ser rico. Esqueça tudo. Ó. Ah não. Vamos ver aqui. Dá um F5 aqui pra ver se atualiza. Quinta-feira, placares na tela. Amanhã, 11 horas da manhã, Vitality contra OG. Pra mim, tanto faz. 2h30. Mano, 2h30 eu vou estar apresentando o trabalho lá na escola, velho. Mano, eu vou estar mais focado nisso aqui do que tudo, velho. Eu não vou conseguir esquecer disso. Então, muito iguais, exatamente, concordo. E aqui tanto faz. Aqui não importa, aqui não importa. Pra mim, né? Tá nisso aqui. 2h30 da tarde. Ai, senhor. Duríssimo isso aqui, velho. Nossa, acredita, né? Acredita. Eu acertei 5 jogos seguidos hoje. Eu acertei 5. Aqui não importava. Aqui eu precisava acertar Fúria. Aqui eu precisava acertar Outsiders. Aqui eu precisava acertar Cloud9. Aqui eu precisava acertar OG. Aqui eu precisava acertar Vitality. Acertei os 5. Se eu não acertar amanhã com esse aqui, velho, eu vou ficar muito tiltado no último, tá ligado? O último que importa. Daí vai liberar aqui, né? Ó. Que tinha um sistema já, ó. Resultados finais do Major Rio. Eita, vazou. Major Rio 2022. Resultado final. Vazou 3 a 0. Ih, vazou, velho. Vazou o ganhador do Major. Antuérpia 3 a 0, 2 a 1. Ganhador. Stockholm 3 a 0. Aqui acertei. O jogo está aqui. Bora fazer o que agora? Bora de gameplay talvez, ó. Esse ano a FaZe não ganha. Eu acho muito difícil. Não era nem pra ter ganho naquela vez, no ano passado. Eles acabaram ganhando. Tá ligado? Não era aquilo lá, pô, sei lá. A galera da nave tava muito abalada, né, mano? Tava muito abalado. Mas ó, vambora. Eu espero que não, né? Eu espero que realmente não aconteça. Na verdade eu não sei. Um time aqui das fases das lendas, eu não sei nem quem que vai estar disponível pra apostar, velho. Aqui assim deveria, ó. Aqui vai aparecer os jogadores, os times. Vai aparecer nave. Gambit, eu acho. Furia. Heroic, eu acho. Big. Outsiders também agora. Nave. O Rain jogou muito. Jogou. Até o Kerrigan, velho. Até o Kerrigan jogou. Não jogou tão bem, mas jogou, pô. Jogou bem. A ponta de ganhar o Major, né? Ó, XPzinho semanal. Eu vou jogar aqui uns retakezinho. Ver se aqui você não tem no servidor, se não tem vaga aqui. Aqui não tem retake, vamos ver. Não tem vaga. Um retake normal também. Nossa senhora. 9 horas de live, que é isso? Hoje o dia foi muito bom pra fazer live. Feriadinho. Nossa senhora, que delícia. Você vai comprar adesivo ou cápsula? Cara, acho que nenhum dos dois. Nenhum dos dois. Os adesivos estão horríveis, velho. Eu vou focar no Stockholm, tá ligado?
Vocês morreram os dois?
Vou focar no Stockholm. Tem pouca cápsula no mercado, tá ligado? Eu acho. Eu vou aproveitar que tá meio barato ainda, tá ligado? Porque é muito parecido com os carros do 2014. É bem caro. E a galera do Stockholm.
Bora.
F ouvido.
Não, nunca pode andar não, cara. Já matou o cara, pra que baixo?
Deixar bem baixinho isso aqui. Foi mal. Eu estava esperando aí. Esse aqui daria gás. E você, pretende comprar cápsula ou adesivo? vai comprar. Mas se for pra investir, cara, investe em cápsula. O adesivo tá muito no mercado, velho.
Dá o clique. Tu desce o clique, ele apareceria, mano.
C4 is active at Alpha.
Se for pra investir, investe em cápsula.
Flashbang. Flashbang. Throwing a grenade.
Corredor.
Ok, rampa. Tá, corredor.
Using. Throwing flashbang.
Vou comprar meio aqui nesse mês do gordinho da operação. Assim. Antwerp, ó. Olha o que aconteceu, ó. As cápsulas da Antwerp tá começando a subir devagarinho, velho. Investi bastante aqui da Antwerp. Principalmente nesse. E eu apostei muito aqui de 2022 dos ciclinhos.
Default. Like.
Mas a cápsula tô guardando uma coisa.
C4 is ticking down at Alpha.
Olha lá, os caras nem tem conta no CS, tá ligado? Me adicionando, velho, que isso. Tem bastante também, ainda bem que não vende nada ainda. Exato, nem vende. Se não vendeu nada até agora, nem vende.
Menos 30, rampa.
Toma HS no corredor.
Boa.
Valeu. Agora vou investir mais em cápsula do Fallen, aqui da Imperial, e mais da nave, tá? Das lendas costuma valorizar mais.
Ai, no bombe. Não tem ainda.
Ele abriu por outro lado, né?
Tu comprou quantas cápsulas?
C4 is live at bomb site
Do
Alpha.
Rox.
Ele
Cara,
sabe
Rox
do-
vale muito a pena, ó. Vou até abrir uma. Imagina se eu ganhar um Rox. Nossa, o Rox não tá no time da Rox esse campeonato, velho. Então, se for investir, investe no Rox aí. Mas o Rox não tá na 9Z esse time. O Clean, tá ligado? Mas ele já é caro. Tá na 9Z, já é. O único adesivo Clean, o único adesivo pode crer. Comprou bastante
C4 is
também.
active at Alpha.
É, o bom é nunca comprar só uma, né? Gosta de dar uma variada mesmo.
Corredor, 2 corredor.
Corredor mais um. Clica na bomba. Boa.
Demora pra clicar aí, pô. É, ele quase matou eu, né?
Comprei todas, essa
Explicação de
todas.
Você estava mais perto, né?
Variada aí. Tá smartphone que nada. Tô jogando mais pela resenha aqui. tanto que eu tô negativo, velho. O cara lá que tá smurfando a 21. Patente K2. Ah, K2, pô. Já fui global, velho. Procurei jogar melhor. Olha lá.
2 bomb, um gerador. Dois bomb, um tripla e um caixa lá.
Nossa senhora. Spray tá. Caixa fraturada.
É, ela tá chutada, mano.
Já vou.
O cara matou 21, mano, no retomado, velho.
Vai virar raridade essa caixinha.
Velho. Matou 21 retomado.
E tu tá aqui patente, Clayton. TRzinha. Vamos ver como é que vai ser agora da bala. Parece que eu tô meio lagado, deixa eu ver. Ah, na medida. Na medida. Opa, 0. Eu era a de cair pra cá cruzado então. De global pra cá, a K1 dá uma grande diferença, mas ó, tu acha que a K2 tu consegue fazer o pulo do L? Tipo, pô, dá pra fazer, mas tu acha realmente que faz com uma certa facilidade, digamos assim? Ah, pode acertar, tudo bem, tem alguns, mas pô, sei lá. Só porque eu falei agora eu erro, tá ligado? Ai, caralho. Aí me complica. E todo mundo quitou, velho. Que isso. Sabe fazer o pulo, pô? Mó facinho. É, realmente. Aí, ó, calma aí. Todo mundo quitou, velho. Dá pra treinar aqui um pouco mais, ó. Nossa, eu tô duraço, velho. Fiz live o dia todo, nem aqueci. Aí, ó. Cara chato. Faço na cagada. Eu erro na cagada, velho. É de boa, pô. É só pegar o timezinho, tá ligado? Sem estresse. Aqui, ó. Encostou aqui. Chegou, pulou. Tá ligado? Peguei essa mira aqui do Fallen jogando lá na partida. Tava na demo, tá ligado? O cara nem viu, então. Bot todo perdido. Os caras todos saiu, velho. Que isso? Só porque eu tô de TR na mirei já, velho. Já se viu o problema. O estrago lá. Por que tu jogar granada pra trás vai dar do que tu jogar pulando? Ué, mas eu tô assistindo pela live e eu tô enxergando, pô. Sim, sim. Ah, é tudo bot aqui agora. Ó. Ó, ó. Que Nossa, mano.
Only one man left.
Chat aberto. Ocupou metade da tela, verdade. Verdade. Ó, os caras não entram mais, pô, aí fica chato. Strafar contra a bot, velho. Vê se pode, um bagulho desse. Olha lá. Caraca. E o outro deve estar defusando, tá ligado? Vai lá, meu mano. Tamo junto aí pela conta. Tamo junto, velho. Valeu aí pela companhia. Forte abraço. Se cuida, viu? Tamo junto. Valeu. Quase que eu morro pra bot. Esse aí. Salve, beleza, meu mano? Seja bem-vindo. Quase encerrando a live aí, pô. Foi que 9 horas de live? Isso, quase 10. Hoje o dia foi muito bom pra fazer live, velho. Muito bom mesmo. Cara, acho que vai dar. Isso aqui vai dar muita hora assistida, eu acho, mano. Hora de exibição. Eu espero, pelo menos. Retakezinho pra pegar level aí, né? De menor. Capotou quase. Nossa, entrou foi todo mundo agora.
Flashback.
Nem escutei o clique. Simbora. Quase. Que a bala. Pegar uma alpzinha aqui e fazer um bagulho diferente. Pixel bom pra olhar a rampa, viu? Cê é louco, aí tá pegando demais, filho. Esqueça tudo, papai.
Throwing a flashback.
Que isso, mano, né? Estão pedindo calma lá do outro lado. 60 Hz. Queria 700 inscritos, cara. Eu joguei mais de 20 inscritos, cara, só com essa live. Essa semana, pô, a semana já é, tá na metade da semana, velho. Acho difícil ganhar 25 ainda. Caralho, gosto uma hora dessa. Você não se inventa de fazer sorteio, porque eu me patrocina com 144 Hz que daí eu tô global. Ah, eu vou fazer sorteio sim, pô. Vou chegar nos 1000 aí. Ó. Chorar louco. Não, mentira. Faz a diferença, né? Mas aí que tem um 165 Hz aí. Vai ser muito bom. Olha o cara me marcando aqui, ó. Que? O cara tá... Isso, pode pra guardar mesmo. C4 tá lá no fundão. Ah, rapaz, tava ligeiro. Olha, o cara cheio na sataria, mano. Caralho, o maluco faz a volta no retake, velho. Tá dando a vida. O C4 tá fechado pra ir, mano. Muito bom, humilhado. Mais um humilhado. Vai, cadê o outro? Nossa, pra que parar esse Rapaz, muito forte. Acabou com a minha dentadura. Terra, terra. Terra, último. Nossa. Cheatou ou não cheatou? Tem um grafite aqui, ó. Mais 15 pra upar, mano. Tô quase. Chamando outro de ruim no retake, mano. Ai, ai, o cara ficou 5/5. E é Trengal.
I'm throwing smoke.
Vou fazer um bagulho aí, mas criar uma smoke on way aqui. Ah, essa aqui é uma smoke on way. Perfeito. Cara, no meio de round, eu vou simplesmente smokear aqui assim, ó. Sei lá, aqui, ó. Ah, droga. Dá pra smokear aqui, ó. Dá pra Smocar aqui, aí ficar, ó. Olha. Que rataria isso aqui. Ó.
They will not stop the bomb.
Se eu vinha te amassa assim. O cara veio atrás de mim.
I'm throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade.
Passei logo a peixeira, cara. Liga. Não tá defusando. Se eu passa tudo.
Ai.
Beleza. Vai, joga, viu? Molo.
I'm throwing smoke. Flashbang. I'm throwing a flashbang. Grenade out. Terrorists win.
Saí vivo, mano. Até o cara que tá.
Smoke.
Dois liga. Strafe é esse. Mata cego. Foi direto. Foi sim.
Tô inteiro.
Valeu, jogou bem. Foi direto, confio. Nossa! Tem costa aí.
Throwing a flashbang.
Sem bala. Não, eu tinha 30, viu?
I'm throwing smoke. Flashbang.
Safado. My hot photo is here. Oh my god. Nice hot photo. Baixo. Senhora, que safada. Quatro a 4, os caras lá tá embrasando.
Olha.
Calma, calma, relaxa. Então pega essa flecha.
Quase que ele pina com a gente.
Rapaz. Os caras tão lastrando também, né, velho?
Com meu pai.
Alp, último quadro. Céu. Baixa agora, baixa. Valeu. Ah, poderia ganhar o terceiro item em seguida, né? Posso ser, claro. Aceitar o Zequinha aqui, né? E agora é vertigo. Olha o comentário acima do meu. Sim, eu já respondi. 144? Ah, não. Sim, tá, esquece. Eu vi.
2-1.
Achei mó top, né, velho? Que isso?
Acho que tinha mais um rampa.
CT. Rampa. Comentário bom, eu diria. De qualidade. Jogando sim. Já vou, mãe. Pegou o XPzinho. Já upei o level. Ah, eu vou pra trocação, você corre? É, merece perder, né? Sim, entra aí que tem vaga. Já volto. Voltei, beleza, você também voltou. Todo mundo volta. E aí, Playbox, de boa? Nossa, exato, meu. Já acertei os 5 palpites de hoje. Amanhã o único. Se eu errar o palpite da Cloud9, eu vou ficar muito bravo. Caraca, que live boa foi hoje, velho. Tô Discord, já. Ó. Tava vazando o cano, mas... Olha lá. Meu pai, mano. Olha aí. Vou entrar lá no Discord. Não, 90% tô vivo ainda. Bora, eu vou dar aqui, ó. Trazer aqui. Agora vai. Não tá conectando. Aí, alô, salve.
Salve. Pera aí, segura um pouquinho aí que eu tô fazendo um overwatch. Depois tá, pelo jeito é braço direito. Eu tava vendo. Caralho, mano. Sério. Ah, tá. Oh, desbugou, né? Meu CS. É braço direito na partida longa. Ué, o cara é ruim? Denunciaram esse cara pelo quê? Posicionamento de mira na barriga. Bora ver. Se ele der headshot é hack.
Caraca, a galera do meu time tá muito bem essa aqui. Eu tô afundando 0/, todas.
Parecendo ser o UAU esse cara que eu tô assistindo. Acho que ele é o UAU. É o UAU, só que ele é horroroso. É o UAU. Tudo bem que eu não tô levando em conta a questão do passo, tá ligado? Mas ele vem mirado muito certinho de trás da parede. Deixa eu ver, avançou de scout. Não é normal você avançar de scout assim. Na nuke, tá ligado? Quer ver a tela?
Tô jogando.
Ah, tá. Ah, ligou o iBoot. Ligou o iBoot. Realmente. Aqui na... Mano, será que na cabeça desses caras acham que estão enganando alguém, velho? Por causa que ele começa uma batata, aí depois ele liga o wallzinho. Aí daqui a pouco ele liga o iBoot, tá ligado? Eu imagino que esses caras é o mesmo tipo de cara que ainda manda no chat que é choro. Nessa demo. E só vou ver se esse bossal não vai começar a girar.
Espera aqui, ó, 1 segundo, depois responde.
Joguei hoje uma partida com os caras.
Tem.
Slow, Braia, Jampa. Mais uma derrota. Fazia 3 dias que eu tava sem jogar. Tá ligado? Tô nem jogando. Muito foi, pronto, agora vai parar de jogar por causa da cachorra não, porra. Primeiro tem que dar vacina, os caras é 4.
Plantado pra cá.
Quando ela tiver podendo ficar só, né?
Vou avançar aqui.
É isso, eu consigo te seguir?
3
eu consigo.
X1 agora.
Tá fechado.
Tá plantado pra onde?
Ele tá cheio. Mas não tem uma vaga aí pra lá? Tem alguém assistindo? Não. Ué, que merda. Eu não consegui entrar de TR não. Tava uma vaga sobrando, mas não consegui entrar. Eu consigo tentar com bot?
Não.
Ué. Que merda, tá 3x4, mas não consigo entrar, mano.
Tá 3x4, mano. Tá lotado.
Ah, vocês fecharam as vagas, foi?
God.
Bora, eu vou sair dessa pra ter vaga na outra.
Tá. Crio?
Tanto faz.
Retake, né?
Aham.
Esse modo retomada era o modo que até prometia, mas flopou, acredito eu. Ou tu acha que não?
Flopou nada.
Eu acho que o que ainda a galera mais joga ainda, na moral mesmo, é o casual, pô. Sem ser o competitivo. Tá ligado?
Ah, não, isso é claro.
O casual sempre tá lotado, com os 16 jogadores. A galera joga mal casual do que o corrida armada. Eu gosto de corrida armada. Mafinha. No começo eu só jogava corrida armada. Ué, tá cheio.
Não, tem uma vaga.
Tem uma vaga, mas não consegui entrar não. A equipe dos terroristas tá cheia.
Ah, sim, só vale 3 TR.
Minha das
4 CT.
Que merda.
Aham.
It's almost in the bag.
Ah, tem de CT, tá bom.
Throw in the flashbang. Fire
Não creio.
Nossa, capotou. Olha, só não seria o Ace. Pecado. Rapaz.
O cara já quer me quicar.
Vê se pode.
O cara jogando casual e quer me quicar porque eu errei um pulo. É muito bosta mesmo, viu?
Sim, mano. Olha, o cara me olhou. Certeza que foi esse chamãozinho aí.
Ih.
Tá cimento de Alp, cravado em ti.
Era uma flash, eu pensei que era... Oxe, cadê? Por que eu tô com faca vanilla? Eu não entendi. Ah, tá, é porque eu tava com a faca do bot. Vai ser pro A agora.
É.
Ih, rapaz.
Ih, falou aí, rapaz. Ei.
Cara, eu tô menos um por causa daquela queda. Porra. A mira tá daquele jeito, viu? Só mato com bot, ó.
Então o bot já tá no 2/2 ali. Olha aí, fala aí dele. Traidor legal. Tá, cabecinha, cabecinha.
Ué.
Cabecinha. Ele veio da flash.
Meu Deus!
Nossa.
Eu me sequei! Desde segunda eu tô sem jogar, porra.
Ah, tá de boa.
Tô ocupado com as coisas aqui. Não tô nem produzindo vídeo pro meu canal. Eu ligo o computador só pra mandar e-mail pras lojas.
Eu fiz bastante live hoje.
Eu vi. Fui transmitir os campeonatos, né?
Aham, 10 horinhas, mano. Hoje foi muito bom a live. Bateu
Eu
quase
errei, eu acho que eu errei o
300.
pique todo, mano. Ainda bem que eu não comprei a moeda.
Não, você não comprou?
Não comprei, ainda bem que eu comprei skin. Eu errei tudo, porra. Eu fiz lá na Pro Skins, né? O pique de lá, tá ligado?
Aham.
Errei tudo. Tudo.
Caralho, mas o que você colocou?
Ah, o time todo brasileiro, inclusive eu não avisei.
Ah, daí... Você acredita demais, né, mano? Ai, ai.
É, eu vou ter com S2. Eu era pra ter tirado a Imperial, porra. Eu sabia que a Imperial tava fraca. A Imperial quase não entrou no mesmo, porra. Agora a Fúria realmente me decepcionou. Eu esperava mais da Fúria.
Ué, Fúria ganhou de 3-1, pô.
Não, a Fúria perdeu primeiro. Eles ganharam pra... Eu esqueci pra quem foi que eles ganharam pra 0-0 e pra outro time.
Sim, então, mas ganharam de 3-1.
Qual foi o time que eles tiraram? A 0-0 ainda tá no mesmo ou foi desclassificada?
Foi eliminada.
Esperava mais da 0-0 também.
Só a Fúria que passou, velho.
Mano, já era de esperar que tinha última chance era a Fúria, tá ligado?
Aham.
Mas eu esperava que a Imperial e a 00 passasse da primeira, pelo menos. Tá ligado?
Eu coloquei a 00.
Eu coloquei
00 e a
tudo.
Fúria.
Tudo que tinha Brasil eu botei. Feitei bonito o time, viu?
Tem. Vai tá marcado o time, eu acho.
E eu doido pra operar. Sabe essa movimentação que eu tentei fazer?
Vou dar pé aqui no bomb.
Beleza.
Valeu.
Vem aqui comigo.
Mercado.
Meu Deus.
Mais uma que era pra cair embaixo. Nem tão.
Tamo armado agora?
Então, mais ou menos. Quebrados.
Ah, Galil pra mim é arma, filho.
Eu vou de scout que dá uma treinada.
Galil é a... Galil é a cara de quem tá sem grana.
Dando bomba os dois.
E aqui acabou pra ele, filho.
Oh, get back! Get back!
Eu falei, a Galil é a K do sem dinheiro. A K da crise, né? Mano, é impressão minha ou eu consegui atirar na smoke do cara enquanto ela vinha no ar? Isso é possível?
Sei lá.
Vou mangar palácio. Pode vir do L também, viu? Eita. Tira a cara, man. Boa. Hyperfera, que delícia.
Saudades.
Ah, tava cego.
Cuidado.
Engraçado, esses tiros eu não erro com o meu boneco, eu erro só com bot. Você só com bot. Ah, deu tempo não. A casinha, velho, que mano, é M4. Deixa eu tentar uma boa aqui. Toda vez eu tô errando, eu tenho que ajustar esse pixel. Eu acho que é aqui. Acertei. Mas porra, errei o... Peguei o boto só pra morrer. Eita. Piquezinho monstro ali, viu?
Nossa senhora.
Depois eu vou baixar até a demo, dei umas kill massa hoje jogando com os caras. Só que eu tava jogando muito ruim. Eu fiquei negativo o TR todinho, só quando eu peguei uma op que eu comecei a matar. Não é o caso daqui. Não cegou, mano. Caralho, eles foi cheirando. Caralho.
Só o difficult.
Eu vou dominar isso aqui, vou tentar fazer uma parada.
Ele.
Só tira a cara. Caralho. Ladrão. Olha aqui. Caralho. 3 facadas e não morreu.
Vai ter depois a Fúria. A Fúria já foi. Fúria classificada pro Legend. Teria que mudar o título, né? Mas
Overpass.
já foi.
Deixa assim, pelo menos atrai.
Amém. Não vai ter outro jogo não. Amanhã é o próximo aí. Amanhã é a última fase aí desse campeonato. Dessa fase aqui dos...
Tu assistiu os vídeos do Polex, mano?
Não, não.
Lá no Major. Ele comprou umas camisas massa lá no campeonato, velho. Tá ligado? Só que ele falou que era... Cada uma foi 200 conto. Vamos de TR?
Maluco. Eu vou sair aqui já, finalizando.
Bora sair dele aqui, pô.
Ah, já saí já.
Ah, que merda. Vou jogar contra a bot.
Mas ó, aqui ó. Os jogos de hoje foram esses aqui ó. Cadê? Aqui assim ó. Big contra 9Z, Big ganhou. Fúria passou aqui desse time aqui. Outsiders ganhou da Fnatic. Cloud9 ganhou da EG. OG ganhou da IGC. Vitality ganhou da Greyhound. E amanhã vai ser Cloud9 contra esse time aqui da GamerLegion às 2h30 da tarde. 11 horas da manhã tem Vitality contra a OG. E 18 horas tem Fnatic contra 9Z. Às 18 horas, horário de Brasília, lembrando. E aqui Fúria, Outsiders, Big, Bad News, Eagles e Mouse classificados já. Imperial, 00 e HC, EG e Greyhound eliminados do campeonato do Major. Já deu quase 10 horinhas de live aí, por hoje é isso. Muito obrigado.
Trabalho hoje, não foi?
Hoje é só
Hoje,
fazendo live.
O senhor Salamito mostrou que é um streamer de sucesso.
Hoje rendeu, mano.
Meu recorde foi 5 horas de alguma coisa, velho. 10 horas. Usou o feriado pra dedicar.
Eu fiz desde 11 horas lá, pá. Desde do primeiro jogo lá da 9Z. Mas é isso, muito obrigado aí todo mundo que acompanhou, deixou o like nessa live, se inscreveu aqui no canal. Muito obrigado aí todo mundo pelo apoio mesmo.
Valeu pelo jogo aí, Salamito.
Tamo junto, valeu, falou e fui, até amanhã, beijo.